Chapter 1. Whoa, it's actually real. These modern scam apps are getting more and more careless. They could at least try a bit harder with the name. Do they really think everyone's an idiot? Wong JT lay on the hard bed in his rented room, sneering at the sudden appearance of an app named Trillion Red Envelope on his phone. He rubbed his empty stomach and muttered, Trillion Red Envelope? Right now? If someone could just send me a 5 yuan red envelope so I can buy a pancake, that'd be a miracle. Coming from a working-class family in a small town, JT's parents had been laid off after their company's poor performance, and his younger sister was still in university. He decided to stay in Bin City after graduation because he thought the wages would be slightly higher and he could send more money back to help support his sister. Even though the cost of living wasn't low, he figured that by tightening his belt and working harder, he could still survive. Unfortunately, these past days had brought bad luck. First, he had been oppressed by a tyrannical supervisor, who eventually made up some excuse to fire him. Then, while working as a designated driver, someone had schemed against him and he lost every last penny, too embarrassed to ask his family for help. As a result, even basic meals became a struggle. Wong JT was about to uninstall the app when a sudden thought struck him. He figured the people who made it must also be struggling somehow. So he clicked in, just for distraction. Randomly tapping the app open, golden sparkles burst on the screen before revealing 9 red envelopes arranged in a 3x3 grid. JT casually tapped the middle envelope. A soft ding sound echoed as the envelope enlarged, covering the entire screen, and then text appeared. Congratulations. You've won a McDonald's combo meal. Wishing you joyful tapping. He found the reward ridiculous and was about to throw the phone aside when he happened to glance at the table from the corner of his eye. He froze instantly. On the previously empty table sat a McDonald's combo meal. Wong JT rubbed his eyes to confirm it wasn't an illusion before immediately rushing over. Grabbing the hamburger in his hand, he felt its warmth and bit into it without hesitation. The feeling was beyond wonderful, like finding sweet water in a desert. After a few bites, he suddenly snapped to reality. If the McDonald's combo meal could genuinely appear, then this red envelope system must not be fake. After torturing him for so long, heaven finally gave him a reward. He silently thanked the gods in the sky and made a vow. If he ever became rich, he'd surely find ways to repay them. Excitedly, Wong JT grabbed his phone and clicked the remaining red envelopes rapidly. A stream of messages popped up on the screen. Congratulations. You've won 18 yuan in cash. Wishing you joyful tapping. Congratulations. You've won 168 yuan in cash. Wishing you joyful tapping. Congratulations. You've won 1,688 yuan in cash. Wishing you joyful tapping. Congratulations. You've won Building 8 of Yifeng City Garden. Wishing you joyful tapping. Congratulations. You've won 188,888 yuan in cash. Wishing you joyful tapping. Congratulations. You've won a 100x consumer cashback card. Wishing you joyful tapping. Congratulations. You've won a Pagani Zonda supercar, a limited edition model worldwide. Wishing you joyful tapping. Congratulations. You've won 1,666,666 yuan in cash. Wishing you joyful tapping. As the messages continued to pop up, notification sounds kept ringing nonstop. Meanwhile, on the table appeared a thick cardboard box with a pitch-black leather-wrapped key resting atop it. After the final message, the phone displayed a 24-hour countdown. Clearly, one could claim rewards only once a day. Special notice. Spend 100,000 to receive a common red envelope. Complete system tasks to claim a special red envelope. Wishing you joyful tapping. JT excitedly closed the app and then opened the notification SMS. It was from Bintang Bank, and his previously empty account now showed a balance close to 2 million yuan. Instinctively swallowing, he repeatedly checked the account balance. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined having so much money. He approached the table, staring at the black leather car key. Its golden embossed logo excited his nerves. As a qualified designated driver, he knew exactly what this symbol meant. The Pagani Zonda itself represented luxurious automobiles, and combined with the limited edition worldwide title, this car alone was worth at least 10 million yuan when driven out of the dealership. He inhaled deeply and with trembling hands, he tore open the cardboard box. Inside was a full stack of property deeds, the golden words on red bindings glowing dazzlingly under the sunlight. Opening one at random, he read the information. Room 101, Building 8, Yifeng City Garden, Area 102 square meters, owner, Wong JT. Eagerly, he pulled out a few more, all had his name. Clutching the property certificates tightly in his arms, he mentally screamed, this time, I'm rich. Yifeng City Garden was located in the most prosperous business district of Bin City, known as the supercar CBD. The average price per square meter was over 30,000 yuan. A whole building like this would be worth at least several hundred million. Wong JT took a few steps backward and fell onto the bed with a thump, staring blankly at the ceiling with his mind completely blank, so happy he was stunned. Half an hour passed before Wong JT finally snapped out of it. He suddenly sprang up from the bed like a carp flipping in water and stared intensely at the property deeds on the table. Selling those houses would only be a one-time deal, and that simply wouldn't be the most profitable strategy. After all, he had studied economics. How could he possibly allow himself to make such an amateur move? The best way to maximize profit was clearly to rent them out. Based on his years of rental experience, the annual income from this entire building alone would be at least 20 million yuan. Thinking about it, Wong JT involuntarily inhaled sharply. He had been a penniless nobody just moments ago, and now he was sitting on assets worth hundreds of millions. Even if he did absolutely nothing from now on, Simply collecting rent every year would still make him a millionaire. Indeed, the secret to becoming wealthy was simply having heaven bless you with opportunities. Wong JT thought he shouldn't waste any time here and must rent out the houses as soon as possible. As for who would handle the rentals, he already had someone in mind. He quickly grabbed the cardboard box and rushed out the door, using his foot to shut it behind him. Everyone nearby knew he had been extremely poor, and even with the door open, no one would bother stepping inside. Wong JT reached the first floor and looked left and right carefully. Not seeing his supercar, he began to feel puzzled when suddenly, his mind slightly trembled. Immediately afterward, a message appeared in his mind. His car was parked at the street corner nearby. Since it couldn't simply materialize inside the residential complex and scare people, they had to place it outside. Even if it didn't scare humans, accidentally frightening nearby plants or flowers wasn't acceptable. Therefore, all similar rewards would be automatically placed in appropriate locations to avoid unnecessary issues in the future. In his heart, Wong JT nodded repeatedly. This system dad was truly considerate. This decision was excellent as it wouldn't raise suspicions or allow others to steal away his good fortune. Quickly arriving at the street corner, he noticed a crowd gathered there. Naturally curious, he hurriedly squeezed into the group. He saw several female internet celebrities posing and taking selfies in front of the stylish supercar, obviously trying to show off to their friends on social media. Wong JT immediately approached the car. As he was about to ask the women to move aside, they unexpectedly spoke up first. Chapter 2. This is my car. What's wrong with you? Hugging a broken box and trying to squeeze forward. Do you even know what kind of car this is? If there's even a scratch, you won't be able to afford it even if you sell your kidneys. A female Wong blocked Wong JT's way, scolding him with a distorted expression, as if the car belonged to her. Wong JT shrugged and replied, "This is my car. How come I wouldn't know what car it is? It's you who don't understand the situation. Who allowed you to sit on my hood and take pictures freely? You're damaging my property and invading my privacy. If I report you to the Jude, you'll definitely regret it." After struggling a few years outside, he wasn't a pushover anymore. He spoke with confidence, clearly holding the moral high ground. Oh please, look at how arrogant you've become. If someone doesn't know better, they might really believe this supercar is yours. What a waste not to become an actor with such acting skills. You dare to talk so big without fear of the wind sweeping your tongue away. With your poor look, even if you work your entire life, you couldn't afford even one wheel of this car. Another Wong, with a similar face, continued the sarcastic remarks while people around them egged her on. I was wondering why beef is so expensive lately. It turns out he blew it up into the sky. Exactly. That's why it's always cloudy these days. When I look up, I realize it's all the cows flying in the sky blocking the sun. Why are cows flying in the sky? Because someone is blowing on the ground. These days, even beggars dare to boast like this. Hearing their increasingly absurd comments, Wong JT became furious. He struggled to take out his car key from his pocket and pressed it. The sports car beeped and flashed its hazard lights, startling the female Wong so much that she jumped off the car immediately. The people around who were making fun earlier became like ducks with their necks pinched, swallowing all their remarks, their faces flushed bright red. Wong JT threw the cardboard box into the passenger seat and got into the driver's seat without even glancing at the female Wong. The two female Wong tried to save face, posing flirtatiously, and said, "We didn't recognize you, master. Please, as a generous nobleman, don't hold it against us. Let's add each other on WeChat and chat sometime." Wong JT snorted from his nose. "I'm only into natural beauty, not silicone faces. Stay away from my car, or else I'll make you pay." Saying this, he closed the door, stepped hard on the accelerator, and the sports car roared and zoomed off, leaving a puff of exhaust in their faces. Driving a supercar was truly different. It felt exactly as its name suggested, like a sun chasing the wind, giving an incredible thrill. The usually crowded street suddenly seemed wide and spacious. All cars made way for Wong JT, afraid of even a light touch, which could mean back to square one. Looking at the slow-moving cars beside him, Wong JT really wanted to shout aloud, "Fantastic. No wonder everyone wants to be rich. Being rich feels amazing." He drove near a real estate agency, bought his box, and entered. The people inside saw him, yet acted as if he was invisible. Wong JT wasn't surprised by this situation at all. He had rented houses from this agency several times before. Because he only wanted the cheapest apartment and couldn't offer anyone benefits, apart from the beautiful female manager, no one was willing to acknowledge him. As Wong JT was looking around, a voice came from behind him. "Your current rental hasn't expired yet. Why come looking for a new house so soon?" The voice was exceptionally pleasing to the ear. The speaker was an even more stunning beauty, with delicate facial features, tall stature, and especially flawless fair skin, almost like a Caucasian. She was the beautiful manager Lan Menjiang. Not only was she attractive, but she also had excellent professional skills and a kind heart, treating everyone equally. Wong JT smiled and said, "I'm not here to rent a house. I actually have some properties I want you to help me rent out. I wonder if that's convenient." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding people all wore astonished expressions. Some even checked the calendar to make sure it wasn't April Fool's Day. A fat girl sneered, "What kind of joke are you making? Every time you just rent the cheapest apartment, now you say you have a house to rent out? I guess you listened to some expert advice and decided to make more money by renting your extra space, and now you're using your own car as a BB car for ride-sharing." Wong JT clapped his hands and said, "Didn't expect your brain to have more than fat. You guessed it exactly. I did take the expert's advice. I plan to rent out my houses and use my car as BB, but seems a bit difficult. It only carries 2 passengers." Everyone burst into laughter at his words, thinking he came only to make a joke, even though the joke wasn't funny at all. "You can't possibly be telling us that the box is full of property deeds, right? If you really had so many houses, wouldn't I be the richest person in the world by now? Holy crap, what's going on here?" A male agent joked while opening the box. His mouth fell open in shock when he saw the property deeds inside and couldn't close it again. Wong JT lightly pushed his chin and mocked, "It's just dozens of properties. Mr. Richest, there's no need to look so surprised. As he spoke, Wong flipped the box over, spilling the deeds and keys onto the table. He then gestured toward them, inviting everyone to check it out themselves. Oh my god, this is Building 8 of Yifeng Urban Garden. This building is the crown jewel of the entire complex. Rumor has it that it was entirely bought off the market at launch by some mysterious buyer, and it's been left idle for several years. Just the cleaning fees every year cost over 100,000 yuan. So many agencies have been after this building. I've also heard about this. These can't possibly be fake deeds, right? They look way too authentic. And these keys, they don't look fake either. Are you nuts? Have you ever seen someone making this many counterfeit documents? Plus, all the numbers are here. You can easily check everything on the real estate trading system. These deeds are all real, Brother Iron. Do you need a pendant for your leg? Let me see if I'm suitable. Just say the word, and I'll become your most loyal dog. Once the authenticity of the deeds was confirmed, the entire atmosphere of the agency exploded with excitement. Except for Lan Minjing, everyone became extremely enthusiastic, practically willing to kneel down and lick Wong JT's toes. Wong JT ignored these people and turned his attention to Lan Minjing, who was still dazed. He waved his hand in front of her face to bring her back to normal. I want to leave this entire building in your agency's full authority. What do you think, Manager Lan? Lan Minjing finally snapped out of her shock. Hearing Wong's question, she quickly nodded in agreement. While arranging for someone to carefully organize the deeds, she insisted on inviting Wong JT to the VIP lounge to discuss the contract details properly. To everyone's great surprise, Wong JT simply waved at Lan Minjing and said something that moved her to an indescribable extent. Chapter 3. I'll leave it to you, I'm not worried. There's no need to go through all that trouble. I trust you. You'll definitely bring me the maximum profit. I'll leave this building entirely to you. Rent it out however you see fit. Now, prepare the contract. Wong JT casually said those words, and Lan Minjing was both shocked and deeply moved. After all, this was a house worth hundreds of millions. Lan Minjing playfully replied. So you're saying you're entrusting me with full authority over this house? Aren't you afraid I might sell it and run off with the money? You're the only one in Bin City I can truly trust. Leaving this house to your care puts my mind completely at ease. If something like that really happened, I believe it wouldn't be your original intention. You must have had no other choice, and I'd never blame you. After all, it's just a house. It's not a big deal at all. The trust between us can't be measured by a single building. Wong JT stared sincerely into Lan Minjing's eyes, his expression and words filled with genuine honesty. To him, the house truly meant nothing. He hadn't even paid for it. It was something obtained from a red envelope. Even if it were gone, so what? Maybe he could open another red envelope and get something even better. Lan Minjing didn't know about this and was moved to tears, feeling the weight of his trust and deciding firmly she must never let Wong JT down. Wong JT chuckled. Now that you mention it, remind me to prepare a full power of attorney contract too. From now on, you're my official representative in all real estate matters. Lan Minjing nodded firmly. Since you trust me so much, I won't disappoint you. I'll definitely bring you the maximum benefit. Wong JT shook his finger at her. Benefits and profits aren't that important. Please don't do anything that makes things difficult for yourself. That would truly hurt me. He had only been joking, but those words moved Lan Minjing deeply and stirred something within her heart. The contract was quickly prepared. Wong JT glanced through it casually before signing and pressing his fingerprint, proving his earlier words were sincere. Wong JT smiled. Well, now that the contracts are done, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together to celebrate. Lan Minjing hesitated briefly. I need to handle the rental for this building these 2 days, but Sunday should be free. Let's make it that day. Wong JT nodded in agreement. Ultimately, he couldn't stand the employees' overly enthusiastic treatment and left the real estate office in an awkward, almost defeated manner. Big Girl watched Wong JT's back disappear while rubbing her belly. You really can't judge people by appearances. Who knew this poor loser was actually a hidden aristocrat? He's truly hidden well. You don't know what you're talking about, said the male salesman from before, who was lecturing confidently. Back in college, I met an upperclassman who also came from a wealthy background. He told me about secluded noble families that have existed for thousands of years. Their training and development of young members is beyond your imagination. Going through hardship first and enjoying luxury later is standard practice. How can you understand the darkness of society or the danger of human hearts if you've never experienced hardship from the bottom? When returning to a high position afterward, you won't be easily manipulated. The salesman's eloquence coincidentally gave Wong JT an excuse and conveniently covered up everything. When others looked at Lan Minjing now, there was a different kind of understanding in their eyes. It was obvious their beautiful store manager had taken a critical step and gained Wong JT's trust. The rest would depend on whether she could seize the opportunity. Marrying into such a secluded aristocratic family would be far more impressive than entering a regular wealthy family. Comparing ordinary rich families to them is laughable. Unaware of these conversations, Wong JT stood by the street, thinking for a moment before deciding not to go get his car yet, and instead heading to a nearby mall to have a look. He glanced at his clothes. Not only were they the cheapest street market products, but they had also been worn for several years. His knees were worn thin and pale. In the past when he was poor, he had been thrifty, but now having money meant he no longer needed to treat himself badly. It was time to dress better. At the very least, he should have something decent to wear. The real estate office was near a commercial area. Just a few steps away stood the largest mall in Bin City, the Binshang Plaza. It was the biggest shopping center in the city and home to countless luxury brands. Standing at the mall's entrance, Wong JT took a deep breath and reminded himself he was now wealthy. He could enter and take a look around. With his head held high, he walked through the mall's entrance, receiving a suspicious glance from the security guard. Inside the mall, not many customers were present. The female attendants in the stores looked bored and listless. The women's clothing section was slightly better. The men's section, however, was worse. In many shops, there was almost no one, with just a few shops receiving the occasional customer. Wong JT had only ever worn cheap street market clothes before and didn't recognize men's fashion brands at all. He simply chose the store with the most people and walked in boldly. The staff at big-name brands truly were different. They didn't look down on Wong JT for his shabby appearance and greeted him with a smile, just the same. Welcome to Zegna, the world's second-largest men's clothing brand. May I ask whether sir is interested in custom tailoring or ready-to-wear? Wong JT immediately asked, what's the difference between custom tailoring and ready-to-wear? Custom tailoring means making clothes specifically to your measurements, which allows us to meet all your requirements, even making it unique for you, though it does take some time. Ready-to-wear refers to pre-made clothing, all produced in batches. Our ready-to-wear collection is divided into 4 levels: third line, second line, first line, and super first line. Each level has different quantities available. Super first line items globally will never exceed 9 pieces in total. If you happen to wear the same super first line item as someone else, so could even get to know them. Wong JT didn't even think and immediately said he wanted to see the super first line collection. The attendant quickly led him to that section where no one else was present. Other customers shopping noticed someone entering the super first line area and turned their eyes toward it, seeing Wong JT dressed entirely in street market clothes. They all curled their lips slightly at the same time before returning their attention, concentrating on selecting clothes they liked and could afford. Everything had been fine until, in the second line section, a fat middle-aged man accompanied by a heavily made-up internet-famous face were hesitating over whether to buy something. Upon seeing Wong JT, the two immediately showed disdainful expressions and angrily shouted, with that kind of taste, you dare to claim you're the world's second-largest men's clothing brand? You lead all sorts of riffraff into the super first line section. Just look at him, dressed in nothing but cheap street market stuff. He probably can't even afford a single button. Honey, you're giving him too much credit, the woman beside him sneered. With his pathetic appearance, not only a button, he doesn't even measure up to a loose thread. It's really nauseating. The surrounding people, upon hearing their words, all showed expressions of disgust before glancing at Wong JT with contempt. Chapter 4. Dare to follow my purchase? As the owner of a trillion red envelope, how can I let someone mock me? Teach them a lesson and reward a special red envelope. Wong JT originally didn't want to deal with the two, but the system father couldn't stand it and issued a mission to deal with them. We're all here to buy clothes. How do you know who is nobler than whom? Haven't you ever been taught not to judge people by appearances? He looked indifferently at the greasy middle-aged man and said casually. The young-face woman curled her lip and said, look at you, clearly a scum at the bottom, not even worthy of wiping my husband's shoes, daring to talk about nobility with us. My husband could throw away something from between his fingers that you couldn't earn in your whole life. Look at your cheap street clothes and your face. Where's the beauty? The middle-aged man patted his general belly and echoed, darling, you said it so right. People like him are just fart in my eyes. Even being released would pollute the environment. These kids nowadays are all arrogant without self-awareness. They come anywhere without even worrying about dirtying the clothes. What if they can't afford to pay? Obviously a good-for-nothing layabout. Outwardly acting like a person, but who knows what he's like at home. Such a creature was born, it's truly a sin. The surrounding people joined in with various remarks, trashing Wong JT as a total negative example. The greasy middle-aged man looked sideways with his eyes and mocked. Everybody's eyes are bright and clear. Why don't you scram before I call the security to toss you out? Seeing the situation, the waiter stepped forward to mediate. We are all here for shopping, hoping to feel good. Why make ourselves unhappy? Please each take a step back. Are you even listening? The young-face woman shouted, hopping with rage. We're here to shop, but who knows what that poor wretch is here for? If we don't kick him out, our shopping mood will be ruined. We won't buy anything here. Look at this pauper. How much revenue can he possibly bring you? How do you know I can't afford things here? Dared your greasy husband follow my purchase? Whatever I spend, he spends the same amount. Wong JT lifted his chin, contemptuously staring at the greasy middle-aged man with provocation in his eyes. Feeling underestimated, the middle-aged man immediately got furious, stomping and yelling. You insolent pauper dares to challenge me. Do you know I own a shop and earn millions every year? Even if your whole family sells kidneys, you still can't make that much. You think I'm scared of you? Wong JT glanced around and said, everyone heard him. He said today he would follow my purchase, matching my spending exactly. Be my witness. Pack up all 9 items from the super premium line for me. Just enough for 1 week, wearing 1 piece a day with 2 spares. How much is it? Such authoritative words stunned the crowd. The waiter only came back to senses after half a minute. The waiter tried to confirm gently. Sir, do you mean purchasing all the super premium line clothes? That's 1.8 million altogether. Would you like to think again? After hearing the price, Wong JT realized he had just enough in his card, so he casually took it out and handed it to the waiter to swipe. When everyone saw the card in the waiter's hands, they stared with eyes wide open, especially the greasy middle-aged man and face woman, whose eyeballs nearly popped out. Another waiter hurriedly brought over the POS machine. Just as they were about to swipe, Wong suddenly recalled the previously obtained 100-fold consumption card and hastily shouted to wait. Hearing this, the greasy middle-aged man felt relieved instantly. He loudly mocked, you're pretty good at pretending, acting as if it's genuine, but now you show your cowardice. Why pretend to be big shot? Pay already. I don't know what's wrong with these young people nowadays. All drama queens, daydreaming all day like manna will drop from the sky. Right? They never think about going to the factory to tighten screws. They always fantasize about being second-generation rich men. Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see if they were born with that fate? Surrounding people initiated group mockery mode to highlight their own sense of superiority. Wong JT ignored them. He took out his phone, opened the 100-fold consumption card, double-checked, waved his hand to the waiters, and indicated they should swipe the card. Seeing Wong JT continuing the transaction, everyone was naturally astonished. For them, spending here was doable, but never could they afford the super premium line. As a beep sounded, the receipt slowly came out from the machine, indicating the swipe had successfully gone through. Everyone looked on in disbelief. The 2 waiters reacted first, hurriedly taking down all the clothes and carefully packing them into bags. Their year's worth of wages couldn't even buy a single piece. This commission alone was more than their 2 months' salary combined. The key was that this man before them was truly a god-tier rich guy. If something unmentionable could happen, their lives would be set for good. Consumption of 1.8 million yuan activated the 100-fold consumption card. Cashback of 180 million yuan received. 18 consumption red envelopes acquired. Available for withdrawal anytime. A prompt sound echoed in Wong JT's ears, and his mouth involuntarily curled upward slightly. He cast a glance toward the greasy middle-aged man. He said indifferently, "Only 1.8 million. For a big boss like you, it's nothing, right? Since the ultra-premium line is sold out, buying the premium line is still pretty good." The greasy middle-aged man's face turned extremely ugly. He had just been bragging earlier. His annual profit barely reached more than 2 million. There was no way he could afford so many expensive clothes. He shouted hoarsely, "So what if you have money? Does that give you the right to bully people? Who said you can force someone to buy?" Wong JT snorted through his nose. "You actually got it right this time. Money does make you someone. Weren't you just acting like that? I dislike people who don't keep their words the most. With today's big data technology, finding you would just cost me a couple million. Would you like to keep playing with me in the future?" He spoke lightly, but the words struck the greasy middle-aged man like an explosion in his ears, nearly scaring the dun out of him. The greasy middle-aged man knew very clearly in his heart that someone who casually spent more than a couple million on clothes was definitely not someone he could provoke. Getting rid of him would be just a matter of minutes. His legs gave way, and he knelt in front of Wong JT, begging desperately. "I had no idea who I was offending, young master. Please forgive this old servant. Just let me off like a fart, please." Wong JT looked at him sideways and said, "Didn't you say just now, treating you like a fart would pollute the environment? I care about environmental protection. How can I do that? Not having money is fine, but you and your companion over there can go outside to the plaza and kneel down to kowtow. Each kowtow equals 100,000. Complete 18 loud kowtows, and we'll call it even." That Wong face woman immediately jumped up, clearly unwilling to do that. Before she could even speak, the greasy middle-aged man made a move that stunned everyone. Chapter 5. An immensely wealthy background. The greasy middle-aged man suddenly jumped up and slapped the Wong face hard, dislocating his jaw. "You ungrateful brat. We should be grateful that the young master gave us a chance. We must follow exactly what the young master said." The Wong face screamed, "You shameless bastard. If it weren't for your stinking money, do you think I would serve you? With your tiny little worm, what are you showing off in front of me? Kneel down. Go dot." Saying that, she rushed at the greasy middle-aged man, fighting and clawing with him all the way from the store to the street outside, attracting a large crowd. The idle staff in the shop immediately filmed the video and uploaded it to Douyin, without even bothering to add a mosaic, causing them to become famous instantly. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The special red envelope has been sent. You can open it anytime. Hearing the alert, Wong JT knew the mission was completed. He simply ignored the two trash and went to other shops to shop. The waiters knew that Wong JT was a godly rich man, so they scrambled forward one by one, hoping to get a chance to ascend into nobility. Wong JT felt overwhelmed, so he picked out some expensive items and had them delivered to his car, fleeing like a defeated soldier. He drove his car to the seaside, opened the car's roof, and enjoyed the sea breeze, feeling incredibly pleased, and even roared a few times loudly. Wong JT opened the app and saw a row of red envelopes on the screen. One of them bore a flame pattern. That should be the special red envelope. He decided to first open the regular red envelopes to check his luck. If he had good luck, he would open the special one later. "Congratulations, you have received 3.6 yuan cash. Wishing you a pleasant click." "Congratulations, you have received 188 yuan cash. Wishing you a pleasant click." "Congratulations, you have received a 10x cash increase card, valid within 1 hour. Wishing you a pleasant click." "Congratulations, you have received 18.2 yuan cash. Wishing you a pleasant click." "Congratulations, you have received the C-Star number 1 villa. Wishing you a pleasant click." All the red envelopes were opened, receiving a total of over 180,000 yuan in cash, a time-limited 10-fold fund increase card, and a villa. His luck was truly quite good. Wong JT first used the 10-fold fund increase card so as not to forget it later, otherwise, he would regret it bitterly. Successfully used the 10-fold fund increase card. Your funds have been multiplied by 10. Total funds, 1.8 billion yuan. Please check and receive carefully. When Wong JT heard this message, he choked on his saliva. A net worth of 1.8 billion yuan, something he had never dared to dream about. Indeed, it was the way to go when fortune fell from the sky. He took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the special red envelope. His luck today was pretty good, so it should bring out something good. "Congratulations, you have received the deep system binding card. Wishing you a pleasant click." Wong JT's eyes widened roundly. He hadn't expected the special red envelope to give him a card, not knowing its function. He decided to try it first. Successfully used the deep system binding card. The system has been transferred from the phone to the host's mind, and information transmission is starting. As the prompt sound rang, Wong JT felt an electric current traveling from the phone into his arm, then straight up into his brain. Wong JT felt a dull thud in his head. Then, a lot of additional information appeared in his mind. Following the information, a virtual interface appeared in front of him, exactly the same as the previous app interface. He picked up his phone and looked. The app had already vanished, leaving behind an ordinary old phone, one that no one would pick up if dropped on the road. Wong JT's face broke into a smile. The system, Dad, was really thoughtful. This arrangement eliminated his worries and ensured he wouldn't lose the red envelope system again. He opened his clutch bag, inside which there was a house ownership certificate and a key card. The certificate clearly stated C-Star number 1 villa, with his name listed as the property owner. C-Star Villa Community is the most luxurious villa area in Bin City. Each villa there bears an astronomical price tag. C-Star number 1 villa is even more outrageously priced, costing several billion yuan. Precisely for this reason, C-Star No. 1 Villa had been left idle for many years, with many people believing that No. 1 Villa would probably never be sold. Yu Taiyu, the property manager of C-Star Villa community, suddenly received a call from above, informing him that C-Star No. 1 Villa had been sold and the owner might arrive anytime, instructing him to prepare for the reception. After hanging up the phone, Yu Taiyu darted out of his office and shouted at his subordinates, No. 1 Villa has been sold, and the owner may come anytime. All of you, be sharp and careful. No mistake is allowed. If anyone dares to upset the owner, I'll ensure his entire life will be miserable. The property staff were startled by these words, immediately creating chaos and fluster, calling every department to ensure there wouldn't be any problems. Whoever can afford C-Star No. 1 Villa must be an extraordinary figure. He must be received with the highest courtesy, and absolutely no mistake can be made. With just one sentence from such a person, their entire lives could be ruined. In front of true top-tier individuals, they naturally regarded themselves as mere ants. Wong JT was unaware of the immense shock he had brought to the property management. He drove his car coolly to the entrance of the villa community and randomly swiped his card to enter. The security guard looked in the direction of the supercar and said to the other guard, "Did you see that car? Seems like it's heading toward the core area. Could it be the owner of No. 1 Villa is coming?" The other guard snorted and said, "I just took a quick look. The driver looked pretty young. Who could afford No. 1 Villa and still be that young? Must be some second-generation kid heading to another villa. We'd better not meddle. Anyway, he has a card. Whatever happens isn't our problem. Don't want to get into trouble. If Li Bai finds a reason to punish us again, he'll deduct our wages. I heard he just hooked up with a new girlfriend and might be looking for an excuse to hassle us again." While these two guards were talking, Wong JT had already arrived in front of Villa No. 1, drove his car into the garage, and entered the villa through an internal passage. The decoration of the villa was extremely luxurious, with a very high level of intelligent automation. When Wong JT became the owner, he had already registered his iris and palm prints. The intelligence systems fully activated after being authenticated by the villa's scanning system, giving Wong JT a completely fresh experience. He felt like he had lived his previous life in vain. Wong JT threw his clothes onto the sofa and thought for a while. He decided to go out and have a look around. After all, this was where he'd be living, so he needed to get familiar with the environment. He walked around the community with a self-assured pace. The greenery here was excellent, and the air was particularly fresh, like a park. Wong JT wandered aimlessly like a headless fly around the villa complex, cursing in his heart about how extravagant the filthy rich could be, yet at the same time, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. Just then, a noisy commotion reached his ears, immediately catching his attention. He hadn't seen a fight among the rich yet. He must get to see it with his own eyes. Following the noise, Wong JT made his way toward its source and was stunned by the scene before him. Chapter 6: The Arrogant Security Captain. Wong JT saw a girl sitting on the ground, her hair disheveled, her eyes full of tears, with visible marks of being hit on her face. Standing in front of the girl was a fierce-looking man dressed in a security guard uniform, shouting furiously, "You really have guts to cause trouble in my territory. I think you just don't want to live anymore. Do you believe I'll beat you to death?" "I've already contacted the property owner," the girl replied. "He said he gave you the money, 800 yuan per person. Why did you give us only 300? This is our hard-earned money." The girl glared at the man and shouted in protest. The man smirked and said, "Stop talking nonsense to me. Letting you come here to clean is already out of my pity. Don't you have to give me a bribe? You poor bastards, without money, why even go to university? Don't even think about part-time jobs. You'd better go work as hostesses somewhere." Wong JT understood immediately from this conversation that the girl was, just like him when he was studying, working part-time to earn tuition fees. This security guard had arranged for them to work here, then withheld their wages. Such audacity was unacceptable. Wong JT stepped forward and shouted, "Who gave you the authority to do this? Everyone's life is hard. Withholding other people's sweat money, doesn't it pain your conscience?" The guard looked Wong JT up and down. Seeing that he was wearing cheap clothes bought from a street stall, he immediately showed disdain. "I'm Li Jiayang, the head of security here. Where the hell are you from to dare meddle in my affairs? I think you need a good lesson." Wong JT snorted through his nose. "I don't care who you are. As the property owner, I absolutely won't allow such things to happen here." He hadn't finished speaking when Li Jiayang interrupted him. "You should go pee on a mirror to see your own look. You, in this appearance, dare to say you're a property owner? I've seen photos of every owner here, and all of them look like noble people. Look at you. You wouldn't even be worthy to hold their shoes. You're just like this slut. Both of you need a beating. If I don't teach you two a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes the Horse King has." Saying this, he took out his walkie-talkie and called a few of his henchmen on the security team, telling them to come with tools in hand. Wong JT smiled coldly and took out his phone to dial the property manager's number listed in the property certificate documents. Yu Taiyu was anxiously waiting. When the phone rang, he hurriedly picked it up and, seeing it was the number he was expecting, immediately pressed the answer. "Mr. Wong, hello? I'm Yu Taiyu, the property manager. I don't know where you are now, but I'll come pick you up right away. You don't need to pretend to be a good guy in front of me. Your security captain here is threatening my personal safety. If I don't see you within 10 minutes, you'll be responsible for all consequences." Upon hearing Wong JT's words, Yu Taiyu felt his legs weaken, nearly wetting himself from fear. He wanted to call Li Jiayang, but found his hands unsteady. In a hurry, he shouted for a sales clerk to help. Li Jiayang sneered at Wong JT and said, "Don't play this act in front of me. You're faking it pretty well. Who were you calling just now? Surely not our property manager." Wong JT twirled his phone and said, "Who I called doesn't matter. What matters is whether there's someone who can deal with you. Let me see how powerful you really are. You're getting cockier because I mentioned you're fat. You really got into character. Why don't you mention you're the owner of Villa No. 1, the wealthiest and most mysterious billionaire?" As head of security, Li Jiayang had, of course, been informed that Villa No. 1 was sold. He had been filled with envy and wondering how to connect with its owner. Before Wong JT could respond, Li Jiayang's phone rang. Seeing it was Yu Taiyu, he quickly answered, only to hear Yu's roar in the phone. "You damn bastard. How dare you threaten Mr. Wong? You must be tired of living. If you dare touch even one hair on Mr. Wong's head, I'll skin you alive. Where are you now? Speak clearly." Li Jiayong heard these words and was so frightened his and nearly broke, realizing that the man before him was truly the owner of Villa Number 1. He was in serious trouble this time. In his heart, he knew very clearly that a person capable of spending over 100 million yuan to buy a villa was a huge figure. Killing someone like him would be no more difficult than blowing dust. "You damn bastard, did you hear what I said? Hurry up and tell me where you are. If you touch even a finger of Mr. Wong, I'll ensure you rot in prison." Finally regaining his senses, Li Jiayong hastily replied that he was in front of Villa Number 23 and hadn't done anything at all. While he was at a loss, Wong JT approached and helped the girl up. He found that she was very beautiful, with a determined look in her eyes. Looking at the girl, Wong JT said, "I heard your whole conversation. I promise I will fight for justice for you. Just rest assured." The girl was about to respond when the security guards Li Jiayong had called for came rushing over one by one, each holding rubber sticks, looking ferocious. "Who's the son of a bitch with no eyes who dares offend our captain? Do you even know that in Haixing Villa District, our captain is the heavens themselves? Dare to mess with our captain? We'll break your damn legs." These guys shouted viciously, speaking fluently and confidently, clearly no strangers to such acts. Hearing his subordinate's words, Li Jiayong nearly scared the piss out of himself. He immediately kicked the leading guard, sending him sprawling on the ground. "You bastards, shut your mouths. What are you shouting here for? Get lost before I kill you all." The guards were completely stunned, not understanding what was going on. They had always been bullying the poor students before. Why now were they being targeted? Li Jiayong directly dropped to his knees in front of Wong JT, pleading desperately. "I failed to recognize Mount Tai before me. I didn't realize it was Mr. Wong. Those words just now were all nonsense. Mr. Wong, please be magnanimous and forgive me just this once." Wong JT snorted coldly. "When you withheld this girl's money, why didn't you show her mercy once? Do you know how difficult life is for these students? I've never tolerated injustice. Since you dared to do this, you must be ready to pay for your actions. If you dare to lay a hand on me, see if you can bear the consequences." He had also struggled in the harsh society for several years and knew exactly how to handle things. In this world, those who played the good guy and acted like saints usually met miserable ends. Just as they were speaking, Yu Taiyu arrived with a group of people, panting heavily. Especially those female property staff, wearing high heels yet running this fast. It was truly admirable. Seeing Li Jiayong kneeling before Wong JT, Yu Taiyu immediately recognized the true owner and hurried over to apologize. "It's my fault for poor management, letting Mr. Wong face danger. I will definitely handle this seriously and give Mr. Wong a proper explanation." With just one glance from Wong JT's eye, the words that came out almost scared Yu Taiyu to death. Chapter 7. "Brother, I've got money now. I really don't know how you became a property manager. I seriously doubt your capability now, and I'm afraid I'll have to report this to your superiors and reconsider the choice of property manager." Wong JT immediately slapped Yu Taiyu with a serious accusation, nearly scaring the soul out of him. If he lost his position as property manager, his career would be completely ruined. Yu Taiyu pleaded submissively, "It's all my fault. I failed to manage my subordinates properly. Mr. Wong, please give me a chance to correct my mistake." Wong JT interrupted him. "It seems you still don't understand what's really going on here. Do you think this is simply about threats to my personal safety? If that's all, it would be simple. Just ask your security chief what he's been doing using his position. How many times has this kind of thing happened? Do you know how much shame this could bring us if it gets out? Can you bear the consequences?" Yu Taiyu was left reeling by Wong JT's 3 piercing questions, 2 days to respond. He could only turn his gaze toward Li Jiayong. "You damn bastard, exactly what have you done? Don't you dare hide anything. Just wait and see what I'll do to you." Stammering nervously, Li Jiayong finally spilled the truth, causing Yu Taiyu's head to buzz with a sharp pain, as if his entire brain was throbbing. Now Yu Taiyu finally understood why Wong JT was so furious. If this matter were to spread, his reputation would be completely ruined. For people at this level, Manzik, face, was everything. Any potential disgraceful incident must be avoided at all costs. Yu Taiyu's EQ was more than sufficient. He bowed deeply to the young woman. "What happened here is entirely the fault of our property company. We sincerely apologize for the distress caused to the young lady. Her unpaid wages will be settled immediately by our finance department, and we will also offer additional compensation." As he spoke, he nodded toward a female property staff member. The latter immediately stepped forward and escorted the girl away to deal with the subsequent arrangements. Yu Taiyu turned to Wong JT and apologized sincerely. "Regarding today's incident, I have nothing to say in my defense. It was all my negligence. Please, Mr. Wong, give me another chance. I promise this mistake will never happen again." Wong JT rubbed his nose and said, "Well, your crisis management is quite impressive. Then I'll give you this one chance. In the name of your property company, file a lawsuit against him and those security guards. I've always believed that anyone who makes a mistake must pay the price for it. I believe you won't disappoint me. Remember, this is your only chance." Yu Taiyu nodded hastily in agreement. "Mr. Wong, please rest assured. I will handle this matter properly and ensure those bastards pay for their actions." He felt like he had just escaped from the gates of hell. His danjik, guts, nearly scared out of him. That damned bastard Li Jiayong nearly destroyed him, and he would definitely make that bastard pay a price he could never afford. Li Jiayong was absolutely terrified, about to beg for mercy when he was suddenly pinned to the ground by the security guards who arrived just then. His nickname was Li the Skin Stripper, because he was always scheming ways to take advantage of other guards. Now, under these circumstances, they naturally wouldn't let him off easy. The reason Wong JT got involved was because his own younger sister also worked part-time. Empathizing with the girl's situation, he felt he couldn't just turn a blind eye. After that, he naturally didn't concern himself further with the rest of the matter. Dismissing Yu Taiyu, he leisurely strolled back to Villa Number 1. Villa Number 1 was the centerpiece of the entire villa compound, surrounded by 4 other villas, numbers 2 to 5, all of which were equally expensive. The people living in these villas were all influential figures in Bin City, with each villa owner specializing in different areas. The owner of Villa Number 2 was Wong JT, known as the #1 young master of Bin City. The title was earned because he was the eldest son of the Dewan Group. Dewan Group originated in Bin City, but now had its headquarters in Modu. It ranked among the top 10 companies in the entire nation, with formidable power. Unlike typical spoiled young masters, Wong JT was somewhat diligent and responsible. That was why his father, Wong Xiaodong, left him in charge of the ancestral home. From his butler, Lu Juanheng, Wong JT learned that Villa Number 1 had been sold, and its new owner was a young man even younger than himself, which immediately sparked his curiosity. Rubbing his nose, he said, "Uncle Lu, have you checked into the background of this Villa Number 1 owner yet?" Lu Juanheng shook his head. As soon as I heard this news, I immediately used my contacts to investigate, and the results surprised me greatly. The owner of Villa Number 1, Wong JT, has an extremely simple background. His parents are former factory workers from a small mountain town, now laid off and running a grocery store. Additionally, he has a younger sister named Wang Shuanghua, who is attending Bin City University and recently entered her internship period. Last week, she just submitted her resume to our group. I've already had the HR department notify Wang Shuanghua and officially arrange for her to start her internship in the finance department. This way, it won't draw attention, and it'll be easier to manage things later. Wang JT nodded and said, "Uncle Lu, your arrangement is excellent. You must take good care of Wang Shuanghua. Absolutely no problems can happen within our company." The fact that Wong JT was able to acquire Villa Number 1 means his background definitely isn't that simple. In other words, what you uncovered is exactly what someone else wanted us to see. Only someone capable of doing that has much greater influence than we imagined. Find a suitable opportunity, meet him, and become friends. Lu Juanheng assured him everything would be properly arranged and that there would be no mistakes. Wong JT returned to his villa, lying comfortably on the large bed, thinking about the events of the day, feeling incredibly happy. He felt that now that he had money, he should improve his family's life. But given his parents' personalities, giving them money directly might scare them. He'd need to proceed slowly and carefully. Over the years, his little sister worked part-time through school while still studying hard to earn scholarships. She had endured a lot of hardship. It was time to improve her life. Thinking about this, Wong JT immediately called his sister. After the third ring, the call connected. "Why did it take you so long to answer? Are you working again? You're graduating soon. You shouldn't push yourself so hard." Hearing her brother's voice, Wang Shuanghua smiled with joy. Although their family wasn't wealthy, her brother always treated her very well. He would always save some money from his modest salary and, when visiting her, bring her favorite food and sometimes a new piece of clothing. Though the clothes were from street vendors, for a family like theirs, having new clothes was already wonderful. It brought her a deep sense of satisfaction. "It's precisely because I'm about to graduate that I need to work more shifts. Otherwise, where would I live? Rents these days are outrageously expensive. You don't know the market, brother." Listening to his sister, Wong JT couldn't help feeling a lump in his throat. Having such a considerate younger sister truly was a blessing. Chapter 8, Brother Has Money Now, Part 2. You don't need to be so considerate all the time. It hurts me to see you being so mature. Look at other girls your age. None of them are like you. Brother has money now, so you don't need to work part-time jobs anymore. And you don't have to worry about the house either. I'll take care of everything for you. Wong JT tried to calm himself down, making his tone gentler. As a billionaire, taking care of his sister was definitely not a problem. Wang Shuanghua replied with a smile. "I knew you'd work hard and eventually get promoted and raise your salary. As your sister, I need to work hard too. Besides, Mom said we should all help you save up for a bride fund. These city girls these days won't marry you unless you have hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm actually looking forward to having a sister-in-law from the city." An image of his mischievous little sister appeared before Wong JT. This girl always found ways to be cheerful, even in hardship. "Bro, I already quit my job. It's complicated to explain everything right now. Let me transfer you some pocket money first. Come back right away from that part-time job. Don't worry about today's pay." He said this because on the phone he heard someone yelling. Clearly the supervisor upset about his sister's call. Having lived through the struggles of the lower class, Wong JT well understood the behavior of such supervisors. All of them were like dogs to their superiors, always bullying temporary workers. Wong JT's guess was exactly right. It was indeed Wang Shuanghua's supervisor. Seeing her on the phone call, the supervisor immediately started shouting angrily. "We hired you to work, not to make phone calls. You've been on the phone for 2 minutes, so your pay for this hour is gone. Get out if you don't like it." Wang Shuanghua looked at the fierce supervisor and instantly widened her eyes. Having been taken advantage of many times, she naturally knew how to respond. Just as she was about to defend herself, her phone buzzed with a text message alert. She casually glanced and immediately froze. The message said her bank account had received a deposit of 1 followed by a series of zeros. Wang Shuanghua didn't bother to argue with the supervisor anymore, quickly picking up her phone to check the number. She was stunned. A full 1 million yuan. She'd never even dreamed of having so much money before. She immediately called Wong JT. "Bro, what did you do? Why did you send me so much money? Don't you dare do anything stupid. Mom and Dad are still counting on you to carry on the family line." "What are you talking about? A lot of things can't be explained in just a few words. Anyway, this money is absolutely legitimate. You can spend it with complete peace of mind. Didn't I tell you? Brother has money now. Even if you never do anything for the rest of your life and spend 10,000 yuan every day, I can still support you. Is that mad dog still barking? Show some attitude and shut her up. Do you need me to come over? Make sure to handle this yourself properly. From now on, you're a princess." Wang JT spoke extremely assertively. That's why they say money gives people courage. In this world, there are no cowards, only people without capability. Encouraged by Wang JT, Wang Shuanghua suddenly felt fearless. She stared at the supervisor with determination, giving that old hag a shock. She quickly closed her phone screen to avoid others seeing it. In this day and age, wealth shouldn't be shown off openly. If others discovered a rich girl like her, they might scheme to cheat her. Lifting her head proudly, she said, "You're nothing but a supervisor, trying to act big with me. My brother has money now, and I certainly won't lack money either. I don't need to endure this kind of insult anymore. Forget about this hour. I worked 3 hours before, totaling 240 yuan. Hurry up and pay me. If you dare not, just see what I'll do to you." Supervisors like her, who always flatter the powerful and bully the weak, immediately deflated when facing strong resistance from Wang Shuanghua, paying her quickly and letting her go. Wang Shuanghua's workplace was a 20-minute walk to the bus station, but now that she had money in her pocket, this was the first time she dared to take a taxi. She secretly checked her text message again, still feeling a bit confused. She knew her brother wouldn't trick her, so this money must be clean. She didn't let the taxi drop her off at the school gate. After all, she was still receiving government welfare benefits. If others saw her getting out of a taxi, they'd surely gossip. As she reached the school entrance, she heard someone calling her. She turned toward the voice and saw her good friend Hu Qinxue, who also worked part-time with her. Hu Qinxue was one of the top 3 beauties at the school, yet the most simple among them. Definitely natural beauty without makeup, unlike the other 2, whose makeup foundation was much thicker. Seeing some swelling on Hu Qinxue's face, Wang Shuanghua immediately asked with concern, "What happened to your face? Today was supposed to be the day you got paid, right? Don't tell me those people refused to pay us. Even for such a large villa district, refusing to pay our wages is truly outrageous. We must go back to confront them. Don't worry, my brother just sent me some money. Let me pay everyone else first. Nobody should have to go hungry because of this." "Stop talking so fast, like a machine gun going off, will you?" Hu Qinxue rolled her eyes helplessly. "I already got the money back. Today's incident was really nerve-wracking." She then recounted everything that had happened at the Haixing villa. When she mentioned the young man who had helped her, her eyes flickered slightly, clearly showing a hint of affection. After finishing her story, Hu Qinxue looked Wang Shuanghua up and down and said, "Don't you dare say it. I mean, the guy who helped me really does look a bit like you. If I didn't know he's the young master of a wealthy family, I'd think you two were related. You know, you two kind of look like a married couple. Let me introduce you two sometime." Wang Shuanghua smirked and replied, "It's your heart that's all aflutter. What's so great about being the son of a wealthy family? My brother has money now too. I've wanted to introduce you to my brother for a long time, but just couldn't bring myself to ask. But now I can. We're making this happen." As soon as she finished speaking, the phone rang again. It was a landline number, and she immediately pressed the answer key. "May I ask if this is Miss Wang Shuanghua? This is the HR department of the Binqing branch of the Dewan Group. You have been accepted as an intern in our finance department. Please come tomorrow to report for duty. If you have any problem, we can adjust the schedule." No problem at all. I'll come early tomorrow morning. Let me ask one thing. If you have time, there's someone named Hu Qinxue who applied with me. I was just wondering whether she's also been accepted." Wang Shuanghua readily agreed, full of joy, yet still thinking of her best friend and asking about her. There was a clear pause on the other end of the phone. They immediately asked her to hold while checking the information. In reality, they made a call to Lu Juanheng to consult. Lu Juanheng immediately instructed that Hu Qinxue be accepted as well. He also told the HR staff that Wang Shuanghua was no ordinary candidate. Everything involving her must satisfy her completely, without her knowing. The HR employee immediately said they understood, recognizing that this must be another rich heiress spoiled by novels, going out to experience independent living and enjoy a good life. Since the young mistress wanted to play, they had to let her play well. Only when she was happy would everyone have a peaceful life. As Wang Shuanghua was overjoyed about the news, Wang JT also received a call. Chapter 9. What is this operation? After Wang JT transferred money to his sister and was about to take a short rest, his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. "Mr. Wang, hello? I'm Leon Fei, the president of Binzhang Bank. Sorry to disturb you out of the blue." The caller introduced himself with a very humble tone and polite demeanor. Wang JT slightly furrowed his brows and replied, "Oh, President Li. May I ask what brings you to call me?" Leon Fei immediately responded, "First, thank you for depositing 1.8 billion yuan in our bank today. To better serve you, we'd like to invite you to become our most exclusive VIP client and offer you the most considerate service. Would you be available tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to come to the bank so we can further discuss the details of your service." Wang JT hesitated slightly before saying, "Since you put it that way, I'll come by in the morning. Just wait for me. In that case, I'll look forward to welcoming you, Mr. Wang. I won't disturb you further now." Leon Fei smiled and agreed. The conversation was free of unnecessary pleasantries, concise yet professional. The next morning came quickly. As soon as Wang JT opened his eyes, a virtual interface appeared, along with the familiar 9-grid red envelope interface. He perked right up and clicked on all the red envelopes without hesitation. "Congratulations, you have received 1,865 yuan. Wishing you a pleasant click. Congratulations, you have received a Blackstone Reef Club. Wishing you a pleasant click. Congratulations, you have received a charm enhancement card. Wishing you a pleasant click." This time, he received several 10,000 yuan in cash, a charm enhancement card, and a Blackstone Reef Club property. The charm enhancement card appeared in the card section of the virtual interface, while a brown envelope materialized on the nightstand beside his bed. Wang JT used the charm enhancement card first. The card turned into a streak of light and flew into his forehead, but nothing noticeable happened. He snapped his fingers, and a mirror dropped from the ceiling and hovered in front of him. He studied his reflection carefully, but didn't notice any particular handsomeness. Suddenly, his mind felt heavier, and he now had new information about the charm enhancement card. The charm enhancement card was an unusual item. It usually didn't show any effect, only activating with a certain probability. When activated, it instantly increased Wang JT's charm. This charm mainly affected the opposite sex, with effects ranging from instant love at first sight to instant attraction, and at the weakest level, merely creating a sense of fondness. Wang JT digested the information contentedly. As expected, anything from the system was amazing. It was like cheating, but completely uncontrollable. Then he picked up the brown envelope. Inside were several pages of documents, ending with a string of numbers and a name. The current manager of the Blackstone Reef Club. Wong JT glanced at his old, broken phone and decided to buy a new one first before heading to Binsheng Bank. Anyway, as their top client, there was no hurry. Let Li Anfei wait. Li Anfei was the president of ICBC and was a well-known elite in the upper circles of Bin City, with unquestionable prestige. Many people would eagerly seek his favor. But Wong JT was different. He was sitting on 1.8 billion yuan in cash. For a cash flow this massive, even the presidents of China's four major banks wouldn't dare show arrogance in front of him. Binsheng Bank was also different from the Big Four. It was a municipal-level commercial bank, and thus ranked a level below. As for Li Anfei, it went without saying. If Wong JT decided to withdraw the entire deposit now, everyone in Binsheng Bank, from the top to the bottom, would weep. The shortfall would be impossible to cover in the short term. Even if all the companies in Bin City were considered, very few could come up with that much liquidity, let alone the whole of China. As Wong JT had expected, after taking his time wandering around, he finally strolled into Binsheng Bank and entered the president's office. He was greeted by Li Anfei's warm smile, who showed no signs of dissatisfaction, as if Wong had arrived precisely on time. Mr. Wong, you're so young yet already so wealthy. Truly impressive and admirable. Li Anfei made a polite gesture of invitation. It was a compliment neither too big nor too small, and it felt good in Wong JT's ears. Wong JT smiled in response. Presidently, you flatter me. I just got lucky. It's really not a big deal. He was telling the truth, but to Li Anfei, it sounded like classic humble bragging. Inwardly, he couldn't help mocking Wong's smugness. Li Anfei pressed a button on his desk, and a young woman in Binsheng Bank's uniform walked in carrying a folder. Wong JT discreetly glanced at her. She had a tall, attractive figure, not the current fashion of slimness, but more full-bodied and perfectly proportioned. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wong. I'm Yuan Bingyue, your personal financial advisor. I'll be serving you exclusively from now on. No matter what your needs are, you can come directly to me. My phone is on 24/7, always ready to respond to your call at any time. And behind me is the entire wealth management department. We'll make sure Mr. Wong never feels disappointed. Yuan Bingyue spoke in a very pleasant voice, like jade beads falling on a jade plate. Listening with closed eyes, one would surely find it especially soothing. Wang JT carefully observed Yuan Bingyue. She was the epitome of a capable and elegant career woman. Her appearance was striking yet not overly showy, her features perfectly balanced between grace and delicacy. At first glance, she seemed like a cold and beautiful ice queen, but looking closer, he noticed subtle sensuality, a woman of classic, seductive charm. Wang JT quickly averted his eyes, internally shouting "Wokeo" a few times. The competition was really intense these days, even resorting to the beauty tactic. It was just too tempting. Miss Yuan, no need to be so formal. Please, sit down and talk. Also, there's no need for honorifics. Just use you instead of you with respect. I'm not quite used to that. Trying to appear approachable, Wang JT felt a bit lightheaded having such a beauty sitting right in front of him. Yuan Bingyue sat down confidently opposite Wang JT. Her Binsheng Bank uniform included a short, one-step skirt that barely reached above the knee. She naturally crossed her legs upon sitting, revealing her smooth, white calves, her skin seemingly glowing, dazzling Wang JT's eyes. Looking for something to say, Wang JT asked, "Your bank's service really is impressive. Does everyone get a personal financial advisor?" Li Anfei immediately replied, "Of course not. According to our bank's policy, only those with deposits exceeding 10 million RMB can access private banking services. Clients with over 100 million RMB can receive premium private services. And those like Mr. Wong, whose deposit exceeds 1 billion, qualify for our most elite level of service. Miss Yuan is the top financial advisor in our bank, serving only top-tier clients like Mr. Wong, and exclusively so. Mr. Wong can rest assured about that." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Bingyue prepared to begin introducing financial products, but Wang JT waved his finger slightly. The next words he spoke shocked the two of them to their cores. Chapter 10, Just Spare Change. You don't need to explain all this. For me, this money is just spare change. As long as you ensure there's enough when I spend, you can operate the rest on your own. Wang JT spoke casually, but the words struck Li Anfei and Yuan Bingyue like thunderclaps. They both silently screamed, "What the hell?" Yuan Bingyue carefully asked, "May I ask, Mr. Wong, what is your standard for spending money? It would help me manage the financial cycle." Wang JT stroked his chin and replied, "My spending is quite impulsive. For instance, I bought 9 outfits yesterday costing over 1.8 million yuan, and I also transferred 1 million yuan to my younger sister. As for how I'll spend it in the future, I'm not entirely sure yet. Besides my account at Binsheng Bank, I have some accounts overseas. Any huge transactions are done through those accounts, so I think keeping about 100 million yuan readily available in your account should suffice. But you can rest assured, I will place the profits from the new assets I acquire into your bank account. The funds will definitely keep growing. After all, I'm a Huawei citizen, and even more so, someone from Northeast China. It's my duty to contribute a bit and support the development of my hometown." He had, after all, studied economics and had the basic knowledge and sense to know how to mask the source of the wealth he had received through the red envelope. Li Anfei's eyes flickered as he recalled some information he had heard at a wealth summit from the true titans of industry. He immediately concluded that Wang JT must be from one of those reclusive families. Though the story Wang told sounded good, the reality was that he was essentially converting his family's wealth into personal assets. The sons of powerful families often did this sort of thing as a way to secure a fallback, so that even if something went wrong, they'd still have a comfortable life in the future. The amount of wealth these heirs managed to siphon off was just a drop in the bucket for the family, so they usually turned a blind eye to it. The bigger the family, the more assets were secretly moved, creating new power clusters and forming a network of interconnected interests, further stabilizing the core family. As for why Binsheng Bank was chosen as the channel for these financial gains, it was precisely because it drew less attention. As for the idea that Bintang Bank might try to cheat him, did they really think the family was fake? Families like that didn't play fair. When they acted, it would be like the sky collapsing. No one could withstand their wrath. Wong JT had no idea his few words had led Li Anfei to such deep thoughts. From that moment onward, he had a new, fiercely loyal money guardian. Yuan Bingyue, without such wide-ranging insight, thought along different lines. She asked, Mr. Wong, may I ask if you plan to add any new industries? Besides managing your cash, do you need help with managing your enterprises? Wong JT smiled and replied, my current asset is building 8 of Yifeng Urban Garden. The entire building is mine, and I've fully entrusted its management to Lan Mingting. In the future, any real estate I purchase will also go to Lan Mingting, but the profits from those properties will go into my account, which will still be managed by you. As Yuan Bingyue smiled and nodded her agreement, she memorized the name Lan Mingting. Someone who could handle real estate affairs specifically must be someone with Wong JT's full trust. They chatted idly for a while longer, then Li Anfei smiled and said, lunchtime is coming. I wonder if Mr. Wong would honor us with a simple meal together. Wong JT chuckled, you don't have to be so formal, managerly. We're going to interact plenty in the future. Doing this will just make things more distant. Yuan Bingyue immediately suggested, the dishes at Haishijio Club are excellent, and the environment is great. Why don't we head there? Wong JT hadn't expected Yuan Bingyue to mention Haishijio Club. He wanted to take a look at the condition of the club anyway. He nodded. Since it's manager Yuan's recommendation, it must be just right. Then let's go there. When they reached the ground floor, Yuan Bingyue spotted the Pagani Huayra, and her eyes immediately lit up. She instinctively licked her lips. Wang JT just happened to catch that moment. He felt Yuan Bingyue's lip-licking gesture was extremely seductive, stirring something in him. He smiled and asked, what do you think of my car, manager Yuan? I don't know much about cars. In terms of mechanics, I think as long as it has 4 wheels and can run, it's fine. But the car's appearance must be attractive. This one is just too gorgeous. Yuan Bingyue's response completely caught him off guard. Wang JT was momentarily taken aback. Once again proving that women really do fall for good looks. It was everything. Wang JT slightly apologetically said, I'm really sorry, but this car only has 2 seats. Manager Li will have to drive himself. Li Anfei, who had a sharp eye for situations, immediately slapped his head, pretending to look frustrated. Oh my goodness, look at my memory. I have to go to the city hall later, so I can't have lunch with Mr. Wong. Please let manager Yuan represent me and accompany Mr. Wong. Next time, I'll definitely have a drink with you. Wang JT displayed a regretful expression. What a coincidence. Since manager Li has important work to do, I won't keep you. I'll invite you next time. Although Yuan Bingyue was a senior wealth manager at Bintang Bank and earned a considerable income every month, it was still just middle-class living standards. In many aspects, there was a huge gap. Sitting inside the car, she felt extremely comfortable. Compared with her own small commuter vehicle, this car was like a completely different world, nothing short of a farm vehicle comparison. Yuan Bingyue stole glances at Wang JT. At first glance, he wasn't particularly handsome, but the more she looked, the more attractive he seemed. The longer she observed, the more flavor he appeared to have. A charm increase card has been triggered. Level, developing a fondness. Suddenly, a message appeared in Wang JT's mind, and a hint of surprise flickered across his eyes. They were the only 2 people in the car, so who this fondness could be directed toward was obvious. Even Ito could figure that one out. He had been around in society for a few years and had some understanding of many things, though back in the day he'd been dirt poor, so poor that he hadn't even dared to think such thoughts. That saying about how once a man gets money he turns bad wasn't really about turning bad. It was more about finally having the confidence to do the things he wanted to do. Before, not doing those things wasn't virtue, it was fear of getting beaten up. Admiring beauty is a male's natural instinct. Deep down, every man is a pig, and often it's simply a matter of opportunity, whether they can express that nature or not. Even the strongest men who remain faithful for life still show their attraction to beauty. It's just that in the end, they choose different paths. Wang JT took another good look at Yuan Bingyue. She was undeniably a top-level beauty. The thought of having a beautiful woman developing a fondness for him alone was exhilarating. He deliberately started conversation topics, chatting casually with Yuan Bingyue. This fondness needed continuous nurturing to eventually bloom and bear fruit. When they arrived at the entrance of the club, they were already calling each other by name, taking a solid step forward. Chapter 11. You're not welcome here. As Wang JT and Yuan Bingyue walked into the Haishizeo Club, it seemed quite ordinary from the outside, but the interior was surprisingly extravagant, luxuriously decorated beyond expectation. A hostess stood beside them, offering a professional smile as she said, Welcome to the Haishizeo Club. The 2 of you will experience the most premium service here. Our club has several tiers of private rooms, each with its own theme style. May I ask which level you prefer? Upon seeing Yuan Bingyue in her industrial and commercial bank uniform and noticing her stunning beauty, the hostess quickly caught on. In many cases, it was obvious. Whoever could land such a top beauty must be a wealthy client, a fat sheep who couldn't be missed. They should definitely be placed in the best private room. Yet to the hostess's surprise, Wang JT didn't select the private room, but pointed toward the open seating area. There are only 2 of us, so a private room would be a waste. We can just choose a regular seat here. Please help us find one. The hostess thought she was hearing things at first, but after carefully confirming, she led them to an open table. Watching the hostess walk away, Wang JT smiled and said, She's unhappy, she didn't get the private room commission. She concealed it well though. I give her 3 points. Yuan Bingyue looked at Wang JT in puzzlement, not quite understanding what he meant, but didn't ask further. Some things didn't need clarification. A server approached their table, smiling as he placed the menu in front of Yuan Bingyue, clearly expecting her to order. Uncertain about what to choose, Yuan Bingyue casually picked several moderately priced dishes before pushing the menu to Wang JT. Waving his hand, Wang JT said, Those few dishes will do. After all, you're treating, so there's no need for extravagance. After the server left, Wang commented, That server's not very perceptive. He couldn't tell who was really in charge here. He deserves only 2 points. Unable to hold back, Yuan Bingyue asked, could it be that GTA is considering opening a club too, so you're looking for areas to improve? Waving a finger, Wong JT said, running my own place would be way too tiring. I'd never start a company or run a business myself. You'll understand later. Upon hearing this, Yuan Bingyue became even more curious but couldn't ask anything further, so she pouted, irresistibly tempting. The dishes arrived quickly, the chef's skills undeniably excellent. Even the ordinary dishes were beautifully presented and deliciously fragrant. Chatting over the meal, the two were happily engaged in conversation when several young men walked in from outside, clearly led by someone unsavory. Yuan Bingyue instantly displayed a look of disgust upon seeing the group's leader, evidently someone she knew. Wong JT immediately asked, why such a face, Bingyue? Who is he? He's Lu Qiji, the heir to Mingyang Logistics, a fairly large logistics company that has always had business dealings with our bank. When I first became a wealth manager, I interacted with their owner, Lu Gai, and met Lu Qiji then. Both father and son are despicable, always trying to take advantage of us wealth managers. One of our female colleagues was even deceived by them. Despite being their fault, Lu Gai's wife, Inai Baoju, stormed into our bank with a fit. You wouldn't believe how shameless that woman was. She even showed videos to everyone, and eventually, that colleague couldn't handle the pressure anymore and quit to return to her hometown. They also tried to make moves on me once, but after I yelled at them, they finally gave up. Later, we switched to a male wealth manager, and they've been a bother ever since. Yuan Bingyue briefly explained the situation, clearly exasperated by the tale. Life was tough no matter what job you had, especially for beautiful women. At this moment, Lu Qiji also noticed Yuan Bingyue. Immediately, he swaggered over with his henchman, clearly feeling quite arrogant. Aren't you my beautiful wealth manager? Why aren't you at the bank now, out here instead? I thought you were so noble, but you're just like the rest. Though, your taste must be pretty bad since you brought such a loser, a man who can't even get into a private room and eats commoner food here. Today, I'll offer you a chance. Come dine with me in the VIP room, and let us boys have some fun afterwards, and your reward will be plenty. Right from the start, he spoke crudely and obscenely, drawing expressions of anger from those sitting nearby. Yet upon recalling that he could afford a private room, everyone just lowered their heads and said nothing. Before Yuan Bingyue could react, Wong JT coldly stared at Lu Qiji and said, you're clearly someone with no upbringing, barking like a mad dog. You think being able to enter a private dining room is something to be proud of? What an utterly superficial understanding, truly worrying for someone of your intelligence. One of his lackeys jumped up and shouted, who do you think you are, talking to our young master Lu like that? Of course it's impressive to be able to dine in a private room. If you have the guts, why don't you try eating there too? Wong JT snorted through his nose. Whether it's a private room or open seating, it's all about the mood. Whether a meal is enjoyable doesn't depend on where you eat, but who you're eating with. Since you think it's such a big deal to be in a private room, then tell me this. Wouldn't it be even more impressive if you couldn't get into one? You're not welcome here. Now you can leave. Who do you think you are, the owner of Haishizeo Club? You don't welcome us? One meal I eat here is more than enough to cover 10 of your meals. Where the hell are the security guards? Come over here, you brat. He's ruining my appetite. Throw him out, and let's see who gets shown the door here. A woman dressed in a cheongsam, accompanied by several security guards, approached them, clearly having come in response to a report to handle the situation. Smiling, the woman said, young Master Lu, why are you so angry? We've already prepared a private room for you. Everything arranged as usual. With young Master Lu's status, why waste your temper on someone sitting in the open area? If word gets out, wouldn't that ruin your reputation? What do you mean by that? As long as they've walked through this door, everyone's a guest here. Who gave you the right to treat guests differently? Without asking for the whole story, you immediately say something like that. You clearly take his side. Is this how you treat guests? Wong JT stared coldly at the woman. Whoever came out to handle things must at least be middle management. Yet to deal with things this way was truly disappointing. This woman was the club's head manager and also the lover of the club's director, Shui Xiaowei. She had always been arrogant, rarely showing any respect for others. She immediately put on a stern face and scolded loudly. Of course guests are categorized differently. Now I'm telling you directly, this club doesn't welcome you. Leave immediately, or else I'll have security throw you out. Lu Qiji egged things on from the side. Did you hear that? You're the one not welcome here. Get out now, or I'll kick you out myself. Chapter 12 This place belongs to me. The strong man doesn't bite the bullet when he's facing a loss. Maybe we should leave first and settle this later. Anyway, we've got plenty of time. Yuan Bingyue looked at the ferocious security guards with fear in her heart and advised Wong JT to leave first. Wong JT smiled faintly and said, earlier when I was talking about my business holdings, I forgot to mention this place. This place is mine now. On my property. How can others run wild? Lu Qiji laughed exaggeratedly. You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of a strong wind breaking your tongue? Dare you claim that Blackstone Beach Club belongs to you? Why don't you go take a leak and check yourself in the mirror? With your looks, do you really think you could own such a huge club? Someone must have kicked your head. The woman beside him joined in mockingly. Your scare tactics work on others, not on me. The owner of our club is an important figure from the capital city. You don't even amount to a fart in his presence. Wong JT had no patience to waste words with them and directly dialed Shui Xiaowei's number. It got picked up immediately. Boss, you finally called me. The old gentleman notified me early this morning that he's gifting the club to you and told me to await your call. I wonder where you are now. I'll come to you right away and report the status of the club. I promise you won't be disappointed. Shui Xiaowei's tone was extremely humble, practically groveling on the ground. Anyone capable of receiving such a gift from the old gentleman was undoubtedly an extremely powerful figure. To offend him would be as easy as blowing air. Wong JT let out a cold snort from his nose. You talk even better than singing. I'm currently at the club's main hall, surrounded by an arrogant woman and the security guards. Your management skills really amazed me. How about this? I give the club to you entirely. Enjoy yourself as much as you like. Come here to the hall right now to see me. After finishing the call, he threw the phone onto the table. Xue Xiaowei, hearing the dial tone, was frightened out of his wits. In one swift movement, he dashed out of his office, yelling as he ran. Other staff members, seeing Xue Xiaowei acting like this, didn't know what had happened and hurriedly followed behind him. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted attention from those in the private rooms. Wong Yingjie happened to be dining in the top-tier private room and curiously followed to the main hall. Seeing Wong JT seated at the open seating area, Wong Yingjie paused for a moment, then looked around and immediately understood what was happening. He quietly instructed his followers to act smartly. There was a real powerhouse here, and it was the perfect chance to make contact. The woman heard the yelling, turned her head toward the noise, and upon seeing Xue Xiaowei leading the staff quickly approaching, felt her heart drop with a terrible premonition. Lu Qiji, who was clueless about reading the room, thought Xue Xiaowei had come because of his matter and became even more smug, practically letting his tail wag to the sky. Acting all high and mighty now? Here comes Boss Xue. He's a big name in Bin City. Wait till he breaks your damn legs and throws you out of here. After finishing his sentence, he walked toward Xue Xiaowei smugly. Just a little issue. Why bother Boss Xue himself to come out? Just call a few security guards to deal with them. I'll let my father know afterward to come to your place more often. Always the top private rooms. Definitely won't let Boss Xue feel disappointed. Before Lu Qiji could finish speaking, Xue Xiaowei slapped him directly across the face. The force left half of his face swollen. Without delay, Xue Xiaowei kicked Lu Qiji in the stomach, sending him sprawling flat on the floor, groaning loudly. Wong JT watched Xue Xiaowei coldly, a slight sneer playing at the corner of his mouth. This expression of disdain didn't anger Xue Xiaowei at all. On the contrary, he felt it was perfectly natural. This was exactly how a real young master should behave. I've met the boss. It's entirely my mistake, not properly educating my staff. Please punish me, boss. I won't have a word of complaint. Xue Xiaowei bowed to Wong JT respectfully, speaking these words with sincere respect. Everyone, except Wong Yingjie, was shocked. I'm a reasonable man. Now let's talk about what's reasonable. Bingwei and I came here not wanting to sit in a private room, so we chose open seating to enjoy the scenery. Today Bingwei is treating me to a meal. I didn't want to make her spend a lot, so I ordered some cost-effective dishes. Let me know, was what I did acceptable? Was there anything wrong? Wong JT looked indifferently at Xue Xiaowei without showing anger, simply asking this question. Cold sweat beaded on Xue Xiaowei's forehead. In the past, when the old gentleman was angry, he too would present facts and talk about reason. After he was done talking about reason, the person in question would suffer greatly. According to the old gentleman's words, if one can't hold up in reason, then they must pay the price. Xue Xiaowei nodded repeatedly. Since the club has open seating and those dishes are listed on the menu, everything the boss has said is entirely reasonable and appropriate. Since you acknowledge this point, that means customers sitting in the open area are also guests of the club. When guests are dining, someone comes over and disturbs them, even provoking them. The entire provocation went completely unchecked, and only when the guest fought back did a certain female manager suddenly show up, bringing security guards to back up the provocateur. This woman even publicly claimed that club guests are divided into different classes, and that guests in private rooms are more noble than those in open seating, and she even tried to have the open seating guests thrown out. Now you tell me what kind of business philosophy that is. This is how you run your club, and yet you still dare to claim you can satisfy me. Do you think you're too clever, or do you think I'm too stupid? By the time Wong JT spoke the last sentence, his voice had turned extremely stern, so much so that Xue Xiaowei was trembling in fear and the woman had already collapsed onto the ground, having completely wet herself. Xue Xiaowei pleaded desperately. It's entirely my fault. I failed to properly train these employees. Please, Mr. Boss, give me one more chance. This will never happen again. Earlier, Wong JT had asserted his authority, and now it was time to show leniency. After all, the club still needed to be managed by Xue Xiaowei, who was supposed to be a golden goose. No one is perfect. The Blackstone Beach Club has been so well operated thanks to manager Xue's tremendous efforts. It's only because he's been too busy that he's failed to properly discipline his staff. Please forgive him this one time. Yuan Bingwei had an extremely strong ability to read the atmosphere and timely spoke up, giving Wong JT a graceful way to back down. Wong JT took the suggestion smoothly. Bingwei makes sense. For your sake, this time I'll let manager Xue off the hook. Throw that Lu guy out, and from now on, this club will not serve anyone from Mingyang Logistics. Fire all these security guards, and as for this woman, I never want to see her again. Understand my meaning? Xue Xiaowei nodded repeatedly in agreement. After all, it was just a woman. As long as he could keep his current position, where couldn't he find another woman? Wong Yingjie saw that the matter had been resolved and felt the timing was perfect. Immediately, he stepped forward. Chapter 13, We Are Neighbors. Never thought that young Master Wong is the owner of this club. I believe under young Master Wong's leadership, the club will surely thrive, and incidents like this will no longer occur. Mingyang Logistics is so audacious, thinking that just being a logistics company allows them to dominate the sky, doing whatever they please. I will head back and immediately notify our group's procurement department to terminate all cooperation with Mingyang Logistics. I'll also inform our partners that any company still using Mingyang Logistics will be subject to re-evaluation for cooperation eligibility. Wong Yingjie walked out with a few of his men, offering flattery while at the same time presenting a gift right at the start, clearly showing his intent to crush Mingyang Logistics underfoot. Wong JT smiled and thanked him, then asked with mild confusion, I'm curious who you are, master. Looks like we'll be good friends from now on. Wong Shiji laughed and said, We're not just going to be good friends, we're also good neighbors. I'm the owner of house number 2 in Haixing Villa community, while you're the owner of house number 1. We're definitely neighbors. As the old saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. As neighbors, naturally we should support each other. From now on, we're like one big family. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I'm Wong Yingjie, general manager of the Binqing branch of Dewan Group. After all, we share the same surname Wong, so we're practically family. His words were impressively layered, first establishing his position, subtly pointing out the negligible difference between villa number 1 and number 2. Then he emphasized the neighbor relationship, clarified his identity, and finally used their shared surname to draw even closer. While Wong Ingjia's eloquence was admired, what truly shocked everyone was the revelation that Wong JT was the owner of the Haixing Villa number 1. Combined with his identity as the club owner of Haishijio, the implications of his background were truly chilling. Before Lu Qiji was dragged away, he just happened to overhear this exchange. His guts were nearly scared out of him, and he deeply regretted his earlier actions. As for his several sycophants, they had already shrunk to the back, terrified of being recognized. It wasn't even necessary for Wong JT or Wong Ingjia themselves to act. Any one of the junior brothers around Wong Ingjia could easily bankrupt them in an instant. There's a saying, birds of a feather flock together. Those who follow powerful people usually possess tremendous influence themselves elsewhere. Xue Xiaowei opened the club's top-tier private room, a room once reserved exclusively for the old master. Naturally, it now belonged to Wong JT. Yuan Bingwei had an excellent sense of situational awareness and believed that, since she had just met Wong JT, it was better to maintain her dignity and withdraw. JT, you talk with these young masters for a while. I still have some business to attend to at the bank, so I'll leave first. Wong JT nodded and said to Xue Xiaowei, Bingwei is in charge of managing my financial affairs. From now on, all the club's revenue and financial details should be reported to her. You drive Bingwei back to Bintang Bank. Also, like me, Bingwei has the right to use this private room. Got it. Xue Xiaowei nodded instantly, while Wong Ingjia's eyes lit up, though for slightly different reasons. Xue Xiaowei was thinking about how to maintain a good relationship with Yuan Bingwei. After all, she was now his superior and someone who could potentially sway the boss with a whisper. What Wong Ingjia focused on, however, was that Yuan Bingwei handled financial matters, meaning cash. This suggested that Wong JT possessed massive cash flow, along with other business interests. These 2 points were crucial. Particularly, the massive cash reserves implied that when necessary, he could inject liquid capital into a company, thus guaranteeing its growth. Directly injecting 100 million cash was as effective as injecting 1 billion in futures currency, visibly boosting investor confidence. More importantly, if the person possessed such a large amount of liquid funds, the total worth of his assets was beyond imagination. Establishing a good relationship with him would undoubtedly bring enormous benefits. While everyone was drinking and chatting, Wong JT received a text message from his sister saying she had officially started her internship at Dewan Group. Wong JT immediately replied, telling his sister to work hard and also asking whether she had found a place to live yet so he could arrange something. His sister replied that she could temporarily live in the dormitory for now. After the internship period ends, she could find permanent accommodation to avoid the loss if she doesn't pass the probation. Wong JT casually replied with a few words, then put down his phone and said to Wong Ingjia, just got a message from my sister. She's starting her internship at your company. Please don't give her special treatment. Just treat her the same as others. He clearly understood that, given Wong Ingjia's resources, once he learned that Wong JT was the owner of Villa number 1, he would have already thoroughly investigated Wong JT's background. That his sister managed to land a spot in Dewan Group meant Wong Ingjia must have favored her. Otherwise, among so many applicants, how would it end up with her? Wong JT was no fresh graduate new to society. He knew well how many hidden tricks there were in recruitment, and that fairness simply didn't exist in this world. Wong Ingjia immediately expressed assurance. Absolutely no problem. As the saying goes, tigers don't give birth to dogs. A tiger brother certainly doesn't have a weak Marimet, either. As everyone was chatting happily, Wong Ingjia suddenly received a phone call, excused himself to take it outside, and returned with a smile. I have a friend of my father's whose daughter runs a company here in Binching. She invited me over to discuss something. Does Iron Young Master want to come along and meet her? Wong JT smiled and agreed. If Master Jia thinks it's appropriate, I have no objection at all. Once the 2 main figures made their decision, the rest naturally dispersed. They needed to report the news to their families immediately, letting them know that a true dragon had appeared in Bincheng, someone they could follow to gain benefits. Seeing Wong JT's Pagani Huayra, Wong Ingjia's eyes lit up. I heard yesterday someone mentioned a Huayra appearing in Bincheng. I was curious back then, wondering who could have such power to get his hands on this car. I once wanted to buy this car, but they told me my status wasn't enough. Even when I offered extra money, they refused to sell it to me. Thinking back, it really frustrated me. Wong JT laughed casually. I think it wasn't that hard. It was just a matter of placing an order, nothing too difficult. Upon hearing this, Wong Ingjia mentally cursed Wong JT for being so arrogant, then teased him with a smile before both got into their cars and departed. They arrived at the Feiyue building, a newly established tech hub where all of Bincheng's technology companies had set up their headquarters. Wong Ingjia smiled and said, my young cousin is named Sikong Rian. Not only does she have a beautiful name, but she herself is a great beauty as well. Unfortunately, she's a strong career woman, not quite my type. Wong JT chuckled. What kind of type doesn't matter. It all depends on whether you want to eat it. If you want to, what dish can't be swallowed. The 2 indeed shared common ground and soon arrived at their target floor. Under Wong Ingjia's lead, they entered the office directly, where a stunning businesswoman left Wong JT momentarily stunned. Chapter 14, Breathtaking Beauty. Wong JT saw a young girl wearing an office lady's suit, leaning against the large executive chair with a frown on her face. Her beauty was enough to amaze anyone. Arched eyebrows like willow leaves, rosy lips, white teeth, and well-defined facial features. Although her appearance radiated confidence and sharpness, there was no sense of aggression at all. Her skin was like condensed fat, her face lightly made up, and her demeanor especially elegant, like a fairy described in ancient books. Even a celestial beauty descending from heaven probably wouldn't surpass her. Upon hearing footsteps, the girl slowly opened her eyes. They were especially bright, but faint sorrow lingered in them, stirring a sense of heartache in anyone who looked. Yuan Bingwei was already an exceptional beauty, but compared to this girl, she still seemed slightly lacking. although it was hard to pinpoint exactly why. Wong Jingjie smiled and introduced. This is Miss Sikong Rian, the future richest woman in Huagua. And this is my neighbor, Wong JT, the owner of C-Star Villa No. 1. We were having dinner at Blackstone Club when I received your call, so I brought him over. Since we're all young people, it's good for everyone to get acquainted. Sikong Rian nodded gracefully. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Tai. Since you're such a good friend of Brother Jia, you're naturally my friend too. Please, make yourself comfortable. Wong JT smiled in response. Miss Sikong is too courteous. It would be my honor to be friends with you. In the future, if there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask. There's no need to be formal with me. After exchanging pleasantries, Sikong Rian got straight to the point. Brother Jia, you know I came to Binhai City because I'm impressed with the environment here. I hope to acquire several electronics factories. Then, by merging these factories, establish a semiconductor group and ride the wave of current policy to build a huge chip manufacturing empire. This was actually directed toward Wong JT. Since he had been specially brought here by Wong Jingjie and was the owner of C-Star Villa No. 1, his background and identity must be extraordinary. She suspected he might be helpful in certain matters, so letting him know what was going on could only be beneficial and not harmful. Wong JT, after all, had studied economics and still had some basic understanding. Plus, from his previous experience being oppressed by supervisors, he had access to a broad range of information. He rubbed his chin and said, Miss Rian, you certainly have great ambition, and your timing is also quite good, but have you thought about the actual issues? I mean, how are you going to manufacture chips? Huagua is far behind in this area. There are no advanced lithography machines available, so producing high-precision chips won't be possible. Sikong immediately replied, Master Tai's concern is valid. I'm already in negotiations with foreign countries to purchase lithography machines one tier below the top level. That way, we can produce medium and low-end chips. These chips can be used in electric vehicles and other industries, which can ensure our profitability. Once we earn money, we can invest in research and development. From what I know, Huawei has already made some progress in carbon-based chip technology. If we focus our efforts there, we might achieve a miracle. Even if we see no progress in that area, we can still make substantial profits following the traditional business model. That's guaranteed. After finishing her speech, she noticed that Wong JT was deep in thought, seemingly not even listening to her words. A flicker of anger flashed across her eyes. Actually, it wasn't that Wong JT hadn't been paying attention. Rather, during Sikong Rian's speech, a system voice had suddenly echoed in Wong JT's ear. System detects a flaw or vulnerability. Automatic patching upgrade is starting. Upgrade duration, 1 minute. System upgrade complete. Random red envelope distribution mechanism added. The envelope tier, quantity, and release time are random. Please keep ready for reception. Wong JT didn't expect the system to add random red envelope distribution after the upgrade, but upon reflection, it made sense. Only 9 envelopes being released a day would take forever to complete the distribution of the trillion-value envelopes. As he was thinking, the red envelope interface suddenly popped up, showing 3 envelopes blinking rapidly. He immediately clicked to open them. Congratulations. You've received 1,563 yuan in cash. Have a pleasant click. Congratulations. You've received Binda Electronics Factory. Have a pleasant click. Congratulations. You've received a box of extra chewing gum. Have a pleasant click. The information about Binda Electronics Factory instantly appeared in Wong JT's mind. It was the largest electronics factory in Binhai and had had a poor operating performance in recent years, so the owner had decided to sell it in its entirety. After absorbing all the details, he realized there were no further sounds from the system. He quickly looked up and caught sight of Sikong Rian glaring at him with fiery eyes. Wong JT smiled and said, Please don't be angry, Miss Rian. I wasn't ignoring you. I was simply so impressed by your words that I was thinking deeply about what you said. Funny thing is, 2 days ago, I had nothing better to do and decided I should own some businesses of my own, so I casually bought Binda Electronics Factory. I had just bought the factory and already started feeling stuck. Asking me to manage a factory is really asking too much. I was just wondering where to find a professional manager. Since Miss Rian is so ambitious, how about we cooperate? I can contribute Binda Electronics Factory as equity to form a joint group company with you. You can be the CEO, handling all company affairs. As for how much equity I should have, you can decide that yourself. He spoke very casually, but Wong Jingjie and Sikong Rian listened with wide eyes. From childhood until now, it was the first time they had met such a person. It was simply breathtaking. Sikong Rian swallowed hard and said, I asked Jega to come today precisely to discuss buying an electronics factory with him, to see if he had any connections. I had previously considered buying Bindo Electronics, but the other party asked for 300 million, all cash within a short period. I had no choice but to back off. The other few electronics factories are also priced around 100 million each. After buying the factory, we'd still have to purchase equipment and perform a series of calibrations, all of which require funds. It's really tight financially. That's why I was planning to rely on our personal relationship, but never expected Jega would bring me a surprise, and Tai Xiao brings me a shock, making me feel a bit overwhelmed. Wong JT chuckled and said, It's just an electronics factory anyway. What's the big deal? I was actually afraid you wouldn't like it. If that were the case, I'd just give it to you. From now on, you don't need to call me Tai Xiao. That sounds too distant. Just call me Jitia, which sounds more like friends. Miss Rian surely doesn't consider me a stranger, right? If it had been anyone else being this forward, Sikong Rian would have slapped them long ago, but hearing it from Wong JT, it made her feel slightly annoyed yet curiously intrigued. A man's charm is determined by many factors, and physical attractiveness is often the least important. Sikong Rian smiled and called him Jitia, and they continued chatting joyfully. Wong Jingjie sensibly left quickly, avoiding being a third wheel and heading back to the company to meet his young mistress. Chapter 15, A Chance Encounter. On his way, Wong Jingjie informed Lu Juanheng to cancel all his afternoon arrangements and make preparations for him to meet Wang Shuanghua. Born in a dragon family, one becomes a dragon. Born in a phoenix family, one becomes a phoenix. Even the sons of mice know how to dig holes. These genuine scions of aristocracy have remarkably sharp minds. After all, the genetic makeup is simply there. How foolish could they possibly be? The usually mindless behavior of these rich and spoiled young men is only because they never take others seriously. Who would bother with an ant when you can just step on it and be done? Yet when they truly intend to apply themselves, they'd have at least 8 layers of thought. Their minds spin like the Galaxy 2 supercomputer, thinking through every detail meticulously. Lu Juanheng quickly notified the finance department manager, Su Yihua, asking him to manage the timing so that Wang Shuanghua could be sent out with documents, even planning the route precisely. Su Yihua hadn't reached his position without brains. Thinking back to how the HR department used Wang Shuanghua and Hu Qinxue to replace 2 connected candidates, he immediately understood what was going on. Checking the time and feeling it was right, he approached Wang Shuanghua, wearing his kindest smile. Xiao Wang, you've worked hard for a while. Please take this document to the marketing department. No need to rush, just come back before work ends. Everyone, including Wang Shuanghua herself, was astonished. With 3 hours still to go before the end of the workday, this was clearly an excuse to let her goof off. Wang Shuanghua earnestly replied, "Don't worry, manager. I'll go and come back immediately. Back when I was Dagong, working a part-time job, my legs were quite fast." So saying, she grabbed the documents and left, truly like a gust of wind. Looking at her retreating figure, Su Yihua felt this was the very image of a strong, capable woman, truly impressive. He shifted his gaze to Hu Qinxue, greeting her with an equally warm smile. "You two have just started interning here, so there's a lot you don't know yet. Don't rush. Just take your time and settle in. If you ever have any questions, feel free to come directly to me. I'm always happy to guide new employees." Hu Qinxue quickly responded with polite remarks, while secretly puzzling to herself. What was the manager really up to? Could it be that he was eyeing their looks? Probably not. Just as she was lost in thought, it was no surprise when Wang Shuanghua unexpectedly collided with the already prepared Wang Yingjie. Wang Yingjie was absolutely a master in these situations. The angle of their collision was just right, and in an instant, he smoothly reached out and wrapped an arm around Wang Shuanghua's waist. At this moment, their situation was straight out of a romantic drama, the classic encounter between a domineering CEO and a Cinderella-like figure. Oddly enough, despite Wang Yingjie's vast experience with women, in this familiar setting, he was actually genuinely captivated by the pure and fresh charm of Wang Shuanghua. As for Wang Shuanghua, this delicate flower had never even dated anyone, let alone watched many romantic dramas. When faced with such a bright, charismatic domineering CEO, she was instantly dazed. Very gallantly, Wang Yingjie helped her steady herself, wearing a sincere expression of apology. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I was distracted thinking about something and didn't see you. Which department are you from?" She immediately lowered her head, replying, "I'm a new intern in the finance department. I'm terribly sorry, please forgive me." Wang Yingjie responded with a couple of polite remarks, not lingering too long. After all, this was only a chance encounter, no need to push things too far. Wang Shuanghua, watching Wang Yingjie walk away, blushed as red as an apple and remained dazed for quite a while before regaining her composure, walking on with her head lowered toward the marketing department. At the same time, Wang JT was also enjoying a pleasant conversation with Sidu Ruyan, although unfortunately his charm increasing card failed to activate. Checking the time and thinking it about right, he smiled and said, "Ruyan must have some other things to do. I won't bother you anymore. Tomorrow morning, let's go together to Bindo Electronics. I'll come pick you up. By the way, where do you live?" Situ Ruyan smiled in reply. "I live in Villa number 4 at Phoenix Hill. Just come to the company to pick me up." Wang JT laughed and readily agreed, showing no sign of hesitation as he left gracefully, further improving his impression score. Originally, he had thought of picking up his younger sister from work, but remembering that she mentioned a good friend and his car could only carry one person, he dropped the idea. Thinking it's still a bit early to return home, he just decided to take the car out for a random drive around the city. Soon, he arrived at Bin High Road. Not driving far, he was stopped. A man in a yellow vest greeted him with a smile. "We're filming a movie here, and the road is temporarily closed. Sir, would you mind taking a different route?" Hearing that they were shooting a movie, Wang JT became instantly curious. Back when he was studying, he'd occasionally worked as an extra. But back then, the production crew hadn't been so polite. Everyone shouted and barked orders like they were the kings of the world. As for the stars themselves, their attitudes were even more insufferable, tails raised high into the sky, always followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards who looked like vicious dogs. Wang JT smiled and said, "Since I've got nothing better to do anyway, I might as well watch here." The man in the yellow vest glanced at the sports car and immediately said there was absolutely no problem. He then went to inform the director that a rich young man wanted to watch the filming. The director said not to worry about it and told everyone to continue shooting as usual, but insisted that all the curious onlookers should be cleared away to avoid disturbing the filming. Wang JT was watching with great interest when he suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking against the ground. He turned his head toward the sound and saw a remarkably pretty girl. This girl gave off a particularly gentle vibe. Her long, glossy black hair partly covered her doll-like face, while her beautiful eyes sparkled like clear spring water. Smiling, the girl said, "Hi, I'm Shengwan Yinxue, an actress in the crew. Soon, I need to shoot a scene where I ride in a sports car coming down from the mountain, but the sports car the crew rented hasn't arrived yet. I was wondering if you could possibly help." Wang JT smiled slightly and said, "I thought it was something serious. This is just a small favor. Of course I don't mind. Besides, a beautiful woman and a gorgeous car naturally go hand in hand." Back in college, he once overestimated his own worth by chasing after the class beauty. Knowing she loved literature, he even forced himself to read many romantic literary works during his limited free time. Yet in the end, it turned out she preferred money over literature, always juggling between several rich second-generation guys. She had even gone to the hospital several times to terminate pregnancies. Along with those unborn babies, Wang JT's innocent infatuation was also buried. Yet all those romantic novels he read remained deeply etched in his memory. Triggered charm enhancing card. Triggered opposite sex to develop affection. Hearing the system prompt, Wong JT's eyes briefly flashed with surprise, followed by understanding. Actresses were always like that. Hearing he was a wealthy heir, it was perfectly reasonable for her to feel a sudden fondness. He casually opened the passenger door and made an elegant gesture of invitation. Shangwan Yinxue gracefully stepped in like a true lady, crossing her legs neatly and appearing quite conservative. Wong JT drove the car to the designated spot and then slowly pulled over. When the male lead, Sun Qingying, saw the car emblem, he stood up immediately. Chapter 16. Please show some dignity. Where did the props team get this car? This is a Pagani Huayra, and it's a global limited edition. There are only a few in the world. Amazing. Sun Qingying was not only a veteran actor, but also an amateur race car driver, passionate about supercars and knowing them like the back of her hand. Her assistant immediately replied, "This car wasn't rented by the props team. It belongs to a rich young man who's just here to watch the commotion." Li Yuhan, the leading actress sitting beside Sun Qingying, immediately perked up when she heard that. Whoever owned this limited edition sports car was definitely no ordinary person. This kind of car couldn't simply be bought with money. It also required an extremely high social status. People who drove supercars weren't necessarily from genuine aristocratic families, but those who drove limited edition supercars were aristocrats among aristocrats. As a popular movie star, Li Yuhan had always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. Unfortunately, the previous second-generation rich kids had only played around with her and never truly intended to marry her. She never accepted that, believing that with her beauty and charm, she was destined to marry into an elite family, and she wouldn't let any opportunity slip away. Actually, this scene was very simple. Just drive the car to the designated location, let Shangwan Yinxue step out, then drive away. That's all. Li Yuhan had other ideas. Immediately, she went to find the director to request additional scenes. She wanted to ride in this luxury car as well, and even asked for a sequence in which the car rocked. The director was a crafty old fox. He naturally understood Li Yuhan's subtle intentions and thought that she was rather pretty, offering herself on a platter to a rich young master. The rich master would definitely not refuse. Perhaps he could even build a connection and get financial backing for the next project. Why wouldn't he be happy to go along? Wong JT unexpectedly discovered that once he had finished helping, they could pass through the closed-off road section and keep moving forward. But just when Shangwan Yinxue stepped off the car, she asked him to wait for a moment to get him a small souvenir to express her thanks. Wong JT absolutely wouldn't admit that he waited because Shangwan Yinxue was beautiful. He just wanted that small souvenir. Shangwan Yinxue returned quickly, holding a small keychain, one side with the crew name and the other with a still photo of her. She smiled gently and said, "In this drama, I'm the fourth leading female role, so we have these little souvenirs for the fans. Let me give this to you as an apology. I hope you won't mind." Wong JT took the keychain and spun it on his finger. "You're such a gentle and elegant girl. Rare these days. If you can keep up the effort and remain genuine, you'll definitely be a breath of fresh air in the industry. Even if you aren't an overnight superstar, you'll surely earn everyone's appreciation. Thanks for your kind words, master. I really hope so too. My entire family are traditional opera performers, and I've received opera training since I was a child. The first time I stepped on stage, I fell in love with that feeling. Unfortunately, fewer and fewer people watch traditional operas, and the audience is often almost empty. I don't want to perform to empty seats like my parents did, so I entered the Film and Television Academy hoping to become a good actress and bring great performances to people." Shangwan Yinxue always radiated an air of elegance. Now it was clear why. Coming from a traditional opera family and receiving such early training naturally gave her a different charisma from other people. The two were chatting happily when the director arrived with Li Yuhan. Li Yuhan exaggeratedly twisted her waist as she walked, as if trying to twist her hip bones apart. "Thank you so much for your kind help, master. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to shoot that previous scene. May I ask what's your noble surname?" The director spoke extremely politely, none of his usual air of arrogance around actors. Investors were like fathers. Kneel and bow as long as they were willing to fund your project. Wong JT waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so formal. It was just a matter of stepping on the gas. Nothing big." Seeing that Wong JT was easygoing, the director immediately believed he must be a true young aristocrat, for only real elite heirs would constantly hold themselves to high standards of etiquette. "Actually, there's another small favor I'd like to ask. The next scene is our leading actress Li Yuhan getting into the previous sports car. To make the male lead jealous, she decides to have an intense encounter with a rich young master driving that car. So we'd like to borrow your car again, and perhaps you could make a cameo appearance." As soon as the director finished speaking, Li Yuhan quickly stepped forward, flashing a seductive smile, throwing flirtatious glances, and casually lifting her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her leg. "Master, rest assured, I'm a professional actress. I can definitely perform well. If you're worried about a poor performance, we could try it a few times first. Once you feel comfortable, we can proceed." Li Yuhan's words were already quite explicit, only one step away from directly suggesting that Wong JT might just take advantage of the opportunity to turn fiction into reality. Frowning, Wong JT said, "Please show some self-respect. Regardless of whether you're a celebrity or a performer, at the very least you're a woman. You should have dignity as a woman. And you, the director, should know what things are appropriate and what are not. Your behavior today makes me feel deeply disappointed. I really don't understand your judgment in selecting people. How could a fine actress like Miss Shangwan only be given a fourth leading role, while someone who doesn't even know self-respect becomes the lead? Whatever rules you have, don't parade them publicly. It disgusts me and makes me never want to see you again." After saying these words, he nodded to Shangwan Yinxue, got into the car, and drove off, leaving the director and Li Yuhan drenched in exhaust fumes. Sun Qingying, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, shook her head and said, "I really can't understand what the director is thinking. Someone who can drive a globally limited edition supercar must undoubtedly have an extraordinary background. If he wants women, the line can stretch from Binhai Road all the way to Haixing Square. How could he ever be interested in this kind of trash? That would be a huge joke. If he truly were to choose, it would definitely be a pure and elegant girl like Shangwan Yinxue, at least within the next few years. But after Yinxue spends a few years in this polluted industry, she might also become someone he rejects. Sun Qingying was a perennially popular figure in the industry and truly qualified as a veteran. That was why she dared to speak so fearlessly, without fear of being blacklisted or marginalized. Shangwan Yinxue couldn't dare to do such a thing. She just stood silently to the side with her head lowered, thinking about the previous scene in the car, causing her lips to curl into a slight smile involuntarily. Li Yuhan happened to see this expression, and her heart filled with anger. She decided she would think carefully later about how to deal with Shangwan Yinxue and teach her a lesson about the ways of the world. Wong JT had no idea that his brief remarks would bring trouble to Shangwan Yinxue, but they would also bring him his own blessings. He returned home in high spirits, pressed a few buttons on the central control panel, and soon the kitchen's automated cooking equipment prepared a few small dishes that tasted quite delicious. Wong JT took a deep breath and called his mother, telling her over the phone that he had quit his job and started a business with a few friends. He expected to start earning money in a short time. His mother remained silent for a moment before telling him, "If you want to do this, just go ahead. If it doesn't work out, come back home. As a family, we can manage to get by staying in our old house." Wong JT's voice grew slightly hoarse with emotion. After comforting his mother a bit, an incoming call rang through. Chapter 17. A man should have a good watch. Wong JT saw an incoming call and used this opportunity to hang up the phone. If he kept chatting with his mother any longer, she might actually start crying. The one calling was Yin Renfeng, his good buddy from back when they were roommates. You could even say they were equally unfortunate brothers, the two poorest guys in the entire class. Their relationship was built on the deep bond of shared struggles, much stronger than any ordinary classmate connection, which had long since become insincere. "Hey Iron, what have you been up to lately? Did you get a raise? If things really aren't going well, then just quit. There's got to be something better you can do to earn a living." That was always how Yin Renfeng started their conversations, as if he himself was doing extremely well. The truth, however, was that he was also just a common white-collar worker, sleeping later than a dog and waking up earlier than a rooster. Wong JT chuckled and said, "You know what? You're absolutely right. I'm really thinking about quitting. If I remember correctly, you once mentioned wanting to open a small family-run shop. How far are you from that now? Why would you and I need to beat around the bush? Later, I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. I'm not kidding here. I've got money now. You don't need to ask where it came from. It's clean, definitely. Do we really need to write an IOU? If I don't trust you, then who can I trust? Even if not for you, I'd do it for my godson." "Alright, enough chit-chat. You called me for a reason. Class reunion, right? How could they possibly think to invite us to? I deleted all their contact info right after graduation, and only yours remained. Okay, I get it. I'll definitely be there tomorrow night. Now hurry up and send me your bank account number. Don't give me so many excuses." He casually tossed the phone aside. Now that he was rich, he couldn't forget his brother. Originally, he had planned to look him up in a few days, but today was as good as any. Yin Renfeng was luckier than Wang Jitia. He met a factory girl while working, named Wu Xiaoying. Her name and appearance were both fairly common, but she was genuinely a great person. Back when they lived close by, Wang Jitia used to visit them often and eat for free. But after they had a son, life became harder and he stopped going over. Yin Renfeng quickly sent over his bank details with a teasing remark, joking that if Wang Jitia really sent 100,000 yuan, from then on, his son would belong to him. Wang Jitia casually sent over 500,000 yuan. Yin quickly called back, his voice anxious. "Exactly what have you gotten yourself into? How did you come up with so much money? Did something big happen? Whatever it is, I'll face it with you. You're always jumping to conclusions. Haven't I already told you? I've hit it big, buddy. Even if you hadn't reached out today, I was going to call you in a couple days. So just use the money without worry. Focus on running your shop well, and once you get more familiar with things, buddy will even open a big restaurant for you. Back in school, we were penniless nobodies, laughed at all day. But when it comes to our kids, things won't be like that anymore. Tomorrow night, we'll have a drink and talk more." Wang Jitia knew Yin would call back. He reassured him with a few words, telling him not to worry and just use the money freely. He strolled leisurely to the rooftop, where there was a massive glass curtain wall and a high-powered astronomical telescope, ready for admiring the beautiful night sky at any moment. Wang Jitia lay on the luxurious hanging bed, listening to soft music and looking at the stars above. He couldn't help but sigh. People always say that poverty limits one's imagination, but they never mention how wealth can limit a person's understanding of poverty. That's why so many supposedly intelligent elites often give advice that sounds absurd. In their minds, if you can't afford food, they just say, "Why not eat meat?" Wang Jitia was suddenly awakened by a familiar prompt sound. The red envelope interface appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, he clicked to open it. "Congratulations, you have received 523 yuan in cash. Wish you a happy click." "Congratulations, you have received a Vacheron Constantine Callistia watch. Wish you a happy click." "A luxury apartment in the city center garden. Wish you a happy click." This time, he collected more than 10,000 yuan in cash, plus a fine watch and a full apartment. Wang Jitia organized the information in his mind. When he saw the price of the watch, he shot up from his bed. He had never even dreamed that a single watch could be worth more than 30 million yuan. That could buy 2 Pagani Wiras. No wonder people always say that fine watches are the real luxury for men. Every successful man should own a great timepiece. As for that luxury apartment worth over 3 million yuan, in the presence of the watch, it wasn't even worth mentioning. It barely ranked as a younger brother. Wang Jitia glanced left and right, noticing a red booklet lying beside a rectangular box. He casually opened the box. Inside was a white dial watch with a diameter of 50 millimeters. Its hands were golden and jade-like, and the numbers were formed by naturally shaped oval-shaped diamond particles. The casing and band were made entirely of gold. The watch face was made from crystal. In the morning sunlight, it reflected 7 colors of light. Yet when looking directly at the dial, there wasn't the slightest glare. One couldn't help but admit that the craftsmanship was nothing short of miraculous. According to the instruction manual, every Vacheron Constantine and Callistia watch contained a built-in micro-satellite tracker, making it absolutely impossible to lose. Wong JT casually set the watch aside and picked up the red booklet. It was indeed the property certificate for the luxury apartment. Based on the geographic coordinates labeled inside, the apartment was located right near the Dewan Group headquarters. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. His system dad was truly amazing. Everything had been perfectly arranged. He'd give this apartment to his younger sister as a dormitory. Wong JT tapped his temple, thinking that his Pagani Huayra was only good for showing off on regular occasions. If he really wanted to bring someone along, it ultimately still felt somewhat lacking. Since opening red envelopes was too random, he had no idea when he might get a suitable new car. Looks like he'd have to go out and buy one himself. Anyway, money wasn't an issue anymore. Having made up his mind, Wong JT stayed in bed a little longer. Indeed, wealth breeds laziness. In the past, he would have already been up and busy by now. He changed into formal wear and drove to the foot of the technology building. He had already contacted someone beforehand, and Sikong Rian was waiting for him at the entrance. Sikong Rian stood like a beautiful sight to behold, passers-by gazing at her in admiration. A few young rich men inside the building were secretly trying to figure out how to impress her. Just then, they saw a Pagani Huayra pull up in front of Sikong Rian. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward it and confidently climbed inside. The young rich men immediately gave up. They clearly knew that someone capable of driving such a supercar was absolutely not someone they could mess with. Sikong Rian smiled and said, "I've always wanted to buy a supercar, but the conditions weren't right. I had to settle with a BMW for now." Wong JT smiled slightly. "I heard from Brother Jia that you're from Modu and have a long-standing friendship with his family. Your family background must be pretty decent too. Even if you couldn't get a limited edition supercar, buying a regular one shouldn't be a problem. Could there be some hidden story behind it?" Sikong Rian hesitated for a moment, then slowly revealed her situation. Chapter 18, Let Me Protect You. Sikong Rian hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. It was better to clarify some things in advance rather than deal with embarrassment later. "Actually, I took my mother's surname. My father is Du Tingxian, the head of one of the 3 most powerful families in Modu. You probably guessed it already, but I am my father's illegitimate daughter. Back then, my father's wife passed away. They had been deeply in love, so my father was utterly heartbroken. My mother happened to be his secretary, and naturally became the emotional remedy. At that time, there were certainly more than a few women like her filling that role. My mother stood out among them and became my father's favorite. So eventually a child was conceived, which is me standing in front of you now. My mother had hoped that giving birth to a son would solidify her position in my father's heart. Perhaps she even dreamed of becoming his next wife, a prestigious Madame Du from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. She gave birth to just a girl, me, and that dream of becoming a noble Madame Du shattered forever. She would forever remain Secretary Sikong." She paused here. Wong JT immediately guessed her childhood had been far from happy. How could someone possibly have a pleasant childhood with a mother who was so dissatisfied with life? My father still had some decency. Although he couldn't publicly acknowledge my mother, he took good care of us mother and daughter. He promoted her from being a secretary to becoming a manager. My parents weren't exactly loving toward me, but they weren't cruel either. When I was young, they occasionally took me to amusement parks, although of course they'd rent out the entire park. Starting from college, my father constantly pushed me into arranged marriages. In his mind, a girl like me existed for one purpose, strategic marriage alliances. I resented this. I worked hard to prove myself, hoping for recognition from my father, though unfortunately, I never truly succeeded. My father wanted me to marry Zhang family's young master, a typical spoiled playboy with no ambition whatsoever, and I know for sure he's already got several mistresses on the side. My elder brother didn't want me cast into a living hell, so he confronted our father. Eventually, he negotiated one chance for me, a conditional opportunity. That's why I came to the Northeast to establish a factory. I must prove myself within 3 years, or else my fate will no longer be mine to decide. Sikong Rian bit her lip gently, her beautiful eyes filled with a hazy moisture. There was stubbornness behind her tenderness, making her look both delicate and heartbreaking. Wong JT looked at her sincerely and said firmly, "A girl like you shouldn't live trapped inside a hardened shell, where you end up hurting only yourself. If you're willing, allow me to protect you. No one will make you do something you don't want to do. Whoever dares to force you will pay a price they can never bear. Don't talk to me about those so-called 3 families of Modu. I couldn't care less. I'm different from other people. No one can intimidate me." He wasn't exaggerating. His confidence came from the trillion-yuan red envelope system. Even if the 3 great families of Modu were powerful, how could they stand against the power of the system? As someone with a system, standing on the peak of life and looking down on all others was just the basic standard. If he couldn't achieve that, he might as well go drown himself in shame. Activation of the charm enhancement card. Level triggered. Mutual attraction at first sight. Every girl who falls for you is worth cherishing. Do not let any of them be disappointed. The prompt voice rang in Wong JT's ears like heavenly music. At this level, many things had already been decided. As for how quickly the relationship develops, it all depends on the girl's personality. After all, some are bold and others are shy. Each should be treated differently. Sikong Rian stared blankly at Wong JT. He appeared incredibly charming to her, and especially that sincerity in his eyes gave her a sense of peace. Where was the independent female boss now? Her delicate face flushed crimson red. Instinctively, she lowered her head and murmured back softly, "I'm not even your anything. Why should you protect me? And anyway, no one does things so straightforwardly. We should develop things slowly." Wong JT barely made out what she had said, yet he was thrilled inside, managing to keep his composure only with effort. "It doesn't matter what relation I am to you. What matters is that I have decided to protect you, and that alone is enough. We still have plenty of time." After all, he had studied romantic literature. He knew exactly what kind of approach worked for what kind of girl. For a powerful, independent woman like Sikong Rian, she longed to be conquered by someone stronger. Wanting to play the submissive puppy toward her would lead only to failure. His bold and dominant manner was absolutely perfect. Although Si Kong Ruyan seemed unhappy on the surface, in her heart, she secretly felt pleased. They arrived at Bindian Electronics. The factory director, Pan Xinzhong, who had received prior notice, was already waiting at the entrance with his management team. Seeing a supercar suddenly pull up before them, Pan immediately knew the main guest had arrived. He hurried forward a few steps and assumed a respectful posture. He smiled broadly and said, "Welcome, boss. I never expected the boss to be so young, truly young and capable. The madam is even more breathtakingly beautiful. You two are a match made in heaven." Wong JT was very pleased with Pan Xinzhong's words. Si Kong Ruyan blushed slightly but didn't refute it, effectively accepting the title. Wong JT laughed and said, "Director Pan, no need to be so courteous. From now on, the operation of the factory still depends on your hard work." Upon hearing this, Pan Xinzhong, who had been anxious inside, finally felt relieved. He nodded eagerly to express his loyalty, then ushered them into the conference room. Wong JT swept the room with a glance and said, "I've come here this year to inform you that I have decided to merge this electronics factory into my girlfriend Si Kong Ruyan's technology group. I won't be involved in any management. Everything will be handled by Si Kong Ruyan. Don't think just because she is a woman you can do as you please. You will bear all the consequences yourselves. I'm just letting you know in advance, Xue Xiaowei is under my command. If you don't know what kind of person he is, feel free to ask around." He had heard from Wang Yingjia that Xue Xiaowei was well connected in the underworld, and many people gave him face, hence his mention of him. Pan Xinzhong immediately responded, "Boss, please rest assured. From now on, we'll all obey madam's commands. If anyone dares to disobey, why wait for the boss to take action? I myself will dismiss him." He had heard from previous bosses that Wang JT once paid the entire sum in full at once. His power must be unfathomable. Domestic Cherningchiat couldn't even do that. Judging from the current situation, doing this was clearly to please his girlfriend. Such extravagance, just to win a smile from his beloved, was something they could never dare to provoke. Wang JT nodded with a smile and said casually, "What needs to be done will now be explained to you by Si Kong Ruyan. I won't tag along and meddle anymore. Just remember, knowing that I exist should be enough." As he said that, he did something else that moved Si Kong Ruyan beyond words. Chapter 19. Excuse me, get lost. Wang JT placed the sports car key into Si Kong Ruyan's hand, then leaned close to her ear, whispering just loud enough for her to hear. "From now on, as long as I'm by your side, I will never let you suffer any injustice again. Anything you like, I will get it for you. You're the one and only, the irreplaceable in my heart. I have enough time and patience to wait for you." His breath tickled Si Kong Ruyan's earlobe, sending tingles through her. Her heart felt like a little deer pounding inside her chest. She gently nodded her head. Oftentimes silence speaks louder than words. Unspoken understanding is enough between two people who share a mutual connection. Wang JT hailed a ride-hailing car and arrived at Beijing's largest auto street, where one after another luxurious 4S stores lined up. He asked the car to stop at the street entrance and casually walked inward. Because he was wearing formal attire today, authentic, top-tier brands without visible logos, he looked like an insurance agent. Wang JT entered one of the 4S stores, but the people inside completely ignored him, treating him like thin air. He couldn't help but frown and decided to leave. As he exited, he overheard sarcastic comments from a salesperson. He walked through several more stores, each experience essentially the same, leaving him puzzled at where these people found their sense of superiority. He decided to try one more store. If no one acknowledged him there, he'd head back and wait for the red envelope money. Surely he couldn't be unlucky forever. Wang JT walked into a Rolls-Royce 4S showroom, facing yet another similar scene. This time, it was even worse. They were openly pointing fingers at him. As he turned to leave, a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, sir. Are you here to buy a car?" Wang JT stopped in his tracks and turned around. Standing there was a girl whose face exuded youthful vibrancy, clearly full of life. The girl had big eyes, and her smile curved like a crescent moon, creating a very pleasant impression. Seeing Wang JT's face, Yang Mingting repeated, "Excuse me, sir. Are you here to buy a car?" Wang JT replied indifferently, "If I didn't come here to buy a car, would I come to buy vegetables?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mingting immediately responded joyfully, "May I know your name, sir, and what type of car you're looking for?" "My name is Yang Mingting, and I'm an intern here. I'll be delighted to serve you wholeheartedly and hope that my service can make you feel at home." Wang JT smiled slightly and said, "So you're an intern. No wonder no one else approached me. You're the only one who talked to me. Aren't you afraid I can't afford anything, thus wasting your time?" Yang Mingting immediately replied, "Not being able to afford something doesn't mean you can't look. I can't afford high-end cosmetics or expensive designer clothes either. But I enjoy looking through the window at them, setting myself goals, and working toward those objectives. Who knows, maybe one day my efforts will pay off." Her words were sincere and full of energy, as if she were a small sun warming people's hearts with her warmth. "Yang Mingting, I've already told you this before. Not everyone can afford the luxury cars we have here. Don't waste your time on irrelevant people, or else it will make us look tasteless." Before Wang JT could respond, a shrill and biting voice came from the side. It belonged to a haughty woman. Yang Mingting clearly felt intimidated and cautiously put on a smile, saying, "I don't have any customers right now anyway. I was just practicing my job skills. I'll be careful not to let it happen again." Wang JT interrupted Yang Mingting's sentence. "I'm here to buy a car, not do something shameful. Why should we hide it from others? How much is that SUV in the middle?" Yang Mingting looked at the car and said, "This is the most premium SUV from Rolls-Royce, the Cullinan. The appearance is particularly imposing. The interior is extremely luxurious, especially the power." Wang JT shook his finger. "No need for such a lengthy introduction. This one will do. Go process the payment and formalities." Saying this, he casually took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Mingting. Yang Mingting couldn't believe it and said, "Sir, you didn't even ask the car's price. That's being too casual. This car's price, once you add all the fees, reaches around 6.3 million yuan. Including tax and handling fees, it will definitely cost more than 7 million yuan. Wong JT cut her off again. This card can handle such a small amount. Please process the procedures for me now. I need to use the car for some business later. His voice wasn't low, clearly audible to all the store salespeople, each one unable to believe their ears. The same woman reacted fastest. She grabbed Wong JT's bank card, her face immediately showing a sweet smile as she introduced herself. I'm the store's golden saleswoman, Bowing Mei. I'm very familiar with the process. Customers like you deserve the best service. I'll now personally show you the car. Yang Mingting opened her big eyes wide, unwillingly saying, this is my very first customer. How can you take him away from me? What nonsense are you talking? As an intern like you, how could you possibly handle a client like this? Quickly move aside and don't delay my business deal. Do you still want to be officially hired or not? Bowing Mei looked down at Yang Mingting with contempt and scolded loudly. Yang Mingting dared not respond and could only lower her head helplessly and step aside. Just after taking a single step backward, Yang Mingting suddenly felt a warm hand grab hers. That hand naturally belonged to Wong JT. Wong JT, with a calm expression, said, you haven't finished handling my business yet. Where do you think you're going? Yang Mingting's eyes opened wide in shock, simply staring blankly at Wong JT. Seeing Yang Mingting's cute dazed look, Wong JT couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth slightly. A girl this adorable was indeed quite hard to find. He casually took his bank card back and politely said to Bowing Mei, excuse me, please go away from in front of me. Don't ruin my mood for buying a car. Bowing Mei's face immediately changed. Then, unwillingly, she said, I admit my mistake just now. It was wrong of me to make the gentleman unhappy. Let's go for a test drive outside. I promise I can make the gentleman happy again. Her words were extremely suggestive, implying that as long as she got this deal, she could guarantee a satisfactory test drive for Wong JT. As for what exactly would be driven, it was naturally implied. Wong JT snorted through his nose. I'll say this for the last time. Disappear from in front of me immediately. Just seeing you makes me sick. Get lost. That final get lost from him carried immense force. It frightened Bowing Mei so much that her face turned pale, stepping back several steps. Her high heels, too tall for stability, twisted under her foot, and she immediately fell flat on the ground. Yang Mingting felt somewhat pitying toward the scene, but Wong JT directly pulled her forward with big strides, passing right by Bowing Mei without even glancing at her. Such a loud commotion inside the showroom naturally caught the attention of the management above. Soon, a plump man came walking toward the car. Chapter 20, adorably silly. It's an honor to meet such a distinguished guest. I'm Zoe Gui, the manager of this 4S store. Sir, your presence here truly graces our establishment. Zoe Gui stood beside the car, bowing and scraping. As a manager who had worked his way up from the bottom, his eye for customers far surpassed that of regular sales staff. He immediately noticed the expensive watch on Wong JT's wrist, a piece worth no less than several million at the very least. A client like him didn't just represent a single car sale to the store, it meant a long series of high-value services afterward. One such customer alone could support an entire branch. After all, maintaining such luxury vehicles incurred astronomical costs. Not to mention the old saying, birds of a feather flock together. Those who managed to enter the circle of such wealthy clients couldn't possibly be short on money themselves. Just getting one of them through the door meant an enormous business opportunity, one that could make you rich if encountered even once every 3 to 5 years. Wong JT said emotionlessly, I'd say it's quite the opposite. I don't feel very welcomed here. When I first came in, many people were whispering and pointing at me. If Miss Yang Mingting hadn't been the one to greet me, I would have already left. What's more, while Yang was attending to me, your so-called top salesperson actually scolded her for wasting time. To be honest, I'm really curious. If your staff's time is so valuable, does that mean they earn more per minute than I do? Zoe Gui broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. It's entirely my fault. I haven't trained these employees properly. From now on, I'll enforce stricter management, and such a situation will definitely never happen again. Please be kind enough to forgive me. Wong JT snorted through his nose. For Yang Mingting's sake, I won't dwell on it today, but that so-called top salesperson with the surname Baoyu, I really don't like the look of her. I don't want to see her around here anymore. I think you understand what I mean. Letting someone like that work alongside Yang Mingting might easily influence her negatively. As he spoke, Yang Mingting's large eyes flickered through his mind. He thought that such a silly and cute girl shouldn't be tainted. Zoe Gui nodded understandingly. Please rest assured, sir. You won't be disappointed. Your needs are our highest standard. Wong JT revealed a satisfied smile, further reinforcing Zoe Gui's misunderstanding. Looking at Yang Mingting walking over with the forms, his expression turned especially meaningful. Yang Mingting looked surprised. Why did manager come over? I was about to fill in the form for this gentleman. How silly of me. I haven't even asked his name yet. I can't fill out the form without it. She shyly stuck out her tongue briefly, appearing even cuter. Combined with her big eyes, she looked like a girl straight from an anime. Incredibly adorable. Wong JT smiled slightly, gave her his name, then said, you don't need to rush. Just take your time with everything. I've got time anyway. Yang Mingting cheerfully nodded. Witnessing this scene, Zoe Gui felt even more confirmed in his judgment. Miss Yang, you performed extremely well. From now on, you're officially hired. Take good care of Mr. Wong and fulfill all of his requirements. Starting today, you will be Mr. Wong's personal receptionist. You don't need to attend to other customers anymore. Serve Mr. Wong whenever and wherever needed. As long as you properly attend to Mr. Wong, promotions and raises will naturally follow. Your future will be full of promise. Got it. Yang Mingting nodded in innocent agreement, vowing to satisfy Wong JT and never let the manager down. Smiling, Zoe Gui offered a few encouraging words, then tactfully withdrew. It was best to know as little as possible regarding matters between the client and his exclusive receptionist. Yang Mingting spread the clipboard on the passenger seat and half-bent to fill it out, occasionally glancing up to ask a couple of questions. Because the SUV sat so high, sitting in the driver's seat, Wong JT caught an occasional glimpse down Yang's slightly open collar as he answered. His face slightly flushed. Wong JT glanced a few more times, then gently tapped the seat. You must be tired writing like that. Come here and write. There's more than enough space on the dashboard. Hearing that Wong JT was concerned about her tiring, inviting her into the car to write filled Yang Mingting's heart with warmth. She found him extremely considerate. Obediently nodding, she somewhat clumsily sat into the passenger seat, instinctively shifting her gaze sideways and suddenly freezing. Quickly realizing what happened, Yang looked down at her collar, blushing so fiercely it resembled a ripe apple, then became visibly flustered. She didn't know whether just now had caused Wong JT to misunderstand, thinking she was the same kind of woman as Bowing Mei. Yang Mingting herself wasn't sure why she thought the way she did, but nervously pouting, she stammered an apology and attempted an explanation. I didn't do that on purpose just now. Really, I had no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not like those other people. Wong JT had originally felt quite embarrassed about being caught in the act, but seeing this girl apologize first almost made him laugh out loud. He smiled and said, You're the first girl I've met who's so adorably silly. Hurry up and finish filling out the form. What are you daydreaming about over there? Yang Mingting stuck her tongue out again, then quickly began filling in the form. Suddenly, she stopped and slapped her hand against her head. My brain really should be thrown away. I actually forgot to ask Mr. Wong about the license plate. Our store has some top-tier license plates. Mr. Wong, you should consider one. Seeing Yang Mingting's flustered expression, Wong JT finally burst into laughter. This girl was just too funny. Don't keep slapping your head like that, or you'll really end up hurting yourself. Anyway, from now on you're my personal receptionist. Whether or not you have a brain doesn't matter at all. You just need to do whatever you remember. You don't have to call me Mr. Wong anymore. I'm older than you, so just call me Teach. Now go show me the license plates. Yang Mingting felt extremely lucky. She had landed such a great client for her very first deal. Life would definitely be easy working exclusively for him. She pulled up the license plate options from her tablet and said, These 3 plates are the best ones available. Bin B 11111, Bin B 66666, and Bin B 88888, priced at 18 million, 24 million, and 26 million yuan respectively. Wong JT chuckled. I don't want to be a lonely bachelor. Making big money without someone by my side would be meaningless. I'll go with the one with all the 6s. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Yang Mingting entered the selected license plate information into the system. With everything completed and expected to take 40 minutes, she decided to stay and chat for a while. She admired the car's luxurious interior while stealing glances at Wong JT from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, he seemed just a little bit more handsome than everyone else. Definitely her ideal type. Charm enhancement card triggered. Level 1 infatuation activated. This level is extremely difficult to achieve. Make sure you cherish it. The voice alert startled Wong JT. He turned his gaze back to Yang Mingting with a new, unusual expression in his eyes. Chapter 21. How could it be you? Yang Mingting felt Wong JT's gaze upon her, and just like a frightened little rabbit, she quickly lowered her head. She secretly glanced at Wong JT from the corner of her eye. The more she looked, the more she liked him, but at the same time, she felt a sense of disappointment, thinking someone like him would never look her way. Wong JT smiled slightly and said, Since you're my personal receptionist, shouldn't we exchange WeChats and phone numbers so I can reach you anytime? Yang Mingting quickly nodded in agreement, taking out an outdated mobile phone to exchange contact information with Wong JT. Somewhat surprised, Wong JT asked, Why are you using such an old phone? It's almost as outdated as the one I used to have. Yang Mingting hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Tai, you don't know. I'm from the countryside. When I was little, my family was poor, and my mother ran off with a carpenter from the village. My father has been working at a factory in the town all along, earning barely enough to make ends meet. I didn't do well in school either, and after graduating from high school, I stopped studying. Before this, I worked at a factory with an aunt from our village, but didn't earn much money. Later, I heard that selling cars could earn more money, so I came here. I'm a bit bun, not good at anything. If it weren't for meeting you this time, I would have been fired by the end of this month. You are really my lucky star. Wong JT looked at Yang Mingting in surprise. He hadn't expected this clumsy, cute girl had already struggled in society for a while. The two were chatting happily when Zoe Gay arrived with all the documents, his attitude practically bowing low to the ground. Wong JT casually stuffed the documents into his briefcase and smiled. The commission from this deal, you and Mingting can just split between yourselves. And in the future, you'll need to take more care of her. He had arranged things very well on this front. If you want the horse to run, you must let the horse eat grass. After all, it was just a bit of small money, nothing significant. Zoe Gay didn't refuse. It was hard to guess the intentions of wealthy young men. What they offered must be accepted. What wasn't offered should never be coveted. Wong JT arrived at City Garden, an upscale community. The security guards at the entrance usually didn't stop luxury cars. Who knew what kind of people might be inside? What if something happened? Besides, there was another full security system within the community, ensuring the safety of every household. Otherwise, how could the homeowners justify paying tens of thousands in property fees? Wong JT used his access card to enter. The first thing he saw was a grand hall. On each side of the hall stood a spiral staircase leading to 2 large bedrooms upstairs. Each bedroom was at least 50 square meters, complete with a bathroom and shower. If a kitchen were added, it could even be considered a small apartment, making it unnecessary to come downstairs at all. The entire lower floor was the living room, except for the kitchen and bathroom tucked away in 2 corners. The kitchen was exceptionally luxurious while the bathroom was small and neat, clearly just for emergency use. Wong JT was very satisfied with this place. Realizing his sister would be off work soon, he decided to walk over. It would take about 15 minutes to reach the gate of Dewan Group. He had already called his sister on the way. Wang Shuanghua, knowing her older brother was coming, was thrilled inside. Wang Shuanghua held Hu Qinshua's hand and said, My brother just called me saying he has a surprise for me. Perfect, I'll introduce you to. Hu Qinshu hesitated slightly and said, Since your brother wants to give you a gift, my presence might be inappropriate. Perhaps we should reschedule. Wang Shuanghua playfully said, Better today than another day. Everything is perfectly set for today. Hurry up and get ready. These two interns were clearly the privileged class within the finance department. Manager Su Yihua was especially considerate of them, causing Hu Qinxue to grow suspicious and worry that the manager might have ulterior motives. Unable to argue against Wang Shuanghua, Hu Qinxue could only agree. Soon, they reached the entrance, and to her surprise, she saw a somewhat familiar back figure. Furrowing her brow slightly, Hu Qinxue rummaged through her memories before finally recalling that the back view belonged to the man who had helped her in the villa district. Just as she was about to tell Wang Shuanghua, the girl beat her to it by calling out, "Brother." The figure instantly turned around, and it was indeed that man. When Wong JT saw the girl standing beside his sister, he also paused in surprise. A question arose in his mind. How come she was with his sister? Wang Shuanghua pulled Hu Qinxue towards Wang JT. She was just about to introduce the two when both of them said at the same time, "How could it be you?" Puzzled, Wang Shuanghua asked, "What play are you two acting out here? I was going to introduce you. Seems like I'm making things too complicated." Hu Qinxue quickly explained. "He was the man who stood up for me in the Haixing Villa district last time. I told you he looked familiar. I didn't expect you two really were family." With the foundation of the previous 1 million yuan, Wang Shuanghua wasn't overly surprised, but instead clapped her hands with a smile. "It looks like you and my brother really are destined. Now let me officially introduce you two. This is my brother, promising young man Wang JT, and this is my good friend Hu Qinxue. I told you before, brother, that Qinxue often works with me, takes good care of me, and is also a beauty, right? I wasn't lying to you." Wang JT smiled slightly and said, "You naughty girl, I used to worry you couldn't take care of yourself properly, but now that she's around, I can finally put my heart at ease. It seems the gift I prepared for you two comes at just the right time. Now let me take you to claim it, and don't look too surprised." With his words, he effortlessly changed the gift meant for his sister alone into one for both of them. Truly a master of conceptual sleight of hand. Wang JT brought them to City Garden, where the property management had already arrived with 2 access cards from Xine Jiqing, waiting for them. These access cards required identity verification, and during the process, the two girls remained in a daze, completely confused about what was happening. Only after stepping into the grand flat did they finally begin to understand. Staring at the luxurious home in front of them, they couldn't believe their eyes. Wang JT chuckled and said, "This is the gift I prepared for you two. From now on, you'll live here, so you don't have to commute back and forth anymore. And don't even mention the internship to me. If you two fail to pass the internship, it simply means the HR department at Dewan Group is blind, and will eventually go bankrupt." Wang Shuanghua and Hu Qinxue weren't slow-witted. They immediately realized their positions at Dewan Group must have been arranged by Wang JT. It was likely he had intentionally started them off as interns to avoid hurting their pride. As for failing the internship, that would be nothing short of a joke. Wang JT had only been a wealthy man for 2 days, yet he already carried the arrogance of the rich, giving Hu Qinxue no opportunity to object before finalizing her new living arrangement. Wang Shuanghua stood by with a cheerful smile, helping reinforce the situation. Hu Qinxue quickly found herself swept along. Of course, this was also related to Wang JT's status. As they were chatting happily, a call came in from Yin Renfeng, reminding Wang JT not to forget the class reunion tonight, and suggesting he bring a girlfriend along if possible. Wang JT found that sentence puzzling, but still nodded in agreement. As for where he was supposed to find a girlfriend, wasn't there one right in front of him? Chapter 22, just buy it. Hu Qinxue noticed the gaze of Wang JT and his sister fixed on her, immediately guessing their intention, and involuntarily showed a shy expression. "I've never had a boyfriend before, so I don't know how to be a girlfriend. Besides, I've never attended any parties either. What if I perform badly?" Wang JT smiled slightly and said, "It's just a class reunion, nothing big. Just think of it as going out to eat and drink with friends. As for how to be a girlfriend, first time strange, second time familiar. You'll know once you've experienced it, unless you think I'm not good enough for you." His words were very skillful, perfectly confusing the issue. As long as Hu Qinxue agreed, she wouldn't be a fake girlfriend anymore. Wang Shuanghua looked at her brother in surprise. How come she never noticed before that her brother had such talent? It seemed like men were naturally gifted in these matters. She couldn't help but think of the chance encounter with Wang Yingjia. The other person was also an elegant young man from a prestigious family, fitting all the criteria of a male lead in novels. She just didn't know who the Cinderella would be. During her high school days, Wang Shuanghua had read a few romantic novels, always having a soft spot for the Cinderella character, imagining herself as one. Unfortunately, she'd always had the conditions to be a Cinderella, but never the luck. Now, she didn't even meet the conditions anymore. She was only fit to be a villain rich girl in the story. While Wang Shuanghua was daydreaming, she heard her brother cough and quickly snapped out of it, helping her brother persuade Hu Qinxue. She had always secretly hoped for Hu Qinxue to become her sister-in-law, but just thought their family situation wasn't suitable to ask about. Now that her brother had the ability, of course, things should go her way. My brother's right. Everyone has a first time doing anything. Look how great I am. So my brother must be just as great. This is decided. Hu Qinxue helplessly nodded and then pouted, saying, "But my best outfit is just this corporate suit. My other clothes are really not presentable. What if I embarrass your brother?" "What do you mean my brother? You're now boyfriend and girlfriend. You should call him Jitia, or better yet, Tai Tai. Come on, call him something for us to hear." Wang Shuanghua teased with a grin, firmly sealing the deal, determined to tie Hu Qinxue down for good. Glancing at Wang Jitia from the corner of her eye, Hu Qinxue called out, "Jitia," while blushing. After that moment, everything was basically set. Wang Jitia gave his sister an approving look. Indeed, nothing beats siblings working together. He didn't regret spoiling her one bit. "We still have plenty of time before the party starts. Just buy something new, then. You and Shuanghua are about the same size, perfect for you to be the clothing rack. Buy 2 sets of each item. Whenever you go, dress the same, clearly looking like a family. Definitely 2 beautiful girls." After saying all that, he himself felt somewhat strange. When had he become so smooth-talking? Perhaps it was because he now had money in his pocket. This thought flashed through his mind briefly, and then he pushed it aside, simply smiling at the blushing Hu Qinxue. The more he looked, the cuter he found her. Indeed, good people receive good rewards. Because he had done a good deed back then, he was now gaining benefits. Looks like he should do at least one good deed every day to thank the heavens. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Hu Qinxue gazed at the luxurious interior. Although unfamiliar with cars, she could still tell this one was very expensive. Looking out the window, she asked doubtfully, "Aren't the news always reporting that drivers on the road have bad tempers and road rage incidents are common? Yet all the drivers we saw are very considerate and yielding, making the traffic so smooth. It seems like the news isn't reliable." Wong JT laughed and replied, "The news isn't unreliable. It's just about who you're dealing with. Do you know how much it would cost for a touch-up paint job on my car if it got scratched? At minimum, more than 100,000. Many cars on the road cost about that amount. Who would dare fight me for right-of-way and risk damaging their own car?" Hu Qinxue was dumbfounded and took a while to recover, once again glancing at the car interior and weakly asking how much the car cost. Wong JT casually responded, "About 7 million after all the paperwork is done." Choking on her own saliva, Hu Qinxue's eyes were filled with disbelief. She never dreamed in her wildest imagination that she would ever ride in a luxury car worth millions. Wong JT smiled and said, "When you and Xiaomei have free time, I'll take both of you to buy a couple of cars for daily use." Wanting to decline, Hu Qinxue somehow thought about the fact they were boyfriend and girlfriend and, as if by magic, found herself nodding. They arrived at the McCall shopping mall, hailed as the most fashionable spot. Known as a paradise for women's shopping, every imaginable women's clothing brand could be found here. Hu Qinxue hesitated slightly and said softly, "I handed out flyers here before. All the clothes inside are famous brands, each one very expensive. Maybe we should go to another mall instead." Wang JT smiled and replied, "Brands are exactly what we need. You and Xiaomei are now part of the Dewan group, no longer students at school. Many things have already changed. Back at school, it was okay to be poor as long as you worked hard and studied well, earning teachers' favor and classmates' respect. At worst, you did part-time jobs and endured a few mocking words from the rich kids. But once you enter society, everything changes. If you just keep your head down and work hard, people will take you for fools, playing with you whenever they feel like it. The bigger the company, the more complex the people. Many enjoy bullying the weak and fearing the strong, trying to feel important by intimidating others. If you dress too ordinarily, people will think you're easy to bully, especially as girls, making those with ill intentions get wrong ideas. But if you're both dressed in famous brands, people will think you have a strong foundation, perhaps with a mysterious background worth carefully considering. I've been through the struggles at the bottom myself. I'm speaking from experience. Believe me, with me as your backup, how could I ever let you get bullied?" Hu Qinxue involuntarily thought of Su Yihua and found Wang JT's words quite convincing. She obediently nodded, agreeing to follow his advice. The two casually walked inside. There were all sorts of brands, making their eyes dazzled. The last time Hu Qinxue handed out flyers was for Prada, a brand as famous as Chanel. Back then, the clothes on the flyers looked so beautiful that she immediately thought of coming here. Suddenly, Wang JT felt a slight urgency. He asked Hu Qinxue to pick some clothes first while he would find her later. Hu Qinxue cheerfully nodded in agreement and walked toward the Prada store. Wang JT glanced at the location and quickly headed for the restroom. Just as Wang JT was about to go find Hu Qinxue, a virtual interface suddenly popped up showing a received red envelope. "Congratulations on acquiring the ownership of Mellow Mall. Wishing you a pleasant click." A trace of surprise flickered in Wang JT's eyes. He hadn't expected that merely coming to buy clothes would result in obtaining the entire mall. That was quite interesting. Just as his lips curled upward slightly, an emergency occurred on Hu Qinxue's side. Chapter 23. Do you think I'm short on money? Prada truly lived up to its reputation as a famous international brand. The store was decorated luxuriously, with expensive clothes displayed neatly on exquisite racks. They didn't even use plastic mannequins here. Instead, through the arrangement of supports, the splendor of the clothing was perfectly showcased. Each high-end women's garment was crafted by top masters, like works of art that captured people's attention. There weren't many customers inside the store, but those present were all dressed in designer clothes, carrying luxury bags, and accompanied by attentive sales clerks. When Hu Qinxue left the office, she changed from the Dawan Group uniform into casual clothes she had brought along, clearly cheap clothes, none of which altogether cost more than 200 yuan. Despite her decent appearance, dressed like this naturally drew no attention from the sales staff. Nobody even acknowledged her. Looking at the sycophantic sales clerks surrounding other customers, and then glancing at her own lonely figure in the mirror, Hu Qinxue felt that Wang JT's words were completely accurate. In today's society, everyone judges by appearances. When you dress well, people respect you more, but if your clothes are poor, you're bound to be looked down upon. As Qinxue noticed a clean, simple colored dress and wanted to take it down for a closer look, she had barely extended her hand when a loud shout erupted. "What do you think you're doing? Who said you could touch the clothes? If you dirty them, can you afford to pay for it?" Startled, Hu Qinxue quickly pulled her hand back and turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was an angry young woman. This young woman had big curly hair, her lips painted red like a rooster's, but arrogantly raising her head with a scornful gaze. "This dress sells for 48,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to buy it? If not, don't go touching things carelessly. If you dirty it, we'll have to spend a lot to clean it. Your monthly salary wouldn't even cover the cost." The young woman's tone was full of condescension, which made Hu Qinxue extremely uncomfortable. Having worked for many years, Hu Qinxue had encountered all sorts of people and knew at times like this she shouldn't back down, or else things could get even worse. How can you speak to people like that? Who says you can't have a look if you don't buy it? Those people over there are also picking things out. Are you saying they will all definitely buy something? What nerve you have to dare say something like that? What do you have to compare yourself with these honored guests? Leave immediately if you aren't buying anything. People like you, poor and wretched, shouldn't even be stepping foot in our high-end store. Looking at her own Prada uniform, and then scanning Hu Qinxue's clearly cheap clothes, the young woman couldn't help but feel a surge of superiority. Hu Qinshue's face immediately turned extremely sour. She clenched her lips with her pearly teeth, at a loss for words. After all, a dress worth over 40,000 yuan was indeed far too expensive. Just then, a deep male voice boomed from the entrance. Is this how you treat your customers? Call your store manager out here. Wong JT strode in from outside. He had clearly heard every word the sales clerk said, and instantly, anger boiled inside him. This voice was exceptionally loud, drawing the attention of those nearby, not just from this shop, but also people in surrounding stores looked over. The store manager inside was startled as well, a middle-aged woman who quickly walked over to Wong JT. Glancing at the situation, although she couldn't immediately recognize Wong's outfit, she noticed his watch, causing her to gasp inwardly. Someone who could wear a watch worth millions was definitely not someone to be offended easily. You had to handle him carefully. With a respectful attitude, the manager carefully said, "We don't know what kind of women's clothing style this gentleman would like to purchase here. We will certainly provide the highest quality service." "You just shut up. My girlfriend came to your store to buy clothes, and look how your employees treated her." Angry, Wong interrupted the manager's words, looking at her with piercing eyes. The young woman from before hastily pleaded to the manager, "Second auntie, you must help me. I never expected that such a poorly dressed woman would have such a rich boyfriend. Isn't this playing with people?" "Shut up. Haven't I always told you to open your eyes more and stop being blind? You never listen. Now you've caused such a huge problem. It's really infuriating." The manager glared angrily at the young woman, then looked at Hu Qinshuo. Although the latter was pretty, dressed in such cheap clothes indeed made her easy to misunderstand. Wong JT listened to their conversation, now clear of their relationship. No wonder that girl dared to be so arrogant. She clearly had someone protecting her. Before this moment, there might have been nothing he could do about it, but now there were absolutely no issues. If they didn't satisfy him today, then this store didn't need to remain open. The manager gritted his teeth, his face stiff with a forced smile. "I believe this was a misunderstanding. Prada, as a world-renowned women's clothing brand, has always upheld the principle of offering the highest quality service." Wong JT snorted through his nose. "Don't try to dodge the issue. My girlfriend was discriminated against by your sales clerk just now. Is this the highest quality service you're talking about? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter definitely won't end here. You better think carefully about what you're saying." People nearby, hearing these words, began whispering and asking what was going on. It seems this young master's girlfriend came here to buy clothes, but got looked down upon by the sales clerk. They even tried to drive her out. Nowadays, these salespeople just rely on the power of others like dogs. They think just because they work here and interact with some upper-class people, they've become somebody themselves. Exactly. Look at those real big shots. None of them behave like that. These salespeople are nothing but crap. The store manager heard the murmurs around her, and her face turned extremely unpleasant, but she dared not lash out. She could only glare angrily at the young woman. The young woman hastily whispered, "Second auntie, please help me. Just 2 days ago, I met a new boyfriend, and when he found out I work at Prada, he treated me like a queen. With my qualifications, where else could I earn such a high salary? For my father's sake, you can't let me get fired." The manager angrily said, "You're always causing trouble for me. Leave it to me. I'll definitely settle things for you. Now step aside." Putting on a forced smile, she bowed and said, "I believe this was completely a misunderstanding, probably caused by this lady misinterpreting my clerk's intentions. We are truly sorry, sir. Everything you purchase here today will receive a 30% discount as a gesture of our apology." Considering Prada's brand markup, even if discounted by 50%, the store would still enjoy considerable profit. Offering discounts was a common tactic they used to resolve such issues. Hu Qinshuo couldn't help but feel tempted by the discount. Thinking about the price of that dress earlier, it meant saving over 10,000 yuan. Just as she was about to speak, Wong JT cut in with a scoff. "Do you think I'm short on money and can be easily satisfied with this? Do you really think it's that simple?" Chapter 24. No need for evidence. Upon hearing these words, the store manager's face changed slightly, realizing that this matter might become a bit troublesome. After all, she had worked at the McDonald Mall for more than a decade, seeing various types of people. She knew well that one shouldn't easily show submission. Sometimes one needed to be firm when necessary. "I have already shown my greatest sincerity. I don't know what else the gentleman wants. Everything you said is just your own point of view. Who can prove it for you?" Wong JT looked at the ever-changing facial expressions of the store manager, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. He clapped his hands, pulled Hu Qinshuo along, and turned around, walking into the Chanel store across the way. The store manager, watching Wong JT leave, revealed a complacent smile. Thinking she could fight against him, she felt she still had a long way to go. The Chanel store manager, seeing the commotion outside, had also come out to see what was happening. Recognizing that the man was someone who clearly had money to spend, she quickly smiled and approached. Wong JT didn't waste words. In a calm and indifferent tone, he said, "Don't ask her about prices. Just help her pick out a few suitable outfits. I have a party later. Understand what I mean?" The store manager hurriedly nodded and signaled the sales associates, pulling Hu Qinshuo into the fitting room while sending in various high-end clothing models one after another like a flowing stream. Wong JT sat on the sofa inside, casually picked up the phone, and dialed the number provided in the message. "Are you Guan Qingtao? This is Wong JT. I'm currently at the Chanel store on the 3rd floor of McDonald Mall, directly opposite Prada. Don't tell me you've already finished work for today. You have 20 minutes. If I don't see you within that time, you won't need to come to work tomorrow. You've already used up 1 minute. Hurry up and run." While the sales associates were busy with Hu Qinshuo, the store manager naturally turned her attention to serving Wong JT. Upon hearing his words, her hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. Wong JT glanced at the store manager and said, "I hope you can behave yourself and stay here quietly for the rest of the time. You understand what I mean, right?" The store manager hurriedly nodded in agreement, secretly reveling in what was about to happen to Prada's manager. Now it was finally time to enjoy the show. Inside the fitting room, Hu Qinshuo stared at the luxurious clothes, completely dazed. Without regard for her appearance, she swallowed hard. To the sales associates, Hu Qinxue was like a Cinderella from a fairy tale about to transform into a graceful princess. This kind of reaction was perfectly normal. If it were them in her place, they wouldn't behave any better. Cinderella is indeed a great test of one's psychological endurance. Hu Qinxue had strong natural features. After being carefully dressed up by the sales staff, she underwent a dramatic transformation, a true Cinderella turned princess. When Wong JT saw Hu Qinxue, who had been pulled out from the fitting area by the sales associates, his eyes widened. Indeed, there was no such thing as an ugly woman in the world. The key was whether she knew how to dress up. Hu Qinxue wore a beige collar blouse that appeared quite ordinary at first glance. But when one looked closer, one could see the intricate floral patterns embroidered with golden threads, transforming it into something truly unique. Matching it, she wore a very short skirt. The hem was about 4 to 5 centimeters above the knees, perfectly showcasing her slender and beautiful legs. Her legs were closed tightly, as if making a silent statement. Looking further down, a pair of delicate feet rested in crystal high heels. The upper part of the shoes was designed with leather straps, each strap embedded with 9 small diamonds. Under the bright lighting, they sparkled, giving her feet a captivating charm. Swallowing hard, Wong JT said, "Pack up this set of clothes. Add 2 more outfits in a similar style, and the rest must be conservative. After all, my girl's legs shouldn't be for others to see." The store manager nodded in understanding, hastily signaling her employees to proceed while placing the packaged outfits right at the entrance to make sure the Prada store across could clearly see them. Seeing this display, the Prada store manager's eyes had already turned red. The outfits shown there were worth at least 500,000 yuan, a huge loss of a fat goose that had just flown away. While she was gnashing her teeth in frustration, she saw the Maxwell Mall manager Guan Qingtao rushing toward her in a hurry with several other senior executives. A feeling of foreboding crept into her mind. But then again, considering her relationship with these executives, surely any problem could be resolved. While she was still pondering, Guan Qingtao entered the Chanel store with his entourage. Seeing Wong JT sitting on the sofa, he immediately realized that this must be the person in charge. Just as Guan Qingtao was about to speak, Wong JT shook his finger and said, "You arrived 2 minutes later than I expected, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. But today, I have an even more unpleasant matter. If you can make me feel better, I won't be strict about these 2 minutes. Follow me." As he spoke, Wong JT stood up and walked with an air of arrogance toward the Prada store. The crowd that had been watching before hadn't yet dispersed, and they quickly realized the show was about to begin. The Prada store manager thought that Wong JT had filed a complaint and was preparing to play the villain first by accusing others. "Sorry to bother Manager Guan, but this was just a misunderstanding. We have already apologized and offered compensation. But this gentleman insisted on not letting go, clearly harboring other intentions. Therefore, shut up. Do you even know who this is? This is Mr. Wong JT, the new owner of Maxwell Mall. The entire mall belongs to him. What possible intention could he have against you people?" Guan Qingtao angrily roared, nearly slapping her in the process. No wonder the new boss was so furious. Turns out he had been offended by someone from his own mall. Putting himself in Wong JT's shoes, if something like this had happened to him, he would have been furious too. There was no way he would have let it go easily. Upon hearing these words, the Prada store manager nearly lost her soul. She hadn't expected this man to be so outrageously powerful. The people around were even more stunned. Among them were many from high society, who clearly understood that taking over Maxwell Mall not only required immense financial resources, but also powerful connections. Maxwell Mall was no ordinary place. There was something uniquely special about it. Without proper background, money alone was absolutely insufficient to take control. This was exactly why Guan Qingtao was so terrified. With the kind of background Wong JT had displayed, a single breath from him could land him in jail for the rest of his life. Wong JT coughed lightly. "You should arrange immediately to terminate the cooperation with Prada starting tomorrow. I don't want to see such bullying stores in my mall anymore. And send a notice to the other stores. Let them properly train their managers and staff. If they don't know how to train them, it's fine. I can help them teach." Guan Qingtao nodded instantly. "Boss, please rest assured, I will handle this matter well. I know many friends in the business circles. I will definitely inform them all about this. Stores that damage reputations have no place in any mall." Wong JT was clearly satisfied with Guan Qingtao's ability to grasp implications, and gave him a nod of approval, which made Guan feel unexpectedly honored. Looking at the dumbfounded store manager, Wong JT spoke in a refined and polite manner. "I'm truly sorry, but I don't need any evidence. My words are the evidence. If you don't believe me, just ask them, see whose side they take." Upon hearing these words, the store manager suddenly snapped out of her trance, and immediately dropped to her knees before him. Chapter 25. Those who make mistakes must accept the consequences. "It's all my fault. I failed to recognize your importance, Mr. Wong and Madam. Please, Mr. Wong, show mercy and forgive me this once. My family's situation is extremely difficult. My in-laws are both bedridden with paralysis, my father suffers from Parkinson's disease, and my mother has Alzheimer's. I have a son in middle school who was born with polio. My husband couldn't bear the burden of our family and ran off with a young seductress. Now everyone depends on me. If you shut down my shop, our whole family will die." The store manager tried desperately to gain sympathy by exaggerating her hardship. However, instead of sympathy, the crowd burst into laughter. "If I were you, I wouldn't be begging Mr. Wong here. I would be seriously reflecting on how much evil I've done in the past to deserve such a terrible retribution." What she said is absolutely right. Judging from her appearance just now, she doesn't look like a virtuous person at all. If her family were truly as pitiful as she claims, I believe that she abandoned them. The store manager realized she had overdone her act as she heard people's mixed comments. But now it was impossible to back down, so she had no choice but to persevere and save her store first. Milo Mall was the most prestigious shopping center throughout the entire Northeast region. Many brands would do anything for the chance to have a storefront there. If they were really expelled from this location, it wouldn't just bring incalculable financial losses, but also cause untold damage to the Prada brand image. Someone at the upper level would certainly investigate this matter. As the one who started it all, the store manager would inevitably have to shoulder full responsibility, and the cost would surely be unbearable. The store manager hastily shouted, "We have a contract. If you do this, you must pay us a large sum in compensation. That would be a losing proposition for you." Guan Qingtao considered the matter and whispered urgently, "According to the contract, terminating the agreement early requires paying a 5 million yuan breach of contract penalty. Should we really?" Wong JT interrupted Guan Qingtao. "Don't talk to me about 5 million yuan. Even if it were 50 million, I'd still pay it willingly. I will not allow this kind of trashy store in my mall. My mall not only carries the most premium products, but also provides the finest service. Every single person who comes to my mall, no matter their financial situation, is an honored guest. Discriminating against people based on their appearance, that kind of thing will never be tolerated in my mall. To put it bluntly, even if my mall keeps a dog, that dog should wag its tail for customers instead of showing them a cold eye. Anyone who dares to do something in my mall like what Prada did today will serve as a warning to others. Is that understood by everyone?" The Chanel store manager immediately responded loudly. "President Wong's words are like priceless pearls. They will become our store's motto from now on. We will definitely make every customer feel at home." Other store managers quickly followed with flattery. They also immediately spread the news to their peers. An available storefront in my mall was undoubtedly a great opportunity. It all depended on who could seize it first. Wong JT patted Guan Qingtao's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "There was another crucial point I didn't mention earlier. You should know who possesses real power. Today they offended me, coincidentally right after I bought the entire mall. Although I want to vent my anger, I can't possibly damage my own property, so I could only show a little temper. If my mall weren't mine, their misfortune wouldn't have ended with just their store alone. Our entire mall management team would have shared their fate. Don't think your contributions and efforts grant you immunity. When facing absolute interests and power, if necessary, even your own father could be sacrificed. Do you understand my meaning?" After speaking, he walked into the Chanel store where a great beauty was waiting. That was the main course. Everything else was just a side dish. Guan Qingtao's shirt was soaked with cold sweat from his back. When he thought carefully about Wong JT's words, a chill crept up from the bottom of his heart. These words didn't represent just Wong JT's personal opinion. They reflected the mindset of his entire social class. There was no doubt about it. Guan Qingtao recalled his own behavior earlier and wanted to slap himself several times. His performance had been absolutely terrible. He stared angrily at the Prada store manager, gnashing his teeth. "You get the hell out of here tonight. Tomorrow I absolutely won't allow you to appear here again. I will contact Prada's China headquarters and demand they provide an explanation regarding this incident. You lowlife with eyes only for powerful people. Just wait for your retribution." Hearing these words, the Prada store manager looked as if her soul had been taken. She sat numbly on the ground, unable to recover from the shock. Wang JT came out of Chanel's store with Hu Qinxue. As she watched the pitiful state of the Prada store manager, Hu Qinxue felt an unprecedented satisfaction in her heart. "Congratulations. The charm enhancement card has been triggered successfully. The activation level is the highest, instant attraction. He has already fallen for you completely. There's no need to rush into things. Cultivating your emotional connection a little more would be good." Wang JT found that the red envelope system was quite cheeky too, but he actually enjoyed the teasing. He reached out and gently held Hu Qinxue's delicate hand. The smooth, silky feeling was really wonderful. For the conservative-style clothing, he bought 2 sets of each, one of which was for his little sister. As a caring older brother, how could he possibly allow his younger sister to wear revealing clothes? They arrived at the restaurant where they had agreed to meet, and Yu Renfeng was already waiting at the entrance. Wu Xiaoying didn't come along, probably staying home to take care of the children. Wang JT grinned and said, "Why didn't you bring my godson with you? Don't tell me you have some ulterior motive, trying to keep my godson occupied so he can keep your wife company on purpose." Yin Renfeng looked at him sideways and said, "Now you've also become a man of status. Still speaking such nonsense. Who's afraid your little sister-in-law would laugh at you? You're truly blessed with good fortune and love, managing to find such a beautiful girl as Xiaoying. You'd better cherish her dearly. If you ever treat her badly, just wait and see how I deal with you." When Hu Qinxue heard Yin Renfeng calling her little sister-in-law, she showed a shy expression and felt especially sweet inside, thinking the title sounded so pleasant. They entered a large private room upstairs, where many people were already gathered. In the center was a young man dressed in a suit. The young man was named Zhao Mingxian, who used to be the class monitor. He was especially skilled at kissing up and treating the children of rich families as if they were his own father. Speaking of the relationship between Wang JT and Zhao Mingxian, there was actually a deep grudge between them. Mainly during their school years, the hardship subsidies that should have been given out were monopolized by Zhao Mingxian and handed only to the offspring of the wealthy. Wang JT reported this to the school, but as a result, Zhao Mingxian faced no consequences, while Wang himself was given a serious reprimand, under the justification of simply speaking the truth. Wang JT wasn't someone easily pushed around. He directly took the matter to the newspaper where he was working. The newspaper, never one to fear stirring things up, blew the story out of proportion. In the end, his disciplinary record was removed, and the money was even returned. But none of the poor classmates who benefited actually appreciated his efforts. Instead, they all rushed to kiss the boots of those rich kids. It was after that incident that Wang JT truly saw through the coldness and indifference of the world. Chapter 26. Keeping a low profile. Zhao Mingxian felt a wave of disgust, as if he had swallowed a fly, when he saw Wang JT walk in accompanied by a beautiful woman. He immediately decided to show them a thing or two. Wang JT glanced around the room and noticed a few empty seats in a quiet corner. Thinking it would be peaceful there, he grabbed Hu Qinxue's hand and walked over to sit down. Before his but even touched the chair, Zhao Mingxian spoke up first. "Life is a totally different university. It teaches people self-awareness, knowing what kind of person you are and where you belong." Anyone with common sense could tell that Zhao's words were targeted at Wang JT. Recalling how poor and pitiful he used to look in college, people quickly figured out whom they should support. The class monitor is absolutely right. Only after being punished by society will scum like him finally realize what they really are. They still think they're in college, where everyone tolerated trash. Exactly. Back in college, he had no self-awareness at all, always trying to show off to the class monitor. Why not take a look at himself in the mirror made of piss? Wong JT ignored their words entirely. They now belonged to completely different worlds, and he regarded these people as less than ants. Seeing that Wong didn't respond, Zhao gave a meaningful glance toward a fat guy at the table. The guy caught on immediately and spoke up with a smug smile. Back in college, Wong JT was famously known as a workaholic. Now that he's out in society, he should have even more opportunities to make big money. Where's he working now? How much does he earn every month? Wong JT smiled calmly and said, I used to earn a few thousand each month, but now I'm not working anymore. Living solo is just more relaxing. The man exaggerated his expression dramatically, clearly being sarcastic. So you're relying on your parents now, huh? Don't you think your parents worked hard to raise you? A person really needs talent. Look at our class monitor. He's now a company executive earning several $100,000 per year. And look at his clothes. Your outfit's not bad. Is it fake? It looks just like the real thing. I'd never wear a counterfeit. Wong JT lightly coughed. Back in school, your pig eyes weren't great either, and it seems your eyesight has gotten worse since. Who told you this is fake? I bought this from a street stall. It can't compare with counterfeits. Today isn't about dinner? Why haven't we ordered anything? Are you all turtles who can live on wind alone? His witty and sharp reply made the atmosphere at the table instantly freeze. Zhao Mingxian knocked on the table and shot Wong a sidelong glance. In a bit, our class beauty Yin Yuhua will be arriving with her husband. He's my boss, a real successful man. Everyone is waiting for him. You think we're all like you, so ill-mannered, as if we're starving ghosts, always rushing to eat. Why don't you just beg for food? What exactly do you mean by that? If I knew you people would be like this, we wouldn't have come at all to this class reunion. As if anyone actually wants to be friends with you jerks. If Iron Man here is a beggar, then you lot are even worse than beggars. He just transferred 500,000 yuan to me yesterday to help open a shop. How many of you can come up with 500,000? Yin Renfeng shouted furiously. He felt it was entirely his fault. Wong would never have come had he not insisted. Who's making such a loud boast? 500,000? You people really think that's a big sum? Tell us who's this big shot so we can hear about it. A very arrogant voice suddenly rang from the door as the flamboyantly dressed Yin Yuhua walked in, hand in hand with a greasy middle-aged man. Zhao Mingxian stood up instantly upon seeing the man, his face breaking into a sycophantic grin. Mr. Wu, finally you've arrived. We classmates have been waiting anxiously. Without you today, this gathering would have had no soul. This middle-aged man was none other than Yin Yuhua's husband, Wu Junhua. He ran a moderately sized company worth several million. Wu Junhua waved his hand casually and said, Xiao Zhao, you're still such a smooth talker. Next time, I'll give your company some more business so you can earn a few Xingkuqian. As he spoke, his eyes roamed the room and fell upon Hu Qinxue, instantly captivated. In comparison, his own wife seemed like nothing more than dirt. After sitting down, Wu Junhua patted the empty chair beside him and said to Hu Qinxue, Hey, why are you sitting so far away? Come and sit next to me. Hu Qinxue completely ignored him, making the entire atmosphere extremely awkward. Yin Yuhua immediately flew into a rage. Where did you even come from? Didn't you hear my husband speaking to you? I don't seem to recall seeing you among my classmates. Zhao Mingxian quickly jumped in. This woman came with Wong JT. Who knows where he dug her up from? If you ask me, she's just some factory girl trying to sneak in here for free food and drinks. Earlier, I was willing to overlook them out of respect for our past as classmates. But Mei Shangdog, they're so shameless, and actually dare defend Mr. Wu. I'll make sure they regret this. Wu Junhua waved his hand exaggeratedly, pretending to be generous. Since we're all classmates, let's not dwell on it. Anyway, we've got enough chopsticks. Nowadays, women must open their eyes wide when choosing a man. Don't be fooled by youth alone. Love isn't just sweet words. It requires material foundation. Take a look at my watch. It's a genuine Swiss solid gold Rolex, worth more than 700,000. That's more than those penniless guys could earn in a lifetime. A person must know his place. As he spoke, he looked at Wong JT with contempt. His meaning was clear. Earlier, the fat guy noticed a watch on Wong JT's wrist and deliberately asked, Your watch looks pretty good too. What brand is it? Don't tell me it's Wong Hai. Others burst into laughter while not actually speaking aloud, but the ridicule was evident in their eyes fixed on Wong JT. Sighing, Wong JT said, I always believed in staying humble and keeping a low profile, not wanting to waste my energy on you people. Yet you take advantage of that, acting as if you're kings of the world. This watch is a Jaeger-LeCoultre Coulter duometer, costing no more than 30 million yuan. It's nothing special really, just something I play around with. Never change. You're still the same bullshitter from school days. You wearing a 30 million watch. You'd bleed out from envy just looking at a $3,000 one. Tell me, with your pathetic look, you even secretly fancied me back then. Where did you get the nerve? Compared to my husband, you're not even worth one of his leg hairs. Yin Yuhua curled her lip sarcastically. In her eyes, someone like Wong JT was nothing but a nobody destined to be trampled his whole life. As fate would have it, just as the woman finished speaking, the private room door opened and two young men entered. Seeing them, Wu Junhua rushed over like a dog wagging its tail, but what followed was completely unexpected. Chapter 27. I said be low-key. Wu Junhua saw these two young noblemen, and instantly his face changed completely. From the arrogant bully he had been a moment ago to a newly trained Pekingese dog. Didn't expect to meet you here, Master Zhang. If I had known earlier that you were here, I would have come to greet you in person right away. Why would you have to come yourself? He bowed and scraped toward the young man on the left, whose family conglomerate was essentially his bread and butter. He had to treat him like his own father. The young man didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he quickly walked toward Wong JT and respectfully bowed deeply. Iron Jr., he addressed respectfully. I thought that was Iron Jr. I saw earlier. Only Iron Jr. could possess such grace. May I ask for your forgiveness for disturbing you so rudely? Wong JT looked at the young man, tapped his temple, and said, I remember now. You were there the day I dined with Wang Yingjie. You're Zhang Yunlong. Is that your name? Zhang Yunlong bowed with a grin and said, Iron Jr., Your memory is incredible. I'm just Xiaozhang. This is my friend Lu Junliang. His family works in building materials. We humbly request your future support, Iron Jr. Lu Junliang, equally obsequious, said, I've heard so much about Iron Jr. from Brother Zhang. I've been dying to meet you. Today I finally do. From now on, you're my idol. Wong JT nodded and said, since you're Yunlong's friend, then from now on you're my friend too. Don't hesitate to ask me for help if you need anything. He spoke in such a nonchalant manner, as though he wasn't facing two wealthy young men at all, but mere underlings. Wong JT patted Ian Renfeng's shoulder and said, this is my best brother. He's going to open a small shop in a few days. You should come over and show your support. Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang carefully studied Ian Renfeng's face, committing it firmly to memory. Since he was Wong JT's brother, he too was now practically a senior figure to be revered. Zhang Yunlong glanced around, frowned slightly and asked, why is Iron Jr. sitting at this table? Could it be that you have some relationship with Mr. Wu? Hu Qinxue held tightly onto Wong JT's arm and said, you mean President Wu? What an impressive figure he is. How could we possibly have anything to do with him? Just now he even asked me to leave Jitia and go sit with him. And that executive over there called me a factory girl and said that Jitia was nothing but a beggar. That we could even sit here was already proof of our ancestors' blessings. She had worked as a migrant laborer for many years and had seen all sorts of people. She knew well what to say when needed. Given Wong Jitia's position and reputation, it wouldn't be fitting for him to quarrel with people like these. But for her, it was different. As the saying went, only women and mean men are hard to deal with. So no matter what a woman did, there was always reason behind it. Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian were nearly scared out of their wits at Hu Qinshue's words, their legs giving way as they dropped to their knees on the spot. Wu Junhua wailed desperately. I had no eyes to recognize Iron Jr. I spouted nonsense. Please, Iron Jr., be magnanimous and forgive me just this once. Zhao Mingxian quickly joined him. I mistook the person and looked down on you. It's me who is the beggar. For the sake of our former friendship as classmates, please spare me. Wang Jitia ignored both of them and instead looked at the Ponzik. You believe now that the clothes I wear aren't counterfeit. Either I wear real designer stuff, or I buy it from street vendors. I'd never wear fake stuff. He then took Hu Qinshue's arm and swaggered out proudly, stopping briefly as he passed Wu Junhua. As I just said, you really need to stay humble. A few 100,000 Swiss gold watches are nothing. This watch I wear isn't even about value, it's about timing. After the trio left, Zhang Yunlong glared at Wu Junhua coldly. You useless pair of eyes. How dare you offend Iron Jr. When I go back, I'll report it to my family. With someone as powerful as you around, we can't afford to be your partners anymore. Who knows when your downfall might drag us into the water. Don't think about pleading your case. Iron Jr. is the kind even Wang Yingjia has to flatter. He actually deigned to say so much to you, just to let you understand exactly how you met your end. Lu Junliang fixed his gaze on Zhao Mingxian, smiling without humor. What an interesting coincidence. Actually, I know your company's CEO very well. I will definitely inform him about this incident, so he can appreciate just how competent his executives are. You better enjoy your last dinner together, because from now on, such meals will probably be out of your reach. Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian desperately wanted to plead, yet they couldn't think of a single word to say, and could only lie there trembling on the floor, realizing that their lives were over. Yen Yuhua, however, started rolling her eyes around, already scheming whether she could enhance her appearance to perhaps win a position as a mistress in Wang Jitia's life. She bitterly regretted her blindness back then. Why hadn't she seen that he was actually a second-generation noble? If only she had known before, maybe by now she'd be married into wealth. Wang Jitia had no idea what had happened inside, and even if he did know, he wouldn't care. He had originally planned to send Ian Renfeng back, but that little fellow refused, claiming he didn't want to play the role of a third wheel. Wang Jitia didn't argue with him, and casually transferred 300,000 to Ian Renfeng, telling him to buy a car tomorrow for daily transportation, mainly for picking up and dropping off his godson at kindergarten. Ian Renfeng didn't hesitate at all. He said, thanks, loudly, and took a taxi home. Hu Qinxue, sitting in the car, said, it's obvious how genuine your friendship is. He uses your money so freely, which means when you're in need, he will definitely give everything for you. Wang Jitia nodded and said, you're right. We are truly good brothers. Even if we haven't kept in touch for decades, when the time comes, he will still do everything he can to help. That's why when he spends my money, he doesn't feel the slightest awkwardness. And when I'm really in trouble one day, he will even give his life to help me. I always believe in life. You need a good brother who would risk everything for you, and also a lover who truly understands and loves you. When he said the last sentence, he gazed affectionately at Hu Qinxue. Her face turned bright red with shyness, and she slowly closed her eyes. Wang Jitia didn't take that final step, even though she clearly wouldn't have refused. He believed there should be some ceremony involved, so it wasn't right to do anything in the car. Hu Qinxue felt Wang Jitia's affection and completely lost her heart. As long as she could be with this man, she was willing to pay any price. Wang Jitia sent Hu Qinxue home and saw his little sister lying lazily on the sofa. He casually covered her with a blanket and then ignored her completely. Returning to his villa, he looked up at the stars again, images flashing through his mind. He couldn't help but smile slightly, slowly falling into a peaceful sleep. Morning came quickly, once again the time for opening red envelopes, and he chose to open it without hesitation. Congratulations. You received 456 yuan. Wish you a pleasant click. Congratulations. You received 28% equity in Tianqing Entertainment Group. Wish you a pleasant click. Wang Jitia had already become indifferent toward the cash rewards he received, but he found the equity in this entertainment company quite interesting. Was it suggesting he should enter the entertainment industry? Chapter 28. Her face is all swollen. As Wang Jitia thought about entering the entertainment industry, the image of Shengwan Yinxue immediately appeared in his mind. In terms of demeanor, she was absolutely second to none. Among the people he knew, only Xikong Rian could match Shengwan Yinshue's charm. Although their styles were different, both were equally captivating. Wang Jitia casually picked up the nearby equity agreement and glanced through it indifferently. Then he coughed once, and a small passage appeared on the table beside him. He shoved the contract into the passage, where it was automatically stored inside a custom-made safe located in the basement, a safe that only he could open. Wong JT glanced at the morning light outside, and decided to go downstairs for a quick nap. Just as he began dozing off, the phone rang suddenly. He pressed the answer button without thinking. From the Bluetooth speaker in his bedroom, a strange voice came through. "Sorry to disturb you, Master Wong. My name is Sun Qingying. I'm from the same crew as Shangwan Yinxue, and she's just been bullied." Upon hearing that, Wong JT instantly woke up, cutting the caller off without hesitation. "Where are you right now? What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. I'll head to the address you give right away." After exchanging a few words with her, he angrily sat upright on the bed. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system dispensed more than 10 random red envelopes. "Congratulations, you received 328 yuan in cash. Wishing you an enjoyable click. Congratulations, you have received a bottle of special cooling oil. Wishing you an enjoyable click. Congratulations, you received a Lamborghini Murcielago. Wishing you an enjoyable click." While putting on his clothes, Wong JT opened all the red envelopes. Among the loot were several thousand yuan in cash, one bottle of cooling oil, and one Lamborghini Murcielago. Although the Lamborghini wasn't a limited edition, the number in global circulation was still limited. It was every bit as valuable as the Pagani Zonda. Wong JT whispered to himself that the system was truly generous. Arriving at a film set in a supercar like this would be far more impressive and exude great prestige. He gave a command to the smart orb, and the previously retracted keychain appeared on the nearby table. He promptly attached it to his car keychain. Sun Qingying stretched his neck and kept looking far into the distance when suddenly, a Lamborghini Murcielago whizzed in front of him and stopped. Wong JT rolled down the window and said, "I remember seeing you on set before. You're the male lead, right? And I feel like I've seen you somewhere." He wasn't intentionally trying to be pretentious. He simply had either been studying or working since childhood and rarely had time to watch TV. Surprise spread across Sun Qingying's face. He had yet to locate the Pagani Zonda from the previous encounter when the other person already had a new Lamborghini. While plenty of rich kids drove supercars, few had two top-tier models. That clearly proved the person before him was even more formidable than he had imagined. Sun Qingying hurriedly said, "It's my honor that you even remember me. I was just outraged at how they treated Master Shangwan Yinxue, which is why I dared to call you. They treated her really shamefully. Once you see for yourself, you'll understand. How could they even bring themselves to do that? Yinxue is a strong girl. She doesn't want others to know her hardships and only dares to cry alone in the corner." Wong JT's face darkened. He replied coldly, "Thanks for letting me know. Take me to her now." Sun Qingying nodded quickly and led Wong JT onto the film set. Soon in a worn-out makeup room, they found Shangwan Yinxue curled up in a chair. Hearing footsteps, Shangwan Yinxue glanced over and was immediately struck with alarm upon seeing Wong JT. Wong JT took a few long strides and stood before Shangwan Yinxue. Looking down at her from above, he exerted a powerful sense of pressure. Sun Qingying, very tactfully, stepped outside the makeup room and personally stood guard by the door, making sure not to allow anyone to disturb the couple inside. Wong JT casually pinched Shangwan Yinxue's chin, forcing her face to fully turn toward his. Only then did he see that half of her face was swollen. Shangwan Yinxue, flustered, said, "Why are you here? Don't look at me like this. My face looks terrible." At this moment, she was more concerned about her appearance than whether Wong JT's actions might be a violation of her personal space. This was precisely determined by their respective statuses. If Wong JT were still the person he once was, chances are, he would have already been slapped. Wong JT took the cooling oil from his pocket, rubbed it skillfully in his palm, and gently started applying it to Yinxue's face. Yinxue felt the coolness of the oil as well as the warmth of his palm. As the soothing cold and warm sensations alternated, the pain gradually vanished. Looking at Wong JT's gentle expression, she was completely captivated. At that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world, and every bit of her suffering had been worth it. "Congratulations. You have triggered the charm increase card. The activation level is the highest, love at first sight. The other party is willing to sacrifice everything for you. Feel free to harvest the affection, and don't forget to cherish it." Hearing the system prompt, Wong JT's lips curved upward slightly. As expected, once he met the girl's standards, romance and tenderness proved to be the best ways to win her heart. His hand slowly moved downward and gently rested on Shangwan Yinxue's delicate neck. The moment his warm palm touched her fair skin, she shivered involuntarily and then slowly closed her eyes. Without hesitation, Wong JT pressed his lips onto hers. What followed was a whirlwind of passion, though he still hadn't taken the final step. Shangwan Yinxue sat in Wong JT's arms, her slender arms wrapped around his neck, her soft body leaning closely against his chest. Wong JT deliberately put on a stern face and said, "You went through such a serious incident, yet you didn't even call me. I had to hear it from Sun Qingying first." Shangwan Yinxue weakly replied, "I thought it was just part of acting, getting slapped. It's not like I've never been hit before. It really wasn't a big deal. Besides, we've only met once. Though I have feelings for you, I couldn't possibly bother you every time something happens. What if you get annoyed? You're a wealthy young master, with so many pretty girls around. I must not be good enough for you. Just knowing that I have a tiny place in your heart is more than enough." Her fragile demeanor especially stirred a man's protective instincts, especially a strong man, who found the tender feminine charm utterly irresistible. Wang JT tightened his arms and said, "No more talking like that. No matter what happens, I will always have a place for you by my side. Next time, inform me the moment anything happens. Your assistant is obviously unreliable, even leaving you here alone. Now tell me exactly what happened. No one gets to bully my girl and gets away with it. There must be consequences." He hadn't asked Sun Qingying earlier on purpose. He wanted Shangwan Yinxue to explain it herself. Chapter 29, I want more drama. The last time Li Yuhan wanted to shoot that car swaying scene with you, she was rejected by you. She felt extremely humiliated and returned to ask the director to add a scene where she slaps me. Normally, this kind of scene is all fake hits, but during filming, the director insisted that Lee Yi-han should really hit me, and she must make the sound of a slap. They shot it several times, and I could do nothing but grit my teeth and endure it. I thought that would be it once it was over, but tonight again, Lee Yi-han asked for an additional scene. This time, several female supporting actors slapped me, and they hit extremely hard. As you saw, I got scared and ran here. As Shangwan Yinxue recalled, her beautiful eyes welled up with tears, like a poor little rabbit, trembling all over. Wong JT was just about to comfort Shangwan Yinxue when a commotion was suddenly heard at the door. Clearly, someone was trying to enter and find Shangwan Yinxue, blocked by Sun Qingying. He simply held Shangwan Yinxue in his arms, walked quickly to the door, and pushed it open forcefully. Indeed, he saw Sun Qingying arguing with two women. When the two women saw Wong JT, their faces changed slightly. Everyone in the entire crew remembered this rich young master who drove a super luxury car. Wong JT coldly looked at the two women and asked Sun Qingying, "Who are they, and why are they arguing?" Sun Qingying replied immediately, "One of them is Lee Yi-han's assistant, and the other is Miss Shangwan's assistant. They say they need their mistresses to come for additional filming. All right, I will go with you. I would like to see what kind of additional scene they need. What nerve they have, so arrogant. I'll grant them their wish, lead the way." Lee Yi-han's assistant spoke up with an aggressive tone. "I know you are a rich man, but our industry has its own rules. It's not just about money. Our Miss Lee is no less wealthy either. It's all just a misunderstanding. Things can be resolved once explained. If it really turns into a fight, it won't benefit anyone." Wong JT let out a cold snort through his nose. "You've got quite the nerve speaking to me like that. You are the first one daring to. Go and call Lee Yi-han and the director over. I would like to see how wild your circle really is. Even a small assistant dares to act this way. Do you really think you are someone important?" His arrogant manner frightened the assistant a bit, but thinking of the person behind Lee Yi-han, she didn't feel anything major and walked off smugly. Wong JT turned his gaze toward Shangwan Yinxue's assistant. The latter felt tremendous pressure and hastily began to explain. "I don't mean to not help Yinxue. I just feel helpless. Lee Yi-han is the top female star of Sky Star Entertainment, someone we can't afford to offend." When Wong JT heard Sky Star Entertainment, he asked with a smile, "Is Sky Star Entertainment that powerful?" Sun Qingying said beside him, "Sky Star Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in the entire circle, its influence spreading across various fields. The boss, Yi Qinglei, also has a very broad network of connections. I know the young master is certainly also a strong person, but Yinxue still needs to get by in this circle. Offending Sky Star Entertainment isn't worth the cost." Wong JT smiled coldly. "From what I know, Yi Qinglei only owns 25% of the shares in Sky Star Entertainment, so he's barely the second largest shareholder. As for the rest of those small shareholders, none of them amount to even a fart. You will see some great dramas in the future involving Sky Star Entertainment. The male lead will surely be you." Before Sun Qingying could react, the director and Lee Yi-han arrived, and it wasn't just the two of them. Many others followed as well. The director smiled broadly and said, "Honored to meet the young master. The previous incident was all a misunderstanding. My handling was inappropriate. I must apologize to you." "You don't need to apologize to me. This is the last drama you will ever shoot. How you film it is your right. No one has the qualification to interfere. I hope that during the remaining filming time, you can treasure it well, so you won't regret it for the rest of your life." "Why are you glaring? Wasn't my meaning clear enough?" Wong JT casually interrupted the director, and his words further shocked the director and filled his heart with anger. The director thought he himself was also a well-known figure in the industry. There was no need to be subservient and bowing all the time, so his spine immediately straightened. "Young master, don't joke like that. Many things aren't as simple as you think. I am the official director of Sky Star Entertainment. What you wish to do must ask our bossy." Wong JT didn't acknowledge the director but stared at Lee Yi-han, his gaze becoming extremely cold, making this woman feel coldness creeping up her heart. Lee Yi-han gritted her teeth and said, "I am the top female star of Sky Star Entertainment and can directly speak with Boss Yi. I advise you not to act recklessly. What happened before, I admit it was partly my fault. I will speak to Boss Yi and offer her the second lead role in the next movie as compensation." Wong JT smirked. "You still think you'll get another movie? That's absolutely ridiculous. If it were another production company, maybe I would have had to go through some trouble. Yinxue, you probably wondered why I didn't look for you these past 2 days. Well, I was thinking about acquiring shares in a production company just to promote you properly. I wasn't sure which company to pick, so I had my people look into some options. Coincidentally, they bought Sky Star Entertainment. I was actually planning to ask you if this company would work." He spoke casually, but those listening felt as if thunder had struck their heads, their faces full of disbelief. Lee Yi-han exclaimed dramatically, "Even if you're a wealthy young master, you can't lie so effortlessly. Mr. Yi values Sky Star Entertainment more than his own life. There's no way he would let someone else become the majority shareholder. Plus, do you even know how much money it would take to buy shares in Sky Star Entertainment? You're so young. Do you really think your family would let you squander that much money? It's an enormous joke." Sun Qingying, standing aside, shook her head and said, "You're thinking too naively. There are things in this world that no matter how unwilling you are, you still have to comply. If someone influential enough steps in, Mr. Yi won't have a choice but to sell. Selling might keep the company alive. Refusing would mean certain death. As for how much money it takes, to someone capable of doing that, that kind of money isn't even a drop in the ocean, completely negligible." As if to confirm his words, Wong JT casually pulled out his phone, dialed a number from the documents, and turned on speakerphone. "Ah, Iron Young Master finally called. I've been waiting until the flowers wilted, wondering when you'd have time so I can come visit and discuss the company's plans for the second half of the year. As our company's largest shareholder, you have the final say on decision-making. If there's anything you don't like, I'll definitely do my best to fix it." The voice from the phone was extremely familiar to all the main figures present, and the words they heard scared the pants off them. Chapter 30, I want to add some scenes too. "You're too modest, Mr. Yi. I never play games with empty words. The reason I bought the shares of your company is because my girlfriend, Shangwan Yinxue, is a minor artist under your company. Speaking of your company, it really broadened my horizons. To be honest, I think buying these shares was a bit of a loss, and selling them would feel even worse. How about we just let it all go to waste? Wong JT spoke casually, but Yi Qinglei nearly lost his courage upon hearing this. The first major shareholder wanted to drain the company's value, clearly aiming to ruin the entire business. Yi Qinglei hurriedly said, "Iron young master, why would you speak like this? What, your company, or our company? Aren't we all family? If there's anything we're lacking, we can work on improving together. Whatever you point out, I promise to fix it until you're satisfied. For Miss Shangwan to sign with us. No, I should say with our company. It's just like coming home. I'll immediately arrange the top gold-rated agent for her, and I guarantee she will become the brightest star." Wong JT laughed and said, "I was just joking with elder brother Yi. Why so worked up? As long as you don't let my girlfriend suffer any loss, I won't meddle in anything else. But to be serious, the morality of our directors and artists definitely needs work. They act so arrogantly, as if nobody else exists, like they're the emperor of heaven himself. The director of my girlfriend's current production especially disappointed me. He really doesn't know how to add scenes. I wanted to give him some direction, but he said I should consult you first, elder brother. What do you think about this?" Yi Qinglei had been around the block enough times to be as clever as a monkey. He instantly realized there must be something fishy about that production team. They definitely had crossed Wong JT somehow. Digging further, he suspected that Wong JT's recent acquisition of shares in Tianqing Entertainment might well be related to this incident. Yi Qinglei wasn't naive. He knew how deep the water ran in the world. For those families at the very top, operations like this were nothing but standard protocol. He immediately said, "Rest assured, Iron Young Master. I'll call that bastard right now and make sure he follows every word you say. Anyone who dares to make Iron Young Master unhappy for even a moment, I'll ensure they live to regret it for their entire life. Sorry they were even born by their parents." The director quickly interjected, "No need to call me, boss. I've heard your instructions already. Everything will follow exactly what Iron Young Master said. You damned fool. You better serve Iron Young Master well. When you come back, I'll deal with you. Just wait and see." Yi Qinglei fiercely cursed the director, then flattered Wong JT for a long while. Just before hanging up, Wong JT mentioned Sun Qingying, calling him a good person. Hearing this, Sun Qingying felt extreme excitement in his heart, knowing that his position in the entertainment industry from now on would be unshakable. Indeed, virtue truly brought its own rewards. Compared to Sun Qingying's joyous feelings, Li Yuhan regretted everything to the point of wanting to rip out her own intestines. If she'd known the other party was this powerful, even if they gave her a dozen elang, she wouldn't have dared to provoke Shangwan Yinxue. As for Li Yuhan's assistant, they were trembling in fear, desperately trying to hide behind others, hoping nobody would notice them. Clearly, being sharp-tongued was indeed a major offense. Li Yuhan begged with lowered pride, "It's all my fault. I grew these pair of dog eyes. I offended both you, young master, and Miss Shue. Please show mercy and forgive me just this once." Wong JT sneered. "What kind of words are those? Adding scenes is normal. Why would my desire to add some scenes become a problem when dealing with you? You over there, production assistant, go outside and find me 10 strong and sturdy female extras. They must have a strong grip. Also, let them know how to rehearse their parts. As for those female supporting actresses from last night's rehearsal, have them all come to the set immediately. Even if they're already buried, dig them up for me. If they don't come, fine. But as long as they never appear in the industry again, we can pretend nothing happened. Now go." Several assistant directors nodded obediently like dogs and rushed out at top speed. In just over 10 minutes, those people were already at the scene. The female supporting actresses already understood what had happened, and they looked at Wong JT in terror, almost wishing they could drop to their knees right then to beg for mercy. Wong JT addressed the extras. "This is scene 1 that I'm adding for you all now. Go up and slap them hard. Each slap needs to be heard clearly and loudly. First, slap them continuously for 20 minutes. Afterward, their faces must swell at least 10 centimeters. Only then does it meet artistic standards. As long as you perform well, each of you will receive a reward of 3,000. Go." The production assistant already instructed the extras outside to follow Wong JT's orders precisely, and they could only go beyond his demands. They couldn't just perform adequately. These female supports used to lean on Li Yuhan's protection and had frequently bullied these extras before. Now, the extras finally got their chance to get even, and they hit harder than each other. Soon, the faces of those supporting actresses resembled pigs' heads. Wong JT ordered the previous production assistant to measure the swelling of their faces with a ruler. If they hadn't reached the artistic standard, they should continue slapping until they did. "I know it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been jealous of Miss Shue, shouldn't have used such despicable methods. I beg Iron Young Master and Miss Shue to have mercy. Just let me off like letting out a fart. I truly will never dare again. From now on, I'll be just like a dog beside Miss Shue, biting whoever she points at without the slightest hesitation." Li Yuhan watched with terror in her heart, her face filled with misery as she looked desperately at Wong JT, continuously begging for mercy. Wong JT looked sideways and said, "If apologies could solve everything, what need would there be for laws? Once someone does something wrong, they must pay the price. Don't say I didn't give you a choice. Either you take this role as seriously as they did. Since you're such a big star, you must pursue excellence, at least doubling their efforts, or I'll completely blacklist you, ensuring you never rise again. On top of that, you'll return all the money you've earned over the years and learn how to be a decent person." Li Yuhan stared with wide eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, "I'm willing to film this extra scene. I'll keep adding it until Iron Young Master and Miss Shue are fully satisfied." What came next was naturally easy. Those extras once again got their thrill, slapping Li Yuhan fiercely. Looking at those women now swollen like pig heads, Wong JT said to the director, "I always keep my word. I'll let what happened with them slide this time. As for your own matter, I'll have a good talk with Yi Qinglei. From now on, focus on rehearsing properly. If I hear one more complaint from Shue, I'll destroy you completely." The director nodded like a Pekingese dog, repeatedly bowing and saying, Iron Young Master can rest assured completely. I'll immediately work with the scriptwriter to revise the script. All previous scenes will be discarded and reshot. I guarantee Ms. Shui will be absolutely satisfied. Wong JT revealed a look of Ru Dikajao, a teachable child, and smiled, pulling Sangun Insha, Shengwan Yinshue, toward his sports car. The reason he did all this was because his system daddy had just granted him powerful assistance again. Chapter 31, The Romantic Cottage. Shengwan Yinsno felt like she was floating in a dream until she got into the car and finally came to her senses. You actually acquired a stake in Star Entertainment and became the largest shareholder just for me? That's going a bit overboard, isn't it? She stared intently at Wong JT, her eyes filled with affection. A man who went this far for her was truly willing to give her everything. Wong JT lifted her petite chin and smiled. Do you think it's overboard? I don't think so at all. You're my baoboy. A baoboy deserves to be cherished with all my strength. Only when my baoboy is happy will my sky be full of sunshine. If you're unhappy, my sky will be filled with dark clouds. The romantic poetry of the past was finally proving useful. What is romance really? Only a beautiful woman in a luxurious car could truly define it, and such romance required a material foundation. Wong JT stepped on the gas, and the Lamborghini Aventador let out a powerful roar before shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. First, he drove to the real estate registration office, asking Shengwan Yinsno to wait in the car. Half an hour later, he finally came out. Then, after driving for another 30 minutes, he arrived deep within Bin City's famous Golden Coast. There was a villa district here known as the Romantic Heart. These villas were small, duplex style, and uniquely designed. Each one had a different layout, all exuding romance, truly living up to the name Romantic Cottage. Wong JT parked in front of the most picturesque villa, pressed the remote key in his hand, and the iron gate of the courtyard slowly opened. He drove into the courtyard. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Shengwan Yinsno spread her arms wide, feeling the sea breeze and enjoying the gentle sunlight, her heart filled with peace and joy. Wong JT took Shengwan Yinsno's hand and toured the entire villa, asking cheerfully about her impressions. Shengwan Yinsno grinned and said, "This villa is so beautiful. It's like a fairy tale cottage. Living here must be incredibly blissful." Wong JT took out the property certificate and cheerfully opened it in front of Shengwan Yinsno. Her name was clearly printed on it, leaving her stunned. "Why is the name on it mine? Are you giving this house to me?" Shengwan Yinsno gently licked her lips, a highly seductive gesture, and blinked her beautiful eyes, appearing both innocent and adorable. Such an obvious thing, yet our big star still asks. "In the future, this will be our romantic love nest. When you get tired, you can come back here to rest." Wang Jitia embraced Shengwan Yinsno from behind, pulling her slender body against him. The sensation of holding such softness was simply amazing. Shengwan Yinsno felt completely enveloped by his masculine presence, her body weakening in waves. Without thinking, she tilted her head sideways, offering everything she could give. Looking at the entranced Shengwan Yinsno, Wang Jitia firmly chose the former between being a beast and being worse, his heart already soaring like a pair of lovebirds. Indeed, Shengwan Yinsno was a good girl who valued her purity. That little trace of crimson proved it, making one cherish her even more. Like an ostrich burying her burning face in the sand, she pressed her face into Wang Jitia's chest. Wang Jitia held her tightly, filled with emotion. Life's encounters were truly unpredictable. Not long ago, a goddess like her wouldn't even have spared him a glance, let alone allowing herself to be embraced by him so intimately. Shengwan Yinsno softly inhaled, raising her head with a blissful expression, tracing circles on Wang Jitia's chest with her fingers. "You're such a mischievous man. I never thought that after all these years of waiting, I'd finally give myself to you. Promise me you'll treat me well from now on. There must always be a place for me here. If there's no place for me here, I won't cry or cause a scene. I'll just quietly leave, never to be found by you again. You'll live the rest of your life alone, never finding me." Her eyes were filled with grievance, as if she had truly been abandoned, a sight so heart-wrenching that all one could feel was the desire to protect her. Wang Jitia tightened his arms and pretended to be domineering. "Now that I've had my way with you completely, you've become mine forever. Where do you think you could possibly go? From now on, this romantic cottage will be your prison and your final home. This is where you belong for the rest of your life, never escaping my palm. Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, he playfully let his hands roam, and what followed could only be described as a uniquely beautiful scene, indescribable in words. The couple stayed in the romantic cottage for a whole day and night, and it was here that the next red envelope was opened. Their luck wasn't too bad this time. They received several $100,000 in cash and one Juliet rose. As the couple was about to leave, Wang Jitia took out the Juliet rose and handed it to Shengwan Yinsno with a smile. At first, she didn't think much of it. When she held the flower, however, she discovered its fragrance was unusually distinct, noticeably different from other roses. "What kind of rose is this? It smells so unique. I've never seen anything like it before." Wang Jitia smiled casually. "It's a Juliet rose. I originally wanted to get a bouquet for you, but I could only get one. It's kind of frustrating when you think about it." "You said what?" "This is the legendary Juliet rose. The same one worth millions per bloom. The kind that even money can't easily buy." Shengwan Yinsno widened her mouth dramatically. For someone with such a small cherry-like mouth, stretching it that wide was really a challenge for the poor girl. Wang Jitia gave her lips a gentle pinch and teased, "You don't need to use parallelism. Yes, it's exactly the Juliet rose you mentioned. Anything you like, I'll make sure to get for you. Go back and behave yourself filming your drama. I'll come visit when I have time. When you're tired, return to our love nest. This place will always be your home." Shengwan Yinsno nodded sweetly in agreement, silently deciding in her heart that this was the best choice she'd ever made in her life. On their way back to the filming set, Yiqing called and announced that Shengwan Yinsno's new management team had been assembled. This time it was fully equipped with top-grade personnel from Star Entertainment. With such a setup, if they couldn't make Shengwan Yinsno a super Jushing, Yiqing would go live streaming and chop off his dick. Wang Jitia chuckled as he responded, "Mr. Yi, you're making jokes. From now on, consider my shares as yours. Other than the dividends, everything is under your control. You can absolutely count on me, Boss Tai. I will definitely grow the company and never let you down. Contact me whenever you need, and I promise you will be satisfied. Yi Qing hung up the phone, excitement surging as he let out a loud yell. Indeed, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. With Wong JT's full backing, the company was now completely in his control. At the same time, a quiet pang stirred within his heart. Having worked his entire life, in the end, his achievements still couldn't rival the bold romantic gesture made to win a beauty's smile. Truly, comparing people is suicide, and comparing goods is asking for it. Wong JT and Shangwan Yinsnow cuddled for a while longer before departing the set. Yet, not long after driving off, the phone rang again. Chapter 32 Shameless Slut. Hello, Mr. Wong. I'm Lin Xiaolin, a financial advisor at Binsheng Bank. Please come to the bank right away. Someone is confronting Yuan Bingwei here. Wong JT overheard the phone call, his eyes widening in surprise. He never expected that yesterday Shangwan Yinshua had been bullied, and today it was Yuan Bingyue's turn. What was going on? What exactly happened? Who dares to come to the bank to cause trouble? Doesn't Lian Fei know how to manage things? Mr. Wong, you should know, the one causing trouble is Ni Baozhu. She's a notorious shameless woman. She's already come here twice before. No one dares to do anything about her, not even our bank manager. We've reported her to the Public Security Bureau, but it was completely ineffective. Lin Xiaolin explained the situation clearly, showing deep disgust and helplessness toward Ni Baozhu through her words. Wang JT acknowledged the information and assured he'd handle the matter appropriately. He asked Lin Xiaolin to keep an eye on Yuan Bingwei and ensure nothing went wrong in the meantime. Thinking to himself, he decided to call Shui Xiaowei. To deal with such a shameless woman, only someone from the underworld could do the job. Whatever you need, Iron Young Master, I'll definitely give my best effort and make sure you won't be disappointed. Shui Xiaowei pledged his loyalty immediately upon receiving Wang JT's call. Without tightly clinging to this powerful connection, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. Wang JT spoke in a cold tone. There's a woman named Ni Baozhu who's going after Bingwei at the bank. According to the staff, she's just a slut, a real tough nut. I'm on my way to the bank now. Check if there are any useful contacts around you. I hope to avoid unnecessary trouble. You understand me. Shui Xiaowei quickly responded. Rest assured, Iron Young Master. I'll immediately arrange manpower. I definitely won't disappoint you. Wang JT made a non-committal sound, immediately hung up the phone, slammed on the accelerator, and roared toward Binsheng Bank. Soon, he arrived near the bank. From a distance, he could see a large crowd gathered in front of the bank, along with loud arguing. Wang JT parked his car by the roadside and strode over. He pushed his way through the crowd with sheer force. Inside the crowd was a woman with a flat face and sharp eyes yelling. Let Yuan Bingwei, that lowlife slut, come out. You had the guts to seduce others. Why not face people now? You were so capable when seducing others. Why are you now hiding like a coward? Don't think you can avoid this forever. You can escape for a day, but not forever. Wang JT knew immediately this was Ni Baozhu. As expected, her appearance was disgusting, with a pancake face and sharp eyes, revolting to the extreme. He approached the entrance and said to the security guard, let me use your walkie-talkie to call out Yuan Bingwei. This ugly woman makes a good point. Avoiding things won't solve anything. One must eventually face them, otherwise, others will think you're guilty. Before the guard could respond, Ni Baozhu jumped up and shouted, who the hell are you? You don't have the right to speak here. Go away or I'll piss on you. Wang JT sneered. Yuan Bingwei is my personal secretary. Her matter is my matter. If you're after her, you're crossing me. Your name sounds familiar. You should also have a despicable husband. Where are you hiding? Come out now, or else see how I'll deal with both of you. Hardly had he finished speaking when two men emerged from the crowd. One was indeed Lu Qiji, and the other older man must be his father. Hearing Wang JT's words, the guards at the gate didn't dare delay. They used the walkie-talkie to report the situation. Yuan Bingwei rushed out hurriedly. Also coming out was the entire senior management team of Binsheng Bank. Wang JT was their benefactor, and they couldn't possibly allow any dissatisfaction from him. Lian Fei smiled broadly, saying, why has Mr. Wang come here? I apologize for letting you witness such embarrassment. I'll handle it immediately. Wang JT gave a heavy snort, but didn't acknowledge Lian Fei, instead fixing his gaze on Yuan Bingwei, causing her to look away nervously. What exactly happened? Why didn't you inform me about this? You're my personal financial manager, meaning you're under my protection. You mean to say someone can just bully you? If this kind of news spreads, where will that leave my reputation? Are you trying to make me a laughingstock? Wang JT's expression was grim, his voice low and solemn, each word hammering heavily on Yuan Bingwei's heart. Yuan Bingwei panicked and replied, it's all my fault. I didn't consider things carefully enough. I just thought not to trouble you and didn't expect such consequences. We'll talk about your part later. First, explain to me what's going on here. What the hell is this thing with a face flat as a pancake? Wang JT rudely interrupted Yuan Bingwei, shifting the topic to focus the conversation on Ni Baozhu. Ni Baozhu had long been infamous in the business circles of Binsheng as a vicious and shameless woman, capable of doing anything without shame. Back then, to avoid paying compensation, she once stripped naked and screamed loudly at the entrance of someone's company until they gave in, letting the matter drop. The reason she came here today to cause trouble was because after Lu Qiji was expelled from the Blackstone Villa, with Wang Ingjia's involvement, many companies had terminated cooperation with them. Lu Gai found out about the cause of this problem, but didn't think his son was wrong. Instead, he believed Yuan Bingwei had plotted revenge. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? He didn't dare provoke Wang JT, so he shifted his vendetta toward Yuan Bingwei, deliberately sending his wife to stir things up and smear Yuan Bingwei's reputation. Lu Gai and Ni Baozhu believed that Wang JT, being a man of standing, wouldn't go to bat for a woman, and they assumed that after offering more gifts, they'd regain their lost business. Unfortunately, they hadn't realized that Wang JT himself was a classic upstart with a typical possessive nature, someone who would absolutely not tolerate his woman being mistreated. Wong JT stared coldly at Lu Gai and said, "Earlier your wife accused Bingyue of seducing men. Don't tell me she's talking about you. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What makes you think you're worthy of being seduced by Bingyue? If you don't give me some solid explanations today, I'll make sure both of you pay dearly." Looking into Wong JT's eyes, Lu Gai felt a chill run through him. He sensed that this time, they were in serious trouble. This wasn't merely about regaining business anymore. And Baozhu, lacking such awareness, simply thought Wong JT was young and probably not that formidable. She decided to stir up even more trouble to try and gain more personal benefits. Chapter 33. I'm really angry. And Baozhu was just someone with no sense of sight. She thought that by being shameless, she could fluster the young Wong JT and force him to eventually compromise with them. What are you shouting about over there? Clearly just another arrogant rich second generation who doesn't know how to respect elders and has absolutely no upbringing. This woman seduced my husband and then seduced my son. My husband and son are the best, second to none. If you don't give us an explanation today, this matter won't just disappear. For this woman to think she can still work here is nothing short of a daydream. Wang JT looked coldly at Baozhu and said, "No matter what you said before, if you dare to say I have no upbringing, this matter won't end here. My men will be here shortly. All of you watching from the sidelines, those who don't want trouble had better leave now, or you'll be sorry. Not one of your family members is going anywhere. Remember what you just said. You can run away from a monk, but not the temple. You may escape the first day, but not the 15th. Back when he was scraping bottom, he'd understood one principle clearly. When the time came, you had to be ruthless, or you'd never get another chance. As for the consequences, that depended entirely on your ability, and with his current level of capability, those consequences could be ignored. If Shui Xiaowei couldn't even handle such a small matter, he wouldn't deserve to be the #1 figure in Bin Cheng's underworld, nor would he be worthy of even a passing mention from Wang Yingjia. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people charged in from outside. The leader was a bald man wearing a thick gold chain, a typical street thug. As soon as the man entered, he shouted loudly, "Which one of you is Boss Tai? I'm here on Weige's orders to back you up. Who dares offend Boss Tai? This one must have had a death wish. What are you all staring at? Do you all want to die?" Wang JT coughed once and said, "What's your name? If you can fight, then stop talking so much. Didn't anyone ever teach you that?" The bald man quickly replied, "My name is Wang Yangbiao. Boss Tai can just call me Big Biao. I was only trying to be decent to avoid influencing you, sir." Wang JT gave a short snort through his nose. "You need to be polite only to talent. What politeness do you need for these kinds of people? Drive them all away. If anyone objects, feel free to hit them. Just pay their medical expenses afterwards." Upon hearing this, Big Biao immediately burst into action, shouting loudly, and his men were like fierce devils and evil spirits. The onlookers scattered like mist in an instant. Li Yanfei saw how the security guards had previously struggled with all their might to accomplish this very thing, yet this guy had done it with only a glare and some yelling. In his heart, he sighed, recognizing the gap between them. Wang JT ordered Big Biao, "Take this family of 3 to where your guys do business. Also let Shui Xiaowei know to wait for me there. This fat woman just tried to start trouble with me earlier. Give her a little lesson first, so she knows how to speak properly with me later. Take them now." Big Biao hurriedly nodded in agreement, walked over, and kicked Baozhu straight in her wide face, breaking her nose instantly. Baozhu barely managed to let out a couple of cries before another kick smashed into her mouth, knocking out several teeth. She finally shut up. After the family of 3 were dragged away, Wang JT stared coldly at Li Yanfei, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat as his heart pounded anxiously. Li Yanfei bent over with a forced smile and said, "Boss Tai, please don't take offense. This time it was entirely due to my carelessness. Actually, it was my idea for Lin Shilin to call you." Wang JT waved to cut him off. "At least you did one right thing. Since that's the case, I won't hold this against you. Right now, prepare 1 million cash for me. I'm taking it with me. Also, starting from now, replace my personal financial manager with Lin Shilin. He'll handle only the financial side. Everything else still goes to Yuan Bingyue. Prepare a quiet room for me. I need to have a talk with my personal secretary." In his speech, he had clearly divided Yuan Bingyue's responsibilities and altered her identity, from exclusive financial manager to personal secretary. The underlying implications were not the same. How could Li Yanfei dare to object even once? He quickly assured Wang JT there wouldn't be any issues and led both him and Yuan Bingyue to an upscale small meeting room. Yuan Bingyue stood in front of Wang JT like a little girl who had done something wrong. Her head was bowed low, and her hands kept fidgeting with the hem of her blouse, clearly revealing her nervousness. Wang JT glared and said, "I'm extremely angry right now. How could such a thing happen without you informing me directly? Do you really think that you are just my financial manager, responsible only for matters of finance, and other matters don't need to be brought to my attention?" Yuan Bingyue pouted and said, "Well, that's how it was. After we split at the club last time, you didn't even send me a WeChat message. How was I supposed to know what you were thinking? Something like this happened again. How could I possibly have the nerve to call you? That would only make you think I'm incompetent and look down on me even more." When Wang JT heard this, he felt a pang of speechless frustration. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. Ever since they had parted ways last time, he really hadn't contacted her at all, which wasn't right either. He sighed and said, "I have a lot of things to deal with as well. I can't focus all my attention on you, which is why I didn't contact you. That doesn't mean you're not important to me. You belong to me, and everything about you concerns me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will never let them off. We'll just let this current matter drop. From now on, you're my personal secretary, not a financial manager anymore. You've taken a step closer in status. You should know how to behave properly now. Later, I'll let Li Yanfei know you no longer have to follow Bin Cheng Bank's work hours. I may call you anytime I need something, and you must respond immediately whenever I call. Also, if you have nothing better to do, you can try doing some investing yourself. After all, I have so much money in savings that losing a few million won't really matter much." Yuan Bingyue couldn't quite believe her ears. Even in her dreams, she never thought Wang JT would say such things to her. It was simply too unbelievable. Seeing Yuan Bingyue's stunned expression, Wang JT suddenly felt a strange kind of mischief arise within him. He abruptly stood up from his chair, took 2 quick steps forward, and stood directly in front of her. Yuan Bingyue, seeing Wang JT suddenly closing in on her, instinctively took a step backward. Behind her happened to be the conference table, and she accidentally sat down on it. Wang JT took 1 more step forward until his legs pressed against the edge of the table, feeling the smoothness from both sides of his body. Leaning back slightly, Yuan Bingyue placed both hands on the table's surface, ending up in a very seductive pose. Only last night had Wang JT finally tasted the pleasures of flesh, and having now understood what true temptation felt like, he couldn't help but feel attached. He reached out impulsively and pressed forward. Both managed to preserve the last barrier of their sanity, for clearly this place was inappropriate. However, the relationship between them had indeed taken another step closer, and soon they would be doing something else entirely. Chapter 34, Unforeseen Changes. With just a few casual words from Wang JT and Lian Fei, Yuan Bingyue was no longer bound by the attendance policy and became a free-spirited bird. Wang JT took Yuan Bingyue to the address shared by Shui Xiaowei via WeChat, a warehouse district in the urban rural fringe. At the far end of the warehouse district, there was a dilapidated-looking warehouse. Upon entering, however, it revealed an entirely different scene. The Lu Gai family had been brought here. Shui Xiaowei wore a beaming smile. "Greetings, boss. I've already taken care of all the preparations. There won't be any trouble, no matter how you decide to handle them." Wang JT nodded casually and said, "I hate being troubled the most. Any future troubles will be handed to you to handle. I trust you won't disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Shui Xiaowei was ecstatic inside. Being allowed to handle someone else's troubles was a promising sign, suggesting he was about to rise rapidly in status. He hadn't been idle the past 2 days and had secretly looked into Wang JT's background, but found only vague outlines. He was shocked beyond measure at what he uncovered. Shui Xiaowei knew very well why this happened. It was because whoever stood behind Wang JT didn't want his information to be easily accessible, so only basic details were made available. These minimal details sent a clear message to any investigator. If you didn't understand the warning and continued to dig further, you would incur instant wrath, with predictable consequences. Shui Xiaowei was convinced that Wang JT must have a connection with Lao Tu Xianxing, Old Master. Someone who could earn respect from the Old Master might be none other than a highly influential figure with connections reaching the heavens. Wang JT didn't know that one offhand sentence from him had sparked so much thought in Shui Xiaowei. Otherwise, he would have certainly given a thumbs up for Shui's impressive imagination. Approaching Lu Gai, Wang JT said indifferently, "You've got guts, actually daring to send your wife to cause trouble for my woman. Your bravery deserves recognition." Lu Gai had already been beaten to a pulp and hurriedly pleaded, "It was all a misunderstanding. That hussy wife of mine acted entirely on her own. I had nothing to do with it. You, young master, are a truly noble person. Why lower yourself to deal with trash like me? Please show mercy and just let me go like a fart." Lu Qiji shouted beside him, "Young master, don't listen to that old bastard's nonsense. I am the only innocent one here, dragged down by these two. After that last incident, many companies refused to do business with our family. Desperate to reverse this situation, these old bastards thought up this scheme. They figured a man of your standing wouldn't stoop to shameful behavior, and believed if they were disgraceless enough, they could pressure you into submission. Then they could extort plenty of money from you. Back when our family owed people money, my mother, the shameless whore that she is, used to do the exact same thing." Everyone, including Wang JT, listened with stunned expressions. Indeed, if the upper beam is bent, so will be the lower ones. Rotten families breed rotten offspring. Wang JT gave a derisive snort through his nose. "Shut up. Not one of you is good. Now that you're in my hands, you'll definitely pay the price. Especially you, vile woman. People have already told me you're the most shameless tramp around. But now I'd like to see what kind of dirty tricks you still think you can pull." And I, Baozhu, who had earlier spoken boldly, now became subdued, humbly begging, "What the young master says is absolutely right. I'm just a shameless tramp, but I'm useful. Whenever the master has enemies, you can let me out to make their lives miserable. I'll do anything necessary to torment them so badly they'll feel like vomiting. Don't treat me like a human. Think of me as your rabid dog. Whatever enemy you point me at, young master, I promise I'll bite them no matter who they are." Everyone looked at Ni Baozhu in shock. Truly, her reputation was well earned. As the most shameless person in Binqing's business circle, her title was fully deserved. Wang JT turned to Yuan Bingyue with a smile, asking, "How do you think we should handle them?" Yuan Bingyue lightly bit her lip. "My best friend had to leave everything behind back then, simply because of this despicable family. Now they're after me again. If it weren't for your presence, I can't even imagine what might have happened. We can't let them go or they'll continue to harm others." Wang JT nodded understandingly. "I get what you mean. When I walked in, I noticed the warehouse compound looked somewhat pleasant. Why don't you go out and take a stroll?" Yuan Bingyue clearly understood that Wang JT didn't want her to witness his ruthless side. Her heart warmed with tenderness, so she obediently nodded and left without hesitation. Wang JT stared coldly at the Lu Gai family. "These people are what I despise most. They have no bottom line and harm others without a second thought. I want them to pay a price they can't bear, yet not allow them an easy death. Do you have any suggestions?" Shui Xiaowei hesitated slightly before saying, "I know people in Binqing's underground black market. We can sell this whole despicable family to the freak show through them. The freak show is one of the most infamous places on the dark web, an epitome of all evil. If I show you 2 pictures, young master will understand immediately." As he spoke, he pulled out a tablet, opened a special search engine, and entered the well-known dark web, where he quickly found 2 images. Wang JT thought his nerves were strong enough, but after seeing the images, he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, and his body hair stood on end. The picture showed a monstrous freak, truly horrifying and unbearable to look at, yet somehow fascinating in its horror. The feeling was simply incredible. Wang JT took a deep breath and said, "Your idea is brilliant. Evil must be met with even greater evil. We can consider this their last flicker of usefulness." By the way, how did you access that search engine just now? Tell me all about this dark web. It seems quite interesting. After saying this, he felt another shock deep inside, this time at his own transformation. How had his heart become so cold and merciless? If this had happened before, Wong JT would absolutely never make such a choice. The things shown in the pictures were utterly inhumane. How could anyone send another person to such a place? Wong JT's mind raced as he thought about everything that had happened over the past few days, and how his approach to dealing with matters had indeed undergone an inexplicable change. This transformation seemed to have unlocked something within him, freeing his true nature. His intelligence was razor-sharp now, and his way of speaking and handling affairs was beyond excellent. It was superhuman. Things like this had never even crossed his mind before, not even in dreams. If he had possessed such abilities earlier, he wouldn't have been bullied like a dog. Most importantly, ever since acquiring the trillion red packet system, Wong JT had instantly ascended to a position of authority, an incredible transformation indeed. Just as Wong JT found himself at a complete loss, unable to understand this change within himself, Xue Xiaowei's voice brought him back to reality. Chapter 35. First hearing of the Black Network. As Xue Xiaowei was about to introduce the Black Network to Wong JT, he noticed the latter lost in thought. He called out carefully. Wong JT snapped out of it. I was just thinking about something. Tell me, if a person undergoes an unknown transformation and can't figure out what's happening, what should he do? Without hesitation, Xue Xiaowei replied. If it's something you can't figure out, then just stop thinking about it. No matter how you change, you're still yourself. As for whether the change is good or bad, there's no need to care about others' opinions. Just focus on whether you feel comfortable or not. What's the point of worrying about others? Nodding in deep agreement, Wong JT thought this was very reasonable. Regardless of what kind of change happened to himself, as long as it didn't affect the people close to him, there was no need to take it too seriously. He rubbed his nose and said, You're absolutely right. I'm just overthinking things. It's probably because I've lived that kind of life for too long, so this sudden change is difficult to adjust to. Anyway, let's talk about the Black Network now. Wong JT knew there was no point hiding his past, so he decided to be forthright about it. Being upfront would make him seem unfathomably profound, making it easier to impress others. After some flattery, Xue Xiaowei continued, The Black Network is a hidden web. If we think of the entire internet as an iceberg, the internet we see normally is merely the tip of the iceberg above sea level. The Black Network is the massive underwater portion, a gathering place for evil. The image you just saw, young master, was one such evil. Whatever evil you could imagine in normal life is child's play compared to the horrors in the Black Network. Here, there are all sorts of evil. Nothing is beyond what they do. At the same time, you can do anything in the Black Network, provided you have money. It's the kingdom of the wealthy. Those with money can do whatever they want. I can only give young master a rough introduction. To truly understand, you must explore it yourself. You can use this search engine to enter the Black Network. Wong JT was now completely intrigued. He transferred the search engine to his phone, preparing to install it into the villa's AI system upon returning. He knew the AI would take care of everything. He no longer needed to worry about anything else. Xue Xiaowei would handle it appropriately. He strolled out of the warehouse unhurriedly and found Yuan Bingyue, who was admiring the scenery. They proceeded to spend the rest of the day happily enjoying each other's company before Wong JT sent Yuan Bingyue back to her apartment. Then, he hurried back to the villa. Wong JT arrived at the villa's basement. It was the core intelligence hub of the entire villa, and where the AI brain was installed. He imported the search engine into the AI system, but unexpectedly was rejected. He had no idea how the AI operated, but soon a completely new search engine was created. Using this search engine, Wong JT entered the Black Network and found that it was even more extreme than what Xue Xiaowei had described. Not sure if it was because of the search engine or not, he entered the Black Network through multiple categorized boards, which made navigation much easier. As Wong JT happily browsed through various sections, the red envelope interface suddenly popped up again. He had received several random red envelopes. You received a pack of the highest grade cigarettes, the 95 Jadin. Wish you a pleasant click. You received 100 million universal coins of the Black Network. This currency cannot be cashed out. Wish you a pleasant click. In addition to some cash this time, he also received a Black Network account containing 100 million universal coins. A sudden realization sparked in Wong JT's mind. The Black Network's universal coin was the official currency used exclusively for transactions on the site. The exchange rate for cashing out was 1:100,000. In other words, the universal coins in his possession were equivalent to 10 trillion units in cash, a truly astronomical figure. Clearly, this number was daunting even for the system daddy, which was why it had restricted cash-out capabilities. However, even without cashing it out, those universal coins alone would be more than enough for him to rule the Black Network. Wong JT quietly lamented. He had just lost the opportunity to become the richest man in the world, crushed by the system daddy. Excitedly, he gave himself the title, the Supreme Deity, then left the basement, preparing to check out the Black Network's live streaming late at night. Reclining on a rocking chair on the roof, Wong JT tapped on the nearby table. A screen quickly rose up, displaying the live interface of the Black Network. He first clicked into a violent live stream, but after glancing at it for a bit, he immediately closed it. There was no denying that it was simply too shocking, nearly making him vomit his dinner. Wong JT tried one program after another, skipping all those that made him uncomfortable, until finally settling on the Rare Wonders live stream board. The live broadcasts there were relatively mild, yet unusually intriguing, satisfying Wong JT's curiosity while staying within his threshold of tolerance. While browsing, Wong JT spotted a streamer named Dreamy Elf, whose description stated she had a hallucinogenic voice. Instantly, his interest was piqued, and he casually clicked in. What appeared before him was a jungle backdrop. Not a real-world jungle, but one from fairy tales, a jungle where elves might dwell. A girl wearing a purple gauzy dress and a small purple mask over her face emerged in the jungle like an elf. Welcome, everyone, to Dreamy Elf's livestream. As your beloved Dreamy host, I wonder if you've all missed me. Dreamy Elf's voice was exceptionally pleasing to the ear. Once heard, it indeed created a hypnotic effect, drawing listeners in completely. As soon as Dreamy Elf finished speaking, 2 fighter jets flew across the screen. Each fighter jet cost 10 black coins, equivalent to 1 million in cash. One day without hearing your voice, and I've lost all interest in even killing. Accept these 2 fighter jets as tribute. Now let me see your face. The person who gifted the fighter jets was Bloody Butcher. Right from the start, he demanded Dreamy Elf remove her mask, which immediately drew a storm of curses. What the hell do you think you are? Just 2 old fighter jets and you dare to make such a shameless request. Who gave you the courage? A guy named Crazy Lord Bear insulted Bloody Butcher furiously while sending in 3 bombers. Each bomber was worth 30 black coins, easily crushing Bloody Butcher's gift. You people with your childish attempts actually dare to make requests of an elf? I'm ashamed for you. You'll need something like my big rockets to even think of winning the elf's favor. Crazy Joker directly sent 4 rockets, 200 black coins altogether, and quickly became the top donor. He then struck a super cool pose. Dreamy Elf smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you so much, everyone, for your generous support. To show my gratitude, I'll sing a song for you. Singing is so boring. Dance a sensual dance for us instead. In return, I'll give you 2 starships. Those peasants wouldn't understand such things anyway." Each starship required 1,000 black coins, equivalent to 100 million in cash. Spending so much money just to watch a sensual dance showed the speaker was clearly a man of arrogance. Dreamy Elf playfully put on a slightly offended look and innocently blinked her eyes at the camera. Wong JT decided it was time to take action. Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Supreme God. Wong JT saw the dreamy fairy acting so helplessly charming and suddenly felt his heart stirred, while at the same time gaining a mischievous thought. Fairies are meant to be spoiled. How can I let her do something like that? Come on, sweetie, call me Big Brother nicely, and I'll give you a gift. Upon seeing this message, the dream fairy really did call him Big Brother in a sweet voice, at the same time widening her adorable puppy eyes and giving a glance filled with melancholy. Wong JT responded with a smiley emoji and promptly sent a Milky Way fleet, a whole 10 Milky Way warships proudly floating across the screen. Unlike that guy who just made empty gestures earlier, Wong JT's gifts were genuine, substantial, and authentic. The entire live stream exploded with excitement. The dream fairy was also shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even a small Milky Way fleet would cost no less than 10 billion, and such a sight was rarely seen for years. Wong JT gave another smiley emoji and said, "You cute fairy, why are you making your eyes so round? How about this gift? Do you like it?" The dream fairy nodded repeatedly, coquettishly replying, "Big Brother is so generous. You are truly my Tridzen son. Let me sing a song for you." So saying, she gently started singing a particularly gentle and adorable song, perfectly showcasing the enchanting quality of her voice. Wong JT sent a clapping emoji, then immediately followed with another Milky Way fleet, 10 more warships sailing across the screen. This time, it wasn't just the live room that exploded. This event caused an uproar throughout the dark web. Gifts worth 20 billion in less than 10 minutes. Who can still play nicely? The dream fairy couldn't even sing properly anymore. She was definitely speaking incoherently. Had her voice not been so pleasant to the ear, it would have sounded like a car crash at the moment. The viewers were also flooding the chat with flattery and compliments pouring like a geyser. Images of kneeling figures calling him Daddy were sweeping the screen non-stop. Wong JT casually replied, "I don't want so many sons like you guys. I'm afraid it'll shorten my lifespan. What do you guys want to see? Today, your humble God will make it happen for you. Hail Supreme God. We've never seen a large Milky Way fleet before. Please give us a show, Big Daddy." Brother upstairs, what nonsense are you talking? Since the large Milky Way fleet was created, no one has ever given it as a gift. It's worth hundreds of billions. Wah, Supreme God, you're awesome, voice breaking. From now on, you are my only idol. Big Daddy says bite someone. I won't let go no matter what. Such a reaction came because Wong JT directly gave a large Milky Way fleet, over 100 warships appearing like covering the sky and blocking the sun. This time, he truly made it big. All across the dark web, gigantic banners appeared on every forum. The first ever Supreme God arrives on dark web. The dark web sovereign, a god without equal. All the hidden heavyweights on the dark web were stirred by these banners and collectively rushed to the Dream Fairy's live room. Originally, the dark web managers had set up the large Milky Way fleet as a gift option specifically to identify true high rollers and kiss-ass elites. After all, anyone who could afford a 100 billion gift must be an extraordinary figure. One such person could sustain the entire dark web. It wouldn't be beneath anyone to become his dog. Seeing the live room had become too chaotic, Wong JT grew disinterested and sent the Dream Fairy a message before exiting the live stream. As soon as he logged out, his private message window flashed, a private chat request from the Dream Fairy. Wong JT casually clicked to answer, and the soft, beautiful voice of the Dream Fairy came from the speaker, even more pleasant than before. There was too much chaos in the stream earlier. I failed to properly entertain Big Brother. I'm truly ashamed. From now on, I will be your personal streamer. I'll sing for you anytime, okay? Of course, that would be great. In the future, I will definitely support all your live streams whenever I can. We can chat normally and listen to your beautiful voice as well. If you need me to gift on your stream to help you show off, just tell me anytime. A dozen Milky Way squadrons are nothing to me. And if you don't want to split the revenue, I can privately transfer dark coins to you. Don't feel any hesitation. What's money really? You can't even feed a donkey with it. What Wong JT said sounded incredibly imposing. After hearing this, the Dream Fairy's eyes sparkled with admiration and adoration, as if she wanted to fly there immediately and serve this high roller. The Dream Fairy was an extremely smart woman. She understood that if she wanted to capture the heart of a high roller like this, she couldn't simply be a vase. She had to show her own value. She believed that Wong JT's generosity in the stream wasn't merely because he liked her voice. He likely had to throw a brick to attract jade and tension. Such occurrences weren't uncommon in the history of the dark web. Some super rich aristocratic young masters used similar strategies to develop their own influence. I wonder what requirements brother has for potential partners. You can tell me first, and I'll help you screen suitable candidates. Then I can let them talk to you directly, so you won't waste your valuable time. Wong JT hadn't considered this before, but after hearing her words, he secretly thought it over and believed that having a hidden force of his own was indeed a good idea. At the moment, the only person he could rely on was Shui Xiaowei. Although the latter seemed very loyal, it was hard to guarantee that he would always remain so. Wong JT knew his own situation well. All his current achievements came from the trillion-yuan red envelope system. In truth, it was nothing more than a flashy facade. If one day someone exposed him, he would become like meat on a chopping board. Not only would he put himself in danger, but his family and all those women would suffer as well. Wong JT believed he must seize every opportunity to expand his influence. Only in this way could he become the true supreme god. He slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and said, "My situation is a bit special. Half a month ago, I was still a penniless nobody. But everything has changed now. However, I don't feel secure about everything I possess. I always feel like none of it truly belongs to me. What do you think I should do?" Upon hearing this, the dream fairy nearly jumped up in excitement. She didn't expect to be so lucky to encounter such a prince returning in glory plot. Such plots were extremely rare, but once they occurred, they brought huge opportunities. As long as she seized the chance properly, who knew? Maybe she could even become a little queen. I understand exactly what brother means. If that's the case, we must first establish our own armed forces and also build a secret assassin organization. The dream fairy truly deserved her reputation as a veteran dark web streamer. Her suggestions were so convincing and comprehensive that Wong JT was left speechless with admiration. He felt like he was opening his eyes to the world this time. "You've spoken so brilliantly, my dear sister. I'll transfer you 50,000 dark coins first. Start doing as you said. From now on, you are officially my representative." The dream fairy joyfully agreed. Just at that moment, a new message came in from someone else. Chapter 37, A Shan-Chi and Bao-Chi. When Wong JT saw the avatar for the private chat light up again, he casually tapped to answer. A deep voice came through. "Honored deity, greetings. I am Kong Qingzhong, the manager of the Blacknet. First, thank you for your support of the Blacknet, and second, may I ask if you have any needs?" Wong JT said in surprise. "I thought the Blacknet was an open network where everyone can operate. How come there is a manager now?" Huanming Lingjing interrupted beside him. "No matter where, it's always survival of the fittest. Those at the top naturally become the managers. I heard there are several managers in the Blacknet, and Brother Kong is the most active among them. He controls the Black Fangs, known as the Blacknet's law enforcement team." She seemingly casually passed Wong JT a message. This guy before them was a real capable figure worth seriously cultivating a good relationship with. Wong JT understood immediately and smiled, saying, "My knowledge is limited, so please excuse my ignorance, Brother Kong. But tell me, can Brother Kong fulfill any of my requests?" Kong Qingzhong laughed loudly. "To speak like this, honored deity, is to treat me like an outsider. You are the most esteemed VIP in the Blacknet. Of course, the Blacknet exists to solve any and all of your problems. I just spotted Huanming Lingjing contacting some forces and figured out your intentions. I can assure you, I will definitely deliver better results than them." Wong JT didn't hesitate and replied, "I like Brother Kang's straightforwardness. Starting from now, every year, regardless of whether you have business or not, I'll give you 10,000 black coins. When I need you to do something, just finish the task and send me the invoice. I don't like being treated as a fool, nor do I like treating others as fools. I prefer mutual benefit." When Kong Qingzhong heard this, he mentally shouted, "Holy crap, can this guy even be considered human? Is it even possible to play nicely anymore? Honored deity indeed speaks straightforwardly. Take people's money and resolve their troubles. From now on, as long as they're your requests, I promise to complete them, without the slightest disappointment to you." Wong JT smiled calmly. "I usually have a lot on my plate. If you have something, contact Huanming Lingjing. If I need something, I'll have her contact you too. What I can accomplish goes far beyond what you can imagine. I won't elaborate on the specifics now, just go ahead and figure it out for yourself." He was definitely playing hard to get, deliberately confusing the other party to intimidate them. As for how he'd justify it later, that was a problem for the future. Kong Qingzhong exchanged some pleasantries before ending the communication. Immediately afterward, he received 10,000 black coins, which made his heart shiver even more. After considering the situation in his mind, he immediately contacted the few remaining managers, recounting everything that had just transpired. "Exactly the situation is like this. Just now, I tried to investigate honored deity's identity, but found absolutely nothing. Do you know what this implies? You don't need to waste so much breath. I don't care about honored deity's identity. I only care about his money. As long as the payment is right, he can ask me to do anything." I completely agree with Zhang Quan's opinion. Since Huanming Lingjing is the honored deity's representative, we should bring her into the management. I've always disliked Ren Shi. I've already arranged someone to take him out and make room for a new seat. I agree with Huang Chuan's opinion. This matter will be settled as such. Do any of you have objections? If so, come find me in the triangle area and see whether my position as general can withstand your challenge. Zhang Quang, who controlled the Black Net mercenaries, Huang Quan, who commanded all the assassins, and the general who dominated the triangle area, formed the other three pillars of the four major managers. As for the rest of the managers, they were merely representatives of various interests. Ren Shi, representing human traffickers, was the most despised of them all. When Huanming Lingjing received the management team's invitation letter, she was stunned with joy, ecstatically informing her close friends in the live-streaming circle. She had become a representative figure in the Blacknet's live-streaming world completely unexpectedly. It was only later that she realized the live-streaming community on the Blacknet also harbored many hidden experts. Wong JT knew nothing of these developments. What he had done last night was merely an impulse, a spontaneous act. The purpose was also very simple, to enrich his supporting forces a bit. As for how far it would go, he truly had no idea at all. It was only later when certain events occurred that Wong JT realized how remarkably wise that casual move had been. Mainly, he had not expected the black net to be that powerful. The regular notification sound for the daily red envelope, similar to an alarm clock, woke Wong JT from his sleep. Still half asleep, he chose to open the red envelope. You have obtained a pack of Blue Arrow chewing gum. Wishing you happy clicking. You have obtained cash amounting to 165,839 yuan. Wishing you happy clicking. You have obtained a super intelligent chip. Wishing you happy clicking. When Wong JT heard about the super intelligent chip, his mind immediately cleared. He flipped over and got up, directing his gaze toward the table beside him. On the table lay a chip the size of a fingernail. Don't underestimate this small chip. It possessed capabilities so advanced that even if all the computers in the world were combined, they wouldn't even be worthy of carrying this chip's shoes. According to the information inside Wong JT's mind, the super intelligent chip was definitely a product of the future. It contained extremely advanced artificial intelligence, and yet would never betray its user. Wong JT hurriedly picked up the chip and went to the basement of the villa, placing the chip on the motherboard of his artificial intelligence brain unit. After that, there was nothing more he needed to do. The super intelligent chip transformed into a drop of liquid and directly slid into the motherboard's crevice. It surrounded the original chip and began the self-integration process. This process would take about a full day and night, but during this time, the AI brain's normal operations would not be affected in the slightest. After returning upstairs, Wong JT heard the electronic calendar reminder tone and casually glanced at his notes. It reminded him that today he was supposed to have dinner with Lan Minjing. Wong JT casually dialed Lan Minjing's number. The call was filled with background noise. Clearly, the beautiful store manager was still busy in the shop on the weekend. Does senior sister Minjing remember what you promised me last time? We agreed to have dinner today. Please don't flake out on me now. Lan Minjing laughed and replied, I might flake out on others, but certainly not on you, my benefactor. I'm a bit busy in the morning, but how about joining you for lunch? Wong JT said there wasn't a problem at all. Today was entirely for Lan Minjing. He would pick her up at her shop later. After Lan Minjing hung up, she noticed everyone staring at her and couldn't help but blush. Why are all of you staring at me like that? Don't you have any work to do? Don't think just because Mr. Wong provided us with that building, we can sit back and relax. We must aim for best branch again in this year's company evaluations. If we fail to win with such a great opportunity this year, it'll be a complete disgrace to heaven itself. Her subordinates laughed and agreed. The chubby girl said something too. Chapter 38. Just order whatever. I think the manager is heading in the wrong direction. Right now, whether we're connected to the dong or not isn't a big deal. What's important is to guide you the person right in front of us. If Wong JT becomes the manager's submissive follower, the manager will be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. Why would she need to worry about so many things then? Pang Yo said this very seriously to Lan Minjing. Everyone else nodded thoughtfully, believing this was truly words of wisdom on governance. Based on the financial strength Wong JT had displayed, he could probably acquire their parent company. If that happened, when Lan Minjing became the boss's wife, wouldn't she be able to do absolutely whatever she wanted? Lan Minjing felt her face heating up repeatedly as she listened. With a coquettish glare, she scolded them not to gossip carelessly and urged everyone to quickly get back to work. The group made some noisy comments, but soon dispersed, each returning to their duties. The internal atmosphere here was indeed unmatched by other branches. Lan Minjing spent the entire morning distracted, not entirely certain what was going on in her heart, but constantly feeling a warm rush to her face. Soon, it was noon when the phone rang. Wong JT said he was almost at the store and asked Lan Minjing to wait for him at the entrance. Lan Minjing changed into a casual outfit almost carelessly, yet she looked especially sharp, fully displaying the charm of a mature woman. Several property owners who came to the store to buy houses were instantly mesmerized. Among them were two who considered themselves successful men, eager to come over and start a conversation. However, when they saw Lan Minjing get into a Lamborghini Aventador, they immediately gave up. At the same time, they silently felt fortunate that they hadn't acted recklessly earlier. Otherwise, who knows what consequences might have followed. Lan Minjing examined the car's interior and smiled, saying, I really didn't expect I'd one day ride in a supercar. It's really thanks to you. Wong JT chuckled and said, if Sister Minjing likes it, I can be your private driver from now on. Wherever you go, I'll drive you there. Lan Minjing gave him a playful eye roll and, smiling sweetly, replied, you're talking nonsense again. I accompany customers to view houses, and arriving in a supercar would put them in such an awkward position. Wong JT, grinning playfully, responded, come on, I'm a big client for Sister Minjing anyway. Back when I bought my car, the salesgirl even gave me personal service. So why can't Minjing only serve me? Lan Minjing felt an involuntary tension at hearing about a female car salesperson and quickly inquired about what happened. Without giving it much thought, Wong JT happily recounted everything about Yang Mengting. Mentioning that clumsy and adorable girl, his mouth couldn't help but curve upward. You know, that girl and you, Sister Minjing, if we ignore the surname, have names that sound like sisters. Maybe I should introduce you two one day. You might really hit it off. Although Lan Minjing smiled on the surface and agreed, inside, she felt an indescribable sense of jealousy. Even she couldn't explain it, but she simply didn't want to hear about any other girls being around Wong JT. Congratulations. You've activated the charm enhancement card. The level triggered is love at first sight. Be sure to cherish it well. Wong JT didn't expect to activate the charm enhancement card, and especially at the love at first sight level. A wave of joy surged in his heart. He smiled and said, I previously bought the Blackstone Reef Club. Their food is quite good. How about we eat there? Lan Minjing shook her head slightly and said, it's just lunch. No need to be so extravagant. I know a decent buffet place. I hope it doesn't disappoint you too much. Wong JT chuckled and said, Minjing's sister, you know my past very well. Back then, just being able to eat buffet felt like celebrating the new year already. I still remember the first time I had a buffet. It was you who treated me. My way of eating startled the waiter, and she probably thought I was a reincarnated starving ghost. Recalling the scene, Lan Minjing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Back then, she wouldn't have even dreamed in her wildest dreams that the young man by her side would one day become a genuine godlike wealthy person. They arrived at Wanhui. Wong JT casually parked the car in the underground parking lot, as if it wasn't even a supercar, just an ordinary vehicle. He seemingly carelessly took Lan Minjing's hand. His palm felt the smoothness, but the sensation was slightly different. Lan Minjing felt warmth surrounding her hand, making her feel cozy and comfortable, while in her heart, there seemed to be a little deer running around, kicking like mad. The two reached the buffet restaurant together, choosing a secluded corner. Between them was sweet talk, and the atmosphere became extremely intimate. As they were having their meal, several rich second-generation kids were eating in the upscale dining area beside them, including Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang. I heard you two had incredibly good luck last time. You even met Master Tai during an ordinary meal at a regular restaurant. Is that really true? You think we'd lie to you? Talking about that incident, my brother and I had extremely good fortune. We became friends with Tai Xiao's good friend. The other store will open in 2 days. We should definitely go and show our support. If that guy says a few good words, there won't be any problem for our Ling Jia to get even closer. Speaking of Tai Xiao, he's really something. Never forgets his poor friends. I've been wondering something strange though. How come someone like Tai Xiao, such a high roller, has ever experienced hardship? You just don't get it, do you? When I went back and told my dad about this, his eyes practically turned green with envy. He told me no matter what, I had to latch on to Tai Xiao's good side. My dad says a family like Tai Xiao's is an ancient, reclusive aristocratic clan that's been around for at least centuries. Not just us. Even the Wong family is no better than nothing in their eyes. That so-called richest man in Hua Nation, Brother Ma, his family is just household servants from these hidden elite families. They get handed down a business by their masters when they've pleased them enough. Is what you're saying even true? Sounds way too exaggerated. You think we're reading a novel. Believe it or not, I wouldn't even tell you guys this if we weren't good friends. All I'm saying is, you better listen carefully. Tai Xiao is absolutely not someone you can afford to offend. If you anger other young masters, at worst you might end up broke. But if you anger Tai Xiao, his family could exert just a tiny bit of power, and you'll find yourselves unable to live, yet afraid to die. Completely helpless no matter who you turn to. The one saying all this was Jin Wenpeng, the heir apparent of Tianfeng Real Estate Group, the second largest in Bin City. The Jins were different from the Wongs. They had ambiguous connections to upper circles. Therefore, Jin Wenpeng's father was much more insightful and had created an exclusive identity in his mind for Wong JT. If it had been before last night, Wong JT definitely wouldn't have matched such a description. But today was different from yesterday. Without him even realizing, he now had an even more formidable power behind him. Jin Wenpeng smacked his thigh in regret. What I regret the most right now is missing that golden opportunity at Blackstone Reef Club. When can I meet Tai Xiao again? After sighing dramatically, Jin Wenpeng walked out with these other second-generation kids. Then, as they reached the entrance, he saw something that delighted him greatly. Chapter 39. Who do you think you are? Isn't that the head manager? How come you're dining in such a cheap place? Don't tell me the houses aren't selling well, and you can't earn any money. The speaker was a heavily made-up woman, her lips painted as if she had just devoured a corpse. The target of her mockery, naturally, was Lan Minjing, who had walked out first. Lan Minjing looked at the woman and frowned. Oh, it's you, Huang Meihong. I heard you finally managed to sell yourself off. I wonder which poor guy it was. Having served as store manager for many years, Minjing's tongue was just as sharp, and she struck back mercilessly, hitting her opponent's weak spot directly. Huang Meihong had worked at Minjing's store once before, but she wasn't satisfied with just selling real estate. She had always been drawn to dubious, underhanded methods. Lan Minjing thought it would create a bad influence and reported the matter to the company, resulting in Huang Meihong's dismissal. Since then, the two women had formed a grudge. Huang Meihong didn't bat an eye and smirked sideways. Don't act so high and mighty in front of me. In today's world, nothing is real except money. Do you know where I eat? That upscale restaurant next door. Only the elite can afford to dine there. Unlike you, who's fit only for a place like this. See this bag on me? A genuine LV, worth tens of thousands. I casually carry it around. Could you even afford it? Lan Minjing snorted through her nose. Whether I can afford it or not isn't for you to decide. Even if I couldn't afford one, I can still stand tall and upright. Your parents raised you to be a respectable woman, not someone who sells herself. Just wait until you're old and past your prime. What will you do then? You're just acting like a high and mighty hypocrite in front of me. You're jealous, plain and simple. So what if you can sell houses? You still only earn pocket change. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Huang Meihong jumped up, claws and teeth bared, shrieking wildly. Wong JT came out of the restroom just in time to witness this scene, his face darkening instantly as he strode over to Lan Minjing's side. Minjing Jia, what's going on here? What is this creature? Where did she come from? Upon hearing these words, Huang Meihong screamed furiously. Who told you I'm a thing? Let me tell you, I'm no thing. Wong JT smirked slightly. You don't need to shout so loud. Everyone already sees that you're no thing. Any real thing wouldn't bark around like a stray dog. Huang Meihong, furious and flustered, screamed hysterically. You damned penniless wretch. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you even know who my husband is? Wong JT replied with amusement. Don't know who your husband is. Probably a dentist. Must have quite the set of teeth. Lan Minjing and Huang Meihong were both stunned. Neither understood why he suddenly brought up teeth. It seemed entirely unrelated. Wong JT chuckled. If your husband didn't have good teeth, how could he bear to bite you? With a temper like yours, he'd chip a tooth on the first bite. Someone like you, sharp and grating, must have a man who's completely fearless to swallow. I wonder how blind your husband must be and how he never even feels disgusted. When Lan Minjing heard this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sharp and grating, chip a tooth. She had to admire the originality of Wong JT's description. She shot him a playful look and said with a smile, I never realized you had such a sense of humor before. You described it perfectly. Wong JT looked flattered and said, to receive praise from Minjing Jia, I'm so happy. I must practice more when I go home, so I can make Min Jia laugh in the future. As the two teased each other playfully, Huang Meihong felt an indescribable rage rise from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, ready to blow her inside out. Huang Meihong screamed in fury. You two damned bastards, how dare you speak to me like this? My husband is coming out right now. You'll pay for this, mark my words. And right at that moment, the husband she referred to emerged. He was a middle-aged man with a fat, oily belly, a walking embodiment of sleaze. Huang Meihong immediately shouted at her husband, Honey, someone's bullying me. Come here and help me get back at them. Give them a good lesson. On hearing Huang Meihong's words, the middle-aged man angrily charged over, yelling while he ran. Which bastard dares to be so bold and bully the woman of Li Yunduo? Doesn't even know how high the sky is. Looks like you want to die. Wong JT stared at the approaching man and suddenly roared. Do you know you've committed a crime? Li Yunduo was momentarily stunned and asked, puzzled. What are you yelling for? What crime have I committed? Wong JT grinned and replied casually. Since the founding of the country, animals have not been allowed to transform into spirits. Clearly a pig, yet you run upright and speak human words. Isn't that a crime? Due to Huang Meihong's shouting, some people stopped to watch. Upon hearing Wong JT's words and looking at Li Yunduo's appearance, they really felt as if they were seeing Marshal Tianpeng reincarnated. This young man makes a good point. I should call the Public Security Bureau and report that a giant white pig has turned into a spirit. Someone must deal with this. In today's world, nothing is stranger than the truth. A pig dressed in clothes running around? Definitely worth a few good photos. Everyone burst into laughter while mocking the situation. Li Yunduo became so furious that smoke seemed to shoot out from his 7 orifices, his eyes practically spitting flames. Li Yunduo roared viciously. I'm an executive of Tianhua Group. You dare offend me? You're just asking for trouble. Especially you, little punk. How dare you talk to me like this? If I don't kill you, all my years of street experience will have been wasted. Wong JT sneered coldly. So you're saying that just because you're an executive at Tianhua Group, you think you're superior to others, able to mess with anyone you like? Li Yunduo grinned, yelling smugly. Tianhua Group is the second largest in Bin City. As an executive, I naturally am above the rest. People like you, a bunch of clueless, penniless nobodies, dare to offend me? That's like provoking the wrong god. Just one call from me, and you'll be swallowing your own words and paying for them. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw a shadow rushing toward him. The next moment, a soaring flying kick slammed directly into his belly, sending him crashing onto his rear with a loud thump. You motherfucker. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to Iron Master like that? Since when has Tianhua Group produced scum like you? Do you even realize who you're talking to? You think you can claim superiority in front of Master Iron? You don't even deserve to be called human. Calling you a dog is an honor. I'll kick you to death, you bastard. The person rushing over was naturally Jin Wenpeng. He and the other second-generation kids had arrived at the restaurant entrance, just in time to see Wong JT standing up for Lan Minjing. Jin Wenpeng hadn't even fully grasped what was happening before he saw this fat pig. Li Yunduo, charge out with his nonsense. His soul almost flew out of his body from fright. He immediately rushed out to resolve the issue, determined to make this fatty pay a price he'd never forget. Chapter 40, A Gift for You. Li Yunduo was kicked around until he felt dizzy and saw stars, cursing angrily. Who the hell dared to kick your old masterly? Truly doesn't know the sky is high and the earth is thick. Upon hearing this, Jin Wenpeng became even more furious and slapped him hard across the face, then barked furiously. You damn dog. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. Who am I? Li Yunduo shook his head, finally recognizing the young master before him. He turned pale with fear and immediately dropped to his knees on the ground. I didn't realize it was the young master. What I said just now was pure nonsense. Please, young master, forgive this lowly one. Don't hold it against me. Jin Wenpeng viciously kicked him once more, then promptly waddled over to Wong JT, instantly changing his attitude to one of utmost respect. Never did I expect to see Iron Young Master here. Ever since our last meeting, your impressive demeanor has always remained in my mind. I just didn't dare disturb you. Wong JT coldly snorted. I remember you're the young master of Tianfeng Group. With someone as mighty as you, why would you even address me as Iron Young Master? One of your company's executives can already run wild unchecked. You, the heir to such a major conglomerate, would surely have the power to blot out the sky or shake Bin City with a stomp of your foot. Instantly, cold sweat rolled down Jin Wenpeng's forehead. For these powerful young masters, reputation was the most important thing, and who knows what kind of reaction they might have after losing face. Compared to Jin Wenpeng, whose back was soaked with sweat, Li Wenshang felt as if his head was about to explode. For someone to make the young master of the conglomerate bow so submissively, how powerful must this person be? Crawling forward on his knees, Li Yunduo pleaded repeatedly. All I said before was utter nonsense. Please, young master, show mercy, forgive me this one time. I'm no more than a wretched dog, who only knows how to judge people by their appearance. Please, young master, don't take it against me. I won't dare to act like this anymore. I will keep my tail between my legs forever. Jin Wenpeng also cautiously joined in. It's entirely my fault. I didn't properly discipline my subordinates. Young Master Iron, please forgive this lowly one, as you would a petty person. Wong JT deliberately showed a puzzled expression and said, I didn't hear clearly what you said just now. He is your subordinate, isn't he? I thought you didn't know each other. Jin Wenpeng couldn't contain his delight as he exclaimed, Iron Young Master speaks truthfully. I don't know this good-for-nothing scoundrel at all. Our Tianfeng Group has always had very high standards for our employees. How could we have such a snobbish small-time villain? He must have impersonated an executive from our company. I will definitely have a thorough investigation done, ensuring this vile and despicable guy pays an unbearable price. Wong JT casually nodded, not paying further attention to them. He then gently took Lan Minjing's hand and slowly walked away outside. Jin Wenpeng respectfully watched Wong JT leave, then turned his gaze toward Li Yunduo. If looks could kill, the idiot would already have a few holes through his body from murderous glares. You damned idiot. Not only did you cost me a great opportunity, you nearly implicated our entire Jean family. Just wait, see what I will do to you. Li Yin Duo, seeing the furious expression on Jean Wenpeng's face, knew his life was ruined. His mouth turned bitter repeatedly, unable to even utter words pleading for mercy. After Jean Wenpeng left, Li Yin Duo furiously lunged toward Huang Meihong. If it wasn't for this wench, he wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. Huang Meihong also knew that Li Yin Duo's fate was sealed. She no longer acted as respectfully as before. She immediately retaliated without hesitation and began fighting fiercely with the greasy man. In the midst of their scuffle, they both fell right over the railing, crashing heavily to the ground below. For the rest of their lives, they'd be confined to wheelchairs. It was truly a case of retribution being swift. Suddenly, a red envelope interface appeared before Wong JT, saying that he had completed a hidden task and specially rewarded him with 1 unique red envelope and 8 ordinary ones. He didn't know which hidden task he had completed, nor did he have the mind to guess. Anyway, getting the red envelopes was already better than anything. Received 6,580 yuan. Wishing you happy clicking. Received building 3 of Keishi apartment complex. Wishing you happy clicking. Received 1 body strengthening pill. Wishing you happy clicking. This time his luck was pretty good. In addition to some loose change, the regular red envelopes also rewarded him with building 3 of Keishi apartments. Keishi apartment complex is located in the core business district and has always been the top choice among white-collar workers. The special red envelope gave him a body strengthening pill. Judging from its name, it was surely something related to physical improvement. With the system's backing, it certainly couldn't be bad. He would research it thoroughly when he returned home tonight. As they approached the car, Wong JT smiled and said, "It's truly an honor to have dinner with Sister Minjing. I've prepared a gift for you. Let's go take a look now." Like a mischievous little girl, Wang Minjing smiled in response. "I really hadn't noticed before how smooth-talking you are. I'm not that easy to fool. What kind of valuable gift is it?" Wong JT chuckled and said, "This gift will surely satisfy Sister Minjing. If you're not satisfied, you can punish me by letting you kiss you. If you are satisfied, reward me with a kiss. How about that?" Lan Minjing rolled her eyes and playfully replied, "You always want to take advantage of me. Then let's start with the punishment, and we can talk about rewards later." Saying that, she slowly closed her eyes. Wang JT naturally didn't hold back. In the confined space, the temperature quickly rose. Lan Minjing blushed and panted, her face revealing a happy smile. Her shyness just now had already shown that it was her first kiss. Wang JT was extremely excited inside. He floored the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini Aventador shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The car quickly arrived at Keishi apartment complex. Wang JT pointed at the buildings and asked, "Sister Minjing, which buildings do you think are best for renting?" Lan Minjing answered professionally, "Of course buildings 1, 6, and 8. These 3 buildings are top choices in terms of location and every other aspect. It's just a pity that competition for Keishi apartment complex is extremely fierce, especially for these 3 buildings. The developer has been holding on to them tightly. It's really difficult to get hold of them. If we could get these 3 buildings, our branch's performance would definitely be at the top, and winning consecutive sales championships would be a sure thing." Wang JT slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and said, "Then I'd like to congratulate Sister Minjing in advance on becoming the first person in your group to win consecutive sales championships. Let's go back to the store now." Lan Minjing didn't catch on at first, but a few minutes later, she opened her eyes wide in disbelief and stammered an inquiry. "You wouldn't happen to be telling me that the gift you wanted to give me is these 3 buildings, right? Taking over these 3 buildings would cost a huge sum. It would take many years to earn the money back." Wang JT gazed affectionately at Lan Minjing and said, "As long as Sister Minjing is happy, spending any amount of money is worth it to me. Your value in my heart cannot be measured by money." Looking into Wang JT's affectionate eyes, Lan Minjing felt deeply moved beyond words and made an important decision. Chapter 41, A Complete Transformation. "I don't want to go back to the store right now. You've wanted to see my place for a long time, so today I'll make your wish come true. Better cherish it well." Lan Minjing's eyes were veiled with a hazy mist, her lips gently nibbled as she whispered into Wang JT's ear, barely audible. Wang JT, like a cat who had already tasted the fish, naturally knew what to do. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal, wishing the car could fly even faster. Lan Minjing could be considered a small success in life. She had her own cozy little place in Bin City, not large, but especially warm. Wang JT knew that Lan Minjing was an independent and strong-willed woman, so naturally he wouldn't request anything she couldn't accept. The size of the nest didn't matter. What was important was who was inside it. The two had spent the entire afternoon looking at scenery, and Wang JT began feeling aching and sore all over, realizing that it was time to work on improving his physical fitness. Looking at Lan Minjing curled up under the blankets, he lovingly held her in his arms. After a round of affection, though, he was sent back to the villa. Though not acting on impulse, Lan Minjing still needed some time to properly digest everything that had happened. After all, the milk-fed piglet she'd raised for years had now been given away. She needed time to adjust. Wang JT originally wanted to leave the Lamborghini behind, but Lan Minjing firmly refused. Driving such a supercar to work would completely ruin others' motivation to buy property. As for parking the car in the residential compound, that would simply be asking for trouble. What if someone accidentally scratched it? Could he live with himself for the rest of his life? One must not be that immoral. After considering her words carefully, Wang JT admitted Lan Minjing had a point and decided to look into buying a more modest car when time allowed, keeping things low-key. He returned to the villa and first checked on the AI brain. The super AI chip was still in the process of integration, with no obvious special effects yet. He estimated something would show by tomorrow. Wang JT took out the enhanced physical fitness pill, a dark, suspicious-looking black pill that looked straight out of a con man's bag. Still, he decided to trust his system dad not to overly rip him off. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the pill down. A warm sensation spread through his stomach. Gradually, warmth spread throughout his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. It was a pleasant sensation, almost making him groan in delight. While Wong JT enjoyed the comfort, he soon noticed something off. His body grew increasingly hotter, as though he had been moved from the hot spring straight into molten lava. Unable to stand the searing heat any longer, he rushed into the bathroom and took a cold shower. That, however, felt like standing under drizzle, completely ineffective. He hurried to the backyard and dove straight into the swimming pool, where the water automatically adjusted its temperature to keep his body in a state of comfort. As his internal temperature soared, the pool water continuously cooled down, constantly recirculating to expel the heated water, maintaining a balanced temperature around his body. Wong JT thought he could see his late grandmother, her kind, smiling face waving, seeming to want to take him to heaven for a better life. Slowly, he sank to the bottom of the pool, entering a strange fetal breathing state where he no longer breathed through his mouth or nose, but instead absorbed oxygen from the water through his pores. He didn't know how long had passed, but faintly, he heard a red packet notification tone ring out, reviving his brain and helping him realize his current situation. Exiting the fetal state, a suffocating feeling quickly overcame him. Kicking off from the bottom of the pool, he rocketed out of the water like a skyrocket, leaping high into the air. He soared over 10 meters into the air, definitely breaking the high jump Guinness record. Pity nobody witnessed it. In midair, he twisted and tumbled through a complex gymnastic maneuver, before landing neatly on the edge of the pool. The force of his landing left 2 deep footprints on the marble surface, as if he were stepping into tofu. Wong JT first examined the ground, then turned his gaze toward the pool, spotting a thick layer of oil and grease floating on the surface. Clearly a horrifying sight. Much to his surprise, peering straight through the greasy surface allowed him to see the bottom of the pool, which now had a large number of cracks, likely caused by the force of his powerful kick. Wong JT clearly understood it was all the effect of the enhanced physical fitness pill, the product of his system dad, truly never disappointing. He was about to lie down on a beach chair to rest when the moment he touched it, the chair shattered into wooden splinters. Sighing helplessly, Wong JT cautiously walked back into the house and stood before the bathroom mirror to inspect the physical changes. What he saw made his heart jump. No significant change in his figure, yet the muscle composition of his body had been completely transformed. His back formed a perfect inverted triangle, and his abdominal muscles were sharply defined. Most impressively of all were his visible oblique muscles. The appearance had greatly improved. Wong JT first went to the gym in the villa to make some minor adjustments, just a trial run, to at least adapt to the changes in his physical abilities, especially his control over strength. After more than an hour of adjustments, he was finally able to avoid breaking beach chairs like before. Then he suddenly remembered the previous red packet notification and immediately chose to claim it. You received a Philips electric razor. Wish you a pleasant click. You received 16,089 yuan. Wish you a pleasant click. You received a Porsche 911 GT, a one-of-a-kind supercar in the world. Wish you a pleasant click. You received a Supreme membership card for Junha Fitness Club. Wish you a pleasant click. The cash he received today wasn't much, but there were several items, among which the Porsche 911 GT was naturally the most valuable. With the selling point of being the only one in the world, it alone was impressive enough to impress anyone. As for the Supreme membership card for Junha Fitness Club, it could only be described as arriving at the perfect timing. A professional place for physical training would definitely help him unlock more potential. Wong JT felt that the effects of the enhanced physical fitness pill obtained from the special red packet were far from limited to what he had already experienced. There was still much more potential within him to explore. He went down to the basement again. The integration between the super chip and the AI brain had already completed. The AI brain's case had disappeared and had transformed into something that looked like a crystal ball. Super AI brain number 001 reporting. Greetings, Master. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you from now on. The AI spoke in a melodious female voice, one very similar to the coquettish tone used by the voice actress from Navigation Systems, Strawberry Sister. It sounded very pleasant. Smiling, Wong JT said, since you use this voice, I'll call you Linger from now on. Now introduce your functions to me. Linger, with ultra-high artificial intelligence and clearly thrilled to have her own name, cheerfully gave a little proud exclamation before beginning her explanation of her functions. After listening to Linger's explanations, Wong JT was absolutely stunned. Her functions were simply overwhelming. It was estimated that, if she wished, she could recreate a real-life version of Terminator. He shook his head hard to chase away the troubling thoughts and watched Linger begin to display her amazing capabilities. Chapter 42, the only one in the world. Master, Linger has detected that you're holding a primitive device. I can barely split a subsystem into it. Now proceeding with the replication process. Please grant permission. Upon hearing Linger's request, Wong JT nodded without hesitation. However, he soon realized that the primitive device Linger mentioned was the most advanced Huawei phone he was holding. A beam of electricity shot out from the crystal ball, completely covering the phone. With a few crackling sounds, everything was done. Wong picked up the phone. At first glance, nothing seemed changed. While he was still puzzled, a small crystal ball icon suddenly appeared on the screen. Linger's voice came from the earpiece. Master, you can now reach me through the subsystem when you are outside. Linger will always be here to serve you wholeheartedly. Linger has comprehensively optimized this primitive device. Its performance has been improved by 1286 times, barely meeting the usable standards. Wong JT was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. 1,000-fold improvement in performance. This phone might be rivaling the Galaxy supercomputer. How crazy was that? Linger happily explained the new features of the phone. The amazing specs left Wong JT stunned all over again. This was no longer a simple phone. It was like a tiny, non-transforming robot. According to Linger, even if the phone were lost, an automatic return module could be activated and the device would find its way back to Wong JT himself. It's almost not fair for a phone to be this smart. Wong granted Linger full access, then called Yu Taiyu to come over for swimming pool repairs, asking him to replace the marble along the edge as well. Thanks to the pool's automatic water cycling system, the water had already become crystal clear. However, the cracks at the bottom still gave the repairman quite a scare. What exactly happened inside the pool? How could the bottom get damaged like this? Even with an electric jackhammer, you wouldn't easily make it this bad. When Wong JT heard the complaints from the repairman, he felt a bit awkward and couldn't help but give a wry smile. Really sorry for troubling manager you. Some things aren't easy to explain, but I hope you guys can keep this confidential and not spread what happened here outside. Yu Tai-yu, a very smart man himself, understood that certain things were better left unknown. Knowledge is power, but sometimes too much knowledge brings danger. This truth always holds. Rest assured, Mr. Wong, our workers have received specialized training and know exactly what to do. No one will go around gossiping outside. This answer pleased Wong JT greatly, so he smiled and said, every technician involved in this repair will receive 10,000 yuan as a bonus, all charged to the property fee. Remember to come to me for the payment later. Hearing about the cash bonus, the repairman became visibly excited. They immediately thanked him. As for other concerns, who would waste time thinking about that? Finding the swimming pool repairs too noisy, Wong JT decided to head to Junha Fitness Club to better adapt his body. Smiling to himself, he made his way to the underground garage. Next to his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and the orange Lamborghini Aventador now stood a dazzling silver supercar. The very one that was the only in the world, the Porsche 911 GT. Wong tapped on his phone. The Porsche key, originally in his bedroom, suddenly sank into the table's surface and, via an internal conduit, reappeared on the table in the underground garage. The table operated like building blocks. Then a small conveyor belt extended and brought the key right into Wong JT's hand. The entire process took just about 10 seconds. Truly amazing. Wong casually pressed the key fob. The butterfly door of the Porsche 911 GT rose up. The interior was not particularly extravagant. Perhaps this was what was known as a return to simplicity. Wong drove for a bit by himself, then activated the autonomous driving system. Hands behind his head, he relaxed comfortably on the seat. Truly a top luxury car, one of a kind in the world. The seats had a built-in massage function with surprisingly skillful techniques. It truly deserves the word wonderful. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Wong Ingjia calling. The kid often called just to keep in touch and strengthen their relationship. Boss Tai, did you hear about it? The one and only Porsche 911 GT in the world has been registered here in Bin City. Wonder who's the big shot now. Friends from Shanghai and Beijing called me specially just to find out who this strong figure is. I really couldn't identify him within my circle. Not sure, Boss Tai. Wong Shiji started talking nonstop, clearly very excited about the arrival of the Porsche 911 GT in Bin City. Wong JT casually replied, so it's just one car. What's the big deal? On the road, it's more or less the same. Admittedly, the autonomous driving feature is somewhat interesting, and it's certainly not hard on your back. Boss Tai, that was such a relaxed way to put it. But this is a car that exists only once in the world. It's not something that you can simply buy, no matter how much money you have. Wait, something doesn't sound right. What do you mean? On the road, it's more or less the same. And the autonomous driving feature is somewhat interesting. Could this car actually belong to Tai Xiao? How could I not have thought of that earlier? Who else in Bin City besides Tai Xiao would be able to get a car like this? To drive such a precious vehicle around, Tai Xiao really is amazing. Wong Shiji finally figured it out, his excitement through the roof, raising Wong JT's status in his heart to a whole new level. Wong JT chuckled, saying, you make it sound like such a big deal. Isn't a car meant to be driven after buying it? Otherwise, why buy it? Just keep it at home as a decoration. I'm heading to Junha Fitness Club to work out a bit. If you're free, come over and join me. After all, health is the capital of revolution. Wong Shiji immediately agreed without hesitation, saying he would drive over shortly, mostly to pay homage to the Porsche 911 GT. Posting about it on his social media would surely be super cool. Don't think these rich second-generation kids are all that special. In reality, they're mostly the same. They just show off different things. Following the navigation, Wong JT arrived at Junha Fitness Club and was quite shocked by the scale of the facility. This wasn't a fitness club at all. It was more like a mountain resort. As he entered through the main gate, he saw a large poster showing all the services the club offered, and surprisingly, live fire shooting was among them. Gun control in Huagua was extremely strict. The fact that this facility could offer such a service indicated that the club's owner was no ordinary person. This thought briefly passed through Wong JT's mind, but he quickly brushed it off. After all, he came here to work out, not to cause trouble. Whether the owner had connections or not had nothing to do with him. The security guards here were very sharp-eyed and could immediately tell that Wong JT's sports car was definitely something extraordinary. They quickly led him to a spacious parking spot. Wong JT casually pulled out a few large bills and handed them to the guard, smiling. Trouble you to keep an eye on it. Don't let anyone scratch or bump into my car. It's mostly because I don't want to hurt anyone. The guard nodded eagerly. After Wong went inside, he looked at the thick stack of cash in his hand and was shocked to realize it was more than 3,000 yuan, which made him even more diligent. Arriving at the front desk, Wong flashed his Supreme member card, not expecting that it would cause yet another incident. Chapter 43, Any Problem? Welcome to Junha Fitness Club. How may I assist you? The receptionist gave a standard smile, speaking politely, yet her expression was obviously rigid and mechanical. Wong JT smiled good-naturedly and said, I'm one of your Supreme members and just want to do some exercise. Can you tell me more about the facilities here? Upon hearing Wong JT mention being a Supreme member, the receptionist's eyes changed, not with warmth, but with sharpness. I think there's a misunderstanding, sir. Our club's Supreme members are all people of status and standing. How could someone as young as you possibly be one? Perhaps you've taken someone else's Supreme membership card. If that's the case, I hope your family can call in. The consequences of impersonating a Supreme member are quite serious. Staring at the receptionist, Wong JT frowned. Being a Supreme member isn't such a big deal that you have to act like this. Here is my Supreme membership card. Please check if it's fake. If not, then please arrange for someone to show me in. I'd like to start my workout. He placed the Supreme membership card on the counter and stared intently at the receptionist. Her words had clearly angered him. After glancing at the card number, the receptionist's eyes widened immediately. She quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. Captain Zhong, could you come to the front? A young man has arrived with Supreme card number 003. She continued whispering into the device for several more sentences, her eyes constantly darting toward Wong JT, filled with doubt. Wong JT was clearly displeased with her skeptical gaze, feeling deeply insulted by her behavior. He knocked on the counter impatiently and said, "There's more than one fitness club in Bin City. I didn't have to come here. Since you doubt the authenticity of my Supreme membership card, let's cancel it right now. I don't want a card associated with this place lingering on my record." The receptionist was quite audacious. Her eyes flared. "Don't try to act tough with me. Captain Zhong will be out shortly, and then we'll see who's really wrong." As soon as she finished speaking, a muscular man hurriedly walked out from the back, quickly reaching their side in a few swift steps. "Sir, you must be Tai Xiao. It was all a misunderstanding. Please accept my apologies for the girl's rudeness. I'm Zhong Huarong, head of security at Junha Fitness Club. Just now, I spoke directly with the owner, who personally confirmed that the number 003 Supreme card is indeed Tai Xiao's lifetime membership." Zhong Huarong showed the utmost politeness. Whoever possessed Supreme membership card number 003 had to be a high-ranking noble scion who could never be offended in the slightest. When the receptionist heard these words, her face turned pale. She clearly knew Zhong Huarong would never joke about such matters. She was in serious trouble now. Wong JT, still frowning, said, "You're too late coming out here. I've already decided to cancel my Supreme membership and have nothing further to do with this place. Now that it's confirmed this is my card, may I proceed with the cancellation formalities? Should I have someone from my family call again to confirm?" The receptionist hurriedly apologized. "It's entirely my fault. Please, master, forgive me. Supreme memberships are too valuable. If I were to process a cancellation like this, I'd be in huge trouble. That's your trouble, not mine. You weren't acting like that before. Your tail was practically up in the sky, putting on airs like you're someone special. After all, it's only a gym, even if it offers a comprehensive range of services. What's there to boast about? Absolutely ridiculous. Process my cancellation right now." Wong JT cut her off, severely reprimanding her for such improper service. He was determined to teach this girl a hard lesson. Seeing that Wong JT stood firm in his stance, the receptionist burst into tears, weeping and apologizing simultaneously, appearing quite pitiful. Zhong Huarong interjected, "Tai Xiao is right to discipline her. It's entirely her fault. But she's still young. It would be a shame to ruin her career over this. From your manner, Tai Xiao seems strict outwardly, but is actually soft-hearted. You just wanted to teach her a lesson. Now that she's admitted her mistake, perhaps you could give her another chance this time." Furrowing his brows slightly, Wong JT thought Zhong Huarong had overstated things. After all, she was merely a receptionist at a fitness club. Her losing the job wasn't that big of a deal. How could one claim that she would be ruined? Thinking again about the shooting range featured on the club's promotional signage, Wong JT increasingly suspected there was some trickery involved. Until he got a clear picture, better to keep his mouth shut. More and more, Wong JT felt the hardships he endured while scraping by at the very bottom of society had been a precious treasure. At least from such experiences, he had gained a practical wisdom. Those from the lower rungs of life often possess survival smarts that proved more useful in many situations. Wong JT deliberately kept a stern expression as he said, "Since Captain Zhong has spoken like this, I won't hold it against her this time. But in the future, be more alert. Don't think just because you're working in a place like this, you can act superior to others. In a place like this, one must be even more careful. If you really make a mistake, not everyone will be so generous as to give you a second chance." His words were deliberately vague, sounding as if carrying deeper meaning, the kind of ambiguity that was easily misunderstood. The receptionist quickly nodded in agreement, assuring him she would definitely change her ways and would never act like that again. Wong JT asked Zhong Huarong to take him to the fitness club. On the way, he asked no further questions, appearing to understand everything completely. He had already made up his mind. He would look for Xue Xiaowei soon and probe the true nature of Junha Fitness Club. After all, as a Supreme member, he couldn't afford to remain completely in the dark. Wong JT stopped at the entrance of the fitness club and said to Zhong Huarong, "I've already troubled Captain Zhong enough. I can go in by myself from here." Zhong Huarong responded with a few courteous remarks, then turned and left without hesitation, moving briskly and giving off an impression of efficiency and decisiveness. Wong JT changed into workout clothes, strolled casually out of the locker room, and swept his eyes across the room, finally settling his gaze on the strength testing machine. This strength testing machine was different from those at amusement parks. It didn't require boxing gloves. Instead, one directly punched the sponge pad to measure the most straightforward form of power, the so-called bare fist impact. Wong JT looked at the machine's display, which showed the highest recorded strength as 620 kilograms, followed by a note stating, "Professional boxing champion level." A punch at this level of force could easily knock an ordinary person unconscious. If coupled with some combat techniques, killing someone wouldn't be difficult at all. In the past, Wong JT had never formally trained in martial arts. When he fought others, he used crude, untrained punches, truly the embodiment of a beginner defeating a master with wild, chaotic strikes. He believed that with his current physical condition, if he could reach half of the displayed record, it would already be a tremendous improvement. Wong JT took a deep breath and swung his fist forward with all his might. Chapter 44, Practically Not Human. Bang! Wong JT's fist slammed into the center of the target, causing it to creak loudly. The sponge wrapped around the surface immediately cracked. The metal plate serving as the target bore a clear imprint of his fist right in the middle, pushed inward like the bottom of a bowl, clearly demonstrating the tremendous force behind the punch. Even Wong JT himself was slightly startled. Quickly glancing at the nearby display screen, he found it had turned blue with garbled text, seemingly frozen. Nervously, he glanced around and, seeing nobody paying attention, rushed immediately to other nearby fitness equipment, as if the power tester had never existed. Wong JT now had a basic understanding of his explosive strength, at least at the level of a professional boxer. He estimated that even a professional boxer would fall to his knees if hit by that punch. Next, he wanted to test his endurance. Naturally, that meant using the treadmill. He quickly selected one near the back. After all, This was a fitness club. Though there weren't many working out, there were plenty of personal trainers. As soon as he raised his hand, one quickly approached. "May I help you, sir? It looks like you want to go for a run. Are you more interested in a slow jog, or perhaps some interval running? Each has its own benefits." Seeing the trainer continuing his lengthy introduction without pause, Wong JT helplessly coughed, interrupting him mid-sentence. "I've honestly never known my own endurance limits. I'd like to test myself. Do you have any suggestions?" The trainer replied immediately. "If you want to test your endurance, you need to run a long distance. Let's start with 5 kilometers. If you can complete it within half an hour, you already have better than average stamina." Wong JT stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "5 kilometers doesn't seem enough. Just set it to 100 kilometers, and let me try it within an hour." The trainer was stunned, thinking he must be joking. 100 kilometers per hour? Did he think he was a BYD electric car? Nevertheless, as a personal trainer, he needed to satisfy his client's demands and silently adjusted the treadmill to match Wong JT's requested program. Still wanting to explain proper running techniques, the trainer was surprised when Wong JT suddenly dashed forward, sprinting at incredible speed. Shaking his head, the trainer recalled many people before who had overestimated their strength, rushing onto the treadmill only to vomit minutes later. He thought he should go get a vomit bag. Given how Wong was running, it was inevitable he'd throw up. The only question was how long he could hold out. Just as the trainer returned with the bag, he found Wong JT sitting on the treadmill, looking at the ceiling board. Wong JT shrugged his hands and said, "Your equipment must be faulty. It started smoking after just a few steps. Could this gym possibly have bought fake, low-quality machines? That's impossible. Our equipment is all from top brands with guaranteed quality. Something must have gone wrong somewhere." The trainer glanced at the counter, eyes widening instantly. According to the numbers, Wong JT had exceeded the treadmill's maximum speed limit. In other words, the treadmill itself became frustrated by how fast Wong ran, deciding to shut down and take a break. Just like the power tester, needing some emotional recovery. Shaking his head, the trainer believed it must be a technical failure. No human could possibly run that fast. Even Bolt would be brought to tears. "My apologies. It must be the treadmill's computer that malfunctioned. How about we try a different one? It shouldn't have any issues." Wong JT replied somewhat hesitantly. "I don't feel like electronic devices are reliable. Do you have anything more mechanical, something that can test endurance and maybe even measure strength?" The trainer immediately answered, "Then the only choice is a bench press. For professionals, 150 kilograms is standard, and 200 or more qualifies for the Olympics. The world record holder for bench press is a famous strongman supposedly hitting 500 kilograms, though I doubt the truth of that. It's more of a joke than anything serious." Rubbing his chin, Wong JT said, "Since that's the case, just give me 150 kilograms first and see how I do. Let's not waste time debating. Just do as I say." With no choice, the trainer reluctantly agreed and called over another personal trainer to assist on the side. Both stood left and right, prepared to intervene when necessary. The result shocked them. Wong JT easily completed a set of bench presses with apparent ease. Feeling it wasn't challenging at all, he simply said, "Increase it to 300 kilograms now." "Very sorry, but our heaviest setup is only 200 kilograms. This is a fitness gym, not a professional sports center, after all." The newly arrived personal trainer apologized with a flushed face, secretly suspecting that Wong JT must have come from a professional weightlifting team. But looking at Wong JT's physique, he didn't really resemble a weightlifter. After all, the muscle structure was clearly different from that of a professional lifter. Wong JT found the trainer's words reasonable, so he simply added more weight until reaching 200 kilograms, completing 5 sets effortlessly. Both trainers were left utterly stunned. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing here? This was the trainer's current state of mind. His entire worldview had just been completely shattered. This commotion attracted quite some attention. The other personal trainers and several people working out nearby gathered around in astonishment, watching with wide eyes. Wong JT rolled his neck, feeling that he now had a basic grasp of his physical condition. If he could master a bit of professional combat technique, he might even be ready to step into the ring. As this thought crossed his mind, the red envelope interface suddenly popped up, randomly giving him 6 red envelopes. He immediately selected Open. Received 58,000 yuan cash. Wishing you an enjoyable click. Received 500,000 yuan. Wishing you an enjoyable click. Received a professional world champion boxing skill card. Wishing you an enjoyable click. Received a professional wrestling champion skill card. Wishing you an enjoyable click. This time, he obtained several 100,000 yuan and additionally 2 skill cards. From the information appearing in his mind, as long as he selected and used the skill card, he would gain the corresponding skill. Using the excuse of going to wash up, Wong JT entered a shower cubicle to activate the skill cards. A small figure appeared in his mind, first demonstrating boxing techniques, followed by various wrestling moves. During the figure's demonstration, Wong JT's muscles involuntarily twitched and subtly adjusted themselves, becoming more suited to these 2 sets of skills. Wong JT felt his control over his own body had reached a new level. If he were to punch the power tester again, there definitely wouldn't be a problem like breaking the machine. Satisfied with these changes, he strolled out casually and, upon reaching the exit, heard loud noises coming from outside the door. Chapter 45. It's not that simple there. Wong JT arrived at the entrance and saw Wong Shiji puffing his beard and glaring fiercely at the receptionist, clearly infuriated beyond words. The receptionist replied coldly, "I've already told you. This place is membership only, and non-members are not allowed in. If you want to apply for membership, go fill out the form over there. We will reply within half a year. Why can't you understand simple human language?" Wong Shiji angrily shouted, "Do you know who I am? I'm a member wherever I go. It's just a gym. If I deposit 100,000 yuan, issue my membership card right away. You think just because you have money, you're someone special? This place is different from others. Everything follows the rules. If you want to become a member, fill out the form and wait. Otherwise, please leave." The receptionist showed no fear at all. She rolled up her sleeves, clearly ready to vent all her earlier frustration onto Wong Shiji. Seeing this, Wong JT's earlier grudge against the receptionist instantly vanished. He felt she had actually been quite polite to him. He approached the front desk and gave the receptionist a thumbs up. I've met many tough people before, but you're definitely number one. You must keep it up. Challenge every one of them like this. That's how I find peace. Wong JT looked at the receptionist in surprise. He hadn't expected someone to dare talk back to even Wong JT. It seemed like being shouted at by her wasn't such a bad thing. It even felt somewhat honorable. The receptionist, however, appeared genuinely afraid of Wong JT. She immediately lowered her head without saying a word, though her cheeks were puffed up, clearly showing her dissatisfaction. Wong JT was completely speechless. He gestured to Wong JT, and the two walked out lazily. Wong JT muttered angrily, "If it weren't for Brother Tai, I wouldn't come to a place like this. How dare a receptionist act so arrogantly? It's absolutely despicable." Wong JT smiled. "After all, you're a young master of high society. Why bother with a little receptionist? My car is right over there. It should be decent enough." He casually changed the subject. Wong JT's attention was immediately drawn to the Porsche 911 GT parked there. He rushed over and took a series of photos with his phone. Wong JT uploaded the photos to his Moments and Weibo, immediately sparking a huge reaction. Many comments poured in. "Brother Jia really rocks. You've actually got your hands on a Porsche 911 GT. Be sure to bring it to Shanghai so we can all see it. Prince Wong, you're truly rich and generous. Only your Dawa group has such financial power. We should definitely cooperate more often in the future." Seeing the comments, Wong JT immediately drafted a new message and posted it. Official announcement. This Porsche 911 GT is not mine. It belongs to my older brother, Brother Tai. He is the truly awesome one. Back then, I was ignorant, boasting that I didn't care whether my friends had money, since none of them were richer than me. Now I know, I was the clown all along. Compared to my older brother, I'm just trash, nowhere near his level. Once this post was published, his Moments and Weibo immediately exploded, with tens of thousands of comments flooding in, all begging to meet and recognize Wong JT as their senior brother. Wong JT smiled and said, "Everyone is going out to the nightclub tonight. I wonder, Brother Tai, if you have time to come along and enjoy yourself with us?" Wong JT chuckled. "Who's coming? I've met a few enthusiastic younger brothers these past 2 days. It might be fun to go hang out with them." After making the arrangements, Wong JT busied himself organizing the group. Wong JT, meanwhile, went to the Haishijio club to find Xue Xiaowei. His main purpose was to learn more about the background of the Junha Fitness Club. Wong JT felt uneasy without knowing more about it. Linger originally planned to infiltrate a classified network to obtain this information, but Wong JT rejected this idea, thinking it unnecessary to make such a big show. However, Linger, who possessed the highest clearance, still chose to proceed anyway. To her, the firewall of the highly classified network was practically non-existent. She easily infiltrated it and clearly read every piece of information inside. Linger quickly found some interesting details. Out of a sudden playful impulse, she performed special modifications on the data related to what Wong JT already knew, so that if anyone ever investigated later, they'd probably soil themselves in fear. Unaware of all this, Wong JT was sitting casually on Xue Xiaowei's boss chair, smiling as he questioned him. "My family thought my health wasn't so great, so they insisted I find a place to work out. They gave me a Supreme membership card to Junha Fitness Club. When I went today to exercise, something didn't feel quite right. The place seems to have a strong background. I'm too lazy to ask my family about it, so I came here to ask you instead." Xue Xiaowei widened his eyes and gulped audibly. "Boss actually has a Supreme membership card from Junha Fitness Club? That's seriously amazing." Wong JT casually pulled the membership card out and waved it in front of Xue Xiaowei, indicating it wasn't that big of a deal. Xue Xiaowei immediately said, "Boss doesn't know the full story. The predecessor of Junha Fitness Club was the famous Junha Martial Arts Academy. The status of Junha Martial Arts Academy across the entire northeastern underworld is exceptionally high. Master Li Guangjuan is absolutely at the top of the hierarchy. Many extremely powerful big bosses have received guidance from Master Li. With just a single word from him, there are plenty of people willing to step forward. Master Li's son, Li Jiming, is also a formidable figure. It was him who transformed Junha Martial Arts Academy into Junha Fitness Club. At the same time, the largest underground fighting arena in the entire Northeast is located beneath Junha Fitness Club. Blood-soaked underground fights are regularly held there, with horrifying and tragic scenes. Many well-known young masters in Arbin City have witnessed these brutal fights. They usually place heavy bets and indulge themselves thoroughly." Wong JT asked doubtfully. "If that's the case, why did Wang Shiji say he's never been to Junha Fitness Club, and even got talked back to by that receptionist?" Xue Xiaowei immediately replied, "This is perfectly normal. Although the underground fighting arena is beneath Junha Fitness Club, its entrance is located elsewhere. One must pass through a section of subway tunnel to reach the underground arena. This design enhances security and prevents mishaps. Therefore, those who can enter Junha Fitness Club are all people like us. The fact that Boss has obtained a Supreme membership card indicates that the person who arranged it for you holds extraordinary influence in the underworld. It's said that a Supreme membership card entitles one to many special services. If Boss wishes, the people from Junha Martial Arts Academy can help Boss resolve certain troubles. Of course, I'm capable of handling those matters too. We probably won't need their involvement." His last sentence was meant to demonstrate his own value. After all, Wong JT was showing increasing power, and to earn his recognition, Xue needed to prove his usefulness. Wong JT chuckled. "We're family now. Naturally, I'll have you handle things first. But if it involves anything messy or potentially damaging, it might be better to use outsiders. At least we won't feel any regret." Upon hearing Wong JT treat him as one of his own, Xue Xiaowei felt extremely delighted. He immediately swore an oath of loyalty, promising unwavering devotion in the future. Having obtained the information he needed, Wong JT didn't linger. He decided to go check on Sikong Rian's situation. Chapter 46. Let me think of a solution. Wong JT arrived at Situ Rian's office. Without asking the secretary to announce him, he quietly pushed open the door and walked in. Situ Rian wore a sharp business suit. She stared at the documents in front of her, her eyebrows furrowed into a chan shape, shaking her head from time to time. Wong JT coughed lightly. What's bothering our beautiful CEO? So much that she keeps frowning? You might get wrinkles, you know. Upon hearing Wong JT's voice, Situ Rian immediately showed a delighted expression, then quickly rubbed her forehead, afraid of developing wrinkles. Wong JT chuckled and took Situ Rian's hand, placing a kiss on her forehead. You're always the most beautiful one in my heart. Even when you're covered with wrinkles one day, that won't change at all. It's just that seeing you working so hard makes me feel shintong. Tell me what's going on, I'll handle it for you. Hearing the sweet words, Situ Rian's face revealed a happy smile as she leaned gently into Wong JT's arms. It's nothing really big. It's just that Bindo Electronics equipment is all outdated and can't meet the group's production requirements anymore. I'm trying to figure out how to deal with these old machines and replace them with new ones. The money is secondary. The key is where to get the equipment. Ideally, we could get ASML's lithography machines from the tulip country. Even 7nm models would work. That would allow us to keep up with international trends. But getting ASML equipment is extremely difficult, so we can only consider Magdu's 28nm lithography machines to produce large chips. Wong JT rubbed his chin. I remember you said before that to produce electric car chips, Magdu's 28nm lithography machines are more than enough. As far as I know, this kind of equipment is already fully localized and not subject to any restrictions. If money isn't an issue, why can't we purchase them? Situ Rian shook her head. Buying them is doable. The problem lies in how to sell the car chips after production. Now I realize I was thinking too simply before. The only ones who can consume automotive chips now are just a few big companies. They already have external contacts. It won't be easy to make them use our chips. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Wong JT grinned. I think you're overthinking things. We should take it step by step. Where there's a will, there's a way. First, let's sell off all of Bindo Electronics' outdated equipment, then renovate the factory, and finally purchase the advanced machines. At least we need to get the place looking professional. Leave the rest to me. Who said 28nm chips can only be used for electric cars? Maybe we can use them for something else entirely. I've been quite interested in technology lately. Maybe I should focus more in this area. Anyway, count on me. If all else fails, we'll just crush the Du family. His words were incredibly confident. Now that he had not only the system but also Linger, a super AI. If he couldn't outperform others in technology, he might as well give up and die. Wong JT spoke with great eloquence, and his self-assured appearance made Situ Rian utterly captivated, as if she wanted to melt into his arms. Wong JT smiled. But we also need to balance work and relaxation. Wang Shiji said he's going to a nightclub tonight. Come with me. Situ Rian gave him a side eye. Name one good girl who goes to nightclubs without reason. I'd rather use that time to go home and have a good sleep so I don't get wrinkles and risk being rejected by certain people. But indeed, work and relaxation should be balanced. I haven't been out shopping for a while. I wonder if someone is free this afternoon to be my gallant escort. Wang JT immediately patted his chest, promising to go. Naturally, their destination was Mingle Mall. Nowhere else would match that class. Wang JT soon discovered that, even after taking the chi strength pill, shopping with a girl was still a form of torture, a spiritual torment. Moreover, every girl possessed unparalleled talent when it came to shopping. Even such a capable and sharp woman as Situ Rian was equally enthusiastic. As Wang JT and Situ Rian were casually strolling through the mall, they suddenly heard footsteps. They turned in that direction and saw Guan Qingtao approaching with a group of people. Guan Qingtao came forward with a bright expression. The boss came to inspect the mall. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have gathered everyone to welcome you. Wang JT waved his hand. I'm just here with my girlfriend to do a bit of shopping. Nothing official. That's why I didn't bother telling you. I'm not that formal. You just need to do your own job well and make sure nothing happens that damages the mall's reputation. Guan Qingtao quickly replied. After the previous incident, I deeply realized my mistakes. I've often organized the staff for training and self-critique sessions. Nowadays, people's overall quality has improved a lot. Nothing like that would ever happen again. Every customer who comes here feels as if they're at home. Situ Rian finally grasped the situation and couldn't help interrupting in surprise. Never thought that McCall Mall was your property. Wang JT chuckled. You also know my younger sister is interning at the Great Wan Group. I thought girls all like shopping, so it would be more convenient if I had my own mall. Everyone, including Situ Rian, was mentally stunned. What kind of logic was that? Was this even something a normal person would say? Just to make it easier for his sister to go shopping, he directly bought the most upscale mall in Bin City. Such a bastard. Why didn't he just ascend to heaven? The female staff at the mall were envious and resentful inside, wondering why they themselves didn't have such a wealthy, amazing older brother. It seemed like heaven was blind. The girls wanted to show off their assets a bit, but compared to Situ Rian, they felt completely outclassed, so inferior they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Wang JT sent Guan Qingtao away and held Situ Rian's hand, saying, You just go ahead and do whatever you want with the electronics group, even if you destroy it completely. I have plenty of other properties, and I'll make sure you win that bet. Like I said before, if the father-in-law insists on rejecting our kindness, I'll show him why flowers are so red. What's so special about the Du family in Shanghai? How did the three major families rise back then? I'll bring them back to the ground again, and maybe stomp on their backs for good measure. He was absolutely bullshitting. Well, these days, boasting costs nothing. Besides, with a system as his dad, who could guarantee that his bullshit wouldn't actually come true? Situ Rian smiled happily. Wang JT drove her back to Phoenix No. 4 Villa, took a little advantage along the way, and then, noticing the time was about right, headed to the nightclub. Following the address given by Wang Shiji, Wang JT arrived at a place called Dreamland Bar. The location was quite remote, which ironically suggested that good wine fears no deep alley. All the second-generation kids were already waiting for him at the entrance. When they saw his unique Porsche 911 GT, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 47 Dreamland Bar. Seeing the looks from those second-generation kids, Wang JT stylishly shook his head and waved a finger at them, completely embodying the big brother image. Jean Wenpeng quickly chimed in. Back when I heard about a Porsche 911 GT registered here in Bin City, I immediately thought of you, Iron Young Master. Who else could possibly get their hands on such a car? Truly impressive. Wong JT smiled casually. It's just a car, not that big of a deal. There's no need to get so worked up. Earlier, my former personal secretary once told me something I found quite meaningful. As long as a car has 4 wheels and can run, it's fine. There's no need to be too picky. After hearing these words, all those second-generation kids were internally cursing furiously, thinking that Wong JT had gone beyond the level of shamelessness to the point of inhumanity. Wong JT glanced sideways and said, look at how little you understand. The Pagani Huayra that Iron Young Master used to drive has already been given to my future sister-in-law. And just to please her, Iron Young Master even paid in full for the purchase of Bin City Electronics as a welcome gift for my future sister-in-law. Compared to that, what's a Porsche 911 GT worth? Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath, the first time truly recognizing the terrifying strength of Wong JT, only able to describe it as terrifying beyond comprehension. Wong JT looked at Lu Junliang and tapped his temple. I seem to remember your family's business is in building materials. What a coincidence. Miss Rian felt that the workshop of Bin City Electronics was a bit run down, and I'm planning to have it properly renovated. I'll entrust this matter to you. Price absolutely isn't an issue, but the job has to be done well. Most importantly, there should be no shoddy workmanship. I don't want any unnecessary trouble. Lu Junliang hurriedly nodded in agreement. Putting this job in my hands, Iron Young Master can rest assured completely. I will make sure it is done brilliantly, and you will definitely be satisfied. Wong JT responded with a smile, then entered Dreamland Bar together with everyone else. Surprisingly, the interior had a retro style reminiscent of the Republic of China era. He smiled and said, earlier when Jack mentioned going to a night spot, I thought it was one of those dance clubs, but who knew it would be such a nice place? Indeed, quite interesting. I must say, Jack has good taste. Being able to find a place like this, you really deserve your reputation as a playboy, the ultimate slayer of internet celebrities. Wong JT spoke seriously. Iron Young Master, please don't tease me anymore. I've already decided to mend my ways and become a hardworking young man. Jean Wenpeng quickly looked outside at the moon, widened his eyes in shock, and shouted in disbelief. I thought tonight must have 8 moons out, but apparently there's only one. How could Jack, a legend himself, really change? All the female internet celebrities will be heartbroken, surely crying their hearts out in the toilet. Wong JT glared at Jean Wenpeng and solemnly said, I'm not joking around. I've truly found my destined love. Love is powerful. That's why I must change for the better. Only then can I truly match the one in my heart. You bunch of spoiled rich kids wouldn't understand anything. Seeing Wong JT so serious, Wong JT naturally thought of his younger sister for a moment, then shook his head, thinking it unlikely. His mindset had greatly changed. Even if that were the case, he believed his younger sister was certainly not unworthy of the Wong family. As long as she was willing, everything would be okay. Thinking of his younger sister reminded him again of Hu Qinxue. He wondered how that girl had been lately. He should make time to go check on them. As they laughed and talked, they arrived at the large private booth at the very back. Soon after, waiters arrived and immediately laid out the highest grade alcohol. A sexy woman wearing a Chong Sam, as alluring as a fully ripened peach, approached them with a swaying waist. This woman was Tang Yushan, owner of Dreamland Bar. Originally from Fengcheng, it was said that her previous husband was the godfather of Fengcheng, later killed in internal struggles. After things fell apart in Fengcheng, Tang Yushan came to Bin City to make a living. Because of her social skills, she had quickly established herself quite well. Seeing Wong JT sitting at the main seat, an unfamiliar face, Tang Yushan was filled with curiosity, wondering who this rich young master could be. It's been so long since Jack and Peng were last here. You two have probably completely forgotten about me. This young gentleman is new to me. May I know how to address you properly? Jean Wenpeng immediately answered. This is Iron Young Master Wong JT. It's his first time here. Madam Tang, you must treat him especially well. Don't even think about being careless. Tang Yushan's mind worked quickly. In Bin City, there was only one Wong family, the Wans of Dewan Group. Yet the young man before her didn't resemble Wong JT at all. He clearly didn't seem related. That meant he was also a fierce dragon who had crossed the river, and once settled in the river, never left again, immediately subduing all fish, turtles, and shrimps within the river. Wong JT smiled and said, Madam Tang, don't believe their nonsense. I'm very easygoing and have no particular demands. Tang Yushan seductively cast a flirtatious glance, her eyes absolutely bewitching, making her seem like a supernatural seductress. Yet facing such a temptress, Wong JT actually felt a slight disgust in his heart, thinking that compared to his own beauties, she simply paled in comparison. Wong JT lightly coughed. I think the ambience here is pretty good. Coming over for a drink and passing some time would be a nice choice. But the madam's hospitality is so fiery that it feels overwhelming. Treading into the flames to pluck chestnuts, such a dangerous task, isn't for everyone. Getting burned is no good. He had said this purely out of slight aversion in his heart, hoping the madam wouldn't pursue him further, so he spoke these words. But as the saying goes, the speaker may be careless while the listener takes it seriously. These words instantly took on a new meaning once they reached Tang Yushan's ears. Tang Yushan's heart stirred violently. She felt that Wong JT must know something, deliberately giving her a subtle hint to let her understand his intentions. She quickly shifted her tone, putting on a vulnerable, pitiable expression, saying, I'm just a lonely widow. Life is indeed difficult, forcing me to step out and try to make a living. How could Iron Young Master view me so harshly, making me feel so hurt? What kind of fire could a single woman like me possibly start? At most, I'd only try to put one out. Wong JT helplessly shook his head, tapping his finger on the table. Shui Xiaowei is my subordinate. If you have any issues in the future, you can seek his help. Also, I don't like this manner of yours now. If you could appear more sophisticated and match the ambience here, you'd surely be more perfect. He had only meant to offer a little advice, but Tang Yushan suddenly looked as if she had just seen the light, feeling that her previous approach was indeed wrong. Smiling, Tang Yushan replied, Thank you so much for your advice, Iron Young Master. I know exactly what to do from now on. I hope you'll stop by more often and see my improvements. This time it was Wong JT's turn to feel puzzled, unsure of what scene the madam was acting now. Still, following the principle of pretending to understand even when confused, he simply smiled and nodded. Chapter 48. Assets doubled again. Wong JT originally planned to go to a club where they played energetic music, so he wasn't really interested in Dreamland Bar. He casually made up an excuse and went back to the villa to enjoy himself. Tang Yushan eagerly accompanied him outside. Seeing Wong JT get into a Porsche 911 GT, her eyes lit up again, further strengthening her previous resolve. Back at the villa, Wong JT first chatted a bit with Linger, then contacted Dreamjing, listening to the girl's soft and melodious voice, a true pleasure. I went to a place called Dreamland Bar with him tonight. The environment there was pretty good, but the bar owner wasn't very pleasant. She kept trying to flirt with me. By the way, since your name is Dreamjing, when you no longer want to be a streamer in the future, I'll build you a little elf house for you. It must be quite charming. Wong JT laughed and told Dreamjingling everything about tonight. Since the two would never meet in real life, he felt free to speak without any reservations. Dreamjingling replied with a beaming smile. I always knew my big brother is the best. Brother, the bar you mentioned is called Dreamland Bar? Its owner must be Tang Yushan, right? She truly looks like a naturally enchanting beauty. Wong JT looked surprised at Dreamjingling and said, didn't expect you to be so well informed. You even know about a small bar in Bin City. From now on, I'm entrusting all of my intelligence work to you, big sister. Dreamjingling currently wore only a sticker mask that covered her eyes, but her entire face was mostly visible, showing off her appearance as a fresh and youthful beauty. Judging purely by appearance, Dreamjingling would score about 80-something points, an attractive girl. But once combined with her angelic voice, her score immediately jumped to over 95. Dreamjingling had previously told Wong JT that her real name was Duan Ruashi, but Wong JT still preferred calling her Dreamjing, clearly unwilling to turn the online relationship into a real-life one. Dreamjing didn't mind this at all. After all, she was Wong JT's official representative of the dark web. Everything was fine as it was now, and as for the future, it all depended on their moves. Since she became a manager of the dark web, all streamers under the network regarded her as their leader. These streamers were especially skilled at collecting intelligence. Dreamjingling slightly reorganized these streamers and immediately formed a vast information network. Obtaining some intelligence was truly effortless. Dreamjingling playfully rolled her eyes and said, what are you thanking me for, brother? Everything I have belongs to you, and I'll serve you for my entire life. The bar owner isn't as simple as you think. Back in Feng City, she was a well-known big sister. Even Feng City's powerful Zhang family's eldest son had been outplayed by her before. However, her luck eventually ran out when her patron, Feng City's leader, Wan Ai Long, died in a gang conflict. From then on, she turned into a fallen phoenix. Unable to survive in Feng City, Tang Yushan fled to Bin City. Rumor has it that the Zhang family's eldest son wasn't ready to let her off easily and might make his move anytime. Wong JT rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, after hearing you say that, the bar owner actually sounds pretty pitiful. I treated her a bit harshly earlier. I think she actually suits Xue Xiaowei quite well. One is a gang boss, and the other is the gang boss's woman. Truly a match made in heaven. Upon hearing the first part of Wong JT's comment, Dreamjing was unhappy inside, but suddenly he followed it with that last sentence, and immediately a smile appeared on her face. Big brother really is an excellent boss, always thinking about your subordinates. However, according to the information I've received, Tang Yushan still has many unresolved troubles. Of course, none of that matters. You, big brother, are the supreme god of the dark web. Anyone who dares oppose you is declaring war on the entire dark web and will surely meet a fate of dying without even a proper burial. Wong JT chuckled, casually transferring 10,000 dark coins to Dreamjing, asking her to reward the intelligence informants. Being generous could never be overlooked, no matter when. At that moment, Linger popped up, saying she had written a special program and directly transmitted it to Dreamjing to install into Dreamjing's streaming system, enabling them to contact each other anytime, anywhere. Dreamjing was extremely astonished. I didn't expect my big brother to possess such high-tech tools. Big brother really brings us endless surprises. Wong JT laughed, saying a few polite words, and asked Dreamjing to sing him a lullaby. He fell into a daze and fell asleep, only to be awakened by a notification of a cash-red envelope. Congratulations. You have received 188,324 yuan. Wishing you joyful clicks. Congratulations. You've obtained a multiplied cashback card. Wishing you joyful clicks. Congratulations. You've obtained an asset doubling card. Wishing you joyful clicks. Congratulations. You've received 365,874 yuan. Wishing you joyful clicks. Wong JT tallied up today's earnings. It was quite satisfactory overall, especially the asset doubling card, which could multiply his assets by 8 times. He casually chose which assets to multiply, and everything increased dramatically, especially the dark coins, which multiplied based on a base of 100 million. It seemed like he really intended to support the entire dark web. Upholding the principle that if he was happy, everyone else should be too, Wong JT casually sent 1,000 dark coins to Kong Qingzhong and told him to distribute it among the managers for breakfast. Kong Qingzhong was completely stunned, mentally shouting, oh my god, dozens of times. Spending 100 million just for breakfast. Did he plan for all of them to eat diamonds? The other managers reacted similarly upon receiving the money for breakfast. In the end, they all firmly decided to cling tightly to the supreme god's legs. Wang JT thought for a moment and decided to go check on Yang Mengting, that clumsy and cute girl. He hadn't seen her in days. He hoped no one had bullied her. Wanting to surprise Yang Mengting, he came directly to the car dealership, but feeling it was inappropriate to show up in a Porsche, he simply walked there. As Wang JT approached the entrance, he saw a guy with yellow hair hugging a flirtatious-looking woman, both stepping out from an ordinary sports car. Seeing Wang JT at the door, the yellow-haired guy sneered. A penniless nobody dares to enter a Rolls-Royce store? You really don't know your place. Wong JT ignored the guy, walking inside with an air of self-confidence. Feeling provoked, the yellow-haired guy became instantly furious. I'm talking to you, poor bastard. Don't think just because you're wearing fake designer clothes, you've actually become rich. Do you really think a place like this is open to just anyone? While shouting, the yellow-haired guy reached toward Wong JT's shoulder. The moment his fingers touched Wong's clothing, Wong grabbed his wrist tightly. The yellow-haired guy felt as if an iron clamp had clamped down on his wrist. His bones were nearly crushed, making him scream in pain. Wong JT grunted through his nose. Talk with words, not your hands. Don't think everyone is your father, indulging your bad behavior. As he spoke, Wong casually swung his hand, sending both the yellow-haired guy and the woman tumbling backwards several steps, almost sitting on the ground. Unwilling to provoke Wong JT any further, the yellow-haired guy angrily dragged the woman along, quickly rushing into the store ahead, immediately raising his voice again, this time clearly targeting Yang Mingting. Chapter 49, Borrow her for a bit. Isn't there anyone here who can breathe? Don't you see a customer has arrived? Why aren't you coming over to serve? Yellow Hair entered the 4S store and, finding everyone else busy and ignoring him, started shouting immediately. Coincidentally, a cleaner was nearby and promptly replied, please wait a moment. Once one of our sales associates finishes, they'll be right with you. The woman pointed at Yang Mingting, who was playing with her phone, and arrogantly said, there's one free. Let her come serve us. As soon as the woman finished speaking, they saw Yang Mingting stand up with a delighted look and start walking quickly toward them. Yellow Hair lifted his head smugly, feeling that his earlier resentment had finally been vented. This girl looked quite nice, and he planned to take her for a test drive soon. Unexpectedly, Yang Mingting completely ignored them, went straight to the entrance, and stood smiling at Wong JT. Big brother Tai, why are you here today? You didn't even call ahead. I could have waited at the gate for you. Wong JT looked at the cute Yang Mingting and reached out to pat her head, saying, I just had nothing to do today, so I thought I'd come by and see you. He hadn't finished speaking before Yellow Hair shouted, what's wrong with your sales staff? Ignoring paying customers while they go greet some penniless nobody. The cleaner immediately replied, calling Mr. Wong a penniless nobody really shows off your talent. Yang Mingting is Mr. Wong's personal sales associate, serving only him. Hearing these words made Yellow Hair even angrier, and he shouted again, what does a cleaner know? Mind your own business and go cool off somewhere. I demand this woman serve me. His yelling naturally drew the attention of Zhou Yifeng inside, who hurriedly came out. The first person he saw was Wong JT. Zhou Yifeng quickly walked forward and said, Mr. Wong, what an unexpected honor. If you had let me know beforehand, I would have cleared the store for you to avoid any disturbances while you shop for a car. While saying this, he cast a glance at Yellow Hair, clearly referring to the loud and impolite man. Yellow Hair, equally clueless about social cues, angrily yelled, what's going on with you people? Can't you see I'm here to buy a car? Zhou Yifeng patiently replied, sir, please remember we're an upscale 4S store. We encourage all our customers to behave respectfully and avoid shouting and disturbing others. The other sales associates are busy right now. Once they finish, they'll be happy to assist you. If you're in a hurry, I can personally show you around. Yellow Hair raised his voice. I want this girl to serve me. Don't try to give me the runaround. Do you even know who my father is? Zhou Yifeng replied with a serious expression. Regardless of who your father is, Yang Mingting is Mr. Wong's exclusive sales associate, serving only Mr. Wong, and not available to other customers. Yellow Hair glared angrily and said, don't play those games with me. Exclusive sales associate? I don't believe she does nothing, but you still pay her. If such a good deal exists, then give me one too, so someone can serve me exclusively and reflect my young master status. Zhou Yifeng showed a professional smile and said, if you'd like an exclusive sales associate, simply purchase a car worth more than 5 million from our dealership, along with a license plate package worth over 1 million, and I can apply for that privilege for you. Hearing this, Yellow Hair nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing several times before recovering. You're just plain thieves. I don't believe that penniless nobody could afford so much. It must all be fake. Let this woman serve me today, or else I'll make sure you pay the price. Yang Mingting pouted angrily and said, I'm Big Brother Tai's exclusive sales associate. Wanting me to serve you? You must be dreaming. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Clearly just a crook, at best a nouveau riche, showing off here. Next thing you know, the security will throw you out. Zhou Yifeng agreed with Yang Mingting's words and immediately called the security team, ordering them to remove Yellow Hair and his companion. Yellow Hair shouted furiously, you dare to treat me like this? Just you wait, you don't know who you're dealing with. Zhou Yifeng, having reached the position of manager at the Rolls-Royce 4S store in Bin City, naturally wasn't someone who shied away from conflicts. I don't care who you are, if you cause trouble here, there will be consequences. You want to test me? Try it, just throw him out. After Yellow Hair was removed, Zhou Yifeng quickly changed his expression and resumed his usual fawning manner. I'm truly embarrassed to have Mr. Wong witness this scene. I'll definitely improve the training for our security personnel to enhance their awareness and prevent such troublemakers from entering in the future. Wong JT smiled and said, the security guards have a tough job too. Why scold them? Let's just forget about this incident. Besides, Mingting is my personal sales consultant. She must have lost many opportunities to earn commissions because of me. I should compensate her somehow. But honestly, none of the cars here really satisfy me. I just bought a Porsche 911 GT recently. Do you have anything that matches it in terms of prestige? Zhou Yifeng widened his eyes and licked his lips as he spoke. I remember hearing from other dealers that the only Porsche 911 GT in the world has been registered right here in Bin City. Back then, I was wondering who could be so wealthy and capable of getting such a rare car. I thought it must be Iron Master, and it turns out I was right all along. If we're talking about a car that matches the Porsche 911 GT, I can only think of our Rolls-Royce Sweptail. Though not the only one in the world, there are definitely no more than 5 in existence. It costs 10 million pounds. What do you think, Iron Master? Wong JT scratched his nose and said, that price seems acceptable. I wonder when I can take delivery. I don't have much patience. Zhou Yifeng felt his heart skipping a beat. This was truly a big deal. Selling a Rolls-Royce Sweptail here would make a huge impact. He immediately bent over and nodded, saying, I'll coordinate right away for you, Iron Master. We'll follow up closely and have it delivered by air. It should take around a month. Wong JT casually took out his business bank card and said, that time frame is acceptable. Just pay in full directly and complete all the procedures. Let Mingting sign on my behalf. Also, since Mingting will be idle anyway, feel free to call her directly whenever there's something to handle. Don't make her run back and forth unnecessarily. Borrow her to me for use. When Yang Mingting heard this, her pretty face flushed red. Borrow her? For what exactly? And how? Would she even resist when the time came? Ignoring Yang Mingting's wandering thoughts, Zhou Yifeng immediately confirmed there was absolutely no problem. From now on, Yang Mingting would handle her attendance independently and be at Wong JT's disposal as he wished, as long as he was satisfied. Wong JT laughed heartily, grabbed Yang Mingting's hand, and pulled her out the door. It was time he made proper use of this girl. Chapter 50. Let me dress you up. Yang Mingting sat in the car, glancing secretly at Wong JT repeatedly. When she saw him look her way, she immediately blushed and shyly lowered her head. Why do you keep sneaking peeks at me? If you want to look, just do it openly. It's not like I'm made of paper and will fall apart from just being looked at. Wong JT laughed heartily. Yang Mingting blushed even more, turning as red as an apple, making one feel tempted to take a bite. Playing with the hem of her clothes, Yang Mingting said softly, I just think Tai Ge is so handsome. I can't help looking at you a few more times. Am I being superficial? This feels really embarrassing. Wong JT chuckled. That's perfectly normal. Even sages said that food and sex are human nature. Whether male or female, everyone is captivated by beauty. Yang Mingting murmured quietly. Tai Ge has good looks, but I don't have any beauty to speak of. I'll never be able to attract anyone. What should I do in the future? Wong JT looked her up and down with a smile and said, there's no such thing as an ugly girl in this world. It's all about knowing how to dress up. Let me give you a makeover later, so you can have some confidence in your appearance. Then if I get enchanted by you, I might just transform, you know. Pouting, Yang Mingting replied. If I can enchant Tai Ge, you can transform however you want. I'm here for you today anyway. Upon hearing that, Wong JT nearly choked on his own saliva. Indeed, when it came to being bold, women could make men pale in comparison. They arrived at the Mingle Mall. Yang Mingting timidly said, we don't need to come somewhere this upscale. A regular department store would have been fine. Or we could have just gone to the pedestrian street. Back when I had nothing else to do, I liked to stroll there, looking at the pretty clothes and fantasizing about one day being able to wear them. Seeing the spark of hope in Yang Mingting's eyes, Wong JT couldn't help but feel a slight ache in his heart. People often say children from poor families mature early. But whoever considers that, if given a choice, these kids would also prefer to act spoiled and cared for by their parents. He patted Yang Mingting's head affectionately and said, this mall is mine, so naturally, I must support my own business. I'll have them make a membership card for you, and from now on, just shop here. As a beautiful girl, Yang Mingting naturally knew something about fashion. She was well aware of Mingle Mall's status in Bincheng. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. I didn't know Mingle Mall belongs to Tai Ge. Tai Ge is really rich. Where would I even wear these clothes? Wong JT said casually. These clothes aren't really anything special anyway. Just treat them like regular clothes. That's settled. Don't argue with me about this. Yang Mingting made a slightly reluctant face, but her eyes were curved into crescents with laughter, fully betraying the joy in her heart. Truly an innocent and adorable girl. When they just arrived at the first floor, Guan Qingtao, who had already received a notification from security, was waiting respectfully for them. Smiling broadly, Guan Qingtao greeted, welcome boss. It's an honor to have you here. Is there anything I can assist you with? Wang JT shook his head. Didn't I tell you before, if you have things to do, just go take care of them. No need to specially come and attend to me. Prepare a Supreme VIP membership card for my little friend here. All her future expenses here will be charged to my account. Also, do we have any excellent stylists? Do a good job on this girl's look. She shouldn't appear natural-faced. She should show some youth and energy. Earlier, Guan Qingtao had already noticed Wang JT had another beautiful companion. He didn't feel the slightest surprise. Given the boss's background and wealth, it would have been odd if he weren't like this. Instantly smiling, he replied, on the 5th floor, we have the Vanessa Styling Studio, which leads the entire Northeast. It will certainly satisfy this young lady. Hearing the name of the Vanessa Styling Studio, Yang Mingting's eyes widened again in disbelief and excitement. You mean the same Vanessa Styling Studio that dressed actress and celebrity baby for her promotional event last time? They say the stylists there are really amazing. Their prices are astronomical. There was a girl in our circle who saved up for a whole year and just got a simple hairstyle done there, which made the rest of us incredibly jealous. I heard you have to book an appointment in advance to get a styling session there. Would going directly without an appointment get us thrown out? Without any hint of contempt, Guan Qingtao responded with a warm smile to Yang Mingting's wide-eyed innocence. Exactly the one the young lady mentioned. Appointments depend on who you are. The young lady is our boss's guest, naturally enjoying special privileges. Even if there's a top superstar being styled, they'll have to wait if the young lady comes in. They definitely know who matters more. Wang JT was very pleased with Guan Qingtao's response, smiling and nodding his approval, telling him to lead the way. Guan Qingtao was exceptionally capable. On the way, he had the other store managers make a few calls ahead. By the time they reached the Vanessa Styling Studio, its head stylist, Pini, had already arrived with staff to greet them at the entrance. Pini's appearance was purely a shammate style, and the moment Yang Mingting saw him, she felt somewhat doubtful. She cautiously moved closer to Wang JT. Wang JT laughed and said, these masters are all very unique. Just relax, you'll definitely be the most beautiful one. Pini immediately chimed in. The boss truly has great taste. Not to boast, but my skills rank among the best in the entire country. Leave her in my hands. I guarantee the boss will be satisfied. This beauty's potential is no less than any big star. Under my hands, she will definitely enchant every man. Wang JT chuckled and said, that's exactly what I want. Use the best of everything. As long as it makes this girl happy, I'll be satisfied. Peony quickly nodded in agreement and led Yang Mingting into a private room, where several assistants eagerly started washing her hair. The service was absolutely comprehensive. His reputation as the head stylist was definitely well earned. As the scissors danced continuously, Yang Mingting's smooth, silky hair fell in strands, fluttering like black butterflies. After the basic outline was completed, they proceeded with the plasma perm, followed by a full set of treatments. This part of the process took quite some time. Wong JT told Guan Qingtao to go take care of his own business first. Guan left for about 10 or 15 minutes, returning with the prepared Supreme VIP membership card, then stood nearby, lavishing praise and flattery. Wong JT finally understood why ancient emperors enjoyed having sycophantic ministers. It truly felt incredibly pleasant to be constantly praised. Over an hour later, Peony's voice came from the private room. Absolutely amazing. I've just completed another exquisite masterpiece. Miss, you have such an excellent foundation. Those stars really can't compare to you. I hope you'd allow me to take a photo to put in our store for promotion. Upon hearing these words, Wong JT's curiosity was piqued. He stood up and walked into the room. As soon as he stepped in, his eyes lit up. Chapter 51, What Ugly Girl? Wong JT looked at Yang Mingting's beautiful hair. It was as soft and smooth as silk, draped over her shoulders, adding countless charm. Most importantly, while increasing her attractiveness, she still maintained her original purity, like a lotus rising from water, pleasant to look at. Yang Mingting stared at herself in the mirror, also unable to believe her eyes. She gently touched her hair. This smooth and soft feeling was just too good. As a woman, this was the first time she realized how different she looked with proper styling. No wonder the big stars looked so different from others. Wong JT revealed a satisfied smile and said, no wonder he's a famous stylist. He truly knows his stuff. Make me an account, put all expenses on it, and deduct it from the rent later. Don't forget to add 10,000 as a tip. Peony quickly nodded in agreement. He had anticipated this while doing the styling, but just didn't expect Wong JT to be so generous, casually giving away 10,000. Yang Mingting hesitated for a moment, then softly asked the girl beside her how much it cost this time. When she was told that it totaled more than 40,000 including the tip, she was shocked so much her mouth wouldn't close. How can it be this expensive? From childhood till now, all the money I've spent on hairdos combined doesn't even reach half of this. That's just too much. Wong JT smiled gently and said, I think this money was well spent. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. If it's expensive, there's a reason. From now on, when you're by my side, don't worry about money matters. No matter how extravagant you are, you'll never spend faster than I can earn. If you manage to bankrupt me, billionaires around the world will worship you, and the Guinness World Records will have to list you at the top. He said it jokingly, but someone listening took it seriously. What person could make billionaires worship her? Naturally, someone whose wealth surpasses theirs beyond reach. From this, Guan Qingtao could infer that his boss must possess an extremely terrifying fortune. Sticking close to his boss was the only path to a promising future. Yang Mingting remained somewhat confused. As someone used to splitting every penny into two, adapting to this new lifestyle was extremely difficult. Wong JT gently touched Yang Mingting's beautiful hair and said, looks like I need to properly cultivate you. Now I'll take you to the women's clothing section, and you're not allowed to check the price tags. Just follow your heart. Whatever you like, it's worth it. You must learn to change yourself. Now, let's get started. Among the group of women, Wong JT treated Yang Mingting with pure affection. Perhaps it was because he always felt guilt over neglecting his little sister growing up, trying to make it up through this girl. Yang Mingting looked at the mirror, took a deep breath, made a decision, and then showed a sweet smile, throwing herself into the high-end women's clothing section. In fact, every girl has the potential to be a shopaholic, only restrained by various reasons, and thus unable to express that potential. Once that potential is unleashed, a girl's purchasing power can be extremely strong, and this was perfectly illustrated by Yang Mingting. This girl swept through the store like a whirlwind, buying piles of clothes of various styles, making the eyes go dizzy just watching. Wong JT glanced at Yang Mingting's still unchanged old clothes and decided their final stop should be Chanel. Last time the coordination there was very satisfactory, so this time should be no different. As expected, Yang Mingting came out wearing an energetic casual outfit, complemented by the recent hairdo. She looked just like a beauty from an anime. The store assistants next to her couldn't help but exclaim in awe, thinking Yang Mingting was extremely beautiful, completely transformed from before. Because there were so many clothes, they couldn't all fit into the trunk of the 911 GT. Guan Qingtao immediately drove his own Mercedes over and turned himself into a deliverman. Yang Mingting led them to a shabby neighborhood. It was a bit remote, and the distance to her workplace was no ordinary distance. Why did you choose to live here? Your commute must take 2 hours each way. I guess it's because of the rent, right? That's really tough for you. Yang Mingting blinked her beautiful big eyes and said in disbelief, Brother Tai actually thought about the rent? That's beyond my expectations. I used to consider sharing an apartment with others, but those who shared with me thought I was just a young girl who could be pushed around, and they kept trying to take advantage of me. With no choice, I could only choose to live here. It's a bit far, but at least I live alone in peace, and I don't have to stay on edge while sleeping. Wong JT gently patted the girl's head, his heart filled with affection. He made up his mind to always treat her well from now on. Guan Qingtao followed and carried the items all the way up to the attic, without showing even a trace of disdain. No matter how destitute this girl seemed now, her future was bound to be extraordinarily glorious. Wong JT smiled and said, I'm very satisfied with Manager Guan's performance. You just focus on doing your current job well, and many opportunities await you in the future. Guan Qingtao was secretly thrilled, quickly nodded in agreement, then left the place with excellent situational awareness. Wong JT cast a glance around. Though small and old, the space was very clean and comfortable, all thanks to Yang Mingting's tidying. Yang Mingting's small face flushed red, her voice barely audible. Big Brother Tai said you'd need me today, but when exactly? My bathroom is really tiny, maybe we can't. Wong JT, if not for his physical conditioning and improved senses from the pills, wouldn't have been able to hear the girl's barely audible words. A warm feeling stirred in his heart. He chuckled. You adorable little girl. Of course I can't use you right now. We've been busy all afternoon. Let's go out and grab something to eat first. Upon hearing this, Yang Mingting's heart brimmed with inexplicable anticipation. As the saying goes, a girl's thoughts are something a boy could never predict. She tilted her head and said, there aren't many fancy restaurants around here, but I know a great street food stall where we can eat spicy kebabs. I wonder if Big Brother Tai could even handle that. People like you must eat lobster and abalone every day. Who would bother with such casual street food? Wong JT gently tapped Yang Mingting's head and laughed, always overthinking. I used to be all about drinking and street food too. Let's go to the place you mentioned. The street food stall wasn't far away, so there was no need to drive. They walked hand in hand, just like a young couple. Feeling the warmth of their connected hands, Yang Mingting suddenly felt like crying. From childhood till now, finally there was someone she could truly rely on. How wonderful that was. She gently held on to Wong JT's arm, lifting her small face to look at him. After hesitating slightly, she softly said something that stirred an endless tenderness deep in Wong JT's heart. Chapter 52. Fate has a narrow path. Ever since I was little, no one has ever treated me this well. No one was there to rely on. Iron brother, can you always be the one I rely on? I will be extremely obedient, always listening to you well. Whatever you say, I will do it without hesitation. I won't give you any trouble. Yang Mingting's voice was trembling, like a poor, helpless chick hoping to stay beside its owner forever. Wong JT pulled the girl into his arms and said very seriously, no matter what happens, I will always be your support, and I will never allow anyone to bully you. Yang Mingting showed a sweet smile. For this girl, as long as she received a promise, she would feel fulfilled for the rest of her life. The two arrived at a street food stall. It was just a large tent, with rows of metal groove tables filled with all kinds of spicy skewers. Yang Mingting watched as Wong JT handled the skewers with great skill, involuntarily revealing a look of surprise. Never thought Iron Brother could be so down to earth. Knowing so much about street food, it's truly unbelievable. Wong JT picked 2 skewers for the girl and began to tell her about his past, captivating her with wide-eyed amazement. Yang Mingting blinked and said, who would have thought that you, Iron Brother, also came from a poor background? It's really beyond belief. What a pity I didn't know you back then. If I had, we definitely would have been good partners without generational gaps. We'd be a happy couple. Wong JT picked up a tissue and gently wiped the girl's mouth, saying softly, from what you're saying, it seems like we do have a generation gap now. That's not being good at all. Yang Mingting playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, there will never be a generation gap between me and Iron Brother. If you change, I will try my best to change myself and keep up with your steps. In fact, many things depend on how you say them. Like eating at a street stall now. If you are rich and choose this, it means you're down to earth. But if you were poor before, then it's simply poverty. That's exactly why people say status defines position. This time, it was Wong JT's turn to be surprised. He had never imagined Yang Mingting could see things this clearly. Her insight was truly precious. Chatting and laughing, time flew by quickly. It had already turned dark when several motorcycles roared in. Yang Mingting frowned unhappily. What I hate most about this place is these motorbikes. At night, they keep doing wheelies on the street making loud noises, making it hard for people to sleep. Wong JT nodded in agreement. Back when he was renting a place, late-night streets often echoed with the sound of motorbikes zooming by. It had really been annoying. Suddenly, Yang Mingting lowered her voice. That guy leading them with the yellow hair is the same one from the 4S shop earlier today. He looked in our direction. Could we be in trouble? Wong JT gave a sideways glance, and indeed, it was the same yellow-haired man. Clearly spotted now, the gang came forward aggressively. He immediately stood up, shielding Yang Mingting behind him, and stared coldly at Yellow Hair without showing the slightest fear. Yellow Hair sneered without smiling. Isn't this the VIP of the Rolls-Royce store? How come you're here eating street food too? Really eye-opening. Wong JT snorted from his nose. It's my free choice, and your money can't buy that freedom. Aren't you here too? Don't even try telling me you came here to eat sea cucumbers and abalones. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll settle both our old and new scores, making you regret everything you've done. Just go ahead and test me. Yellow Hair's eyes flared up, growling angrily. Look at you, acting all tough despite being a thin donkey pulling a heavy cart. You're just pretending too much. Today I'll teach you a real lesson. From now on, you better know that acting big is easy to get hurt. Watch your step in the future, not everyone can afford to offend. Wong JT said disdainfully. As a real man from Northeast China, if it's fighting you want, then talking is pointless. Let's not break other people's stuff here. Let's go outside. Yellow Hair stretched his neck forward and swore. Look at how arrogant you are. If I don't beat you today, I'm not worthy of my name. I'll be waiting for you outside. Yang Mingting grabbed 2 beer bottles and said, it seems we can't avoid it now. In a moment, we'll both fight Yellow Hair. We can't let ourselves be at a disadvantage. Looking at Yang Mingting like a fierce little wildcat, Wong JT couldn't help but smile and ruffled the girl's hair again affectionately. Just a few little punks, not even worth my attention. Guys stay here and watch how I deal with them. Yang Mingting obediently nodded, yet tightened her grip around the beer bottles, secretly determined to jump in and help if anything went wrong. Striding confidently, Wong JT walked outside and disdainfully stared at Yellow Hair. You want one-on-one, or all of you at once? Yellow Hair burst out laughing. You read too many novels, man. Why so many words? One-on-one means you alone fight us all, while group fight means we gang up on you alone. If you kneel down and call me grandpa, and have that pretty girl serve me well, I might let you off the hook today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you end up with broken hands and feet. A cold glint shot through Wong JT's eyes. He swiftly closed the distance with a single leap and immediately threw an uppercut straight into Yellow Hair's jaw. He controlled his strength, using only 30% of his power. Even so, the punch sent Yellow Hair flying before collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Wong JT was like a tiger among sheep. His fist flew like the fangs of a fierce beast. with one punch each. Within less than a minute, every single one of them was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Yang Mingting had originally planned to rush out and help, but witnessing the scene unfold left her stunned, her small mouth agape, wide enough to swallow an egg whole. She hurriedly ran out, concerned and asking anxiously, "Iron brother, are you hurt? You were amazing, truly the greatest hero in my heart." Wong JT smiled, then walked over to Yellow Hair, looking down at him coldly. "It seems your brothers are utterly useless and not worth the dirt beneath my shoes. From now on, I don't want to see you again. If I do, I'll beat you without hesitation every time." Where was the arrogance now? Yellow Hair whimpered pathetically. "I was blind not to recognize you, senior brother. Please forgive my ignorance. Great men don't hold grudges against small people like me. I swear I won't appear before you again. I'll keep far away, as far as possible. Thank you, senior brother, for showing me mercy." Yang Mingting clapped her hands in amusement watching the gang completely defeated, then leaned happily against Wong JT. The two had lost interest in eating further. They returned to the attic, squeezed into the tiny bathroom together, and took a sensual bath side by side. Wong JT and Yang Mingting fully appreciated the beautiful view. Indeed, nothing could rival this sight. The indescribable delight was something they couldn't possibly share with others. Looking at Yang Mingting nestled in his arms like a little bird seeking shelter, and then glancing around the attic, Wong JT suddenly had an idea. He was about to make a bold attempt, convinced he would reap great rewards from it. Chapter 53. A Pair of Beautiful Sisters, Part 1. After Wong JT made his decision, he instinctively chose to claim red envelopes. It seemed the location wasn't great. Each of the 9 envelopes contained only cash, and not much more than a few $100,000. He had previously purchased his shopping cart at his own mall with multipliers. He hadn't used it yet, so today was the perfect opportunity. As Wong JT contemplated this, Yang Mingting's eyelashes fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a well-defined face. Yang Mingting startled slightly at first, but soon recovered, then smiled sweetly as she stared at him. She thought he looked incredibly handsome, far more so than any celebrity. Seeing Yang Mingting starry-eyed, Wong JT found it extremely amusing. Smiling back, he stared right at her too, as if playing a version of a staring contest. "You watched me for so long last night. Have you still not had enough? Naughty little girl. You know I'll always tease you." After the events of last night observing the scenery, Yang Mingting was no longer very shy around Wong JT, and her naturally clumsy, goofy side fully showed. Wong JT tightened his arms slightly, and Yang Mingting's delicate body pressed tightly against him, as if wanting to crush him into her and merge with him forever. "How could I ever get enough of looking at you? I'll never tire of seeing you for my whole life. You're my little treasure. I'll hold you in the palm of my hand forever." Hearing such sweet words, Yang Mingting felt overwhelmingly happy in her heart and burrowed affectionately against him, deliberately using her hair to tickle his nose. Just as the two were playfully messing around, Wong JT's stomach suddenly growled at an inconvenient moment. Yang Mingting immediately tried to scramble up, ready to go cook him some porridge. Seeing Yang Mingting head directly toward the kitchen, Wong JT felt full of curiosity and couldn't help but ask one question. Unexpectedly, the girl gave an adorably offbeat answer. She said she usually lived alone anyway, so this would be even more convenient, and would reduce the wear on her clothes too. Wong JT was utterly charmed by this girl's logic. Seeing her just walking around in an apron sent a wave of stirring emotion through his heart. Although Yang Mingting's porridge wasn't particularly great, Wong JT found it delicious just looking at the beautiful sight in front of him. Naturally, his next priority was calming the rising emotion within. After all, yesterday he had already spoken with Zoe Feng, so Yang Mingting no longer needed to follow the 4S store's attendant schedule. A simple message now meant she was a free little bird. After spending the morning soothing his feelings, Wong JT's heart finally settled completely. Looking at the visibly exhausted Yang Mingting, he couldn't help but smile again. "This afternoon, you're going out with me. I won't tell you where we're going, but just follow along, and you'll meet a big sister as well." Saying this, Wong JT pinched Yang Mingting's small nose lightly, then called Lan Minjing and asked her to find a suitable house. Yang Mingting widened her big, kawaii eyes and said, "Big brother, what are you going to do with a new house? Isn't someone as rich as you supposed to already have one?" Wong JT felt slightly concerned about this girl's common sense, but smiled and shook his head. He simply told her to get dressed up before heading to the address Lan Minjing had shared. Choosing to have Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting meet each other was truly a bold move. Going wrong could easily lead to a battlefield of chaos and resentment. The reason Wong JT chose these two as his experiment subjects was that they were simply ideal. Lan Minjing was the oldest of all the women he had been with. She had gone through many experiences in society and had developed the ability to accept various situations calmly. Yang Mingting, on the other hand, was the youngest among the women. Being an airhead little sister, she was very easy to pamper, and only needed persistence and persistence. Most importantly, both of them possessed high-level charm-boosting cards. Lan Minjing had a mutual attraction, charm card, and Yang Mingting had an instant love at first sight card. Thus, even in the worst-case scenario, disaster should be avoidable. Besides, Wong JT had already laid some groundwork to ensure their meeting would proceed smoothly. Once it worked with these two, perhaps he could consider extending the approach. They arrived at Kung Youth Apartment, a purely hotel-style apartment building that was immensely popular among young people. Though, naturally, the prices were steep. Lan Minjing was already waiting by the entrance. Seeing Yang Mingting stepping out of the car, she narrowed her pupils slightly, then began inspecting her carefully. She quickly ruled Yang Mingting out from any list of rivals. This seemingly cute little girl could pose absolutely no threat whatsoever. Lan Minjing was very clear in her heart. Given Wong JT's wealth and status, there were many things that couldn't be forcibly demanded. One must change along with him. A smart woman should know how to adjust herself to suit the man she loves, instead of demanding that the man himself make reluctant changes. Ultimately, any man willing to alter himself for a woman was, in reality, a man lacking deep-rooted character. Situations where a domineering CEO completely changes himself for a Cinderella are things that exist only in novels. In this world, three-legged toads might be hard to find, but two-legged people are everywhere. Don't think it's hard to spot stunningly beautiful goddess-level women. They're not commonly seen in ordinary times. However, among top-tier successful people in real life, such goddesses are in no short supply. If one leaves, countless replacements are ready to step in right away. Wong JT smiled and said, "She's Yang Mingting, the girl I told you about last time, the car sales girl. You two share the same given name, Minjing, as if you're destined to be sisters." Lan Minjing stepped forward, gently took Yang Mingting's hand, and said warmly, "Little sister really is adorable. No wonder JT keeps praising you endlessly in front of me." Yang Mingting widened her big eyes cutely and said, "Big sister, you're too kind to me. Someone like you, with such a dashing and heroic demeanor, is someone I've always admired. If I could really have a sister like you, I wouldn't have suffered so much before. From now on, let me be your little sister, and you be my big sister, okay?" Her manner was particularly infectious. Lan Minjing thought she was truly adorable, someone who really could be her younger sister, and together they could unite against all the other troublemakers. Seeing the two women getting along harmoniously without any catfight arising, Wong JT secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This attempt had finally succeeded. He then shifted his gaze to the entrance of Kungkyu's apartment. The gate gave off a particularly energetic vibe, perfectly fitting the personality of the young. Lan Minjing had already alerted the security guards beforehand, and had two guards watch over the sports car mainly out of consideration for others. After all, you couldn't expect others to spend their entire fortune carelessly. The property management here was quite good. The community was especially clean, not a single piece of trash in sight, and not a single vehicle around, guaranteeing a peaceful night. The community's greenery was also exceptional. Taking a casual walk around the area when free would surely refresh one's mood and restore ample energy. Lan Minjing smiled and asked, "How do you think the environment here is, little sister?" Yang Mingting licked her lips and replied, "It's just too beautiful here. Living here must be absolutely blissful." Lan Minjing smiled, leading them to the central building, then up to the 22nd floor. It was a small flat with a balcony, approximately around 120 square meters in size. As Yang Mingting walked inside, she felt her eyes weren't enough to take it all in. This was exactly the dream mansion she had imagined in her heart. Chapter 54. A pair of beautiful sisters, too. Wong JT looked at Yang Mingting, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth slightly. This girl was just too easy to read. Whatever she felt showed clearly on her face. "Do you like this apartment?" "Not if you do. From now on, it will be your little nest," he said. Yang Mingting widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "Brother wants to give me this apartment? Such a valuable gift, I can't accept it." Lan Minjing smiled and said, "You're such a silly little sister. Since it's GT's gift, just take it. I've already brought the contract." So saying, she took out the purchase contract and had Yang Mingting sign her name on it. Then she pulled out a POS machine and gave a professional smile, now turning into a strict businesswoman. Lan Minjing continued, "I'll have the property certificate handled by Pang Nyo, and then I'll personally bring it over to you. Previously, I also found a duplex apartment in the Keishi community that I liked. I can handle the contract myself, and GT can just swipe the card to pay. Keishi community is not far from here. I can come visit you when I have time." Us sisters would have someone to keep each other company. Upon hearing her words, Wong JT was first stunned, then quickly caught on. Lan Minjing's actions meant she fully accepted Yang Mingting. He smiled and handed her the bank card while activating his multiple cashback card. This time, it triggered an 8x reward. Spending nearly 8 million yuan on 2 apartments gave him nearly 70 million yuan in returns. Yang Mingting carefully put the contract aside, then danced around the apartment like a little swallow, full of excitement. Looking at Yang Mingting, who looked like a playful child, Lan Minjing really took a liking to her. Indeed, how mysterious the fate between people could be. Wong JT coughed lightly. "Now that both of you are living here, without a car it's inconvenient for work. Mingting, call Zoe Feng and let him contact a friend to send over 2 ladies' cars worth around 300,000 each. The license plates must have auspicious numbers, or you two can choose the numbers yourselves." His intention was to give Zoe Feng a favor. In human relationships, after all, if only one side continuously gives, things will certainly not end well. Zoe Feng was in the middle of a meeting, organizing his staff to learn the new company policies and to give them commendations. The news that Wong JT had paid in full for a Rolls-Royce Swing, Wiseful, had already reached the top brass. Even the big boss was informed. It must be known that such top-level luxury cars might not be sold once every 3 to 5 years. To meet such a high-end customer was truly remarkable and couldn't help but gain their attention. The Rolls-Royce China president personally called Zoe Feng, showered him with praises over the phone, and said as long as he kept up his good work, his future career prospects would be boundless. Zoe Feng was feeling extremely proud and about to show off a bit when the phone rang again. He glanced at the screen with annoyance, but quickly became excited upon seeing that it was a call from Yang Mingting, and immediately answered with a respectful tone. After hanging up the phone, Zoe Feng was very pleased. Although this was a deal of only around 60 or 70,000, its implication was totally different. He cleared his throat and said, "I have something very important to attend to. Study the company's policies yourselves and write a 1,000-character summary for me. Now get back to work." Everyone looked confused, not knowing what was going on. A moment ago he had emphasized that the meeting was extremely important and everyone must drop everything to attend. Now they were supposed to study by themselves without even seeing the documents, not having the slightest idea what the spirit of the headquarter was. They couldn't even come up with 10 words, let alone a 1,000-character summary. Zoe Feng didn't care about his bewildered subordinates. He immediately called the manager of a BMW dealership, asking him to prepare 2 fully equipped mini cars for women along with lucky license plates, to be delivered to a designated location. He arrived at the Kungkyu's apartment complex as soon as possible and called Yang Mingting. Soon he saw Wong JT, along with the 2 women, walking out. Zoe Feng wasn't at all surprised. If someone like Wong JT didn't have a group of goddesses around him, that would be the real miracle. As for the two beauties getting along harmoniously, it was naturally Wong JT's mighty money power. When there's sufficient money power, even a pig can achieve this. Looking at the two minis delivered, Wong JT couldn't help but think of Yuan Bingyue, a pure admirer of looks. Seeing this car, she would definitely be too thrilled to move forward. He thought that trying to enter too many complex situations at once wouldn't be wise. Should something go wrong, there wouldn't even be a place to cry. Better wait until things settle down before acting. Wang JT had Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting take a test drive nearby. After the two women drove off, he asked the BMW store manager to prepare 3 more of the same model cars. Upon hearing these instructions, the BMW dealership manager's eyes lit up. The top model Mini alone was worth more than 400,000 yuan, and selling 5 of them within a month would certainly be a record-breaking achievement. The 3 cars reserved by Wang JT were naturally prepared for his younger sister and the other 2 girls. Such cars were quite popular among girls who only cared about appearances. After seeing everyone off, the next part was the sweet time for the 3 of them. Unfortunately, with too many people around, they couldn't really enjoy the scenery. In the evening, Wang JT was sent back to the villa. Lan Minjing stayed over at Yang Mingting's place to deepen their bond and make their united front unbreakable. He first chatted a bit with Linger, then indulged in some random banter with Menghuan Jingling. This girl truly deserved her job as a live streamer. There wasn't a single topic she couldn't pick up. Wang JT fell asleep to Menghuan Jingling's lullaby-like chatter until he was awakened by the notification tone of a red envelope. He lazily reached out and clicked to collect. Obtained 1 Hermes wallet. Wish you a pleasant click. Obtained 1 Bentley Continental. Wish you a pleasant click. Obtained 30% shares of the Northeast Finance Group. Wish you a pleasant click. Today not only brought a luxury car, but also shares in the Northeast Finance Group, which was the largest investment group in the Northeast. This group was filled entirely with elites, especially their investment consultants, each one incredibly skilled, nearly arrogant enough to flip their tails into the sky. Wang JT was having breakfast when the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He muttered, "Answer call," and a voice came through the room's speaker system. "I'm truly sorry to disturb you so early, Mr. Wang. This is Zheng Weiding, president of the Northeast Finance Group. Thank you for purchasing our company's shares." "Oh, so you're Director Zheng. Those shares were just something I bought for fun. You don't have to take it seriously, Zheng. Just continue doing whatever you were doing before. I won't interfere." From prior experience, Wang JT already understood the man's intention and quickly gave him some reassurance to save unnecessary explanations. Zheng Weiding indeed felt a wave of relief. With Wang holding 30% of the Northeast Finance Group shares, only 1% less than his own, he was undeniably a super heavyweight. Zheng had to maintain a good relationship with this man. Otherwise, a mere slight interference from Wang could leave him crying without anywhere to go. Chapter 55. Do you really think you're worthy? Zheng Weiding felt that although Wang JT had said those things, he couldn't fully trust him. He still needed to demonstrate his own capabilities and completely gain the other party's trust. He rambled on about the development prospects of Dongbei Financial Group and all future plans, emphasizing its limitless potential. Wang JT laughed and said, "I'm truly sorry, although I studied economics in college, I've never had much talent for investments. My investing is totally random, completely based on my mood. For example, buying your company's stocks this time was more like randomly pointing at a name." Zheng Weiding inwardly cursed, "MF. Is this something a normal person would say? Those shares are worth billions, yet he bought them just like that?" Wang continued, "Honestly, if I didn't think you were an investment company that might be useful in the future, I wouldn't have bothered buying your shares. What I just said wasn't just polite flattery. Those are my true feelings. Whatever you want to do, go ahead. No need to overthink. Even if you previously had some concerns, now that I've become the second largest shareholder, you can throw all those worries out the window. If you were previously like a fighter jet, now I've equipped you with a vector engine. Go full throttle ahead." Originally, Zheng Weiding intended to paint a grand vision for Wang JT, but unexpectedly Wang slapped him right in the face with another vision, and did it with a casual hand. Not knowing how to continue the conversation, Zheng could only say many flattering words, promising that whenever Wang needed help he could count on him, and quickly hung up the phone. Wang JT disdainfully pursed his lips, trying to impress him with vague promises. Zheng Weiding, being a technical guy, was way off in terms of game level. The bosses he had worked with before were all masters at painting grand visions, so skillful in making wild claims that they were more persuasive than pyramid schemers. With nothing better to do, Wang simply sprawled on the sofa pretending to be a lazy dog. Honestly, the idle life of the wealthy was quite boring. Half asleep, he heard the phone ring. He mumbled, "Answer," and Yuan Bingyue's voice came through. "Can you come to the financial building? You have to hurry." Upon hearing this, Wang JT snapped wide awake. He glanced at the clock. It was almost noon. He could just make it over to have lunch with Yuan Bingyue. "What's going on?" "I'll be right there. Send me your location and stay put." Yuan Bingyue agreed, then hung up the phone, secretly relieved and feeling slightly more reassured. She was wearing a white business suit with her hair simply tied back, looking particularly efficient and capable. Yuan Bingyue had come to the financial building to meet a classmate to discuss an investment matter, but to her surprise, she caught the attention of her classmate's financial director. After some investigation, the director found out Yuan was just a bank clerk and immediately began devising schemes, wanting to keep her as his mistress. Yuan Bingyue naturally treated the financial director with cold indifference, but the man kept on persistently, trying to show off his uniqueness. Fed up with his behavior, she finally decided to call Wang JT, so the financial director would know she wasn't available anymore and drop his dirty intentions. At that moment, the annoying voice sounded again. "Miss Yuan, why in such a hurry? When it comes to finance, I can say I'm somewhat well known. Many wealthy clients have worked with me. If I manage your investments, I'm certain you'll make a fortune. Let's have a serious discussion. I know a fancy restaurant nearby where their Wagyu beef is particularly good. Let's talk while we eat. We'll definitely reach a mutual understanding." While speaking, the financial director shook the car keys in his hand, the logo on them indicating a BMW 7 Series worth over 1 million RMB. Yuan Bingyue, keeping a cold expression, replied, "I'm really sorry, but my boyfriend is on his way to pick me up. I don't want him to get the wrong idea." The financial director thought that Yuan, being from a regular working-class background, couldn't possibly have a boyfriend who was all that impressive. Most likely just a senior white-collar worker, not worth mentioning. "I think Miss Yuan is overreacting. If your boyfriend truly cared about your future, he wouldn't mind you having dinner with me. I was young like you once too, and I know how important love seems at this stage of life. However, love without a material foundation is simply a castle in the sky. In the future, you'll realize it's successful people with established careers who can truly bring happiness to women. Love cannot be used as a substitute for bread." His intentions were now clearly stated, and as he moved closer, Yuan instinctively took a couple steps back, her anticipation for Wong JT's arrival growing stronger. As the financial director tried to step forward again, he saw a Bentley Continental swiftly pull up in front of them, and couldn't help but freeze in shock. Wong JT got out of the car and approached Yuan Bingyue, naturally taking her hand. He looked the financial director up and down. Just before, while driving over, he had happened to see this guy getting too close to Yuan Bingyue. "Bingyue, what happened just now? I told you I'd pick you up for lunch. What the hell is this guy?" As a seasoned investor who had interacted with many business owners before, the financial director had seen plenty of luxury cars. At a glance, he recognized the Bentley Continental, top of the line, costing at least 5 million yuan. Compared to that, his BMW 7 Series looked like a piece of junk. Yuan Bingyue maintained her cold expression and said, "You previously told me to invest some money. I figured a few million shouldn't go to waste, so I came to consult my classmate. This guy is my classmate's financial director. He insisted on helping me with my investments and wanted a more detailed discussion. It's really annoying. Please don't misunderstand, sir. I only meant to help your girlfriend, seeing that she wanted to invest. I figured, being a woman in the investment world isn't easy, so I just wanted to offer some assistance." The financial director noticed Wong JT's darkening expression and sensed danger, hastily explaining himself. Wong snorted through his nose. "Who the hell do you think you are, helping my girlfriend with investments? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. I just acquired a 30% stake in Dongbei Financial Group. Naturally, I'll have Dongbei Financial Group personnel handle my girlfriend's investments." Ironically, news of someone acquiring a 30% stake in Dongbei Financial Group had already spread across the financial sector, with everyone speculating who the mysterious big shot might be. As an insider, the financial director had naturally heard this news, and therefore completely believed Wong JT's words, trembling in fear. Anyone capable of becoming the second largest shareholder of Dongbei Financial Group must possess terrifying financial strength and connections. With just one word, that person could ruin his entire career. No one would dare work with him again. Chapter 56. Where did that rule come from? Seeing the pale face of the finance director, Wong JT felt extremely bored. Arguing with such a waste of space would only lower his own status. "Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go this time. Next time, open your eyes wider. Don't think you're better than others and can do whatever you like. Now get lost." The finance director hurriedly thanked him and fled the scene in complete disarray. After this lesson, the guy completely turned over a new leaf. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Wong JT held Yuan Bingyue's hand and smiled. "I was just about to look for you. Since I saw you don't have a car, I'd picked one out for you. Choose whichever color you like." Yuan Bingyue happily sat into the passenger seat, scrolling through the phone images, and quickly selected a pink Mini. Unexpectedly, she still had a girl's heart deep down. Wong JT called the BMW dealership manager and had him deliver the car to a nearby Western restaurant where they could have lunch and then test drive it. Just as the two were eating, a red envelope notification suddenly popped up, this time with a massive amount, over 70 notifications. He immediately chose to collect them. "You have received a ballpoint pen. Wish you happy clicking. You have received funds of 3,658 yuan. Wish you happy clicking. You have received cash of 25,896 yuan. Wish you happy clicking. You have received ownership of the Friendship Mansion. Wish you happy clicking. You have received a toothpick. Wish you happy clicking." Most of the red envelopes contained money, totaling over 30 million yuan. The rest were random weird items that weren't worth mentioning. Among them, the most valuable was the Friendship Mansion, a very famous high-end international plaza in Bin City, considered one of its landmark buildings. Unlike the top-class mall focused solely on commercial operations like the McDonald Plaza, the Friendship Mansion was a large integrated project combining grade-A office buildings, shopping areas, and luxury apartments. It included a high-end shopping mall covering 80,000 square meters, 8 office buildings, and 6 residential buildings totaling 72 luxury units, with a total floor area of 680,000 square meters. Moreover, its location was in the core district of Bin City, an area known as priceless land. The entire Friendship Mansion was worth hundreds of billions. Wong JT made an excuse to go to the restroom, contacted Linger via phone, and checked the property certificate that had appeared on the bedroom table. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was a massive gain this time. Since Linger's appearance, the system had made a small adjustment. All the tangible items obtained besides cash were directly sent to the villa. This prevented anything from suddenly appearing next to Wong JT while he was outside, avoiding awkward explanations and unnecessary trouble. Soon the car was delivered. Yuan Bingyue immediately fell in love with its looks and happily got into the car, randomly driving off in one direction. Wong JT casually handed the salesperson over a stack of old-style banknotes and told him to take a taxi back. Then he drove following Yuan Bingyue, not expecting they'd end up heading all the way to the Friendship Mansion. Yuan Bingyue parked the car at the Friendship Mansion parking lot and said with a smile, "This car is absolutely amazing. I think it's even better than your previous sports car. I really love you to death." Wong JT chuckled and said, "As long as you like it, it's all good. Since we're here already, let's go inside and take a walk. I'll buy you some new clothes." Yuan Bingyue smiled and happily linked arms with Wong JT. The two of them naturally had an unusually high level of chemistry, perfect for things to develop naturally between them. The path they walked happened to go through the office buildings first before arriving at the main entrance of the mall. Wong JT grinned and said, "Since you're so into investments, why don't we get an office here and set up an investment firm? Let the Northeast Financial Group be the parent company for the firm, then have them send some elites over to help you out. That way, your business is bound to flourish." Yuan Bingyue blinked her eyes and replied, "But I'm an employee of Binsheng Bank. If I did that, I'd violate the bank's regulations and get fired. If my mom found out I gave up the bank job to open an investment firm, she'd think I was straying off the right path and scold me endlessly." Wong JT chuckled and said, "That's simple. I'll just tell Lian Fei that you're working for me. Now I have nearly 100 billion yuan deposited in your bank. If Lian Fei won't give me face, I'll just transfer all the money out, and he won't even find a place to cry." Yuan Bingyue laughed heartily, leaning her body against Wong JT. He felt his arms surrounded by soft warmth, and his heart involuntarily stirred. As they walked into the lobby of the office building, they asked the security guard and learned that the sales office was on the 4th floor. They were just about to head to the elevator lobby. At that moment, a food delivery guy rushed in, only to be stopped by the security guard. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know MI isn't allowed in Friendship Mansion?" The food delivery guy pleaded anxiously. "I know the rules of Friendship Mansion, but this order is extremely urgent. Big brother, please just make an exception. I promise it'll be just this one time. I'll never do it again." The security guard remained unmoved and said, "Forget about it. Rules are rules. No exceptions can be made. Plus, if I let you in, the higher-ups will definitely deduct my salary. I have a family to support too." The delivery guy became desperate. "This order is about to be late, and I can't get through to the customer at all. Please, I beg you, show some mercy." Still, the guard refused. In his desperation, the delivery guy attempted to rush past him. The guard tried to block him, and the two began to wrestle. Wong JT, seeing the situation, quickly strode over and casually waved his hand to separate them. "What exactly are you doing? Life's hard enough for working people. Can't you just talk this out peacefully? Violence doesn't benefit anyone. If you win, you go to jail. If you lose, you go to hospital." The delivery guy was nearly in tears as he pleaded, "I just wanted to deliver the meal upstairs. He refused to let me in no matter what. If I get a complaint, all my work today will be for nothing." The guard replied, with a helpless expression on his face, "It's not like I don't want to let him in, but the higher-ups have clearly specified that delivery workers and others like them are not allowed in the building. If I let him in, the management will certainly blame me, and I will face fines and salary deductions. I can't handle that either." Wong JT frowned, thinking this rule was outrageous, clearly meant to oppress people. Why shouldn't these workers be allowed in the building? He spoke, his face stern, "I understand what's going on now. Let him in to deliver the meal. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Also, I must say I'm quite satisfied with your conduct. No matter the circumstances, sticking to the rules is admirable." The guard, intimidated by Wong JT's presence, had no choice but to allow the delivery guy to pass. Unexpectedly, just as the delivery man was about to step into the elevator, he was kicked out from inside. Chapter 57. This is my turf. Wong JT saw the food delivery guy kicked out of the elevator, with food scattered all over the floor. He couldn't help but feel furious and quickly walked over. At this moment, a young man dressed fashionably, radiating arrogance, stepped out of the elevator casually. "You useless stinking security guard, are you blind? What did I tell you earlier? These lower-class people are not allowed in this building." The security guard, though scolded, dared not show any dissatisfaction and replied with his head lowered. "Deputy Manager Liu has arrived. It wasn't me who allowed this delivery guy inside. This gentleman here insisted and said he'd take responsibility for whatever happened." Wong JT interrupted, "You don't need to blame the guard. I'm the one who allowed the delivery guy in. Who gave you the authority to forbid delivery personnel from entering the building? And you little punk, did your family never teach you manners? On what basis do you call them lower class? What gives you the right to insult the guards and call them stinking?" Deputy Manager Liu, drawn by these words, scrutinized Wong JT up and down, and then gave a sneering smile. "What are you? Dare to yell around here? I'm the head of security here, and my uncle is the vice president responsible for security. My uncle and I are the heavens here. Our words are the rules. The presence of those lower-class people will affect this building's image. This place is the most upscale. We only welcome the elite, those capable of coming here. Tomorrow, I'll make a sign. Lower-class people and dogs are prohibited from entering." Yuan Bingyue saw Liu's arrogant manner and became furious, vehemently countering. "You're nothing but a security manager, yet dare act so arrogantly. You're the one spoiling the reputation here. You should be kicked out." Manager Liu smirked. "You thankless woman daring to defy me? Right now I'll have the guards throw both of you out." Wong JT snorted from his nose, saying, "What a big mouth you have, not even afraid of a tongue twist from the wind. If you have the guts, try throwing me out. I'm the owner of Friendship Mansion. This place belongs to me. On my own turf, you think you can take charge? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard." As soon as he spoke, everyone, including Yuan Bingyue, stood there stunned, looking incredulous. Manager Liu was the first to recover, giving an exaggerated smile. "You're the owner of Friendship Mansion? I think you just haven't woken up fully and are dreaming while awake. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror made by urine? Do you look like an owner? If you were truly the owner of Friendship Mansion, then I'm the richest man in the world. I hate guys like you most, blowing hot air to impress women. You're simply a big asshole. You're an embarrassment to your family." This guy, full of mockery, tried to pat Wong JT's face, only to have his hand slapped by Wong, feeling as though struck by an iron pancake. Wong JT took out his phone and asked Linger to call the president of the property management company, Lin Jinfei, using the number left on the property documents. In the boardroom on the top floor of Friendship Mansion, Lin Jinfei had gathered all the company's leaders for an urgent meeting. "I just received a call from the owner of Friendship Mansion. Now the entire building has changed hands. So far, we only know the new owner's phone number and his nickname, Iron Young Master. The former owner emphasized clearly that we shouldn't bother Iron Young Master casually, to avoid angering him. If Iron Young Master ever gets angry for a moment, nobody will be happy for the rest of their lives." When these senior leaders heard this, they all inhaled coldly. realizing the previous owner must have been someone truly formidable for him to speak so highly of Iron Young Master's might. Lin Jinfei, with an extremely serious expression, warned these people, Iron Young Master could show up here anytime. Therefore, you must control your subordinates well. Absolutely no negative impressions must be left on Iron Young Master. If he replaces our company, each and every one of us gathered here will be condemned to a hard life. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their property management company practically lived off Friendship Mansion alone. If expelled, the consequences would be devastating. As Lin Jinfei was about to continue speaking, the secretary suddenly rushed through the door with a phone in hand, yelling that Iron Young Master was on the phone. Although originally displeased with the secretary's approach, once he heard the announcement, Lin Jinfei immediately disregarded everything else and hurriedly took the call. Hello, Iron Young Master. How could you call me? When will you arrive? I'll bring everyone to greet you. You save your flattery. I'm now at gate 4 of building 1. If you're not here within 5 minutes, prepare for the consequences. Listening to the dial tone in the phone and recalling the cold tone from Wong JT, Lin Jinfei felt his calves tremble. Immediately, with a loud shout, he led the way running outside. The other executives, seeing this situation, were all seized by fear and hurriedly followed behind him, making a noisy commotion as they rushed outside. The employees outside, not knowing what had happened, could only join the crowd in confusion. In no time, the scene became incredibly chaotic. Deputy Manager Liu, watching Wong JT hang up the phone, sneered, "You act pretty convincingly. If I hadn't accompanied my uncle to meet the real owner before, I might have been fooled just now. I think you're just another womanizing fraud. This beauty needs to open her eyes wider and not fall for trash like you. Only successful men like me are suitable for her." This guy, now eyeing Yuan Bingyue with lust, decided he wanted to poach Wong JT's companion and try to steal her away. Wong JT ignored Deputy Manager Liu and instead reached out to help the food delivery guy up, telling him not to worry, he would definitely settle this matter properly. Deputy Manager Liu gave a disdainful snort. Didn't expect you to get into character so well. Seems I've been too lenient with you. Hey you, call more security guys over here and throw them both out. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud clatter of footsteps echoed nearby, immediately drawing his attention toward the sound. He saw a group led by Lin Jinfei, with all the company executives in the center and high-ranking employees trailing behind, sprinting toward them. Deputy Manager Liu was instantly stunned, a heavy feeling striking his heart as he realized he might have caused a major problem. He quickly rushed toward Lin Jinfei, groveling like a poodle. "President Lin, why are you here? It's just a small matter. I was about to handle it right away." Lin Jinfei cut him off with a slap, pushed him aside, and quickly stepped toward Wong JT, bowing respectfully. "I'm Lin Jinfei. I present my respects to Iron Young Master. Your presence here truly brings glory to this place." Wong JT let out a contemptuous snort from his nose, interrupting Lin Jinfei's flattery. As Lin Jinfei trembled inwardly, panic surged in Liu's heart, and he hastily edged toward someone nearby for support. Chapter 58. What a great rule. Uncle, what exactly is going on? Why would Mr. Lin be so respectful to some punk kid? Who is this guy anyway? Liu Jingli cautiously asked his uncle, Vice President Liu, while silently praying that it wouldn't be exactly as that kid had said. Vice President Liu shot Liu Jingli a glare and whispered fiercely, "You shut up." Master Tai is the new owner of Friendship Mansion, with an extremely deep background. The previous owner treated Friendship Mansion like a money tree, but the moment he, Master Tai, said one word, they handed over the entire Friendship Mansion willingly, not even daring to fart. Now Master Tai is our bread and butter. With just one word from him, we could be kicked out and left to starve from now on. Daring to call Master Tai a punk kid, who gave you the guts? Compared to Master Tai, none of us are worthy of even wiping his shoes. After hearing his uncle's words and looking at Wong JT standing before them, Liu Jingli felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar, involuntarily shivering. Lin Jinfei was also drenched in cold sweat from behind. He'd risen to his current position precisely because of his keen ability to read people's expressions and naturally noticed Wong JT's anger. Lin Jinfei stammered, "I didn't know earlier that Master Tai would be coming. I was upstairs arranging management affairs. I think there's no need for you to arrange management affairs anymore. I've decided to terminate our contract with your company and put out a new tender for a property management company. I won't tolerate anyone ruling over my property with unchecked power, nor will I tolerate a situation where people are categorized into different classes there." Wong JT interrupted Lin Jinfei again. His following words made everyone's hearts chill, turning their faces deathly pale. Lin Jinfei hurriedly said, "I believe there must have been some misunderstanding. I have always demanded that all employees treat everyone in Friendship Mansion with full respect and never allow any problems to occur." Wong JT snorted through his nose. Yet what I saw wasn't like that at all. This food delivery guy wasn't even allowed into the building, and he was kicked out of the elevator. Moreover, your security manager yelled at his guards in front of me, calling them stinking guards, and referred to all food delivery and courier workers as second-class citizens. He even wanted to set up a sign reading, "Second-class citizens and dogs are prohibited from entering." I must say, I'm truly broadening my horizons. I never thought such a thing could still happen in today's society. If word of this gets online, this place will lose its reputation entirely. Since you don't care about the reputation of Friendship Mansion, neither will I bother being polite to you. I'll bring in a professional legal team to have a thorough conversation with you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jinfei's eyes opened wide as saucers. He turned to look at Vice President Liu with grinding teeth. Without hesitation, Vice President Liu slapped Liu Jingli hard across the face. The slap was so powerful that half of Liu Jingli's face immediately swelled up. "You damn bastard. Who gave you the guts to do something like this? Just wait until I deal with you." While yelling, Vice President Liu kicked and punched Liu Jingli repeatedly, displaying the picture of a man overcome with righteous anger. Yuan Bingyue interjected, "You don't need to stage this beating as a distraction. This Liu guy already said earlier that his uncle was the vice president in charge of security. Surely that's you. He said that you two uncles and nephews consider yourselves the rulers of this place, that everyone must obey you, that your words are the rules, and anyone who offends you gets thrown out by the guards. He even said that Zhutai was nothing but a fraud and trickster, and told me to stop following Zhutai since there's no future in it, and to follow him instead. It really opened my eyes. Upon hearing this, Vice President Liu felt his legs weaken and dropped straight to his knees, wishing immediately he could choke Liu Jingli to death. He was truly an uncle-ruining bastard. Lin Jinfei kept bowing repeatedly, apologizing. It's all my fault. I didn't manage my subordinates properly. I didn't know they had dared to be so audacious. Wong JT interrupted Lin Jinfei once more and asked the security guard and food delivery man, how long has this rule been in place? The security guard looked at Lin Jinfei and hesitated before saying, I've worked here almost a year. This rule was already in place when I arrived. It's said to have existed for a long time. The delivery man added from the side, that's indeed true. I heard from senior colleagues before that this place is a hotbed for complaints precisely because outsiders aren't allowed in. This situation has persisted for several years. Looking indifferently at Lin Jinfei, Wong JT said coolly, please don't tell me you've had no knowledge about this for such a long time. If that's really the case, then I'll have serious doubts about your capability, especially regarding your company's cohesiveness, which I frankly cannot praise. Cold sweat drenched Lin Jinfei's forehead. He didn't know how to justify himself and anxiously began pacing on the spot. Red-faced, he bowed deeply to the food delivery man and said, it's entirely my fault for failing to manage things properly. I beg you to accept my apology. I solemnly promise you, from now on I will strictly demand high qualities from all management personnel. I will never allow such troublemakers who look down on others to taint the entire team again. I will notify our company's legal team to rigorously hold Vice President Liu and Manager Liu accountable. They must pay the price for their actions. Upon hearing these words, Vice President Liu hurriedly crawled forward a couple of steps, desperately begging. It's all my fault. Please, Mr. Lin, give me one more chance. I will never dare again. All these years I've faithfully served you. No gun lao, at least I will ask. Lin Jinfei violently kicked him in the shoulder and furiously cursed. You damned bastard. Even now you still dare speak like this. How many evil deeds have you done over the years? This time I will thoroughly settle accounts with you. You and your nephew thought you could hide everything under the sky with your hands. Today, I will chop off your filthy hands. Vice President Liu, seeing Lin Jinfei's firm attitude, knew that pleading further was useless. The other party wanted to use their uncle-nephew duo to appease Master Tai. It was the most cost-effective way to salvage the situation. Whoever was in this position would do the same. He could only say that this time, his nephew had ruined everything. Wong JT indifferently looked at Lin Jinfei and said, considering the fact that you apologized to the delivery man, I won't hold this incident against you this time. But if there's another next time, I won't even need to open my mouth. You should pack up and leave on your own. Got it. Lin Jinfei thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, young Master Tai, for giving me this opportunity. I guarantee that such a situation will never happen again. If anything like this occurs again, I won't have the face to see you again. I'll drown myself and have no reason to continue living in this world. Wong JT nodded with satisfaction and continued, my girlfriend wants to open an investment agency. See which office suite is available here and arrange it well for her. Lin Jinfei hurriedly nodded and bowed, leading them to the premium floor. As they stepped into the elevator, Vice President Liu lunged at Liu Jingli, and continuous cries of pain echoed. The security guard and delivery man watched the two fighting and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Chapter 59. Capturing your taste buds. Yuan Bingwei was very satisfied with the office space. Wang JT gave Zheng Weiding a call, and the latter immediately promised to handle all the procedures and send an elite team to move in. After finalizing the office space, Wang JT went ahead and chose a 130 square meter flat in an apartment building, with Lin Jinfei registering it under Yuan Bingwei's name. Yuan Bingwei had previously rented a small apartment, so this was a major upgrade. Naturally, she was extremely pleased and decided to personally cook a meal to properly reward Wang JT. Looking at Yuan Bingwei bustling about in the kitchen, Wang JT couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. People often said that beautiful women made poisonous food. He wondered whether his body, enhanced by the strongman pills, could withstand it. Unexpectedly, within just an hour, Yuan Bingwei had prepared a whole table of delicious-looking and fragrant dishes. Wang JT exclaimed in disbelief. Never thought you had such great cooking skills. It's really beyond expectation. Yuan Bingwei smiled and said, before, I was just a small bank employee, and my salary was quite limited. I couldn't afford to splurge, so cooking at home was the most cost-effective option. Besides, my mom taught me from childhood, if you want to conquer a man, you must capture his stomach. For a woman, excellent cooking skills are definitely a plus. Wang JT strongly agreed with this statement. Since ancient times in China, virtuous wives have been expected to be capable of managing household affairs and cooking, a model homemaker. He tasted one of the dishes, finding it absolutely delicious, as good as any renowned chef's work. Praising repeatedly, he said, I never knew your cooking could be this good. If I had known earlier, why bother opening an investment firm? We could have just opened a large hotel. With your cooking skills, business would flourish, and I'd only need to sit back counting money. Smiling, Yuan Bingwei replied, I did once have such thoughts, but every time I think of my mom, those ideas vanish immediately. My mom is my cooking teacher, and her skills are even better. Unfortunately, she was looked down upon by my grandmother's family, and eventually divorced my father. The reason my grandmother's family looked down on her was that they considered my mother without a decent job, completely unsuitable and embarrassing to the family. Wang JT asked in confusion. From what you're saying, your grandmother's family must be a prestigious clan, otherwise such an idea wouldn't exist. Yuan Bingwei responded with a lowered expression. My father is Che Jinji, a famous calligrapher, and my grandmother's family has always been from scholarly background. After the divorce, I took my mother's surname. It's been many years since I've been back to my grandmother's place. I suppose they've probably forgotten their granddaughter by now. My mother has never really let go of this issue, so she always insisted I have a respectable job. She exerted every effort to get me into Binsheng Bank. Before I used to have some complaints toward my mother, but none anymore. If I hadn't worked at Bin's Hang Bank, how could I have met you? Meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. I also know that girls like me from humble backgrounds can't marry into noble families like yours. As long as there's a place for me by your side, I'll be satisfied. She had spoken to such an extent, revealing deep affection toward Wong JT. Naturally, what followed became easy. Just as Wong JT was about to proceed naturally to the next step, Yuan Bingwei retreated to another room and emerged wearing her Bin's Hang Bank uniform. It felt as though they had returned to the conference room once more. The atmosphere heated up rapidly, followed by Wong JT viewing the scenery. Such scenery, words fail to convey its beauty to outsiders. Gazing at the beautiful woman in his arms, Wong JT revealed a satisfied smile on his face, gently tightening his arms around her, as if fearing she might escape. Feeling Wong JT's embrace, Yuan Bingwei's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt that her choice was perfectly right and would never regret it for the rest of her life. Recalling how Wong JT reacted to the uniform, a shy idea formed in her mind, an idea that made Wong JT incredibly happy. In the following half-month, Wong JT spent his time admiring the scenery provided by 3 women. The red packets hadn't produced anything exceptional, mostly cash and funds. Combined, this cash and capital were worth 1 or 200 million yuan. He directly handed it all to Yuan Bingwei's startup capital, allowing the girl to play the game properly. The best thing he had received during this period was the Sanda Champion and Mixed Martial Arts skill card, further improving his combat skills. As his combat skills improved, Wong JT's control over his body got better and better, enabling him to further tap into the effects of the strongman pills. He visited the Junha fitness club several times, but unfortunately had still not managed to test his limits, which left him very dissatisfied. He even expressed some complaints to Zhong Huarong. Zhong Huarong informed the gym owner Li Jiming about this incident. Li Jiming reviewed all the surveillance footage and watched Wong JT's performance. He was equally astonished. Li Jiming believed Wong JT's physical condition had reached an incredibly high level, perhaps not even comparable to the so-called Captain of Beautiful Country, Captain America. Li Jiming thought this was impossible and proceeded to inform his father, Li Guangjuan, about the matter, showing him all the related materials. Li Guangjuan was silent for a long time, then called his good friend, asking the latter to help investigate Wong JT's background. The person he contacted belonged to a covert department, commonly referred to in novels as the Dragon Team, a group almost capable of uncovering anything. However, the results surprised Li Guangjuan. His friend gravely warned him not to think about investigating Wong JT's background any further. The consequences were beyond their capacity to bear. From the tone of his friend, Li Guangjuan could sense a trace of fear. This showed that Wong JT's background was truly terrifying. He felt that someone as powerful as Wong JT definitely deserved to be befriended properly. As for how to establish a relationship with him, naturally, it would be under the pretext of offering a health checkup. Meanwhile, Wong JT, unaware of all this, was currently at his younger sister's house. This time, he had come specifically to deliver cars for the 2 girls. Hu Qinxue blushed slightly and said, "From here to the company, it's only a 10-minute walk. The surrounding facilities are already very complete. Who needs a car?" Wong JT laughed and said, "Nowadays, cars have become essential. Without one, you'd find many tasks inconvenient. Besides, you're my girlfriend. Giving you a car as a gift is only appropriate. Why would you reject me?" His younger sister chimed in. "Big brother is absolutely right. Since we moved here, we haven't gone back to our dorm to get our stuff. How about big brother takes Qinxue back to collect our belongings? I'm just too lazy to go, so I'll leave it to the 2 of you." She winked at Wong JT as she spoke. The implication was obvious. Chapter 60, run straight over it. Hu Qinxue also wanted some alone time with Wong JT. She gave her roommates a call, and, confirming they were in the dormitory, followed Wong JT away. Wong JT was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan this time. Compared with the previous Lamborghini, it was ultimately less visually appealing. Hu Qinxue smiled and said, "Why didn't you drive the sports car you had last time? The interior of this car looks luxurious and should be expensive as well." Wong JT responded with a smile. "This one is just a few million. It's barely acceptable. The previous sports car space was too small, not suitable for carrying people or goods. If my little sister wants to play third wheel, there won't even be a place for her to sit. So I took this car instead. If you like driving sports cars, I'll drive one next time I come to see you. Whatever you like, everything will be arranged exactly the way you want it." Upon hearing these words, Hu Qinxue felt sweet inside. No matter what girl it was, everyone liked being cherished and doted on by their lovers. "I was just asking casually. You don't need to take it seriously. As long as we're together, even taking a bus is happiness." In her heart, she added another sentence. Naturally, riding in a car would be even better. Those days of Jigongjiao and being molested by perverts were something she never wanted to experience even for a day again. Chatting and laughing all the way, the pair soon approached the school. From afar, they saw a crowd gathered near the gate, seeming to have witnessed something unusual. Wong JT slowed down the car speed and curiously looked forward together with Hu Qinxue, finally realizing what was going on. On the empty ground at the school entrance, there was a heart-shaped pattern made entirely of roses. Judging by the pattern's size, it should have been made of hundreds of roses. A stylish young man with a mohawk hairstyle and wearing earrings stood beside the rose heart with an electric guitar in hand, apparently intending to declare his love. Seeing this stylish young man, Hu Qinxue's face turned extremely unpleasant. Wong JT immediately guessed she must be the target of this declaration. Frowning, Wong JT asked, "You know this guy?" Hu Qinxue hurriedly replied, "His name is Tang Wenjia. Rumor has it that his family has assets worth hundreds of millions. He's a flashy, superficial rich second generation. Relying on his family's wealth, whoever girl he fancies, he simply throws money at. You know, nowadays, a lot of girls worship money, so naturally they fall into his hands. Tang Wenjia changes girlfriends as easily as turning pages, yet there's still no shortage of girls flocking to him, fueling his vanity. I don't know why, but he set his eyes on me. At that time, though I was poor, I still had my own principles. I wouldn't sell myself for money. Tang Wenjia hit a wall with me and felt his pride wounded. Since then, he has been constantly bothering me. Every time, I refused him with a cold face and strong words. Who knows how he got the news today that I would be returning to school, so he came here to pull off this stunt. It's really infuriating. What Hu Qinxue said was definitely not self-important. Besides her, Tang Wenjia never put this much effort into other girls. As long as Tang Wenjia threw money around, girls would naturally jump into his arms. That was why Hu Qinxue, who wasn't swayed by money, became unforgettable to him. After listening to Hu Qinxue's words, Wong JT's facial expression changed from gloomy to bright. Then he grinned and slightly increased the car speed. He casually honked the horn, and the spectators, seeing a nice car coming, immediately made way for it. What kind of car is this? It looks so impressive. Looking at the license plate, it should be a Rolls-Royce. Even the entry-level Rolls-Royce costs about 1 or 2 million yuan. Look at you guys, so clueless. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, at the very least worth 7 or 8 million. Have you seen that license plate? Just the plate number itself costs maybe 1 million or 80,000, enough to buy another high-end luxury car. Someone familiar with cars, upon hearing the onlookers' chatter, eagerly began educating them. Seeing a Rolls-Royce Cullinan was truly an eye-opening experience. A real rich person must be behind the wheel of such a car. Looks like he's heading into our school. I wonder which lucky girl that might be. Beside them, a sweetly voiced girl immediately licked her lips and said, "If this car were mine, I'd definitely hop into it without hesitation." A few girls, obviously her close friends, nodded constantly beside her. For these girls, only money was real. Everything else didn't matter in the least. As everyone watched the car arrive in front of the Rose Heart, the driver rolled down the window, from which a hand appeared. The watch on the wrist sparkled in the sunlight. Oh my god, it's a Patek Philippe Calatrava. This watch is worth more than 30 million. First the luxury car, now a prestigious watch. Today's truly broadened my view. An automobile enthusiast voiced his admiration once again. Upon hearing this statement, others felt their hearts pounding. 30 million for a watch. That amount wasn't even within the realm of dreams. Tang Wenjia looked at the Cullinan parked in front of the rose pattern, then at the luxury watch on the other person's wrist. Together, these two items were already worth a third of his family's entire assets. He knew very clearly that his family's business, located in Bincheng, was only ranked 3rd or 4th tier. Compared with real tycoons, they weren't even worth a fart. Just as Tang Wenjia was thinking about what to do next, the car started moving again, directly driving over the rose pattern, scattering petals everywhere. Seeing the carefully prepared scene ruined, Tang Wenjia felt extremely angry inside, yet he didn't dare to utter a word, forced to keep it all bottled up. The car stopped again, and the passenger window rolled down, revealing Hu Qinxue was seated inside. Many of the people gathered around were those Tang Wenjia had personally invited. According to his plan, once Hu Qinxue arrived, he would sing a love song, make a passionate confession, and with the crowd cheering him on, everything would fall perfectly into place. Tang Wenjia had envisioned everything perfectly, but he hadn't expected Hu Qinxue to return in such a luxurious car. This time, he had truly lost face badly. Most of the surrounding people knew Hu Qinxue well. Likewise, none of them expected her to be the one sitting inside the vehicle. The entire scene fell into complete silence. Hu Qinxue looked at Tang Wenjia coldly and said, "I've already told you long ago, I will never like you. There's no need to waste your feelings here." Just as Tang Wenjia was about to speak, Wong JT opened the car door and stepped out. His tasteful casual outfit accentuated his tall, upright posture. The girls nearby had originally assumed that someone driving such an expensive car and wearing such a high-end watch would be at least a middle-aged man in his 40s, likely a greasy older guy. They had been mentally criticizing Hu Qinxue, scorning her for selling herself for money, using her youth in exchange for a meal, thinking she was truly a terrible person. Yet they hadn't expected the person stepping out of the car to be a young, handsome guy. Now they could only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred, wishing they could immediately jump out and replace her. A few girls who thought they had decent looks deliberately tugged their collars down, revealing their smooth white skin, hoping to catch Wong JT's attention. To their great disappointment, Wong JT simply walked step by step toward Tang Wenjia. Chapter 61. Do you think you deserve her? Tang Wenjia watched as Wong JT approached step by step, feeling his calves twitch with nervousness. He couldn't help swallowing hard. "You're that toad who's been pestering Qinxue. I wanted to come find you long ago, but I refrained out of consideration for the impact. Now that Qinxue is about to graduate, I thought there wouldn't be so many troubles anymore. But you, that toad again, jumped out to irritate people." Wong JT spoke casually, clearly not taking Tang Wenjia seriously at all. This blatant disdain fully embodied the demeanor of someone superior. Tang Wenjia gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know who you are, but pursuing Hu Qinxue makes me a toad?" Wong JT sneered coldly. "You actually have the nerve to ask such a simple question. I feel sorry for your IQ. It's not wrong for a young man to want to chase a girl, but one must know his own worth and have self-awareness. When someone can't tell right from wrong, it brings nothing but misfortune to himself. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Seeing the pitiful looks others gave him, Tang Wenjia felt a surge of fury rise from his heels to the top of his head. He was so angry he could explode. No longer fearing, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "You don't need to act so high and mighty in front of me. So what if you have a good watch and a nice car? That's not a big deal. And that Hu Qinxue pretends to be pure and innocent in front of me? She's just a kept woman. It's really disgusting." Hearing these words, people around began murmuring, casting disdainful glances toward Hu Qinxue, sitting in the car. No idea what these girls are thinking these days. They're all like this. Totally shameless. Who says otherwise? Love has been tainted by such girls. Truly heartbreaking. All the people making these comments were males. They needed such excuses to comfort themselves, masking their financial embarrassment. If given the choice, they too wished to wear luxury watches, drive fancy cars, and live a life without shame with their dream goddesses. I really didn't realize Hu Qinxue was such a girl, pretending to be innocent in front of us. In the end, she's just the same as the rest. I really don't know what's so great about her to have caught the attention of such a young and handsome guy. Thinking about my old geezers makes me want to throw up. Such words came from the girls, purely envious and resentful. They felt like they should have been so fortunate to be noticed by such a rich young man. None of the girls felt Hu Qinxue had done anything wrong. In this day and age, youth itself is a capital, and using that capital to gain benefits is entirely justified. Hu Qinxue's eyes filled with tears upon hearing these comments. She didn't understand what mistake she had made to deserve such words. Wong JT snorted through his nose. Listen up, all of you. Hu Qinxue and I are genuine lovers. Nothing as filthy as what you imagined. What attracted me to her is her self-reliance and perseverance. That's something you will never be able to learn, so you're destined to remain caged birds to others. Tang Wenjia furiously yelled. Sounds more beautiful to hear than music. If you were poor, why would she even look at you? Wong JT gave a cold smirk. Originally, he only wanted to reprimand this guy, but he didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. Looks like he really needed to teach him a lesson. He scanned Tang Wenjia with his phone's camera, and within seconds, Linger managed to find out everything about this kid. Wong JT called Wang Shiji and Jin Wenpeng, instructing them to completely target Tang Wenjia's father, to see if he would still dare to act high and mighty afterward. Hearing Wang JT's words, Tang Wenjia couldn't help trembling in his heart, but recalling how influential his father had been over the years, he assumed it would be okay. Just minutes later, Tang Wenjia's phone rang. This kid hesitantly pressed the answer key. An angry roar came from the other end. You damn bastard. All you ever do is cause me trouble. Who exactly did you offend? Our family is totally ruined. Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Wenjia's legs weakened, and he directly knelt onto the ground. He quickly reacted and desperately begged Wang JT. It's entirely my fault. What I said earlier was complete nonsense. Please, be merciful and forgive me this one time. Wang JT smiled without warmth. Now you know our gap. Qinxue is the apple of my eye. Do you think you deserve her? You said something very good just now, so I've decided to give you a chance. Let you become penniless, and see if you can still find true love. Remember my advice well. Know your place and understand who and what you are. There are people you just shouldn't mess with. After he said these words, he swept a glance around. Immediately, everyone nearby lowered their heads, afraid of being remembered by him, knowing it would bring nothing but misfortune thereafter. Wang JT strutted back into the car and drove through the school gate. The security guards pretended not to see them, showing no intention of checking at all. What I did just now was to give you a lesson, to let you know how treacherous people's hearts can be in this world. What those students said earlier is nothing compared to what you'll face in society. It's going to get much worse than that. People and companies will do anything for their own interests. Framing others, spreading rumors, and creating trouble are just trivial things. I can let you be a caged bird if I want, but I know you wouldn't want that. I respect your choice because you're my true love. But I will never allow you to be bullied. When you encounter situations like this in society, you must act as I just did. Make everyone fear you. Do you understand me? Wang JT looked at Hu Qinxue, who had tears in her eyes. Instead of comforting her, he spoke these words in an extremely serious tone. Hu Qinxue stared at him with her beautiful wide eyes, staring so intensely that he began to feel uneasy inside, wondering if he had overdone it. As soon as Wang JT parked the car, Hu Qinxue threw herself into his arms, sobbing quietly. Her tears quickly soaked his shirt. I know your intentions were good. No one has ever cared for me like this before. As long as you don't look down on me, I will be your girlfriend from now on. No matter what others say, I won't care. Even if you wanted to keep me, so what? As long as you stay with me forever, I'm willing to be your secret lover. Wang JT gently patted her back, whispering soothing words by her ear. Girls needed to be comforted gently. One shouldn't keep pushing too hard. Hu Qinxue felt especially warm in Wang JT's arms. She truly didn't want to leave. After a long inner struggle, she finally pulled herself out of his embrace. She wiped her tears and gave him a kiss on the face. Naturally, the next step was to return to the dormitory to pick up her things. Chapter 62. On what grounds? Hu Qinxue returned to the dormitory and saw that everyone was already there. She felt a bit surprised but didn't ask, and instead started tidying her belongings quietly. Yuan couldn't help but ask, why did you come back so quickly? Didn't anything happen at the school gate? Hu Qinxue, who had always received scholarships every year, definitely wasn't lacking in intelligence. Upon hearing this, she immediately understood. I was wondering how Tang Wenjia knew I was coming back today. It turned out to be you who told him. Why did you do that? Another roommate immediately said, we did this for your own good. If you can become Tang Wenjia's girlfriend, you'll be set for the future. Yuan continued. Besides, what's wrong with Tang Wenjia? He's rich and good looking. If he showed any interest in me, I'd jump at the chance. Don't think you're secure just because you're interning at Dewan Group. So many people want that position, and with no background, getting a permanent position is nearly impossible. You need to plan your future. We're doing this for your benefit, so don't be ungrateful. The real world is different from school. You can't just act on whims. Hu Qinxue replied angrily. Don't pretend to care about me. I know you too well. You're all people who wouldn't get up early without a profit motive. What did Tang Wenjia offer you? The last roommate immediately said, Tang Wenjia promised us that if you agreed to be his girlfriend, he would give us jobs at his company. You know how competitive things are now. Just agree to be his girlfriend for everyone's sake. You can definitely get a job in his company too. Yuan jumped in again. He's right. Getting a good job is tough these days. You must seize this opportunity. A woman's fate is like that. Being with someone or someone else is all the same. I heard you're living with Wang Shuanghua in a rented apartment off campus. With the both of you being so poor, it must be one of the cheapest places, probably where you can barely even turn around. Speaking of which, Wang Shuanghua's family background isn't bad. If you both become his girlfriends together, you might get even more benefits. That would help her too. Hearing this, Hu Qinxue felt a surge of anger rising from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. She was furious. She said angrily, I never expected you to say something like this. It's truly disappointing. My affairs don't require your interference. Yuan smirked. Don't play the noble one in front of us. Let me tell you, there's no shop after this village. You must seize such a great opportunity, or it'll slip into someone else's hands. You won't like the outcome later. Hu Qinxue smiled coldly and said, let me tell you a piece of news. The company run by Tang Wenjia's family is about to disappear. The promises he made to you will never materialize. There's no need to wait until the future. I'm already in someone else's hands now. That someone is Wang Shuanghua's older brother. Do you even know who Wang Shuanghua really is? Yi Wan's eyes widened as she shouted. You must be crazy. Turning down a wealthy second generation and clinging to a poor guy. Who doesn't know Wang Shuanghua's background? She's just a poor girl from the countryside who probably stretches every penny. As soon as she finished speaking, girls from other dormitories rushed in, all looking at Hu Qinxue with excitement. I've always known that Snow's sister is extraordinary. Now you've soared high like a phoenix. Don't forget me. I was young and naive before. If I ever offended Snow's sister, please don't hold it against me. We're all from the same school. Whatever Snow's sister needs in the future, little me will be there in an instant. Let Snow's sister do her own packing? No way. Let me handle everything. I'll organize everything perfectly, guaranteed to satisfy Snow's sister. The people in the dormitory were all puzzled, unsure of exactly what had happened. Many of those now rushing to flatter her were once quite proud and self-important. Yuan hurriedly pulled aside a close friend to ask what was going on. When she learned what had happened at the school gate, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. You're not joking, right? Hu Qinxue herself said she's dating Wang Shuanghua's older brother. How could that girl's family be rich? Who has the time to joke with you? Go look out the window yourself. The luxury cars are parked right there. Do you know how much that car costs? Millions. What's so great about that car? Do you know what watch she was wearing on her wrist? Jaeger LeCoultre for Cartier. It's worth tens of millions easily. But let's talk straight. Is that man really Wang Shuanghua's older brother? Now that you mention it, I remember. I thought he looked so familiar. He came looking for Wang Shuanghua before, and back then he claimed to be her real older brother. Wow. Who would have thought that Wang Shuanghua, who always dressed so simply and even worked part-time, was actually a wealthy young lady? Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. I used to offend Miss Wang. Do you think she still holds a grudge against me? Why is my mouth always so foul? I really want to sew it shut. The few who spoke were Wang Shuanghua's dorm mates before, those who had often looked down on and bullied her. Upon learning she was actually a wealthy young lady, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Hu Qinxue heard their words getting more absurd by the second and gave a loud cough, which immediately silenced everyone. There's no need for you all to be afraid. Shuanghua won't hold anything against you. From now on, everyone will go their own way, and I believe there won't be much contact. Let me give you all one piece of advice. You must be down to earth in life. Why was Shuanghua living like that before? It was to train her own abilities. No matter how hard you rack your brains, you won't imagine just how wealthy her family is. I'm currently living in Shuanghua's house, just a regular 200 square meter flat in the city center. We thought we should stay low-key, so Jijun arranged a 400,000 yuan car for each of us just for convenience in daily travel. You shouldn't always think about getting something for nothing. Even in the fairy tale of Cinderella and the prince, Cinderella herself had something to offer. What exactly do you have? Her words rang loudly and clearly. Unfortunately, none of the girls truly listened. All they absorbed was that Cinderella had captured the prince's heart. Hu Qinxue no longer bothered with them. She packed up Wang Shuanghua's belongings from the dorm and left quickly to avoid further entanglement. Yuan looked out the window and saw Hu Qinxue entering the luxury car. Her heart swelled with envy, jealousy, and regret. If only she hadn't messed things up before, perhaps she could have used that clumsy girl to connect with that handsome guy. With her skill in catering to others, she might even have lured him away. Yuan felt she should think of another plan and not give up so easily. Chapter 63. You're so tough. Wang JT now felt somewhat regretful about his decision. He shouldn't have let Hu Qinxue and Xiaomei live together. It was just too inconvenient. He could only take full advantage of being with her in the car, but wasn't able to go all the way. Hu Qinxue, being a traditional girl, couldn't accept doing anything that would make the car shake. Wang JT, together with Hu Qinxue and Xiaomei, had a warm dinner, then returned to Villa Number 1. When he was bored, he browsed through his social media feed. He saw a behind-the-scenes photo posted by Shengwan Yanxue and decided to pay her set a visit tomorrow. Originally, he thought about sending her a WeChat message, but then decided to surprise her. Dreamy Sprite logged in on time as usual. After some small talk, she played another gentle lullaby that sent Wang JT into a deep sleep. The next morning, Wang JT was woken up by the red envelope alert tone. Still drowsy, he clicked to claim it. His luck today wasn't very good. He received only several $100,000 in cash and over $2 million in funds. Driving his Lamborghini Aventador, he arrived at the film set and immediately sensed that the atmosphere here was somewhat off. Wang JT slightly frowned. Sun Xingying was his inside contact and hadn't sent him any messages, which indicated that the situation here had nothing to do with Shengwan Yanxue. When the production crew saw the Lamborghini Aventador, they immediately knew it was Wang JT. Hurriedly, they came to greet him like welcoming an emperor. In fact, such a description wasn't an exaggeration at all. As a major shareholder of Tianqing Entertainment, Wang JT held the power over their careers. If he wanted someone to disappear from the industry, they would have no choice but to leave. Shengwan Yanxue had completely replaced the original female lead, Li Yuhan, who had been removed from the set after shooting just a few scenes and would never have another chance to star as a female lead. Inspired by Shengwan Yanxue's looks and demeanor, the screenwriter had completely rewritten the script. Compared to the original, this new version was absolutely heaven and earth apart, hundreds of times better. This clearly proved that the screenwriter was capable. The problem wasn't his abilities, but rather that the previous opportunities weren't given. With the capital finally supporting him, everything could be done exceptionally well. Shengwan Yanxue wore a modest, long dress that fully displayed her charm, exuding a kind of naturally magnetic appeal. Next came purely a performance of acting skills. None of the unnecessary, exaggerated acting or relying on displaying body parts to draw attention, unlike Li Yuhan. After this scene was completed, Wang JT clapped his hands in approval. His applause drew Shengwan Yanxue's attention. Seeing that he had come, she happily ran over. Why did you suddenly come to visit the set without telling me beforehand? I didn't even get to prepare anything. I look so terrible right now. Shengwan Yanxue joyfully held onto Wang JT's arm while pouting and acting coy. The others naturally looked away and went to find things to do. Wong JT gently stroked Shangwan Yinshue's soft hair and comforted her, saying, "You're always the most beautiful, no matter when. There's absolutely no need for extra preparations. I wanted to give you a surprise. Have you been working hard these days? Promise me not to push yourself too hard in the future. You'll break my heart if you get tired." Smiling happily, Shangwan Yinshue nodded in agreement. Seeing no one around, she leaned into Wong JT's arms, unable to conceal the happiness on her face. Wong JT held Shangwan Yinshue and sat on a prop bench. The scene resembled a park perfectly suitable for a couple's date. As they were enjoying each other's company, suddenly they heard noisy footsteps and swearing sounds approaching. Wong JT turned his gaze toward the sound and saw over a dozen guys dressed like delinquents strolling into the set brazenly. Seeing them, Shangwan Yinshue frowned and said, "Who knows where these people came from? They've been coming here to disrupt things the past couple of days." The director reported the issue to the Public Security Bureau before, but the police couldn't do anything against them except drive them away. And as soon as the officers left, they came back again. Wong JT narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have they harassed you?" Shangwan Yinshue immediately shook her head, saying, "Whenever they come to the set, they only cause disturbances by making loud noises and interrupting our filming. They haven't mistreated our staff nor damaged any property, so the Public Security Bureau can't really punish them, only warn them." At the time, the director even asked if they wanted money, but they didn't respond. "We don't know who we have offended. It's really frustrating to think about." Nodding slightly, Wong JT released his arm from around Shangwan Yinshue, indifferently stood up, and walked straight toward these guys. "I don't care who you are or who supports you behind the scenes. Don't ever show up here again. Understand?" Wong JT and Lung stared at the bald guy leading the group and said coldly. The bald guy glared back, speaking with extreme arrogance. "Where the hell did you come from? You sure seem mighty tough. This is my girlfriend's first time starring in a film. I don't want any problems to arise. I'm giving you a chance. Make sure you seize it." The bald guy scratched his head and arrogantly said, "From what you're saying, I guess you must be some rich second-generation brat trying to throw money around to prop up your celebrity. Kinda amusing, actually. Don't even try to intimidate me. Who around here doesn't know me, Baldy? You better scram from here with your girl, or I won't be so polite." Wong JT sneered coldly, then without hesitation, swung a high-spinning kick with only 1/10 of his strength, striking the bald man directly on the head, knocking him flat to the ground. What followed was like a tiger among wolves. Before Shangwan Yinshue could even let out a scream, the fight was already over. All the gangsters were lying on the ground, their arms and legs twisted in bizarre angles, clearly all broken. Wong JT looked down disdainfully at the bald man and said contemptuously, "With skills like yours, you actually dare to act tough out here? It's absolutely laughable." The bald man gritted his teeth and shouted, "You dared hit me. You've got no idea what you're in for. My boss is Big Biao, one of Brother Wei's most trusted men." Wong JT smirked contemptuously and said, "Didn't expect you to be one of Big Biao's dogs. That's kinda interesting." He casually pulled out his phone, dialed Shui Xiaowei's number, turned on speakerphone, and soon a voice came through. "Is there something you need from me, boss? You're coming here immediately with Big Biao to this address. There are some dogs messing with my girlfriend's crew, and they claim to belong to Big Biao. I think you understand what I mean. Such a thing actually happened? That damn Big Biao, he really wants to die? I'll bring him right away. Please wait just a moment, boss." The bald guy wasn't stupid. He realized that Wong JT wouldn't lie about something like this. Whoever dared to call Big Biao a damn fool must be Brother Wei himself. This young master was actually the boss of Brother Wei. Just imagining his background was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. He had truly messed up big time. What should he do now? Chapter 64. Your circle is really messy. The bald man was so frightened his face turned the color of dust. He wanted to beg for mercy but didn't know how to start. If he said the wrong thing, there would be no salvation. Shui Xiaowei, together with De Biao, arrived in just over 20 minutes. Both were drenched in sweat, whether from exhaustion or fear was unclear. "It's my fault for not properly managing my men and causing the boss's anger. Please punish me. I'll accept any penalty." Shui Xiaowei immediately admitted his mistake, showing a good attitude in hopes of receiving lenient treatment, just as the old master had done previously. Wong JT's expression darkened as he said, "You've got a big business and small slips are expected. Just correct them in the future. Don't always hold yourself above others. Walk around and check on your men. What kind of people are they? Picking on the weak. What's impressive about that? Be tough enough to collect fees from Dewan Group." His first sentence reassured Shui Xiaowei. This time, he certainly wouldn't be touched, but if he didn't mend his ways, it wouldn't be so easy next time. The second sentence conveyed that if you're the leader, you must be responsible for your subordinates' mistakes. Bullying the weak is a disgrace. Shui Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly nodding in agreement before giving De Biao a kick in the backside, urging him to speak on his knees. Wong JT waved his hand. "I'm not an emperor. You don't have to talk to me on your knees. This bald guy's one of yours, right? Don't tell me you don't even recognize him." De Biao hurried to answer. "This beast indeed works under me, but I had no idea he had the confidence to harass the madam. I'll take them back and break his dog legs. I'll also inform everyone that this sort of behavior won't be tolerated anymore. Please, young master, give me another chance." Wong JT coughed once. "Considering your decent performance last time, I'll let this go. What use is there keeping such a beast? Drag him to Deheshan Mountain and bury him." The bald man struggled, kowtowing while pleading. "It's all my fault. I failed to see clearly and offended the young master and madam. My family has parents, wife, and children too. Please show mercy, spare my dog life, and I'll never dare to do this again." Shangwan Yinshue was especially fond of being called madam, and since she had not really been harassed, her revulsion toward them wasn't too strong. Looking at him now, he already realizes his mistake. Why kill him over such a minor issue? Let him expose whoever instructed him. Take that person and punish them, rather than dwelling on these little fry. Shangwan Yinshue smiled as she spoke reasonably. These thugs messing around must have been sent by someone. That one behind the scenes was the bigger fish. Why bother with small fries? Wong JT nodded. That makes perfect sense. In that case, consider yourself lucky, Baldy. Tell us who instructed you. Without hesitation, the bald man quickly mentioned a thug's name. It was this guy who approached him. Only by finding this person could they track down the real mastermind. Wong JT narrowed his eyes. This is my girlfriend's first leading role. Someone dares to upset my girlfriend must be made to pay dearly. I'll leave this to you. I don't care what methods you use. Just dig out the mastermind behind all this. If you fail, stop managing external affairs and focus on operating the Haishijio Club instead. Shui Xiaowei immediately agreed, promising to get the job done well without disappointing Wong JT. After sending them off, the director and other actors approached cautiously. Now, their attitudes were even more respectful. Wong JT took a bundle of money from his briefcase and casually handed it to Sun Qingying, asking him to take everyone out for some relaxation and restart filming tomorrow. Everyone understood immediately, joyfully saying complimentary words before heading out to enjoy themselves. Wong JT brought Shangguan Yinxue back to the romantic cottage, spending the entire day together admiring the scenery. Their blissful moments were beyond words. Wong JT was woken by the notification tone of a red envelope. He looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms and smiled as he chose to claim it. 1 bottle of Clive Christian perfume. Hope you enjoy clicking. 365,987 yuan in funds. Hope you enjoy clicking. 32% stake in Zhongxing cinema chains. Hope you enjoy clicking. Wong JT hadn't expected to gain shares in a cinema chain plus a bottle of perfume. It appeared that the system dad wanted him to utterly enchant Shangguan Yinxue. He secretly contacted Linger, asking her to dispatch the Porsche 911 GT to deliver the perfume here. Luckily, the car could drive itself. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. He sighed inwardly. Why didn't the system dad just provide a storage space? Then all these items could just appear there, handy whenever needed. Shangguan Yinxue noticed yet another sports car appear in the courtyard. She wore an expression of surprise, puzzled as she looked at Wong JT, confused about what was going on. Wong JT smiled and said, I figured you'd need a car while on set, so I've decided to let you drive my Lamborghini Aventador. Wherever you go, we'll just ship it over. Shangguan Yinxue widened her eyes like those of Clarice, wearing a look of total disbelief. She finally understood how previous generations had fallen. It wasn't that those predecessors couldn't hold on to their principles. It was because the second-generation kids like Wong JT attacked so fiercely, and everything he offered smelled too good to resist. Shangguan Yinxue snuggled into Wong JT's arms, unable to hide the happiness on her face. Then, she gently leaned in and kissed him. The two were caught up in their romantic moment when suddenly a phone call rang, interrupting the atmosphere, which angered Wong JT. Wong JT saw it was a call from Shui Xiaowei and casually pressed speakerphone. The voice came out immediately. Boss, I'm really sorry to disturb you so early. I've already found out everything. The one who orchestrated this is Hong Binwei. I asked around through some friends. In that circle, he's called Master Hong, a top-tier big shot. What should we do to him, boss? Should I bring some men over and cripple this guy? Teach him who's in charge? Wong JT thought of the movie theater chain shares he'd just received, his lips curving slightly upward. The system truly delivered. This time would be useful. Just find the mastermind. That's enough from you. As for what happens next, don't worry, I'll handle it myself. Shui Xiaowei flattered him a bit more before respectfully ending the call. He then sent a photo of Shangguan Yinxue to all his contacts, letting everyone know this woman was untouchable. Shangguan Yinxue blinked those big, beautiful eyes and said, didn't expect it to actually be Master Hong. It must be Li Yuhan's doing. She couldn't accept being replaced by me, so she incited Master Hong to do this. In the entire circle, everyone knows Li Yuhan gave birth to a son from Master Hong back in her younger days. Due to various reasons, the boy couldn't legally bear Hong's surname, so the child was raised by the Li family, officially listed as their second child. Wong JT listened, stunned beyond words, desperately wanting to blurt out. Your circle is really messed up. It was truly a whole new world, shocking and eye-opening. Chapter 65, I'm going to wipe him out. Wong JT felt a wave of emotion and then pulled Shangguan Yinxue closer. To find someone as pure and untainted as her in such a messy circle was an incredible stroke of luck. Shangguan Yinxue felt the firmness of Wong JT's arm around her and guessed his thoughts. She felt just as fortunate to have met such a kindred soul. After clinging together for a while longer, Wong JT decided to get down to business and called Yi Qinglei. Master Tai, how rare to receive your call. Is the financial team we arranged for Madame Shangguan to your satisfaction? Wong JT came straight to the point. I think we can skip the formalities. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with your current arrangements. But there are some flaws that need correction, especially since someone has been deliberately sabotaging behind our backs. That's absolutely unacceptable. Yi Qinglei quickly asked what had happened, and after hearing the full story, hesitated for a moment. Hong Binwei has a lot of influence in the industry, and many people show him respect. Taking him on won't be easy. How about I talk to him and clear up this misunderstanding? I believe he'd be happy to befriend Master Tai. I don't think that's a good idea. I have no interest in being his friend. No one gets away unscathed after crossing me. If you feel your current strength is insufficient to deal with old man Hong, I can raise the stakes. Why don't you ask Zhongxing Cinemas what happened last night? Wang JT cut Yi Qinglei off without hesitation, which caused the latter to gasp. The whole industry is buzzing. Last night, an unidentified buyer took over 32% of Zhongxing Cinemas. I was just wondering why this tactic seemed familiar. Turns out it was indeed Master Tai's move, truly impressive and bold. It was originally only my intention to smoothly schedule Yinshua's movie screenings by acquiring a major cinema chain and becoming a significant shareholder. But this morning, when I found out Hong was behind the scenes, it suddenly became a fate-sent opportunity. This guy just asked for it. Let me ask you one thing. With these chips, can we wipe them out completely? If you can't do it, I won't mind acquiring another entertainment company. And let me remind you, Dewan Group's young master is a close brother of mine, and their cinema chain will definitely stand by me. Yi Qinglei immediately declared, Master Tai, please don't misunderstand. Earlier, I was merely trying to consider Madame Shangguan's position by pushing for reconciliation. Now that we possess such power, we certainly don't need to waste any words with them. Rest assured, we'll make Hong realize there are people in this world even he shouldn't provoke. Wong JT was highly satisfied with that response. He had Yi Qinglei wait for a moment, then called Gu Zhongjian, the president of Zhongxing Cinemas, who had been expecting his call. First of all, thank you Master Tai for purchasing our shares and supporting our group's development. You are now our second largest shareholder, and we'll look forward to your guidance in the future. Gu Zhongjian was very courteous. He had much greater influence than Yi Qinglei and already understood Wong JT's status, especially knowing that he was also the second largest shareholder of Tinga Entertainment. He was also aware that Wong had purchased shares in Tinga Entertainment merely to promote his girlfriend, so he speculated the same motive was behind acquiring Zhongxing Cinemas. Many people had tried to boost their actresses before, but very few with such boldness and scale. Combined shares of the two companies were worth at least several billion. For someone to casually spend several billion without worrying about it going down the drain showed that the money was, for him, nothing more than a drop in the ocean. They say money can't buy everything, but when it comes to vast amounts, anything is possible. Take for example the commonly cited idea that money can't buy life. Yet when dealing with terminal illness, a super rich man like Wong JT still has a much greater chance of surviving. After all, with sufficient capital, one can employ all sorts of methods, including resorting to sinister ones when necessary to obtain vital treatment materials. Even if a terminal disease can't be cured, an ultra-wealthy person could easily prolong their life for several more decades, as in the example of the billionaire gambler of Lotus Island. A first-tier billionaire could easily enjoy another 10 to 20 years, given the ability to afford all sorts of high-end medicines. An upper-level executive might survive 7 or 8 years, while a well-off white-collar worker could manage 3 to 5. As for the average person, all they can do is return home and wait for death. How long they last depends entirely on the An Wong schedule. Can anyone really say that isn't buying life with money? Wong JT smiled slightly and said, President Gu, there's no need to be so formal. I'm quite lazy by nature and prefer not to meddle in operations. But if I decide to do something, I have to see it through. If I can't, I'll feel unhappy inside and who knows what I might do then. Maybe shutting down a top-tier cinema chain and letting billions go to waste would improve my mood a bit. President Gu, are you willing to help me make this happen? These words were an outright threat and surprisingly effective. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Gu Zhongjian's forehead. Whatever young Master Tai wants to do, we must accomplish it, or else everyone loses face. Just give your orders. We're all on the same boat. Wong JT chuckled. President Gu, give Yi Qinglei a call, and you'll know exactly what I want. I believe you won't disappoint me. Truthfully speaking, I'm a very generous person when I'm in the mood. When expanding the cinema chain, remember to inform me. This was a classic case of hitting someone then offering a reward. A perfect balance of kindness and intimidation. Exactly the approach a true leader should have. After saying this, Wong JT hung up the phone. He no longer needed to concern himself with the rest. If the strongest entertainment company and the top cinema chain still couldn't deal with one man, they might as well just declare bankruptcy. Hong Binwei also had his own company. Originally, he'd thrived by virtue of his reputation, but now he was in a complete mess. What exactly is going on? Why are all the cinema chains refusing to screen our films? This movie cost hundreds of millions in investment. If it fails, how will we explain this to the investors? One of his subordinates stood up to report. I've already investigated this. This time, it's been led by Tinga Entertainment and Zhongxing Cinemas, who have joined forces to surround and attack us. Behind them is young Master Tai, the second largest shareholder common to both companies. After that news spread, the One Group immediately followed suit. When other cinema chains saw this situation, who dared to oppose them directly? Naturally, they just followed their instructions. From the looks of things now, they're clearly trying to eliminate us completely. Hearing his subordinate's report, Hong Binwei was immediately stunned, utterly confused about what was really happening. Chapter 66. A woman who doesn't know what's good for her. Hong Binwei was already quite old and had weathered many storms in his life, but even he had never encountered a situation like this before. Deep down, he knew full well that Tai Xiao, the name his subordinates mentioned, had become the second largest shareholder of both Tianqing Entertainment and Zhongxing Cinemas Group. Whoever Tai Xiao was, his power and background were beyond anything Hung could possibly handle. And the way Tai Xiao was handling him now, Hung didn't even know how he had been crushed. Hung took a deep breath and asked, Can anyone tell me how exactly we've offended this Tai Xiao? A female executive replied without hesitation. I asked a colleague inside Tianqing Entertainment. It seems Tai Xiao acquired the company's shares solely to prop up his girlfriend, Shangguan Yanxue. Then he bought into Zhongxing Cinemas for the same reason, to guarantee his girlfriend's debut movie as leading lady would be a huge success. Before this, Shangguan Yanxue was originally cast as the fourth lead in the movie, replacing the original female lead, Li Yuhan. As for the rest of it, I believe the boss already knows. Hung Binwei finally understood everything. He immediately cursed and screamed in rage, cursing Li Yuhan as a rotten whore who had dared to play him. He vowed that she would pay dearly for what she'd done. The male executive who had spoken earlier licked his lips and said, Boss, before you go cursing that slut, maybe we should think about how to resolve this situation first. From what I know about these rich young masters, Tai Xiao's actions aren't entirely for Shangguan Yanxue's sake. His main motivation is his own pride. Put yourself in his place. If we'd been slapped in the face like this, we wouldn't back down easily either. We'd definitely want to reclaim our dignity. Hung Binwei snorted. I've been in this industry for years and built up a lot of connections. I refuse to believe he can completely ruin me. As soon as he finished speaking, the telephone rang. It was the investors calling, and as soon as he answered, he was met with furious yelling. You damn bastard, can't you do a damn thing right? Who the hell do you think you are, messing with people like that? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? Let me officially tell you this. Return every penny I've invested in 3 days, or I'll send someone to throw your body into the ocean and feed it to the sharks. Hung tried to explain, but the caller hung up immediately. Then several more calls came through, one after another, all delivering the exact same message. The old man was completely panicked. All the remaining courage he had was gone, completely drained, like a spineless dog collapsed on his chair. Seeing this situation, those still present scattered like monkeys when the tree falls, each man scrambling to secure his own future. No one wanted to die clinging to a single tree. Li Yuhan was also utterly terrified when she heard the news about Hung Binwei's downfall, frantically asking those around her what she should do. Her agent frowned and said coldly, "I told you before, in this industry, only the capable are kings. If you can't beat someone, you shouldn't challenge them. But you didn't listen. You thought that just because you gave old ghost Hung a son, you could do whatever you pleased. Now, there's no other choice left but to wait for their retaliation. You know full well what you've done over the years. Surviving prison is already a miracle, like smoke rising from your ancestors' graves. If you had listened to me earlier, that smoke might continue rising. You should come forward and confess yourself guilty, hand over all your assets for fines. Then publicly announce your withdrawal from the industry, vow never to be involved in entertainment again, and fully restore their dignity. Only then might they show you mercy." This agent truly was clever to suggest such a drastic solution. Compared to Tai Xiao, Li Yuhan was no different than an ant facing a mammoth. The mammoth ignores the ant completely, but the ant also has no reason to care about the mammoth. They belong to entirely different worlds with no intersection. What Li Yuhan had done was crawl right under the mammoth's feet, so naturally it stepped on her. As for whether that step crushed the ant into nothing, such a matter simply wasn't worth the mammoth's concern. Letting the mammoth care about something required qualifications, and not just anyone had the right to deserve such attention. Indeed, events later confirmed the agent's judgment was correct. When Wong JT saw the entertainment news, he simply decided not to waste another thought on this ungrateful woman. This incident created a storm throughout the entertainment circle. Every agent reminded their artists to keep their heads down and not provoke anyone, because you never know whose back might be hiding a true beast. Hong Binwei was the best example of that. Wang Jitia and Shangguan Yanxue had been deeply intimate for several days, but to avoid delaying her filming, he reluctantly chose to part with her temporarily. When Wang Jitia returned to the villa, Linger's voice immediately chimed in. "Master has finally returned. I thought you were lost in a woman's embrace and had forgotten all about Ling." Wang Jitia laughed and replied, "Even if I forgot everyone else, I wouldn't forget you. Besides, your subsystem has always been by my side. It's just like meeting in person." "Master, don't try to dodge the issue. It's not the same at all. From now on, you must spend a certain amount of time chatting with me every day. Otherwise, I'll invite all those female mistresses here and turn this place into a battlefield. I want to see how you'll handle that." Linger's tone was full of mischief, which showed that her simulated emotions were growing stronger, gradually becoming indistinguishable from those of a real little girl. The human and the AI chatted until night fell. Then Dream Fairy logged on, immediately starting with a coquettish tone. "Big brother, where have you been these 2 days? Have you been secretly meeting with some fox spirit again? That must be it. Otherwise, why would you shut down my system? Does Big Brother not like me anymore? Or do you think I'm just for looking at and not for eating? If you want to eat me, I can fly to you tonight." Wang Jitia helplessly shook his head and said, "I was really with my girlfriend these past 2 days, but that doesn't mean I don't like you anymore. There are many things that need to progress step by step. Don't rush into meeting in person. When the time is right, everything will naturally fall into place." Big Brother is so shameless, saying things like that. "Who let me fall into your hands? I guess I have to follow your wishes. But let me make this clear up front. There must always be a place for me by your side. Otherwise, I'll descend completely into corruption and perform those romantic live shows. Then, Big Brother would become the one responsible for ruining me, living with guilt for your entire life. When I get Hun, even I'm afraid of myself." Dream Fairy made a fierce face, which still looked mischievous and adorable no matter how you looked at it. Undeniably, she was absolutely unmatched in being endearing. Her cuteness was a different kind from Yang Mengting's innocent charm. They both touched the heart in their own ways, and it was hard to say which was better. For Wang Jitia to have both types at the same time was undoubtedly a sign of immense good fortune. Just thinking about it made him feel ecstatic. As the two were chatting happily, Wang Jitia received a text message. Chapter 67. Tea more expensive than diamonds. Wang Jitia casually snapped his fingers, and a projection appeared on the wall showing the message received on his phone. "Sorry to disturb Mr. Wang, but I heard from the personal trainer that you haven't tested your physical limits here in recent days. I specially mentioned this matter to our boss, and he has decided to personally test your limits in his private training room. What do you think about that?" This message was sent by Zhong Huarong, and the boss he mentioned was naturally Li Jiming. Wang Jitia was both eager to see what his limits were and curious about Li Jiming. He wanted to meet this powerful figure. As for whether the other side might have ulterior motives toward him, he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, with the system daddy backing him up, what could possibly go wrong? Wang Jitia said there was no problem at all and agreed to go tomorrow, additionally asking if Li Jiming liked tea. He fell asleep again under the lullaby of the dreamy spirit, only to be woken up by the sound of red envelope notifications. Gained 200 million funds. Wishing you a pleasant click. Gained 10 boxes of Green Bull energy drink. Wishing you a pleasant click. Gained 1 tail of first generation Yunwu tea. Wishing you a pleasant click. Wang Jitia felt today was a lucky day, with impressive gains, especially the first generation Yunwu tea, which solved the problem of a gift for the meeting. The so-called first generation Yunwu tea was picked from the sole original tree in the Yunwu tea's production area. The annual yield never exceeded 1 gene, and it all went to the inner red walls of the authorities. The most expensive Yunwu tea currently available on the market was the 3rd generation, grafted twice, and it already sold for 50,000 yuan per tail. The 1 tail of first generation Yunwu tea Wang Jitia had obtained would certainly start at a minimum of 1 million yuan, and more importantly, it was virtually impossible to find in the market even for that price. He glanced around and saw a small jade bottle on the table, naturally containing the first generation Yunwu tea inside. Wang Jitia picked up the small jade bottle and found it completely plain, with no decorative patterns whatsoever, absolutely simple and unadorned. Only at the seal were 4 tiny characters written in minute script, first generation Yunwu. If one had poor eyesight, they wouldn't be able to make out what was written. The sealing substance was unknown, leaving no visible trace. It seemed as though the lid and the jade bottle had grown naturally as one. Wong JT licked his lips and thought this was what the term return to simplicity meant. Something of immense value no longer needed external embellishment. He carefully put the small jade bottle into his bag and drove his Porsche 911 GT at full speed to the Junha Fitness Club. Zhong Huarong was waiting for him at the entrance. As soon as the car parked, he immediately approached. The boss's private training facility is built in the back mountain, and vehicles are not allowed there. Let's take an electric golf cart over. Wong JT smiled slightly and said, since we're here to exercise, why take the electric cart? Running straight, there wouldn't be a problem, right? Zhong Huarong immediately replied, you see, Iron Young Master, from here to the private training area isn't too far, but it's all uphill. It's better we just take the cart. Wong JT grinned, shook his finger slightly, then called over the previous security guard, instructing him to continue watching the car, handing him a large tip at the same time. This security guard had become his personal car watcher. From Wong, he received tips equivalent to almost a whole year's salary. The guard, now very familiar with the routine, stood in front of the sports car, constantly looking around, making it seem like he was on the lookout for thieves. Wong JT told Zhong Huarong to lead the way as they started running toward the back mountain. Indeed, it was all uphill, which consumed a lot more energy. He paid no attention to this slight consumption at all, keeping the same pace effortlessly without so much as breaking a sweat. Li Jiming, watching this scene through surveillance, immediately used the intercom to tell Zhong Huarong to accelerate, while adding some extra distance to their route. Hearing the boss's command, Zhong Huarong secretly activated his internal energy, enhancing his physical functions, and increased his speed to a level of full sprint. Wong JT kept running behind Zhong Huarong, unconsciously picking up the pace without falling behind even a single step, looking relaxed and effortless. Witnessing this, Li Jiming felt extremely surprised, never before having imagined that someone could have such incredible stamina. Zhong Huarong took the longest route. By the time they finished, it had been a full 10 kilometers, mostly uphill, and he was already panting heavily. Wong JT took a couple of deep breaths, shook his body slightly, and said, that run felt great. It seems I should go running more often in the future to warm up properly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Huarong inwardly swore loudly, feeling this young man was practically not human, infuriatingly extraordinary. After a few deep breaths to stabilize his internal energy, Zhong Huarong led Wong JT through a side entrance into the training facility. Wong JT looked around. This training facility was exceptionally large. In the exact center stood a big boxing ring, with 4 iron chain walls extending from each corner of the platform. These chain walls divided the space into 4 distinct areas. Behind the ring was a shooting range, filled entirely with human-shaped targets. Regular shooting practice against such targets could cultivate a killing instinct. To the right side of the ring were also many targets, but these were clearly for darts and archery. There were also weapon racks filled with a complete set of the 18 traditional martial arts weapons. To the left of the ring was a fitness area filled with all kinds of workout equipment. Not one of them was electronic. Each was the purest, simplest kind of apparatus. The area they were in was obviously the reception zone, with sofas and tables placed neatly on both sides. A middle-aged man sat at the central table, where tea utensils were neatly arranged. The tea set was remarkably refined, clearly indicating the man's deep knowledge and appreciation for tea. Zhong Huarong quickly stepped forward, raised his fists in salute, and reported respectfully. Report Masterly, Iron Young Master has arrived as requested. Wong JT found Zhong Huarong's way of greeting quite fascinating. He'd only seen such bows performed by martial heroes in TV dramas before. Imitating the gesture, Wong JT also clasped his fists and bowed. It's a great honor to meet Masterly in person. I heard Masterly enjoys tea, so I specially asked my family to send me a tale of tea leaves. I hope you like it. As he spoke, Wong JT took the small jade bottle from his pocket and smiled while sliding it toward Li Jiming. Li Jiming first showed a startled expression, then suddenly a bright realization flashed in his mind. He quickly grabbed the jade bottle and carefully examined the seal. Seeing the delighted yet bewildered look on Li Jiming's face, Zhong Huarong couldn't help but feel confused himself. He thought, after all, how valuable could just a tale of tea really be? Li Jiming swallowed hard before exclaiming, never did I expect Iron Young Master would bring first-generation Yunwu tea as a gift. You've truly opened my eyes today. First-generation Yunwu tea is a treasure beyond diamonds, because while diamonds can be bought, first-generation Yunwu tea is priceless and unattainable. This bottle could become our family's heirloom. The surrounding listeners gasped in astonishment upon hearing those words. None of them had imagined that this tiny jade bottle could hold something so valuable. Wong JT then smiled and said one sentence that nearly made them all collapse. Chapter 68. Let's see the limits. I think Director Lee shouldn't have said that. Tea is meant to be drunk, not kept as an heirloom, otherwise it loses its original purpose. Wong JT said casually, as if the tea in front of him wasn't a first-generation Yunwu tea, but just a common jasmine tea sold in the market. Everyone, including Li Jiming, felt their legs weaken, wanting to kneel before Wong JT and exclaim, Big brother, amazing. Voice cracked with excitement. Li Jiming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, while internally elevating Wong JT's status to the highest level. Wong JT used the first-generation Yunwu tea as a gift, which not only displayed immense wealth, but even more importantly, an exceptionally powerful background. Only someone with extraordinary connections could acquire such a rare tea. Otherwise, no matter how rich you were, you'd have to sigh helplessly. Li Jiming smiled and said, earlier I heard from Huarong that Iron Young Master is in a gym, but has never been able to determine his physical limits. I found this extremely interesting, which is why I invited Iron Young Master here. The equipment in my gym is different from regular ones. They're all inherited items passed down from our ancestors, best suited for this type of testing. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wong JT responded with great interest. Thank you once again, Director Lee. May I ask when we can start? I really want to know where my limits lie. Li Jiming gestured with his hand, leading Wong JT to the training area on the left side of the arena. The first test was on strength, and the testing equipment was stone locks. These stone locks were specially modified. Although they appeared small, they were incredibly heavy. Li Jiming pointed at the iron locks and said, "The heaviest of these locks weigh 1,000 jin. Iron young master can try them one by one. I hope you'll know your limits and not injure yourself." Wong JT nodded. Earlier, bench pressing 200 jin felt effortless, so this time he decided to start with 500 jin. He walked to the 500 jin lock, grabbed one in each hand, shook both arms slightly, and lifted the locks up. Wong JT swung them around casually for a bit, then set them down and went straight to the 800 jin locks, repeating the same motion. He noticed the arm muscles tensed slightly with the 800 jin locks, but swinging them around a few times showed no major issue. Wong JT approached the 1000 jin lock, stretched out both hands, gripped it tightly, slowly lifted it, and then extended his arms horizontally. Seeing this scene, everyone else held their breath, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. In their wildest dreams, nobody had ever imagined someone could possess such strength. Wong JT performed 10 horizontal lifts, feeling slightly tired, and in his mind estimated that his limit would be around 100 repetitions. That meant his arms possessed strength that reached ancient standards of 10,000 jun, a level of power undoubtedly unmatched in the world. Not wanting to attract excessive attention, Wong JT set the stone locks down, intentionally making his breathing heavier. It seems my strength can only reach this level. When I go back, I need to keep training for possible improvement. Li Jiming quickly said, Iron Young Master's current strength has already reached the peak. Maintaining it will suffice. There's no need to pursue further enhancement. Over there are leather cords soaked in tung oil, each incredibly hard. You can bind them to your body to test your explosive power. Rest for a bit before starting. Wong JT shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't think I need rest. Let's proceed with the test right away. Saying so, he went to the wooden pole, grabbed one leather cord and gave it a pull, then signaled for 10 more to be tied to his body before beginning to punch and kick. Wong JT felt the resistance was too weak and asked for more to be tied until reaching 50, when he finally felt a significant amount of resistance. He judged his explosive power should be capable of pulling 100 cords, which he considered satisfying. Rather than continuing to add more, Wong JT moved on to other tests. Except for the first round where his strength was fully displayed, the remaining tests were all halted halfway. Li Jiming was an old hand at this sort of thing. He saw clearly that Wong JT handled every test effortlessly, obviously holding back and not truly reaching his limit. He didn't suspect anything else, simply believing that as a wealthy aristocrat, Wong JT feared getting hurt and hence intentionally held back. In Li Jiming's view, although Wong JT had held back somewhat, his displayed results were already surpassing normal human limits. Afterward, Wong JT went to the bathhouse for a shower. Just when he was feeling relaxed both physically and mentally, the system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations. Hidden task completed. Intimidate the underworld elite. Reward, special red envelope. Open now. The information in the prompt caught Wong JT's attention, and he had no idea what the underworld meant. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to collect the red envelope first, and then thoroughly inquire about it with Li Jiming. When the special red envelope appeared, some regular red envelopes also randomly showed up, serving as a contrast to the special one. The previous red envelopes, given when purchasing things, were mostly cash and funds. As for the regular red envelopes used for contrast, they were usually not much better. Received 350,000 yuan in funds. Wishing you an enjoyable click. Received 89,653 yuan in cash. Wishing you an enjoyable click. Just as expected, the regular red envelopes only contained money. The hope now lay entirely with the special red envelope. Received a super storage space. Wishing you an enjoyable click. When Wong JT saw this message, his eyes immediately widened with excitement. He really wanted to shout loudly, praising the system as the greatest benefactor and fulfilling his wishes exactly. He felt a sudden heaviness in his head, followed by a flood of new information about how to use the storage space. Following the instructions, Wong JT activated the storage space. Instantly, a vast space appeared before him. Right now, the space contained only several stacks of money. Those were the cash rewards he had just obtained. All future small physical items obtained would also appear here. As for large items like cars and yachts, they were not placed in the storage space to avoid causing unnecessary attention when being retrieved. Wong JT tested it with a bar of soap and found it easy to place into the storage space. Retrieving it was also very convenient. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. He felt the only drawback of the storage space was that he had to touch an object to store it, and it couldn't contain living things. Feeling extremely satisfied, Wong JT walked outside, where Li Jiming had already prepared a pot of fine tea waiting for him. Li Jiming smiled and said, This is my collection of top-grade Biluokan tea. Please, Iron Young Master, take a sip. With the first-generation Yunwu tea now in hand, all his previous collections were rendered insignificant. He had already made up his mind. Only by taking them out and drinking them could they truly fulfill their purpose. Wong JT chuckled and said, I'm sure Master Li already knows about my past. I was extremely poor, struggling to make ends meet. So I really don't have much experience or knowledge. I'm just someone who says whatever comes to mind. You don't need to take it too seriously. The reason he said this was to set the stage for asking about the inner world later. Chapter 69. First hearing of the inner world. Wong JT's past experiences were no secret to others. Anyone with even a little power could look into them. After doing so, they all felt astonished beyond belief. The more powerful factions naturally wanted to dig deeper, only to discover that the information they sought was classified as 9-star secret. So top secret that it nearly scared them out of their pants. 9-star secret was the highest level of classified information. Globally, there were less than 10 people with access to that level. Even the leaders of various countries only possessed access to 5-star secret. Therefore, Wong JT's background had already become the stuff of terrifying legend among the top tiers of power. Of course, all of this was the doing of Ling. It had merely been a moment of mischief on her part, yet it had instantly brought Wong JT into the spotlight, enabling him to scare everyone senseless. Li Jijun's power base couldn't be called top tier, but it was stronger than the weaker ones. Hence, he had received a bit of gossip, learning that Wong JT was no ordinary person. He had just received a gift of first-rate Yiwu tea, naturally raising his estimation of Wong higher. Hearing Wong's words now, he immediately offered a few flattering replies. Youth Iron, don't say that, he said with respect. When heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, it will surely test his body and mind. Let him endure suffering. Only those who endure hardships can become superior beings. Wong JT chuckled and said, truly, great minds think alike. I was thinking the same thing, although obviously my experience is still somewhat lacking. I've heard from others that Master Li is a great figure in the inner world, a well-known name indeed. I've admired you greatly from the beginning. Li Jijun was quite pleased inwardly, waving his hand with a smile and saying, Youth Iron, you flatter me too much. I'm merely upholding the blessings passed down by my late father. Whatever reputation I have in the inner world is but a shallow name. Wong JT rubbed his hands together eagerly and said, I'm really interested in the inner world. I wonder if Master Li would be willing to explain, what exactly is this inner world? Upon hearing these words, Li Jijun choked on his own saliva. Internally, he was filled with grievance, feeling that Wong didn't even know about the inner world. Everything he had said before was complete nonsense. Although he had these thoughts, his face remained calm and composed, an impressive level of self-restraint. Since Youth Iron is interested, I'll explain briefly, he began. First, you must understand that the inner world is relative to the world you live in. The world you see now is the real one, commonly known as the outer world. Corresponding to it is naturally the inner world. Wong JT thought for a moment and said, so it's like the dark web compared to the regular internet? The inner world is a world formed by your own set of rules. Li Jijun nodded and said, Youth Iron, your understanding isn't wrong. The inner world consists of many parts, but the main group consists of martial artists. So, in the narrow sense, the inner world refers to that kind of Jianghu, or martial arts world, as described in novels. Those who live there are commonly known as people of the Jianghu. They abide by the rules of the Jianghu. Ultimately, these rules come down to one principle, the law of the jungle. Might makes right. Those with greater strength have the final say. In the broader sense, the inner world also includes individuals gifted with special abilities, as well as cultivators. I've never seen cultivators myself, but surely they must exist. As for the gifted individuals, I have seen a few. They aren't as impressive as they appear on television, just individuals with special abilities that make them harder to deal with than average people. Many of them also study both modern martial arts and traditional kung fu, and with their special abilities as a supplement, they become extremely formidable fighters. Wong JT blinked and asked, Master Li just mentioned modern martial arts and traditional kung fu. What exactly is going on there? Please enlighten me. Li Jijun licked his lips and replied, traditional kung fu is the martial arts spoken of in novels. They cultivate inner qi, and each practitioner has extraordinary skills. Not everyone can cultivate this inner qi. Especially in modern times, with increasing pollution, it has become even harder to do so. Thus, many martial arts experts began exploring alternative paths, developing Jin, applied strength, as an alternative to inner qi. This is what we call modern martial arts. Modern martial arts are divided into 4 levels: bright Jin, hidden Jin, Hua Jin, and Wei Jin. Traditional kung fu is divided into 4 levels as well: post-heavenly, pre-heavenly, Dongshu, Dongsu, and martial shattering void. Traditional martial arts are above modern martial arts in hierarchy. In terms of pure combat capability, a Wei Jin master is equivalent to a post-heavenly practitioner, while a martial shattering void practitioner is said to have reached the realm of a terrestrial immortal. It is said that once someone reaches this realm, they possess powers like the legendary cultivators of ancient myths, though of course, these are only legends, and nobody really knows if they're true. I myself am a peak hidden Jin expert, and my father was a Hua Jin master. Therefore, our family has secured a place in the northeast inner world. Wong JT listened with rapt attention, though he treated it all merely as a story, never really taking it seriously. After all, he had no plans to enter the world of Jianghu. In today's age, only comfort and enjoyment were real. Everything else could go hang. Thank you, Master Li, for telling me all this. You've really broadened my horizons. If I ever accidentally offend someone from the inner world, I wonder if Shui Xiaowei would be able to smooth things over. Wong JT chuckled as he asked Li Jiming the question. Since he had already learned of the existence of the inner world, he needed to prepare in advance. Upon hearing the name Shui Xiaowei, Li Jiming snorted with disdain. Shui Xiaowei isn't even part of the inner world. He's just a thug. It's fine to have him handle matters on the streets for you, Young Iron, but when it comes to people from the inner world, he's not worth the dirt under your shoe. You, Young Iron, are our Juanha Dojo's top-tier member. In the future, if you need anything, just speak up. I will naturally step in and solve it for you. Wong JT laughed and expressed his gratitude. Then he reached into his bag, pulled out a portion of the cash he had just received, and casually placed it on the table. They say, the pen is poor, the fist is rich. I assume people like you who practice martial arts have enormous expenses and need plenty of money. By coincidence, I happen to have more than enough cash. In the future, if you need any, just let me know. I can't promise large sums, but a few million here and there won't be a problem. This is just some compensation for equipment we're just now. Master Li, don't think it's too little. It's just a small token of my goodwill. If you don't accept it, it means you don't consider me a friend. Wong JT spoke with remarkable generosity. His manner was utterly typical of someone from the northeast, making everything seem completely natural and justified. Li Jiming laughed heartily and said, since you, Young Iron, have spoken like this, elder brother won't stand on ceremony with you. From now on, you're my brother. Whoever dares to cause you trouble, just throw them into the sea to feed the fish. With elder brother backing me, I feel completely at ease. From now on, don't call me Young Iron anymore. It sounds too distant. Just call me TZ. Wong JT quickly seized the opportunity, cementing the relationship between them. As someone who had once struggled at the bottom, he often didn't care about Venju, face, dignity. What was the big deal about Vanzig anyway? The only thing that truly mattered was gaining real benefits. How often had situations occurred where people refused kindness when it was offered? Not a rare occurrence at all. Chapter 70. System Upgrade Again. Wong JT and Li Jiming went to the Haishijio club and had a few drinks together, their relationship quickly warming up. They were now like sworn brothers, inseparable and full of camaraderie. Back at the villa, Wong JT drank the hangover soup prepared by Linger while casually answering a video call from Fantasy Elf. Looking at brother's expression, it seems like you had quite a good time. Any good news? Tell me about it, Fantasy Elf said with a smile. Hearing her question, Wong JT recounted the day's events, especially mentioning the inner world. I had no idea before that there were so many things I didn't know. My father always said, one never stops learning, no matter how old, and now I really understand what he meant. Fantasy Elf grinned and said, I thought something big had happened, but it's just this. You're happy about such a small matter. If I had known you were this easy to please, I would have told you long ago. Wong JT looked at her incredulously and asked, so what you're saying means you've known about the inner world all along. What did you think, brother? The dark web is always connected to the inner world. A lot of people who operate here are actually powerful figures from the inner world. Even the managers are major players in the inner world. If anything happens, why would they need to find other people? They can solve it themselves. If you don't want to involve them, you can go to the bounty section on the dark web and offer a reward. With enough money, dealing with those martial artists is as easy as turning your hand. And if brother wants to establish his own power base in the inner world, with your title of Supreme God, as long as you raise your hand and call out, followers will come from everywhere. That's a piece of cake. Wong JT was stunned. He never imagined there was such a connection between the dark web and the inner world. Moreover, judging from Fantasy Elf's tone, those martial artists were basically nothing, easily crushed with the right amount of money. Scratching his nose, he asked, Li Jiming told me that besides martial artists, there are also mysterious cultivators. How much do you know about cultivators? Fantasy Elf asked Wong JT to wait for a moment and sent the request for relevant information into the streamer group chat. Immediately, the streamers started working their magic, quickly collecting a massive amount of information. After organizing it, she said, I found some information on cultivators. According to the records, these cultivators have some connection with those legendary figures and myths, although their abilities have been significantly simplified. According to historical records, during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, and also the Pre-Qin and Tuhan dynasties, capable individuals were called fengshe, herbalists. The most famous among them were Su Fu and Dongfeng Shua. Later on, some events caused the Earth's spiritual energy to gradually decline. As a result, fengshe degenerated into Xian cultivators. This condition continued until the end of the Yuan dynasty and the early Ming dynasty, with the representative figures being swordsmen of Shu Mountain. In the early Ming dynasty, to ensure the eternal existence of the Ming dynasty, Liu Bowen defied the heavens and cut open the dragon vein, further depleting the spiritual energy. At that time, Xian cultivators, out of sheer necessity, used powerful magic weapons to create an independent space, which is now called the Immortal World. When the Xian cultivators entered the Immortal World, they only took the core members with them, and the rest of the cultivators regressed into what we now call ordinary cultivators. Initially, these ordinary cultivators had two major factions, Kunlun and Wieldзong. Though these two groups were always at war, they wielded extraordinary power, capable of dominating the heavens. But later, both factions entered the Immortal World, taking away a large number of elite members. What remained were far weaker individuals. The cultivators you mentioned, brother, are these people. Their ranking is very simple, divided only into sorcerers and cultivators. Sorcerers are considered beginners. Although they can use magic techniques, their overall strength isn't great. The most representative example would be Old Man 9, Gunmaster 9. When a sorcerer cultivates successfully, he or she can advance to the level of cultivator. Only then does a person truly become a formidable cultivator, capable of subduing demons and evil spirits with ease. Once a cultivator reaches the peak of cultivation, they can locate the entrance to the Immortal World and possess the ability to enter it, eventually becoming a true Xian cultivator in that realm. Beyond sorcerers and cultivators, there is also a general title known as Dan Master, which refers to those who have special cultivation techniques and are capable of producing pills. These pills are extremely precious, so Dan Masters hold high status and are honored guests among various factions, wielding great influence. Fantasy Elf paused after finishing, while Wong JT listened with great interest, increasingly fascinated by the mystery of the inner world. Smiling, Wong JT asked, earlier, you said I was rich enough to deal with those martial artists, but how much chance do I have against real cultivators? Fantasy Elf smiled and replied, actually, cultivators aren't that hard to deal with. They naturally need resources to cultivate. If brother can offer rare items, like 1,000-year-old ginseng for example, cultivators will willingly work for you too. Wong JT nodded and said, today really broadened my horizons. To be honest, I'm not interested in the inner world. Listening to it as a story is enough for me. I still prefer to hang around in the outer world. As for other matters, as long as they don't come knocking on my door, I'd rather not get involved. Fantasy Elf tilted her head without speaking, though inwardly she disagreed. Wong JT was like a firefly in the dark, bound to attract attention. He had no way to hide. But none of that mattered. With the dark web's powerful strength, there wasn't a problem it couldn't handle. When the time came, they would simply deal with it head-on. Wong JT was about to speak again when a system notification suddenly echoed in his ears. The system has received new information, triggering the upgrade and improvement mechanism. The system is now entering its upgrade phase, which will last 120 hours. During the system upgrade, daily red packets will continue to be distributed, while consumption red packets, mission red packets, and random red packets will be temporarily suspended. System upgrade has now begun. A trace of surprise flickered in Wong JT's eyes. He hadn't expected the information about the inner world to trigger a system upgrade. He wondered what surprises the upgraded system would bring him. He temporarily pushed the thought aside, chatted casually with Fantasy Elf, and casually gave her 1,000 dark coins, letting her reward the streamers. Fantasy Elf didn't keep a single coin for herself. She immediately turned the amount into a random red packet and sent it into the group chat. When the members saw the value of the red packet, an uproar immediately erupted in the group. Everyone flattered Fantasy Elf enthusiastically, promising that from now on they would spare no effort in collecting information, absolutely not letting Fantasy Elf down. Fantasy Elf felt especially satisfied. This was the feeling she had always longed for, and deep in her heart, she made a firm resolution to cling tightly to Wong JT's leg. Wong JT fell asleep happily, lulled by Fantasy Elf's soothing words. In his dreams, many scenes appeared, as if he had become a heroic figure sweeping across the heavens, exuding an incomparable sense of grace. It was the sound of a red packet notification that finally woke Wong JT up. He smiled and shook his head, casually claiming the red packet. Wong JT decided to go find Yang Mingting. He wanted this little joybringer to cheer him up. Chapter 71. You can be broadcasters. Wong JT called Yang Mingting, then drove his Porsche 911 GT at high speed, arriving swiftly at this girl's home. Yang Mingting was like a cheerful little swallow, quickly running to Wong JT's side and hugging his arm tightly, her little face rubbing playfully against his shoulder. Looking at this silly and adorable girl, Wong JT smiled, gently lifting her delicate chin, and kissed her directly, followed by a moment of passionate ecstasy. After a while of enjoying the view, Wong JT held Yang Mingting closely, gently stroking her back. The girl's face was full of satisfaction. There's nothing much to do today, and I don't feel like staying home. Where do you think we should go? Yang Mingting blinked her beautiful big eyes and replied. How about we go to Discovery Kingdom? I've always wanted to play there, but the tickets are too expensive, and I can't afford it. Wong JT gave her nose a gentle rub, and said, now you have money, so why not go play? Yang Mingting pouted and replied, what's the point of going alone? It's better to go with Tai Gu, Iron Brother. Besides, if I go alone and Tai Gu happens to want to find me, but can't, won't he be disappointed? So I'll wait for you at home, so that Tai Gu can always find me. With such a big house now, I'm really happy staying in every day. Looking at this silly and cute girl, Wong JT couldn't help tightening his arms around her, pulling her closer into his embrace, letting her feel the warmth of his chest. You're such a sweet girl, always making people feel so touched. Today we'll do whatever you want. Let's go to Discovery Kingdom and have a great time. Yang Mingting happily agreed, quickly preparing everything, and the two of them sped off to Discovery Kingdom. Yang Mingting immediately set her eyes on the drop tower ride, her face beaming as she happily pulled Wong JT's hand, rushing to the front of it. I heard from my old roommates that the drop tower is the most exciting ride. Let's play on this one first, okay? She looked at Wong JT with anticipation, and when she saw him nod, her face immediately broke into a sweet smile. As they boarded the drop tower ride, Yang Mingting looked a bit nervous, tightly holding Wong JT's hand, her palm already damp with sweat. You don't need to be scared. I'll always be by your side, never letting go of your hand, protecting you properly. Hearing Wong JT's affectionate words, Yang Mingting felt her heart melt entirely, and she nodded earnestly, gripping his hand even tighter. When the drop tower reached the highest point and then rushed downward in an instant, Yang Mingting let out a shriek of fear, as did the other girls around her. Seeing Yang Mingting's face turn pale with fright, Wong JT pulled her into his arms immediately, letting his warm chest give her courage. Yang Mingting nestled in Wong JT's arms like a small boat finding its harbor, no longer feeling so scared, her face full of happiness. After getting off the ride, Yang Mingting was so frightened that her legs were trembling, and she relied entirely on Wong JT's support to stand up. Wong JT teased her, saying, look how scared you are. Your legs are all wobbly, especially your hairstyle. You look like a little lunatic. He said this while reaching out to help Yang Mingting fix her hair. Yang Mingting gazed at him affectionately, her eyes filled with deep emotion. Yang Mingting stubbornly lifted her small face and said, I was just here for the first time, so I was scared. After playing a few more rides, I'll definitely build up my courage. Wong JT winked, then led the girl to take the roller coaster, with results obvious outcome. The girl ended up in tears. Yang Mingting's temper kicked in, and she stubbornly played every ride, after which she gradually adapted, no longer feeling as frightened. Wong JT gently rubbed his finger against her nose and laughed, saying, you're such a timid girl, forcing yourself when you can't, really making people feel shing. Shintung means affectionate concern in this context. Let's go to that dessert shop over there. I'll buy you some sweets as a reward, then take you to eat something delicious. What do you think? Yang Mingting grinned and nodded in agreement, adding, let's see, Minjing Sr. has almost finished work too. Let's go find her directly and eat together, okay? Wang JT was very satisfied with this suggestion and naturally agreed enthusiastically, and the two walked hand in hand to the dessert shop. Yang Mingting was a standard foodie, ordering over a dozen mini cakes, filling the table. Smiling happily, she scooped a piece and brought it to Wang JT's lips. Wang JT smiled as he ate the cake, his eyes filled with affection. After playing around for a while, he could clearly feel this girl relying on him even more. The dessert shop happened to be beside the parking lot, in a small open-air tent where passers-by could easily see inside. Kong Xiang was the art director of an online entertainment company. Since it was his daughter's birthday today, he had taken his family out to play. He had a fear of heights and couldn't handle the thrilling rides, so he let his wife take his daughter to play while he leaned against the car and smoked a cigarette. Kong Xiang smoked his cigarette while glancing around, and soon his eyes landed on Wang JT and Yang Mingting. His gaze was instantly drawn to them. He thought to himself how incredibly lucky he was to run into two undiscovered gems like them. Based on their appearances alone, with the right packaging, they could definitely become popular broadcasters. Kong Xiang immediately stubbed out his cigarette and quickly walked over to the couple, placing a business card on the table. I'm the art director of Red Romance online entertainment company. I'd like to recruit both of you to become broadcasters. What do you think about that? Wang JT looked at Kong Xiang in surprise. He hadn't expected anyone to approach him to become a streamer. Unless he'd lost his mind, there was no way he'd ever do something like that. Yang Mingting smiled politely and replied, I think you've mistaken us for someone else. Tai Gu and I would never become streamers. We won't become performers who have to act like monkeys just to sell some products. Wong JT took over and said, as you can see, we have absolutely no interest in being streamers. You should look for someone else. Kong Xiang hurriedly said, you've misunderstood. I believe in your appearance and potential and plan to carefully build you up into popular broadcasters. We'd never let you degrade yourselves like that. Please think carefully. You young people these days, whether you're delivering food or working in factories, how much can you really earn in a year? Although our company isn't top tier in the streaming industry, we rank well within the second tier. As long as you cooperate well with us, earning hundreds of thousands, even 800,000 yuan per year, would be absolutely no problem. His voice wasn't quiet as he spoke, drawing the attention of nearby people. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million yuan a year, many onlookers expressed envy, and a few even volunteered themselves. Kong Xiang looked ely at Wong JT and Yang Mingting, confident that with such an amazing offer, they would jump at the opportunity and follow his every word thereafter. But the result was completely unexpected. Wong JT simply took Yang Mingting's hand and confidently walked straight out, completely ignoring Kong Xiang. Just as Kong Xiang wanted to speak again, he saw Wong JT press a button on his car key, and a super cool looking sports car immediately rose up, revealing its 2 butterfly doors. Chapter 72. It's all small stuff. Kong Xiang stared at the disappearing supercar, his face as red as a monkey's butt. That car was clearly extremely valuable, indicating the owner was a wealthy second-generation rich kid. It was unthinkable for someone this wealthy to actually say such idiotic things to become a streamer. Now it made sense why the guy was so indifferent. Someone nearby who understood cars suddenly slapped his thigh. Wow, that car just now was a Porsche 911 GT, a one-of-a-kind concept car globally, worth more than 80 million. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly dropped their jaws. This was beyond comprehension. Combining all their lifetimes, they wouldn't earn that much. Kong Xiang was especially embarrassed. His toes could probably dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment just from shame. Thinking about how he had promised the other man 1 million annual salary felt laughable. Wong JT didn't notice these people's reactions, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He took Yang Mingting back to the villa to watch movies and play games until dinner time. Yang Mingting was the first girl he had brought to the villa. This alone showed that she had a special place in his heart. This girl was surprisingly taken with Linger and actually played together with her. It had to be said that she had talent, making Wong JT really respect her despite himself. In the evening, they drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to pick up Lan Minjing. From a distance, they saw Lan Minjing standing at the gate, with a man beside her who looked like a pig. This guy was clearly harassing Lan Minjing. Seeing that made Wong JT's blood boil. Without hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight over. When Lan Minjing saw Wong JT had arrived, she immediately showed a delighted expression. She gave the fat guy a look of disgust, and wordlessly opened the car door and got in. Although Yang Mingting was a bit of an airhead and cute, she had been around society for some time, and was pretty good at handling situations. She took the back seat when entering the car, leaving the front passenger seat open for Lan Minjing, who sat there, like a couple with Wong JT. Wong JT didn't start driving immediately. Instead, he coldly stared at the fat guy. On the man's badge was written Zhu Kebiao, and his title was Deputy Store Manager. Zhu Kebiao felt uncomfortable under Wong JT's gaze, but seeing that the other person drove a luxury car, he dared not say anything rash, and could only keep his head low and back away. Lan Minjing patted Wong JT's arm, signaling him to drive quickly and not stir up trouble. Wong JT shot the fat guy one last glare, then started the car and left. Watching the tail lights, Zhu Kebiao's eyes kept flickering. What a fatty. Why was he pestering senior sister Minjing? His name tag says he's a deputy manager, but I don't recall your store having that position before. Wong JT drove one-handed while resting his other hand on Lan Minjing's smooth stocking. He didn't avoid Yang Mingting at all, which was almost like a test. Lan Minjing swatted him at first, then let him do as he pleased. After all, this girl was her accomplice, and many things were inevitable anyway. Zhu Kebiao is the younger brother-in-law of Director Su Huanfeng, the general director of the headquarters. Knowing that my store has good performance, and that this year's bonus will surely be generous, he was arranged to work as deputy manager in my store. Su Huanfeng founded the company together with the boss, and has an especially good relationship with him. In the company, he can almost rule with absolute power. When faced with his arrangements, you can only accept it obediently. The bonus is always like that. It's not a big deal to have another person sharing it. No need to make enemies over it. Otherwise, your future will get narrow. Lan Minjing spoke naturally. In the workplace, if you can't fight back, you can only accept what comes. Sticking stubbornly to things would only drive you to depression. She continued. Since this pig arrived at the store, he found out I'm still single and has been trying to court me. I already clearly rejected him, but he still persists stubbornly. Even if you hadn't come for me today, I was planning to invite you over anyway, just to let this pig understand that I already have a man and am not someone he can covet. Lan Minjing was a very smart woman who understood some misunderstandings must never happen, especially in terms of relationships. Women who intentionally provoke their boyfriends with other men were absolutely fools, only to regret bitterly later on, crying alone in the toilet. Wong JT snorted from his nose. If this fatty doesn't know his limits, I'll have someone properly teach him a lesson so he'll understand what's what. Lan Minjing responded with a few laughs, then started chatting and joking with Yang Mingting, changing the topic. Wong JT took them to the Haishijio club, telling them that this was his own business. In the future, they could hold events here. There would be no problem with anything. Yang Mingting nodded happily and agreed. This carefree girl had eyes only for Wong JT, never thinking about too much else. However, Lan Minjing had her own thoughts, mainly considering the gap between her and him. She must do well and not regret later on. Of course, they dined in Wong JT's private room, being served rare delicacies. Both women were delighted with their meal. Yang Mingting stuffed her mouth full and mumbled, "Why aren't you eating, brother Tai? Just watching us makes me shy already." Wong JT smiled slightly and said, You don't know there's a phrase called beauty is delicious enough to eat. Watching the two of you beautiful girls dine was so pleasing that I've already had my fill. I don't need to eat anything. Lan Minjing rolled her eyes and said, I never noticed before how smooth-talking you are. Both my younger sister and I have been deceived by you. The three were playfully bantering when Lan Minjing's phone suddenly rang. It was the fat girl calling. Store manager, hurry to the company forum and take a look. Someone is spreading rumors, saying that you've exchanged your body for performance metrics and are being supported by the property owner. Lan Minjing immediately opened the company forum and found the post was pinned to the top with quite a high view count, clearly an intentional setup. The post was written in vivid detail, including photos of Lan Minjing getting into a car. Naturally, it was Wong JT's car. Yang Mengting exclaimed in surprise. Where did these photos come from? I didn't see anyone taking pictures back then. Lan Minjing's expression darkened. It must be from the surveillance cameras in the store. The spot where JT parked his car was right at the entrance, which is exactly within the monitoring range. I'm calling the store employee who handles the cameras now to find out who accessed the footage. Daring to frame me like this matter definitely won't end here. Wong JT rubbed his nose and said, there's no need to even ask. It's definitely that fat pig. Right now these are just minor issues. Bigger things are coming. If I'm not mistaken, your so-called director will use this incident to write you off and remove you from the position of store manager, possibly even firing you altogether. He must be planning to promote that fatty pig to take over. Daring to play such a move with me, truly overestimating himself. Don't worry about it, senior sister Minjing. I'll go to the store with you tomorrow. If that director dares to do such a thing, I'll make sure he understands which people he absolutely must not provoke. Don't even mention that he's the second in command of the company. Even if he were the boss himself, I'd make him kneel and sing in surrender. Looking at Wong JT, Lan Minjing felt an unusual sense of peace inside, and she made a decision at that moment. Chapter 73, What Arrogance. Lan Minjing brought Wong JT and Yang Mengting to her place, allowing Wong JT to fully enjoy the company of a beautiful woman, an experience that was truly unforgettable. After breakfast, Lan Minjing went to the store to check on things first. Wong JT dropped Yang Mengting off at home, and then went to the store to support her. As soon as Lan Minjing walked through the door, she noticed employees whispering among themselves. She could guess with her toes what they were talking about. It was definitely yesterday's incident. Zhu Kebiao stood there with an air of arrogance, while several of the more brown-nosing employees clustered around him like obedient servants. Pingdu should remain as a nickname in Chinese since it's used as a character name, came close to Lan Minjing and whispered, this dead pig came in this morning and started acting outrageously, even claiming that he's in charge around here from now on. Lan Minjing snorted through her nose. What a beautiful dream this pig has. Have you found out about the surveillance footage I asked you to check? Pingdu immediately replied, it was definitely those sycophants again. I really don't know how their heads are shaped. If their behinds were located somewhere else, they wouldn't have done something like this. The store manager is someone chosen by the mighty billionaire. How can this fat pig even compare? If things escalate and that tycoon gets angry, even the entire company wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Lan Minjing looked at Pingdu in surprise, never expecting that this chubby girl could be so insightful. It was exactly what Wong JT thought. Zhu Kebiao saw Lan Minjing and sneered, saying with a fake smile, ah, our elegant and aloof manager. Why, you took a taxi here today. No luxurious car picking you up. You only try to act high and mighty in front of us, but in reality, it's totally different. When you're hanging out with the wealthy elite, you must be having all sorts of fun. Lan Minjing looked at Zhu Kebiao with disdain and said contemptuously, you miserable fat pig. All you can do is drool watching from the sidelines. Not to mention your personality. Don't you take a piss and take a look at yourself in the mirror? Covered in greasy fat, you're disgusting to look at. What woman would even look at you? If it weren't for the fact that you're the director's brother-in-law, who would even treat you as someone important? You being a beggar on the street would be an insult to actual beggars. Since they had already torn their masks off, there was no need to hold back. Say whatever felt good. Zhu Kebiao's face turned deathly pale with anger, screaming, don't think that just because you have a rich second generation backing you, you can act so arrogantly. My brother-in-law already knows about everything going on here, and he's definitely going to teach you a lesson. Not only will you lose your position as manager, but you won't even have a place in the company anymore. We'll make sure you pack up and leave. From now on, this place is under my control. You sure have a big mouth. What exactly are you anyway, daring to act so domineeringly here? Last night, if Minjing hadn't held me back, I would have already taken care of you, Wong JT said, entering the room casually. Wong JT cast his eyes across the group. Those few sycophants lowered their heads out of fear and didn't dare to utter a sound. Zhu Kebiao swallowed hard and said, this is something about our store. Outsiders have no right to interfere. Wong JT cut Zhu Kebiao off. Do you even know who I am that you dare to speak to me like this? Zhu Kebiao mustered up his courage and replied, no matter who you are, you have no right to interfere in our store matters. You truly have pig eyes and can't see straight. Buildings 8 of Yifeng City Garden and Building 3 of Keishi Apartment were all entrusted to us for leasing by him. He is our store's biggest landlord. According to company regulations, the biggest landlord is God and has authority over all matters. Didn't you know that? Lan Minjing cut this fatso off again, directly revealing Wong JT's identity so he would understand who he had no business provoking. Previously, Zhu Kebiao had relied solely on his brother-in-law's power and looked down on everyone, so nobody had told him how powerful Wong JT actually was. Just as the atmosphere grew extremely tense, Lan Minjing's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Su Luofeng. Lan Minjing glanced at Wong JT. Seeing him nod, she immediately pressed the answer key and turned on the speakerphone. I wonder what Director Su wants with me. I'm in the middle of handling things at the store. Forget about store matters for now. Let's talk about your issue. What's going on with the forum post? Don't you care about the company's reputation anymore? Su Luofeng started by slapping a heavy accusation on her, clearly attempting to pressure her through authority. Lan Minjing responded, Halbio Yurdev. The one who came to pick me up was my boyfriend. Which rule in the company prohibits me from dating a wealthy man? After all, I'm still single. No matter which car I get into, it's entirely my own freedom. I really don't see how that concerns the company. So why is this director personally getting involved? Su Luofeng was speechless. He had originally only thought of helping his brother-in-law gain power and quickly getting rid of Lan Minjing, forgetting that Lan Minjing was an unmarried young lady for whom dating was completely normal. Don't argue with me. Anyway, your behavior is damaging the company's reputation. We have decided to suspend you for self-reflection. You are to hand over all the store's affairs to Zhu Kebiao, especially the core performance metrics you hold. No reservations whatsoever. If the owner asks questions, you must cover things up. If your actions negatively impact the company, our legal department will definitely hold you accountable. Don't blame the company for being ruthless then. Su Luofeng's words were not only unreasonable, but also a blatant threat. He was clearly trying to bully Lan Minjing. Upon hearing this, Wong JT felt a surge of uncontrollable rage rising from his heels straight to the top of his head, making him feel like he might explode. What a big mouth you have, not even afraid of getting your tongue blown off. Who do you think you are, the almighty God himself, thinking you can cover the entire sky with one hand? He furiously shouted at Su Luofeng, startling the other man again. Who the hell was this guy anyway? Su Luofeng retorted angrily. And who the hell are you? You've got some guts speaking to me like this. Do you actually believe I can't fire you? Wong JT snorted through his nose. I'm the rich second generation mentioned in that post, and also the very owner you just told others to hide things from. If you dare, fire me, and I'll be very interested to see how you do it. Lan Minjing is my exclusive representative. You wanted her to hand over the business and even hide things from me. That's nothing but outright fraud. Don't wait for your legal department to come after Minjing. I'll hire the best legal team to make sure you all pay for this. Su Luofeng was startled again, silently cursing himself for previously neglecting to properly investigate the man's background. But as the second in command of Lianjia Group, he had certainly seen his share of high-pressure situations and wouldn't easily be intimidated. So you're Mr. Wong. I understand you want to support Lan Minjing, but you've made a serious mistake. The Lianjia Group is the top name in the entire real estate brokerage market. We aren't easily cowed by threats. Upon hearing this statement, Wong JT couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 74, I'll make you kneel. After hearing Su Luofeng's words, Wong JT became so angry that he burst into sarcastic laughter. A moment ago I said you were arrogant, but I never expected you'd get even more disrespectful. No wonder the sky has been so gloomy lately. It turns out you've been blowing so hard that you've sent cattle flying into the heavens. You, from a mere Lianjia Group, dare to act so brazenly in front of me. Su Luofeng was equally filled with regret. He felt like his head had been rammed by a pig. Why had he listened to his wife and done something like this? Now he had gotten himself into trouble, not knowing how to resolve it. But the arrow was already shot. There was no turning back. He had no choice but to hold on stubbornly till the end. We are all civilized people. Mr. Wong, you really shouldn't talk like that. What I did was purely in accordance with company regulations, so I didn't make any mistake. As for what happened earlier, it was entirely a misunderstanding. Lan Minjing is capable, but Zhu Kebiao is just as capable. I believe when you entrusted us with the business, you were impressed by Lianjia's service, not our store manager personally. Su Luofeng's tone softened notably. His main intention was to smooth over the previous incident and avoid giving Wong JT any leverage. Wong JT snorted through his nose. What you said is precisely the opposite of the truth. It was exactly because of Lan Minjing that I entrusted you with the business. You don't have to worry. I won't hold this against you. It would be too trivial. You claim that the Lianjia Group is the #1 real estate agency in the industry. Today, I'm going to show you exactly how I can force this so-called #1 to kneel. Without waiting for Su Luofeng to reply, he hung up the phone directly, leaving Su with no chance to say anything further. Wong JT took Lan Minjing's hand and walked out proudly. Everyone around them was too terrified to even breathe loudly. Zhu Kebiao knew he had messed up badly this time. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat, and all he could do was pray inwardly that his brother-in-law could deliver. Back in his car, Wong JT first called Zheng Weiding and briefly explained what had happened. I don't care what method you use. Make sure you teach Lianjia a harsh lesson. Tell me how much you think is appropriate, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Master Tai, why are you talking like that? You're our group's second largest shareholder. If they dare to slap your face, they're slapping our group's face. Of course, we can't tolerate this. But they have a good reputation, and dealing with them will likely be challenging. I'll think about how best to approach this. Zheng Weiding immediately agreed without hesitation, but also highlighted the difficulties involved, aiming to emphasize the value of the achievement. Then I'll trouble you, Director Zheng. I'll transfer 500 million to you first. If it's more than you need, don't bother returning it. Just consider it my contribution to the group. If it's insufficient, I'll replenish it later. As for Lianjia's reputation, I'll leave that to someone else. You just focus entirely on delivering the blow. Make sure they experience what it's like to be on their knees. Wang JT spoke very casually, as if he weren't offering 500 million yuan, but merely 5 jiao. Zheng Weiding's heart quivered slightly at those words. He dialed Yi Qinglei's number again and spoke in a cold voice. The Lianjia group has offended me. I want you to completely destroy their reputation. Can you do that? Yi Qinglei chuckled. Such matters pose no pressure to me at all, whether they have scandals or not. Once our Tianqing Entertainment PR team swings into action, we'll flood them like a tidal wave. I'll make sure their reputation plummets. I'll also mobilize our paparazzi to dig up as much dirt as possible. There's no way a company like that doesn't have secrets. Wang JT replied satisfactorily. I like your attitude, Director Yi. I'll wire you 100 million as the PR budget soon. Launch an intense storm. Let them truly feel the baptism of wind and rain. Yi Qinglei immediately promised to comply, and inwardly he raised the status of Wang JT further. He had to treat this money god with utmost care. Wang JT considered his options and then drove to Yang Mingting's place, asking Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting to get ready. They were going shopping. During this gap, he asked Linger to contact Huanming Jingling and briefly explained what had happened. Upon hearing this, Huanming Jingling exploded with fury. Those bastards really have guts, daring to offend my brother. I'll contact Kong Xingzhong right away and have him send people to eliminate all Lianjia Group's top executives. No, killing them would be too lenient. We must destroy them entirely, leave them homeless and familyless, making them regret ever being born. Only then can my hatred be resolved. After hearing Huanming Jingling's outburst, Wong JT nearly bit his own tongue. He hadn't expected that this lovely little girl could be so vicious when enraged. There's no need to be so brutal. Just assign people to dig up all Lianjia's secrets, especially any illegal matters, and release them directly to the public. You are a pretty and adorable little girl, my favorite little sister. Please don't casually speak of violence or killing in the future unless I specifically ask you to do so. He stated his request clearly, then immediately imposed some restraint on Huanming Jingling, not wanting such a cute girl to be involved in brutal violence, and to prevent harm coming to other beauties. Huanming Jingling, smart as ever, immediately guessed Wong JT's thoughts and nodded cheerfully in agreement. I understand exactly what Big Brother is thinking. Don't worry. If I'm going to compete with those elder sisters for your favor, it'll definitely be about who can be more charming and adorable, not by using underhanded methods. From now on I'll listen to Big Brother completely and be a good little lady. I'll arrange for them to carry this out right away, and make sure everyone sees how dark Lianjia Group really is. Wong JT smiled and gave the girl a few words of encouragement. Seeing that Lan Minjing and Yang Mengting had already gotten themselves ready, he ended the call and went to accompany them on their shopping trip. They shopped very happily, and that evening continued with scenic viewing together. For 2 consecutive days, they lived a blissful life like this. Compared to their happiness, Chen Jianchuan, the CEO of Lianjia Group, was already feeling like hanging himself. These past 2 days had brought one disaster after another. At first, negative comments appeared online, which they hadn't taken seriously. Then came an overwhelming flood of them. The carefully built reputation of Lianjia Group collapsed completely within half a day. Their stock price plummeted, and market value instantly shrank by a large margin. Then came the attacks from investment capital headed by the Dongbei Finance Group, battering Lianjia mercilessly until they were barely surviving. The final blow came next. Numerous illegal and shocking secrets were continuously exposed. Half the company's top executives had already been arrested, and the remaining ones were all in a state of panic. Chen Jianchuan stared at the last few remaining executives, shouting furiously, "What exactly is going on? Who did we offend to deserve this? Why has everything turned out like this?" Su Wanfeng's face was pale. He already knew what must have happened and truly regretted his decision, his heart filled with bitter remorse. If he'd known Wong JT was this powerful, he never would have dared do such a thing. Deep down, he clearly understood, offending a young master like this, there was no escape. As long as Wong JT wished it, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they'd still be dragged back. Chapter 75. Neil and Sing Conquest. I think what's happened these past couple days might have something to do with me. At the time, I really didn't expect to cause such a huge mess. Su Wanting licked his lips and recounted what had happened previously, doing his best to exonerate himself in his words. Chen Jianchuan was so angry his eyes shot sparks, roaring furiously. How could you do something like this? You knew full well how formidable the other party was, yet you deliberately went and threw yourself in front of their gun. Because you and I built this company together back in the day, I've always tolerated you, but I never expected you to become even worse and cause such a massive disaster. Do you want to destroy the entire group before you feel satisfied? Other senior executives chimed in. He's been acting arrogant and domineering all along, not giving a damn about others, favoring relatives and cronies, continuously stuffing the company full of his own people. What he said is absolutely right. I've reported this to President Chen before, but President Chen always clung to old loyalties and allowed him to do as he pleased, which brought us to this point. When the company was first founded, we all contributed a lot. Why should only he be given such special treatment? It's truly unbearable arrogance. Now everything is ruined, and he expects us to bear the consequences together. Do you think we're all fools? If the day ever comes for me to go inside, I'll be sure to drag all of you down with me. Seeing the hatred on everyone's faces, Su Wanting felt as if they wanted to devour him alive. He realized that this time, he had provoked collective anger, and there was no one left to save him. Chen Jianchuan also deeply regretted his past leniency. Had he known things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have shown favoritism or sentimentality to a former comrade in arms. Indeed, sentimentality really could kill. Glaring hatefully at Su Wanting, Chen bellowed, "Tell me now, what are we supposed to do? It's no longer enough to simply crawl. They want to wipe us out entirely. I must have been blind back then. How could I ever choose you as a partner? If this matter can't be resolved, we're all going to jail together sewing clothes on sewing machines." Su Wanting licked his lips again, saying, "I know it's all my fault. If only there were a pill to undo regret, I would give everything to have it. Now it's come to this point. Even if you killed me, it wouldn't help. We should instead think about ways to turn things around." Everyone thought his words made sense. Now that they had identified the source of the problem, unlike aimlessly floundering before, they could actually start thinking of solutions. An executive hesitated slightly before suggesting, "After all, the person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. This entire issue started with Lan Minjing, so ultimately it must be resolved through her." In my opinion, what Lan Minjing said still carries a lot of credibility. If it's simply a superficial connection, the other side might not necessarily back her completely. We've all seen her looks, they're absolutely top tier. Plus, she's always worked very hard. This definitely makes her appealing to those young masters. Everyone thought this reasoning was solid. No matter what the situation, pillow talk always played an important role. If Lan Minjing were willing to say good things on their behalf, perhaps this crisis wasn't unsolvable. Another executive raised an important point. While this sounds logical, have any of you considered why Lan Minjing would help us? Let's put ourselves in her shoes. If we were Lan Minjing and had gone through such an ordeal, just not adding insult to injury would be considerate enough. How could we expect her to lend a helping hand? This was the key question. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Chen Jianchuan inhaled deeply and said, "At this point, we have no choice but to treat the dead horse as if it were alive. Everyone come with me to Bin City. We must try everything we can to resolve this matter. Faced with such a tremendous crisis, who dared to slack off? They rushed to my city at the fastest speed, arriving at the branch store. Su Wanting spotted Zhu Kebiao immediately, and his temper flared. Rushing forward, he slapped him once, then kicked him down and mercilessly started punching and stomping. Zhu Kebiao howled in pain. Brother-in-law, please stop hitting me. I already know I'm wrong. I swear I won't dare do it again. Forgive me this once. I'm not your damn brother-in-law. I've already told that good-for-nothing wretch to divorce me as soon as she goes home. You bastards have ruined me. Growing even angrier as he ranted, Su grabbed a nearby stool and proceeded to smash it over this fat pig repeatedly. As he vented his fury, Chun Jinchuan asked other staff how to contact Lan Minjing, wanting to properly apologize to her. A plump girl glared and answered, "Our manager must definitely be with Iron Young Master. I warned this pig before not to target our manager. Because he's the director's brother-in-law, this fatso dares to act as if nobody else matters, even saying he's determined to have our manager. Sooner or later, he claimed he would get her and give her a proper time to suffer." Just as Su stopped for a moment, upon hearing these words, his gallbladder, nearly burst in fear, and once again he let out a roar and proceeded to viciously kick the fat pig once more. "You damned bastard, looking like the second aunt of Zhu Beiji himself, yet you dare to lay eyes on Lan Minjing? I'll kick you to death myself." The layers of fat on Zhu Kebiao's body proved somewhat protective. Although he cried out in pain from the beating, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. The plump girl, like rice pouring out of a bamboo tube, blurted out everything about Wong JT, conveniently adding in her colleague's previous speculations as if it were all facts. Chen Jinshan once heard a wealthy tycoon speak about the hidden aristocratic families. According to that tycoon, if all the current billionaires were tied together, they wouldn't even be a speck of dust in front of the hidden families. Such families not only possessed unparalleled wealth, but also immense, formidable power. If they wanted it, even the so-called top dogs could vanish into thin air. Chen Jinshuan had known Wong JT was powerful before, but never imagined he was part of a hidden family. Now, it wasn't about whether they could save the group anymore. It was about saving their very lives. Fueled with rage, he rushed over, kicked Su Wanting flat onto the ground, and pummeled him mercilessly, leaving this bastard to accompany the fat pig. After venting his anger, Chen Jinshuan turned to the plump girl and asked, "Can you contact Lan Minjing? Tell her I'm bringing the entire senior management team to personally apologize to her and Iron Young Master." The girl patted her belly and replied, "I'm the closest to the store manager and definitely can get in touch, but whether she's willing to see you all, that's another matter." Chen Jinshuan quickly insisted she contact her first, promising the girl that as long as she managed to succeed, promotions and raises would absolutely not be a problem. Her future would be full of opportunities. True to her word, the plump girl lost no time in contacting Lan Minjing and recounted everything exactly as it had happened, then asked Lan Mingting what they should do next. Lan Mingting looked at Wang JT and said, "I joined the Lian family group right after graduation, and after so many years, I've certainly grown fond of it. Perhaps we should show some mercy." Wang JT smiled slightly and said, "As long as Minjing is happy, everything is fine with me. But we can't let them off the hook too easily. First, make those two bastards kneel in front of the Blackstone Reef Clubhouse and sing Conquest, and then we'll talk about anything else." Chapter 76. Let's see your Qingyi. Wang JT brought Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting to the Haishi Reef Club, where they saw the fat pig and a middle-aged man kneeling there, loudly singing Conquest. Lan Minjing sighed and said, "When we went to the annual meeting at headquarters before, Su Wanfeng, as the company's second-in-command, gave a speech on stage with great vigor and enthusiasm. He definitely never imagined that he would end up like this. Since they have already submitted, let them get up. This spectacle is attracting quite a crowd, which is also affecting the club's overall image." Wang JT nodded and said, "Since that's what Minjing said, let them get up first. We can discuss the rest inside the private room." As they were speaking, they arrived at the entrance. Lan Minjing told Chen Jinshuan of the decision, and then walked in with Wang JT's arm looped through hers. Chen Jinshuan called out to Su Wanfeng, who hurriedly stood up and eagerly followed behind him. As for that fat pig, he could only roll away for now. It was my failure to properly manage my subordinates that caused trouble for young Master Tai. It was entirely our fault, and I sincerely apologize to young Master Tai. Chen Jinshuan was extremely respectful, bowing low with a humility so profound that he seemed like a lowly servant facing an emperor. Wang JT didn't respond to Chen Jinshuan, but coldly looked at Su Wanfeng instead. The latter's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he lowered his head silently. "You weren't so arrogant on the phone the other day? You said your Lianjia group was among the top real estate agencies, and that you had no need to respect anyone else. Only a few days have passed, and now you are kneeling at my club entrance singing Conquest. It seems like your Lianjia group isn't as powerful as you claimed. Don't you think you're pathetic?" Upon hearing Wang JT's words, Su Wanfeng immediately bowed and replied, "I'm just a worthless dog. Please have mercy, young Master Tai. Don't hold a grudge against a lowlife like me. Spare us this one time." Wang JT sneered coldly. "One can be arrogant, but must have the capital for it. If not for Minjing disliking bloodshed, do you think you'd still be standing here today? Right now, all of you are already in my tiny box, so don't think too highly of yourselves. To me, killing you all is as easy as stepping on an ant. It's only a matter of whether I feel like lifting my foot." Chen Jinshuan quickly replied, "Compared to young Master Tai, we are mere ants next to a mammoth elephant. Absolutely not comparable. Young Master Tai is a premier official with great tolerance. Please forgive us this one time, and we'll never dare again." Yang Mingting chimed in. "After everything Minjing has suffered, you expect us to just forget it all with a few sweet words? That seems overly naive." This comment fit perfectly. Now it was time to see how sincere they truly were. If their qi was insufficient, they'd be asking for death, and no one else could be blamed. Chen Jinshuan, however, had come well prepared and quickly pulled out a document, placing it before Lan Minjing. We've decided to consolidate the entire Northeast branch of Lianjia into a new Northeast Affairs Department, and we'd like Miss Lan to head the department. The Northeast Affairs Department will operate completely independently of the group, with all costs covered by the group itself. Profits will be split 80 to 20, with 80% going to the Northeast Department and all losses entirely absorbed by the group. Additionally, we are offering Manager Lan 8% permanent equity in the company. In the future, Manager Lan will become the third largest shareholder and will have voting rights regarding company matters. The contract is already drafted. As long as Manager Lan signs it, everything will be set, and we'll be good colleagues moving forward. What do you think, young Master Tai? Chen Jinchuan had clearly sacrificed a big piece of himself, like tearing off a chunk of his own flesh. If this wasn't enough, the only option left would be to cut off hands and feet. Wong JT smiled leisurely and said, President Chen needn't ask me. As long as Minjing is happy, everything else is fine. Under Chen Jinchuan's pleading gaze, Lan Minjing finally nodded and signed the contract, sealing the deal. Wong JT coughed. The issue between us and Lianjia Group is settled. Not only will you recover fully tomorrow, but you'll also achieve further growth in the future. Now let's talk about things between us and Su Luanfeng and that fat pig. No one who dares provoke me walks away unscathed. That would make me look too weak. Just as Su Luanfeng had relaxed slightly, hearing this sentence sent his heart flying to his throat. His legs weakened, and he immediately knelt down again. It was entirely my fault. I had a pair of dog eyes that couldn't recognize you properly, young Master Tai. I promise to reform completely in the future. Please, spare me this time. Wong JT coughed again. It seems you still haven't figured out exactly who you offended. Such poor judgment. How can you do a good job? What do you think, President Chen? Chen Jinchuan instantly understood and hurriedly bowed. Young Master Tai is absolutely right. I'll have him stripped of all his positions, remove his shares, and send him inside to peddle sewing machines. Wang JT nodded in satisfaction, then gave orders to Xue Xiaowei to detain that dead fat pig for now, as someone would come to collect him later. He motioned Chen Jinchuan closer and whispered into his ear. Have you ever been on the black web? If not, don't worry. Tomorrow someone will send you a video, so you can see what it means to be tortured by having oil lamps lit on your body. You better remember this. Offending me might not be a big deal if I'm in a good mood. I might just laugh it off. But daring to offend someone close to me won't be easily resolved. This time, Minjing felt some affection for your group and begged me to make an exception for you. Don't expect such luck every time. Chen Jinchuan hastily replied. I fully understand young Master Tai's meaning. From now on, I will ensure Miss Lan is completely satisfied and never let her suffer the slightest injustice. Wang JT wore a satisfied smile as he said, I really enjoy dealing with smart people like you. So long as Minjing is happy, your rewards won't be lacking. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jinchuan's heart surged with excitement, thinking he had turned misfortune into fortune. As long as he properly clung to this hidden noble family, success was surely within reach. Wang JT dismissed Chen Jinchuan and returned to Lan Minjing's residence. The two women lived together like sisters, each having plenty of personal belongings at the other's place. Minjing, order 2 late-night meals first, or you might vomit out whatever you eat later when watching what I prepared for you. Then you'll end up hungry. Wang JT grinned as he instructed Lan Minjing. Yang Mengting, her adorable big eyes wide open with confusion, simply stared. Wang JT offered no further explanation. Glancing at the time, he judged it was nearly ready. He told the women to close the curtains securely, then projected the content from his phone onto the television screen. What played on the phone was the Dream Fairies live stream. The broadcast featured the fat man undergoing the cruel punishment of having oil lamps lit on his body. The reaction from the two women was quite unexpected. Chapter 77, Two White Mice. Lan Minjing and Yang Mengting saw through the live stream that Zhu Kubiao was tied onto a wooden frame, a fuse inserted into his body, before being set on fire. Upon hearing the squeals of this fat pig, the two girls first turned pale with fear, then their faces lit up with excitement, watching the spectacle with great interest. Lan Minjing licked her lips and said, although it's a bit cruel, just thinking about how this fat pig used to disgust people, I feel a deep sense of satisfaction. Truly, karma is never late. Yang Mengting nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, elder sister. Although I feel quite frightened inside, I still want to keep watching. Do you think I'm a bad girl? Wang JT held them both in his arms and chuckled. As the saying goes, human nature at its origin is inherently evil. There is a devil in everyone's heart. The key lies in whether one can normally control it. If you usually maintain a kind heart, watching these things occasionally as a way to vent is not only normal, but also necessary. So there's no need to doubt yourselves. Having them watch the live stream was itself an experiment. After all, they were spending more time together and getting to know each other more deeply. Many truths had to be revealed gradually to these women. Someone had to be the pioneer. With their prior success as guinea pigs, naturally, they were the best candidates. If Lan Minjing and Yang Mengting had known how they were being regarded, they would definitely have Wang JT drawing circles in the corner, using them like lab rats. How irresponsible. Chen Jinchuan received a video the next morning. After viewing the content, his bon, literally, his gallbladder, was about to be scared out of him. He instantly cast aside his petty tricks and had Su Luanfeng sent off to work the sewing machine at full speed. Wang JT didn't know these details, nor would he care if he did. He was just awakened by the prompt sound for a red envelope message and casually selected to accept it. You have received 5 million in funds. Wishing you joyful clicking. You have received a Michelin Global exclusive black card. Wishing you joyful clicking. You have received 63,587 yuan in cash. Wishing you joyful clicking. He organized the information in his head and felt very satisfied with the gains this time. It seemed that his luck improved significantly when he was surrounded by women. Suddenly, a dirty thought popped into Wang JT's mind. If all positions were filled completely, maybe his luck would go through the roof. He nearly drooled at the thought. Immediately shaking his head, he dispelled the idea. No, things must progress step by step. With Lan Minjing promoted as manager of the Northeast branch, she now had more tasks to handle and needed to arrive at the shop early in the morning. She figured that since Yang Mingting had nothing better to do staying at home, she might as well conscript a worker and drag her over to help. If the 4S store had any complaints, well, they could just quit anyway. Pushed out by the two women, Wong JT sat in the car and discussed briefly with himself, deciding finally to go visit Sitong Rian. It had been quite a few days, and he really missed her. Among these women, Wong JT loved Yang Mingting the most, while he held Sitong Rian the highest in esteem. If he could only keep one woman by his side, Wong JT would definitely choose Yang Mingting, but if choosing a proper wife, then Sitong Rian would be the only option. Such a situation might sound contradictory, but actually makes perfect sense. It completely fits the logic and mindset of a strong, capable man. Arriving at the tech building, Wong JT strode casually into Sitong Rian's office, finding her immersed in studying a plan, occasionally frowning. Clearing his throat lightly, Sitong Rian immediately raised her head joyfully. Only he could walk past the secretary and enter directly. Why? Did you finally remember me today? I haven't seen you around for ages. I thought you'd become a missing person. She pretended to be angry, though clearly, she was just showing playful displeasure towards him. Wong JT pulled Sitong Rian up and carried her to the lounge sofa, putting an arm around her slim waist. You're definitely misunderstanding me. I've been busy recently, expanding the business significantly, all to prepare for our future. It's true that I neglected you though. How about I invite this beautiful lady to lunch as an apology? Sitong Rian wrapped both her delicate arms around Wong JT's neck, whispering closely into his ear with sweet breath. Do you really think I'm some helpless little woman, only able to be your caged bird? Without your help, I wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Wong JT leaned down to her, letting Sitong Rian cling to him, feeling her soft figure pressed close, making his heart flutter. Who would dare say you're fragile? You're my very own Hua Mulan, a real heroine surpassing most men. I'm simply preparing a few fallback options for you, so you won't have so many concerns and can chase what you desire with peace of mind. If you truly wish to be my caged bird, I'd be more than happy to make you my golden songbird, ensuring your happiness for the rest of your life. Moved by his words, Sitong Rian responded with a loving kiss on his lips, and naturally, the atmosphere soon became intense and passionate. She curled up in Wong JT's arms, tracing circles on his chest as she said softly, I don't want to be a mere canary. At the very least, I want to be a hawk. When I grow tired from flying in the future, I'll come build a home in your nest. I understand many things. I've seen enough at my father's house to know what's what. As long as your nest always has a place for me, and you don't just treat me as a magic cure, I'll already be content. Please, don't make me end up like my mother. When Sitong Rian said the last sentence, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gone was her earlier strength, leaving only a unique softness. You can't unsheen Fangxian. My nest will always be your harbor. You will never be just a cure for me. You are the irreplaceable empress in my heart. Wong JT kissed away Sitong Rian's tears while giving her this solemn promise, assuring her not to be so sensitive anymore, not to live on edge constantly. Sitong Rian showed a blissful smile. Her words just now hadn't been said casually, but came from the depths of her heart. As a bastard daughter of a big family, still doted on by her elder brother, she frequently entered and exited the family premises, having seen much along the way. Besides that, Sitong Rian's mother herself had been such a cure. There were many like her, often meeting one another, sometimes even close friends. Under such influences, Sitong Rian had developed an open perspective on many matters and learned how to fight for her own benefits. Among these aristocratic families, expecting a young master to remain loyal to just one woman, even if he was willing, the family would never consent. For these powerful clans, producing offspring and continuing the bloodline was of utmost importance. Whoever hindered this would pay an unbearable price. Don't be deceived by those TV dramas and novels. Though there might not be absolutely no cases of desperate sibling rivalries in true noble families, they were certainly rare. Deep in their hearts, everyone knew clearly that only by maintaining harmony and properly managing the family could they all enjoy a good life. The saying, when the nest overturns, can there be intact eggs, truly was a truth beyond doubt. The two lingered together on the sofa until noon, then tidied themselves up and set out. Chapter 78. What are you talking about? Wong JT and Sitong Rian arrived at the only Michelin-starred restaurant in Bin City. It was a 2-star establishment and appeared quite impressive. Sitong Rian smiled and said, Michelin has only 3 3-star restaurants in China, one in the capital, one in Shanghai, and one in Guangzhou. Considering Bin City is the most prosperous city in northeast China, having a 2-star restaurant is already quite impressive. Someday when we go to Shanghai, I'll take you to experience a 3-star. Wong JT smiled slightly and said, it doesn't matter much which restaurant we eat at. What matters most is who we're with. Even if I ate street food with you, it would be joyful. Sitong Rian nodded with a gleam in her eyes, linked her arm through Wong JT's, and together they walked toward the entrance. Unexpectedly, just then, a woman holding a mobile phone suddenly rushed over and ran straight into Sitong Rian, knocking her toward Wong JT. Wong JT hastily wrapped his arms around her to steady her balance. Just as he was about to scold the woman, he noticed she was frantically running into the dining hall, as if chased by a dog. The woman shouted excitedly, folks, take a good look. This has been City's 2-star Michelin restaurant. We're having dinner here today. Let's start giving away gifts. Her voice shattered the restaurant's silence. Those who were eating looked at the woman with expressions of disgust. A staff member approached and said, excuse me, but we do not permit live streaming in the restaurant. Also, please don't make so much noise that it disturbs the other guests. The woman shouted louder. What are you talking about nonsense? Don't you know who I am? I'm a top influencer with millions of followers. Just search online for Pink Heart. The employee frowned and said, no matter who you are, we do expect everyone to abide by our restaurant rules. If you cannot follow them, then you'll have to leave. Pink Heart snorted, helplessly shutting off her phone and then swaggering over toward the front desk. Seeing that Wong JT and the others were inquiring about a table, she pushed in front of them directly. The waitress was just asking Sikong Rian. Have you made a reservation in advance, sir and madam? Sikong Rian politely replied. We didn't make a reservation ahead of time. Please just give us a regular table, preferably near the window. The waitress looked and said, I'm very sorry, but we've already run out of window seats apart from the VIP section. Seeing Sikong Rian's expression turn sour, Wong JT stepped forward to pull out his exclusive black card, yet before he could, the same woman came over, waving around again. He moved slightly forward and stood in front of Sikong Rian, blocking her. The woman crashed into him and stumbled backward several steps. Pink Heart felt as though she had slammed into a concrete pillar, nearly fracturing her bones and wailing in pain. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you standing here like a telephone pole? Hurry up and move. Do you even know how expensive I am to injure? Wong JT coldly replied. Now you're the one trying to play the victim. Earlier at the restaurant entrance, you were darting about like a mad dog and had already hit my girlfriend. We chose not to deal with someone like you. Yet now you have the audacity to come charging at us again. Truly shameless. Stamping her foot furiously, Pink Heart shouted. You dare talk to me like that? Don't you know who I am? I'm a huge influencer with millions of followers. I'll film you right now and call you both trashy lovers. Then my followers will swarm you and destroy you socially. Wong JT's expression darkened as he said. You're just a small-time streamer, yet you dare act so arrogantly. Absolutely lawless. I won't believe no one can bring you down. As he spoke, he had Linger extract Pink Heart's full details and directly send them to Yi Qinglei. Wong JT called Yi Qinglei, his voice icy cold. You must have already received the message I just sent. Use any means necessary to permanently ban her. If I find out she's still streaming, I'll make sure whoever platform hosts her will suffer consequences no matter where. Yi Qinglei quickly agreed, nodding urgently. For major entertainment companies like theirs, blacklisting a streamer was an easy feat. Despite platforms and big entertainment companies appearing to be unrelated, the reality was that the streaming platforms were often covertly backed by such large entertainment companies. Wong JT ignored the hysteric Pink Heart, pulled out his global Michelin black card, and placed it on the counter. Prepare a private VIP booth for us, and have your manager come over immediately. The staff member's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the global black card, nodding hastily and promptly sending a server running for the manager. Pink Heart smirked. Just look at you, acting so superior as if that card is something special. That old dark piece of plastic? Obviously nothing great. We do not allow you to speak like that to this gentleman, interrupted the employee. This gentleman holds the global black card of our Michelin establishment. This kind of black card is extremely rare, with only 30 in existence worldwide. Each holder is immensely prestigious, and if they are unsatisfied with any Michelin restaurant locally, they can directly contact our boss through the VIP hotline at headquarters. The manager of the restaurant hurriedly arrived at the front desk and happened to hear these words. Immediately, he scolded Pink Heart. Before going into live streaming, Pink Heart had been a petty young thug with no real education. Without live streaming, her fate would have likely been no different than a streetwalker. But she understood what was said clearly this time, realizing that the young man before her was an extremely important figure. Combined with the phone call from Wong JT earlier, Pink Heart felt a chill run through her heart. She had gotten herself into serious trouble. At that moment, Pink Heart's phone rang. It was a call from her business partner. You ungrateful idiot. Do you even know who you've offended? Our account has been permanently banned. Our ID and image have been blacklisted forever. We can never work in live streaming again. You stupid girl, your fate was always to be a cheap dancer. When I gave you a chance, you couldn't even hold on to it. Hurry back right now. After hearing the call, Pink Heart realized everything was over. All those years of deceit and trickery, the hard-earned followers she had accumulated were now gone in an instant. She looked at the cold-faced Wong JT, weeping and sobbing as she pleaded desperately. I know it's all my fault. I shouldn't have offended the young master and mistress. Please have mercy on me and give me a second chance. Wong JT ignored her and instead turned to the manager, saying, I think a restaurant like yours should not allow just anyone to come inside. Allow such trash in here only ruins people's appetite. It's disrespectful to the other guests. Don't you agree? Sweat poured from the manager's forehead as he nodded urgently, saying, You're absolutely right, sir. It was all my negligence. I'll have her thrown out immediately. Looking at Pink Heart being tossed out, Wong JT nodded with satisfaction and asked the manager to show them to their private VIP booth. Chapter 79, System Version 2.0. Under the guidance of the manager, Wong JT and Sikong Rian arrived at the most luxurious VIP private booth, a seat that might not even be used once in an entire year. Sikong Rian cast a glance toward the window, a satisfied smile on her face. Without hesitation, she ordered a set meal, making all the decisions for Wong JT. Wong JT wasn't in the least bit displeased with Sikong Rian's behavior. Her actions were clear proof that she acknowledged her position as Wong JT's woman. Smiling, Sikong Rian said, Back when I was in Shanghai, I also liked sitting by the window, watching the streets below. Watching the crowds bustle by, all rushing about non-stop, I felt deeply moved. No matter which social class people belong to, life is just the same. Wong JT smiled slightly and replied, I never would have thought that a strong woman like you would have such sentimental feelings. No wonder they say women are made of water. Everyone in this world is just struggling to survive. When I was poor, I used to work every day just to get enough food to eat. Back then, I didn't have many lofty thoughts. All I could think about each day was how to earn a bit more money so my little sister's life at school would be a little easier. My sister often went out to work part-time too, and she always had to make sure she stayed in the top 3 of her class so she could definitely get the scholarship. Otherwise, those scholarships would only go to rich people. The world is just so unfair. You don't even have a place to voice your grievances. Looking at Wong JT with deep affection, Sikong Rian murmured, I never would have thought you went through so much hardship before. Perhaps that's what people call through hardship to high status. Wong JT shook his head slightly and said, You're wrong. My later experiences have taught me that this saying is entirely false. If I had just continued as I was before, I'd have been no more than a society slave for my entire life. Even if I created value, it would be snatched away by others, never belonging to me. Why do the words spoken by rich people always sound reasonable, no matter how you listen? Simply because they're rich, so whatever they say must be right. Take the businesses and shares I've acquired recently, for example. If I relied on myself to earn them, not only this life, but even tens of lifetimes wouldn't suffice. Take this very seat we're in now. I just glanced at the menu, and even the cheapest seat here costs a staggering 3/8, and there are only a few of them. We're in the absolute top-tier booth, worth at least $10,000. At the time, I barely earned $4,000 or $5,000 a month after working myself to the bone. That means just sitting here for a while costs 2 months of my salary back then. Tell me, would the me from back then dare to come here? Wong JT spoke without any pretense, each word hitting the mark. Sidong Rian found him incredibly charming. Congratulations. Triggered the charm increase card, reaching the highest level, heartfelt affection. Special note, adjusting the previous charm increase card, the initial effect, love at first sight, is now replaced with heartfelt affection. When Wong JT heard the system's alert sound, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. Elevating Sidong Rian to this level was no easy feat. They continued dining and chatting together. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. In the afternoon, they also took a pleasant stroll. Wong JT brought Sidong Rian back to the villa. She had been to villa number 2 before, but had always been especially curious about number 1. Now, finally, her wish was fulfilled. When Sidong Rian saw Linger, she was incredibly surprised. After conversing with her briefly, she became absolutely delighted. You bring me too many surprises. I never imagined that such an incredibly advanced artificial intelligence could exist here. It's absolutely centuries ahead of the rest of the world. Wong JT smiled and said, Linger is a one-of-kind existence. No one besides me can control her. I don't want outsiders to know about her existence. Only those closest to me can share everything with me. You should first get all the basic infrastructure ready, and then we can either set up a research team or just go and find one. With Linger providing some technical support, do you think we still can't develop high-quality chips? My only worry is that our technology may be too advanced. It might make others weep into their toilets. Upon hearing Wong JT's words, Sidong Rian's heart melted into sweet satisfaction. Another thought also arose. With such an incredibly powerful artificial intelligence at his command, his status in the family must be absolutely top tier. She had to grasp this opportunity tightly, creating brilliance together with her beloved, so that all would know she could dance gracefully among the skies. When Wong JT felt the timing was about right, he had Linger create a suitable atmosphere. What followed naturally unfolded. He and Sidong Rian enjoyed the scenery intimately. Though Sidong Rian was the second to visit the villa, she was the first to spend the night there. Enough proof of her special status in Wong JT's heart. Wong JT was woken precisely on time by the system alert, and upon checking, found not only a red envelope, but also that the system upgrade had been completed. Congratulations, host. The system has officially been upgraded to version 2.0. Unlike the previous minor updates, this is a complete overhaul and enhancement. Initiating data transmission immediately. Wong JT suddenly felt a massive influx of information flooding into his brain like a tidal wave. His mind exploded with a konglong sound, nearly crashing entirely. Luckily, his nerves were strong enough. Otherwise, that initial shock could have turned him into a vegetative state. The system really was too unreliable. Wong JT organized the information in his mind and found that all the previous functions remained intact, with additional features and increased random red envelope drops. The biggest change this time was an expansion of red envelope types. Besides money and various items, it now included treasures of heaven and earth, and even some legendary objects. These included various martial cultivation techniques. Unlike the previous skill cards based on real-world abilities, these newly added techniques fully materialized those previously only seen in TV dramas and novels. The types of techniques were incredibly diverse: immortal cultivation, xuanhuan, high martial arts, low martial arts. Whatever Wong JT could imagine, the system could provide. The only issue was whether Wong JT could actually draw them. With over 1 trillion red envelopes, the odds were enough to make anyone's heart sink. But Wong JT felt deep down that the system still loved him and would surely reward him when necessary. No need to worry too much. Just leave everything to the system, his dear fatherly guide. He was filled with anticipation for his first red envelope draw after the upgrade, and with great nervousness, he selected Open. Received 200 million funds. Wishing you a pleasant click. Acquired Tan Leg Technique, set 1 to 12 skill card. Wishing you a pleasant click. Acquired Iron Line Fist skill card. Wishing you a pleasant click. Acquired Ing Lung Pa Kwa Kun Staff skill card. Wishing you a pleasant click. Acquired 1 600-year-old ginseng. Wishing you a pleasant click. Wong JT was extremely excited about these rewards. If not for holding Sidong Rian in his arms, he would have already jumped up in joy. Chapter 80, seems useless. Wong JT gently moved Sidong Rian out of his arms and sneaked into the bathroom, where he used 3 skill cards. An image of a little man appeared in his mind, performing every martial arts technique flawlessly. Once the little man finished its performance, it dissolved into glowing dots and vanished into his consciousness. Instantly, he felt a strange energy surging through his muscles, causing an itchy sensation all over his body. Gradually, this energy started to follow a pattern, significantly enhancing the coordination and explosive power of his muscles, leading to a revolutionary transformation. The skill cards he had previously used only helped him better control his body. This time, however, his body was being explored from the inside out, finally opening the door to a hidden treasure. A realization struck Wong JT. He had reached the peak of Mingjin. Just one more step, and he would enter the level of Anjin. He recalled Li Jiming's earlier introduction. Upon reaching the level of Mingjin, one could be considered a genuine martial artist, an impressive feat. Wong JT scratched his chin in thought, but couldn't figure out what use this Mingjin ability would really be to him. With his current status and wealth, he had no reason to go around picking fights. It was merely a form of self-defense. He turned his attention toward his storage space and saw a box inside. Within the box lay a perfectly intact ginseng root. He licked his lips, still unsure how to consume it. Offering it to his parents might only frighten them. Recently, Wong JT and his sister had been giving their family many hints, and had even sent home 200,000 yuan in cash, instructing them to buy better food. Instead of being pleased, his parents had been startled, suspecting that the siblings were up to something criminal, nearly forcing them to turn themselves in. After a lot of back and forth, they finally managed to convince their parents that Wong JT had been investing in stocks and had earned some money. They assured them life would no longer need to be so tight financially. Once they calmed their parents down, Wong JT decided to lie low for a while. Once his sister had fully explained things, they would bring their parents to Bin City to live a better life. Hearing a stir from the bed, Wong JT quickly walked out of the bathroom. He saw Sikong Rian lazily stretching her arms. What a sight she was. Just the simple motion of stretching radiated infinite allure, sending his heart racing. Sikong Rian gave him a disapproving glance and said, "What are you staring at? Come over here and help me up. You really are a bad person. You almost overpowered me. I'm sore all over. How am I supposed to go to work today? You're wrong to accuse me like that. Don't you remember who was more excited last night? Let me help you rub it out. With so many employees at your company, why work today at all?" Sitting on the edge of the bed, Wong JT pulled Sikong Rian into his arms, gently massaging her and replying with a smile. Sikong Rian happily leaned into Wong JT's embrace, nodded in agreement, and announced she wouldn't get out of bed today, leaving Wong JT to wait on her. By the afternoon, Sikong Rian had recovered significantly. She and Wong JT strolled hand in hand through the villa area. Sikong Rian smiled and said, "Though the Haixing Villa No. 1 is luxurious and perfect for just the two of us, if we want to build a family, a proper estate would be better." Wong JT looked at Sikong Rian in astonishment. He hadn't expected that from her. He wished he could open her mind to see how bizarre her thought process was. Sikong Rian smiled faintly. "After meeting Linger, I realized how wrong I was. The fact that the family gave you the soul superintelligence means their expectations of you are incredibly high. I've lived in a large family before, and I know the greatest need for such families is to expand their lineage. The better the bloodline, the more it must proliferate. I know due to your past experiences and some particular circumstances, your understanding of these matters is limited, and there are many things you need time to adapt to. I am willing to accompany you through this process, using my experience to guide you, so that you will always remain strong and never have regrets." Wong JT was stunned, his brain feeling overloaded. This was going all over the place, with no logic. But he did understand one thing. Following Sikong Rian's line of thought might completely resolve the issue of the inter-court conflicts. Realizing this, Wong JT seized the opportunity. "I do have shortcomings in this area. I'll need you to guide me, Rian. But where in Bin City can we find an estate? Are we going to head deep into Dahesh? Even I get scared there, let alone you." Sikong Rian pondered the matter but had no immediate solution, so she decided to set the idea aside temporarily and revisit it when a suitable opportunity arose. Lu Juanhong, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, caught sight of Wong JT and Sikong Rian walking hand in hand. His eyes lit up. He grabbed a pair of binoculars and took a closer look, quickly confirming the relationship between the two. A wave of joy surged in his heart. Lu Juanhong immediately called Wong JT to let him know what was going on, emphasizing that he must walk this path carefully. After all, pillow talk was more powerful than anything else. Wong JT had been spending every day at the company lately, though not because he was particularly invested in the business. Instead, he was plotting how to pursue Wang Shuanghua. Initially, his intentions had indeed been utilitarian, but after a few interactions with Wang Shuanghua, he found himself genuinely captivated by the girl. Wang Yingjie believed Wang Shuanghua possessed a unique quality that other socialites lacked, her innocence and simplicity. Wang Shuanghua, on her part, also took quite a liking to Wang Yingjie. After all, this guy had great looks, not to mention his prince status, which made him even more like a Prince Charming. In the break room, Wang Shuanghua asked Hu Qinxue, "What do you think? The prince keeps finding reasons to approach me. Is he showing interest?" Hu Qinxue replied with a smile. "Well, you're practically a youthful beauty. It's totally normal for the prince to take notice. You don't seriously think you're not good enough, do you? That'd be laughable. You're the daughter of the Wang family, perfectly matched for the prince. If anyone should feel uneasy, it's me. There's a huge gap between our family background and yours. I don't know if..." She accidentally slipped up, then hurriedly shut her mouth, her face flushing bright red. Wang Shuanghua grinned. "I've already decided on you as my future sister-in-law. If my brother dares disagree, I'll ignore him from now on. But come to think of it, my brother really hasn't contacted us in days. Maybe he thinks I'm a third wheel? For the sake of my brother's happiness, I've decided to accompany the prince to the opera this weekend. You better seize the opportunity." Hu Qinxue scolded her with a laugh, but her heart brimmed with anticipation. Just thinking about spending quality time with Wang JT made her feel happy. Wang JT cherished Sikong Rian dearly. Last night, he merely held her in his arms until she fell asleep. Sure enough, his luck wasn't great. When he opened the red envelope this morning, he only got 10 million yuan in funding and a few $100,000 in cash. Wang JT transferred the funds he had received over the past 2 days into Sikong Rian's account. Considering her company had been burning through money, it needed more financial support. Chapter 81 Practice well. Wang JT dropped Sima Rian off at the company and then went to Junha Fitness Club. After all, he was now somewhat skilled, so he naturally wanted to show off a bit. After becoming sworn brothers with Li Jiming, he headed to the private training ground at the back mountain, driving directly up the winding road on the other side. At the entrance, Wang JT saw Zhong Huarong. This time, he sensed a familiar energy from the man, indicating that Zhong was also a master of Mingjin. Zhong Huarong also noticed Wang JT's change. His face showed surprise, but he suppressed his curiosity and refrained from asking questions. Wang JT laughed and said, "Just ask whatever you want. I'm not a tiger that'll bite you." "I know what you're thinking. Yesterday I had nothing to do, so I picked up a few martial arts books and practiced a bit, and ended up at this level." Zhong Huarong said with great frustration. "Seeing you like this, I really want to strangle you." "What do you mean, practiced a bit and reached this level? Do you even realize how hard we worked to develop Mingjin? We trained in the worst winter cold and the hottest summer heat, without missing a single day. It took over 20 years of hard practice before we became experts. Wong JT shrugged and said, I don't want to discourage you, but I'm telling the truth. Maybe this is just a gift, something you can't force no matter how hard you try. The fact was right in front of him, and Zhong had no choice but to believe it. Deep in his heart, he could only sigh. Truly, people kill each other when compared, and goods are thrown away when measured side by side. Wong JT walked in laughing and saw Li Jiming drinking tea. He casually sat next to him and downed a bowl of tea in one gulp. As a master of Anjin, Li Jiming had extremely sharp senses. With no other distractions around, he had clearly heard every word of their conversation. Although outwardly he remained calm, inside he was in turmoil. Previously, his father had told him about certain people in the world who were considered once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigies. It was common for such people to learn without a teacher, and their speed in mastering martial arts was absolutely unmatched, inspiring only sighs of admiration from others. Li thought that, being someone from a reclusive family, it made sense for Wong JT to possess such talent. Li had looked up some Glao recently and found that according to the Glao, not everyone from a reclusive family was qualified to go out and gain experience. Only those who were highly valued and seen as future pillars of the family were sent out for cultivation. These reclusive families always believe that when heaven bestows a great mission upon a person, it must first test their endurance and willpower, and only then can they achieve greatness. And indeed, their methods had proven effective. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained influential for so long. Any family that had fallen even slightly behind had already been swallowed up and left with nothing. Though many thoughts passed through Li Jiming's mind, they were instantaneous, and soon a faint smile appeared on his face. Brother Tai, you've truly given me too many surprises. Before, your physical condition had already impressed me beyond words. I never expected that even casual practice could bring out internal energy. Judging from your condition, it seems you've already reached the peak of Mingjin and may soon catch up to my level. As he said this, he subtly praised himself, determined to highlight his own strength to make it stand out more. Wong JT scratched his head and said, I just thought I was bored, so I happened to find 3 books and followed their methods a bit. As for what level I've reached, I really can't tell. I felt it was boring practicing alone, so I wanted to find someone to spar with. Brother, please arrange that. Doesn't have to be too strong, just give me some practice. Anyway, I'm not looking to start fights. I mainly want to be able to defend myself or run away when someone tries to attack me. In his heart, Li Jiming let out a wokao. This kid really is a spoiled young master, thinking only about how to escape during a fight. What a waste of such talent. If such talent were given to someone who worked diligently, he'd at least become a grandmaster. These were, of course, only thoughts he would never express outwardly. So he simply let Zhong Huarong spar with Wong JT. They both changed into training uniforms and stood face to face on the platform. Wong JT made a bow in the style shown on TV. From below, Li Jiming laughed and said, before you hadn't developed internal energy, so you couldn't be considered part of the martial world. I didn't care how you bowed. But now the situation is different. You are now a real martial artist, and should show the proper martial etiquette. However, the bow you just made used the ancient martial etiquette, something meant only for traditional martial artists. That's crossing boundaries and may lead to unnecessary trouble. He had Zhong Huarong demonstrate the proper bow in detail, and finally Wong understood. He helplessly shook his head, realizing how complicated things were and strengthening his earlier resolution. He would absolutely never get involved in the martial world. Zhong Huarong spoke very seriously. I am the heir of Xiaobei Long Fist Kung Fu. Please, Senior Tai, do give me your guidance. Wong JT chuckled and said, I don't really know how to introduce myself either. Let's just start with a fight. He didn't take out the iron rings used for the iron wire fist technique from his space. Instead, he launched forward with his arms moving like iron whips, creating a powerful and fierce wind. The iron wire fist is a form of hung boxing, emphasizing wide and forceful movements, perfectly suiting Wong JT's personality and allowing him to fight with great ease and confidence. Zhong Huarong was silently cursing inside. He had initially planned to hold back a bit against Wong, but now he realized that was a naive thought. He would be lucky not to be knocked flat. After throwing a few sets of the iron wire fist, Wong JT decided to try the 12 tan legs. Immediately changing his technique, his legs became strong and powerful. Zhong Huarong was overwhelmed, barely able to keep up, and finally shouted in surrender. He quickly jumped off the platform and began gasping for breath. Young Iron Master, your martial arts are too powerful. Who'd believe this is only after a few days of practice? If I hadn't been certain before that you were no experienced martial artist, I would never have believed it. Wong JT shrugged and said, I didn't expect this either. You're the first martial artist I've ever fought. Guess I do have some skill after all. Li Jiming jumped onto the platform and said, Brother Tai, don't get too excited yet. Beating Zhong Huarong was partly due to your incredible physical strength being a huge advantage. Let me spar with you. Don't stick to just one style. Combine both techniques and bring out the full power of both fists and legs. Wong JT eagerly agreed and followed Li Jiming's suggestion, blending the iron wire fist and the 12 tan legs together. At first, the combination was awkward, but gradually it became smoother and better, eventually reaching a flawless state. Those watching from below were equally astonished, all feeling that Wong JT was truly extraordinary. Wong JT fought with great excitement, and clearly the system father was pleased too, awarding more than a dozen red envelopes. Along with the money came a box of premium Dahongpo tea. He pretended to go outside for a moment, then returned with the premium Dahongpo tea, offering it to Li Jiming as a token of gratitude. Li Jiming naturally was delighted, holding Wong JT's hand and laughing while speaking a few warm words. Chapter 82. Just come to me for this. In half a month, it's my father's 70th birthday. I hope my younger brother would grace us with your presence at the birthday banquet. Li Jiming held on to Wong JT's hand and happily extended the invitation. His father had wanted to meet Wong JT before, but there had never been a good opportunity. As the young master of a reclusive family, Wong JT's status was extremely high, and it was absolutely impossible to expect him to visit Li Guangjuan first. Wong JT smiled and said, I had wanted to pay a visit to uncle earlier, but unfortunately there was never a suitable opportunity. This chance comes at just the right time. Li Jiming believed he understood what Wong JT meant and gave a knowing look, nodding repeatedly in agreement. He thought Wong had taken great care to plan it out. Visiting Li Guangjuan under the pretense of celebrating his birthday was perfectly timed. According to Chinese etiquette, when a younger generation visits an elder's birthday banquet, it's completely acceptable anywhere, and no one could possibly find fault with it. If Wong JT knew what Li Jiming was thinking, he would certainly tell him that he was overcomplicating things. There wasn't much hidden intent. This was simply a birthday visit. Having enjoyed himself here, Wong had originally planned to visit Sitong Ruyan, but unfortunately this girl was shy and excused herself with being busy at work these days, unable to see him. Wong JT went to the Friendship Mansion and hung out at Yuan Bingyue's place for a day. The next morning, he opened red envelopes and received a fund of 300 million yuan and a jar of century-old sorghum rice wine. He transferred the 300 million into the account of the investment firm, allowing Yuan Bingyue to continue gaining experience. His extravagant gesture frightened all the staff. These employees were elites from the Northeast Finance Group, handling millions of yuan in their usual jobs, but reaching into the hundreds of millions was simply out of reach for them. Wong JT's wealthy and generous display completely awed the elites. Every one of them made a firm resolution in their hearts to never leave the investment company, and to stay and work here for life. When Wong JT returned to the villa, he took out the century-old sorghum wine and carefully examined it for a long time, believing someone like Li Guangjuan, a season-old fox, should definitely enjoy this kind of wine. Linger popped up from the side. As their synchronization improved, she could now create a three-dimensional projection of a little girl, looking especially adorable. I read that old people prefer to drink medicinal wine. Why don't we go out and buy some Chinese herbs and steep them in this jar? At least it would look better. Wong JT slapped his forehead and said, You're absolutely right. How could I not think about this earlier? Luckily, I have a 600-year-old ginseng root. Let's turn this into a medicinal ginseng wine. As he spoke, he took out the priceless ginseng without a second thought, like pulling a radish from the ground, and shoved it straight into the jar. Linger used a special technique to reseal the mouth of the jar and then moved it through a conveyor belt to the basement, where at an optimal temperature, the medicinal properties of the ginseng could better infuse into the wine. Just as Wong JT was about to take a nap, the red envelope interface popped up again, and as a reward for his wasteful behavior, the system daddy granted him 20 red envelopes. You received 200,000 yuan in funds. Wishing you a pleasant click. You received a multiplier return card. Wishing you a pleasant click. You received a 500-year-old Zhugu, red fruit. Wishing you a pleasant click. You received 185,642 yuan in cash. Wishing you a pleasant click. Wong JT's attention was captured by the Zhugu. Don't be fooled by its lower age compared to the ginseng. This fruit was classified as a top-grade spiritual treasure. In contrast, that 600-year-old ginseng root was merely considered a regular herb. The two were completely in different leagues. As for the other items, the multiplier return card was still useful, but since it now had no time limit, he could simply use it during high-spending moments. Wong JT slept until evening, waking up groggily to find that Fantastica had already logged in, looking at him through the screen. You playful girl, since you've logged in already, why didn't you wake me up? Fantastica replied with a smile. I like watching my brother sleep. It's so cute when my brother is sleeping. Wong JT chuckled. Your mouth is getting sweeter these days. Here, take 100 dark coins and buy yourself some candy. Fantastica made a funny face, then began acting affectionately again, trying various ways to cheer Wong JT up. You wouldn't know, brother. Kong Qingzhong has been looking for rare spiritual herbs these days, offering several rewards, but found nothing. Hearing this, Wong JT laughed out loud. Put Kong Qingzhong on the line. I'll ask him what he needs these rare herbs for. Fantastica's eyes lit up, immediately contacting Kong Qingzhong and setting up a group video call between the three. Kong Qingzhong wore a frowning face as he said, These 2 days I've had some business matters, so I haven't sent greetings to the Supreme God Lord. I wonder what matter you have with me. You're not Fantastica. Why would you greet me if you have no business? I don't like unnecessary formalities. I heard you're searching for treasures and rare herbs. What are they for? Wong JT smiled mockingly before asking his question. Kong Qingzhong replied immediately. I recently found a pill master who agreed to make me a couple of pills to enhance my cultivation, but I must find some rare spiritual herbs first. Spiritual treasures are extremely hard to find. I've tried everything I could, but still came up empty-handed. It looks like I'm out of luck. Wong JT stroked his chin and said, You should have come to me for this. I had a 600-year-old ginseng root yesterday, but today I tossed it into a jar of wine for soaking. Kong Qingzhong and Fantastica simultaneously widened their eyes, silently cursing in their hearts. What a wasteful bastard, practically squandering treasures from heaven and earth. Soaking a 600-year-old ginseng in wine. Was he planning to overdose himself to death? How could someone be this reckless and not just fly straight to heaven? Wong JT cleared his throat and said, Now I only have this 500-year-old Zhugu left. I was originally planning to eat it like fruit. Want it? Upon hearing this, Kong Qingzhong practically wanted to crawl straight out of the screen and kowtow to Wong JT. This was practically a timely rain from heaven. Yes, this is better than the ginseng just now. Thank you so much, Supreme God Lord. From now on, whatever you say is my royal decree. I'll do anything you ask. Wong JT waved carelessly. It's just a piece of fruit. Nothing big. Don't take it to heart. But I have a question. How should I send this fruit to you? Kong Qingzhong immediately said. There's no need to trouble the Supreme God Lord. I'll arrange for the BlackNet delivery service to pick it up. In the future, whenever you need something delivered or collected, you can also use the BlackNet delivery. The BlackNet couriers under me are handpicked from the Black Tusks. They're extremely loyal and skilled. I guarantee they won't disappoint you. Wong JT rubbed his nose and said, I don't want anyone knowing my residence. Arrange a location, and I'll leave the Zhugu there. Enhancing your power is beneficial to me as well. In the future, if you want anything, just let me know. I'll find it for you. I'll definitely be better at this than you are. Kang Qingjong quickly nodded in agreement. As happy as he was, he still couldn't help but feel heartache over that ginseng root. If only he had spoken up earlier, he could have taken both the ginseng and the zhugu. Wong JT and Fantastica chatted for a while longer when Yang Mingting's call came through. Chapter 83, Let Me Try. Wong JT briefly spoke with Fantasy Elf, ended the video call, and connected with Yang Mingting. Yang Mingting was wearing a cute pajama set, batting her beautiful big eyes, looking just like a lovely girl stepping out from an anime. Did my little princess miss me? It feels like ages since we last met, and we haven't seen each other for quite a while already. Wong JT teased with a smile. Seeing Yang Mingting roll her eyes cutely, he thought she was too adorable. He really wanted to go see her right now. You always tease me, brother. I did miss you, but this time I contacted you because I have something else to discuss with you. Manager Zhou called me. He said your Rolls-Royce Sweptail has already arrived. By coincidence, there's a car exhibition happening these days, and he wants to use this car to boost their profile. I didn't dare make a decision on my own, so I called you to ask. If you don't like it, we can tell them not to. What if such an expensive car gets damaged? Yang Mingting wore a serious expression, which somehow looked amusing. Wang JT chuckled and agreed. Zoe Feng really knows how to handle things properly, especially when it comes to matters involving you. It won't get damaged just sitting there on display. Let them borrow it for the exhibition. Yang Mingting nodded. Then her eyes lit up with mischief. Minjing Jiejie doesn't have much for me to do these days. Brother, will you accompany me to the car show? While speaking, she playfully stuck her tongue out, looking completely mischievous and cheeky. Nothing like the previous innocent cuteness. Of course, Wang JT wouldn't say no to this adorable girl. Besides, he could already feel a surge of inner heat and decided to pick her up right away instead of going again tomorrow. Soon after, Yang Mingting paid the price for being mischievous. A whole tour through the exhibition left her as exhausted as a pile of mud. Wang JT was awakened on time by the red envelope notification sound. This time, the reward wasn't impressive. Only over 1 million cash, nothing else. Looking at Yang Mingting curled up in his arms like a little kitten, he smiled and pulled her closer, thinking how spoiled he had become. Once upon a time, even dreaming about having 1 million seemed far-fetched. Yang Mingting woke up past noon, and by the time she got ready, it was nearly midday. She gave a slightly embarrassed stick of her tongue before hooking arms with Wang JT and setting off. The two arrived at Haixing Square, which housed the largest car exhibition hall in East Asia. Right now, it was decorated with fluttering banners, drum beats, gongs ringing, bustling with activity. Cars priced below 1 million yuan were displayed outside, chosen mainly by white-collar workers. The true tycoons entered the main exhibition hall to admire the real luxury vehicles and the stunning car models beside them. Many of the rich and powerful didn't come just to choose cars. They were here to admire the models instead. It was mutual benefit and a win-win scenario for everyone. Looking at the car models, Yang Mingting said with admiration, their figures are so amazing, especially those long legs. They're so mouth-watering. If only I had long legs too, brother would like me even more. How was that saying again? A girl with great legs can keep you entertained for a whole year. Wang JT gave Yang Mingting's little nose a light rub. You're spouting such nonsense. You must be spending too much time with Fat Girl, right? When I first went to rent Minjing Jiejie's store, Fat Girl kept teasing me. She's always so inappropriate. Stay away from her in the future. He spoke in just the right tone, loud enough for people around them to overhear. Immediately, many people wore expressions of disdain. Wang JT noticed their expressions from the corner of his eyes, but didn't care. Unexpectedly, a disdainful voice rang out at that moment. Just a white-collar worker needing to rent a place dares to come here to view cars, bringing a factory girl with him. How tasteless. Wang JT turned to look at the direction of the voice, and saw a greasy middle-aged man hugging a heavily made-up woman. The greasy man eyed Yang Mingting with blatant desire, obviously looking to change his flavor palette with something fresher and lighter. Wang JT gave a soft humph through his nose and stared coldly at the man, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily looking away. Just as Wang JT was about to speak, Yang Mingting held his arm and cooed. Brother, don't pay attention to people like that. Let's go see the cars. Wang JT nodded and, ignoring the greasy man, turned with Yang Mingting towards the Rolls-Royce exhibit area. The greasy man felt humiliated and immediately followed closely behind with his companion. As they entered the section, he deliberately pushed past Wang JT and Yang Mingting. Seeing the Rolls-Royce Sweptail in the center of the display area, the woman immediately exclaimed, "This car looks so noble and luxurious. Let's buy this one." The greasy man cast a sidelong glance at Wang JT, proudly nodded, and then asked the sales representative who was approaching, "How much is this car?" "It looks pretty good, actually." The sales representative saw Wang JT and originally wanted to ignore the greasy man, approaching directly to greet him, but seeing Wang JT gently shake his head, he had no choice but to give up. The sales representative displayed a professional smile. "This car is worth 80 million renminbi. If you'd like to buy it, sir, we can apply to the headquarters for a 95% discount and also give you a license plate set for free." Hearing the price, the greasy man broke into a cold sweat and couldn't help exclaiming, "How come it's so expensive? Why don't you just rob people? Who can afford such an expensive car anyway?" Internally, the sales representative looked down on him, but outwardly remained calm. "Sir, you misunderstood. This car is only for display purposes and was never intended for sale here." The greasy man was at a loss for words, frustratedly looking around until his eyes fell on a sign stating that all cars in the exhibition were available for free trial seating. He immediately turned to the woman and said, "Let's go sit in it and see how this car feels like." The woman, ecstatic, shouted, "You really mean to buy this car for me? I love you so much. Tonight, you can have your way with me however you like." "Do you actually think that? Do you think you're made of diamonds, expecting me to buy you an 80 million RMB car? Why don't you fly up to the sky then? Didn't you see the sign that says all the cars are available for trial seating? It doesn't cost anything to try, so why don't you get in quickly?" Angry and scornful, the greasy man scolded the woman, who wore a disappointed look, though she also wanted to experience the super luxury car and reached her hand toward the car door. The sales representative hurriedly slapped their hands away and loudly said, "I'm really sorry, but this car is different from the others. It's already been sold. We are only exhibiting it here with the owner's permission to let people appreciate its beauty. So as I mentioned earlier, we never intended to sell this car here at all." Hearing this, the greasy man felt as if he had been ridiculed and instantly became furious. Just as the greasy man was about to lose his temper, Wong JT, holding Yang Mingting's hand, came over with a big grin. Wong JT said casually, "Let me try it out." Chapter 84. He is the owner. The greasy middle-aged man was already fuming with nowhere to vent his anger. Hearing these words, he immediately jumped up, barking like a mad dog. "You penniless nobody, what nonsense are you spouting? This luxury car worth more than 80 million. Even I don't have the privilege to test it. Who do you think you are?" Wong JT gave a contemptuous snort through his nose. "I just didn't feel like acknowledging you earlier. Don't you dare get too pushy. Whether I have the qualifications or not must be decided by these salespeople." The saleswoman immediately chimed in. "Young Master Tai is the actual owner of this car. He can sit in it however he wants. Who are others to question him? Seriously, who gave you the guts to call young Master Tai a penniless nobody? A single hair from young Master Tai's leg is thicker than your waist." She was determined to latch onto Wong JT's good side, so she fired back ruthlessly, leaving the greasy man speechless. The greasy man swallowed hard and then cried out. Earlier he said he lived in a rented apartment. How could someone like him possibly afford such an expensive luxury car? It's obviously a fraud. This is sheer nonsense. Young Master Tai paid in full when he pre-ordered this car, even shocking the head office. Zhou Yifeng, who had been having lunch nearby, hurried over upon hearing that Wong JT had arrived. He just happened to catch the last sentence and immediately spoke up without hesitation. Zhou Yifeng glared coldly at the greasy man and told the nearby store clerk to take some photos, then send them to headquarters. "Due to your offense against our group's most distinguished guest, you will be listed as unwelcome in all Rolls-Royce branches worldwide. We will also share your photo with other luxury car brands. Whether they choose to blacklist you or not depends entirely on your luck." The woman immediately screamed, "What you're doing is an invasion of privacy. We can sue you and make you pay the price." Zhou Yifeng said with a serious face, "We have a dedicated legal team precisely for handling people like you troublemakers. Feel free to sue us anytime. The circle of top billionaires isn't that big, and once you offend young Master Tai, other top billionaires will inevitably get wind of it. Then, you'll have to bear the consequences." His words were a blatant threat, yet legally sound. These top billionaires formed an interconnected group. Oftentimes, pulling one thread would move the entire net. In truth, the greasy man was just a minor business owner with an annual income no more than 8 or 9 million. For top billionaires to eliminate him would be as simple as a mere puff of breath. He was so frightened his heart quaked in fear, hurriedly nodding and bowing to apologize. "I've got a pair of dog eyes. I didn't recognize Mount Tai when I saw it. Young Master Tai has the heart of a prime minister able to hold a boat. Please don't hold it against me." Wong JT ignored the greasy man entirely, proudly turning his head away without so much as a glance from the corner of his eyes. Yang Mingting made a proud face and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you're worth even our attention? Now get out of here, and don't let us ever see you again. Otherwise I guarantee you won't be able to handle the consequences. Now scram." The greasy man gave them endless thanks, pulling that woman along like a defeated dog with his tail tucked between his legs, fleeing in shame. Zhou Yifeng said with a beaming smile, "If young Master Tai wanted to come to the auto show, why didn't Miss Yang inform me in advance? I would have waited here for you. That was really impolite of me earlier." Wong JT smiled and said, "I just suddenly felt like coming for a tour with Mingting. You don't need to be too formal with us. Just do whatever you were doing before. Once the auto show is over, let Mingting drive this car to my villa and just handle the remaining procedures directly with Mingting." Yang Mingting fluttered her beautiful big eyes and said, "I'm barely even handling that little car well. What if I accidentally damage this expensive luxury car?" Wong JT chuckled and said, "As long as you aren't hurt, just treat it like letting you play bumper cars. A car's life is incomplete if it hasn't been hit a few times." When Zhou Yifeng and others heard these words, they all inwardly screamed in admiration. "Big brother, you're so impressive," voice cracking. "How come you haven't just gone to the sky yet?" After exchanging a few more casual words, Wong JT and Yang Mingting walked towards other exhibition areas. Otherwise, staying here was no different than going to the store. Because it was lunchtime, few people outside the exhibition area had learned about what had just happened. After aimlessly wandering around for a while, the couple arrived at a diagonally opposite spot, which was the McLaren exhibition area. There stood 2 women in suits at the entrance. Yang Mingting exchanged glances with one of the women and immediately smiled. "I didn't expect to run into you here, sis one. We haven't seen each other for quite some time. How come you're working as a car salesperson now? Judging by your appearance, things seem to be going pretty well for you." Yang Mingting greeted her casually, then introduced her to the others. This woman's name was Wen Jiqing. They used to work together as waitresses in a bridal shop. Later, the bridal shop owner skipped town and still owed them wages for several months. Yang Mingting was left with just a few dollars in her pocket, nearly starving until her ribs were sticking out. It was Wen Jiqing who, from her meager savings, squeezed out 200 yuan to help Yang Mingting through her toughest time. Wong JT had also lived through hard times. He knew just how tough life was on only 200 yuan a month. The look in his eyes toward Yang Mingting carried an added touch of tenderness. From now on, he was determined to let this girl live a life like a princess. Looking at Wong JT, Wen Jiqing smiled and inquired about his situation, behaving every bit like a responsible older sister, afraid her younger sister might end up at a disadvantage. She happily pulled out 2 bottles of soda water, telling them to wander around the exhibition area freely and take a couple of photos if they liked anything. Yang Mingting had long been accustomed to Wong JT's supercars and didn't pay much attention to these vehicles, but to respect Wen Jiqing, she still chose a car and prepared to casually snap a few pictures. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, and a heavily made-up woman accompanied a plump, important-looking man over. Smiling, the woman began her introduction. This is our newest P4S model, specially designed for high-end clients like Bosley. It combines the comfort of a business car with the style of a sports car. Before she could finish speaking, Bosley interrupted by waving his hand, pointing toward Yang Mengting, who was taking photos by the car. I don't think this car is as sophisticated as you claim. It's not suitable for someone of my status. I'll go check business cars at other booths instead. As the woman watched Boss Lee's retreating figure and then glanced at Yang Mengting, who was casually snapping photos, a sudden surge of rage rushed up from her heels to the crown of her head. She was absolutely livid. She shouted at Wong JT and the others. You two, come here right now. Wong JT and Yang Mengting hurried over, respectfully asking, what can we do for you, Supervisor Sun? Their tone was very respectful. Supervisor Sun, meanwhile, wore an expression that clearly showed her foul mood. Do you remember what I told you earlier? We're a globally renowned brand at McLaren, targeting high-end clients and attracting the most premium customers. You must ensure that not just anyone gets to come into our exhibition area, let alone take photos with our cars, dragging down our brand's image. Chapter 85. You're too high class for me. Sun, the supervisor, angrily scolded Wong JT and the other woman. Both felt wronged, especially the other woman, who felt utterly bewildered. This incident isn't my fault. It's because Wong JT knew that girl, said they used to work together before, and invited her to take a couple of photos for showing off on her social media. I wanted to stop her at that time, but Wen's position is higher than mine. She wouldn't have listened to me anyway, so I kept quiet. Please forgive me, Supervisor Sunday. Without hesitation, the woman betrayed Wong JT and placed the entire blame on her. Supervisor Sun glared furiously at Wong JT and angrily shouted, You've been with the company for a long time now. Look at what you've done. Didn't I clearly tell you all before? Don't let those low-class people near our cars, let alone allow photos with them. Don't even mention scratching the paintwork. Just getting the car dirty makes it unsellable to other noble customers. With your attitude, promotions? That's just wishful thinking. When I get back, I'll submit a report to have your rank reduced to the lowest. Wong JT felt extremely wronged. After all, car shows were meant for photo opportunities. She thought having Yang Mengting take a couple of pictures was helping with publicity. What harm was there? Too afraid to defend herself, she lowered her head and said, I'm truly sorry. I know I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. Please forgive me, Supervisor Sun. Sun huffed through her nose. Sorry. If it were effective, what would we need rules for? Everyone must take responsibility and pay the necessary price for their mistakes. She shouted so loudly that Wong JT and Yang Mengting overheard everything, both furious. Just as the two were preparing to step forward and confront them, footsteps were heard again. This time, a middle-aged man in a suit arrived, along with Jean Wenpeng. Jean wore an air of smug arrogance, while the middle-aged man beside him remained humble and visibly eager to please. When Supervisor Sun saw them, her expression immediately turned sunny as she rushed toward them, looking every bit like a lapdog. Greetings, Master Jean and Manager Ma. The event is going great today. Many premium customers have come to our booth to check out the cars. Of course, Master Jean himself is the most premium. Just look at this vehicle here. Before she could finish speaking, Jean shoved her aside, quickly making his way toward Wong JT in 2 quick strides. What a lucky day. I never expected to run into you here, Master Tai. If I had known earlier that you were coming to the auto show, I would have brought everyone else here too. Wong JT smiled slightly and said, We're all friends. There's no need to be so formal. Let's make plans for dinner sometime. Jean Wenpeng immediately agreed. The man behind him, Manager Ma, gave Wong a once-over, puzzled. He thought to himself, I've met all the young masters in Beanqing's elite circles. This one is unfamiliar. I wonder where he's from. Yet, judging from Jean Wenpeng's demeanor, this individual must be someone important, definitely someone with a powerful background. Manager Ma discreetly tugged at Jean Wenpeng's sleeve. They had a slight familial connection, and Jean always took care of him. Let me introduce you. This is Master Tai. He's our leader, and even Wang Yingjie follows him around. Remember I told you about the Porsche 911 GT? That's Master Tai's car. I also heard Rolls-Royce brought in a special Huiying model. Probably his idea too. Yang Mengting laughed and interjected. You do know your stuff. That car really was bought by my brother. He paid the full price in advance when placing the order. Manager Ma fully understood that Jean Wenpeng wouldn't lie to him. Just from the fact that Wong JT owned those 2 cars, it was clear he was an extremely well-connected individual. I am the regional manager for McLaren in this area. Master Tai, you can just call me Xiao Ma in the future. If Master Tai is ever interested in McLaren, no matter which model you want, I can get it for you. Ma manager displayed utmost humility, hoping earnestly to establish a connection with Wong JT. Wong JT coughed lightly and replied, Don't say that, Manager Ma. People like us are simply too low-class for a high-end brand like McLaren. I can only afford Porsches and Rolls-Royces, low-class people driving low-class vehicles. High-class cars are for high-class people to enjoy. I think I'll just go check out the cheaper cars. Upon hearing this, Jean Wenpeng immediately grasped what was happening. McLaren's people must have unknowingly offended Wong JT. He immediately said, If Master Tai considers himself low-class, where does that leave me? I guess I have to let the others know to keep their distance from such high-end brands. Manager Ma was completely shaken. After all, high-end sports cars were in a delicate position. Average white-collar workers couldn't even dream of buying them, let alone common office staff. As for those successful tycoons, they would never buy flashy, high-end sports cars. They'd rather choose mature and dignified business vehicles. That's why the target customers for high-end sports cars can only be these rich young masters. Once a brand is abandoned by them, it's completely doomed. Manager Ma quickly said, I believe this must be a misunderstanding. Please, Iron Young Master, clarify what exactly happened. Yang Mengting pointed at Wong JT and said, She used to be my senior co-worker when I worked before. We just happened to meet at the entrance of your exhibition area. She said she wanted me to help promote things a bit. Thinking back when I was working, she treated me especially well. I figured I should return the favor by doing her a small favor. So I picked a sports car and planned to take a few photos to post on my social media. But then this supervisor's son came out of nowhere and scolded my senior harshly, saying people like us are too low class to even take photos with your high-end vehicles. I used to work as a sales consultant at Rolls-Royce. I thought Rolls-Royce was already amazing, but I never imagined that by your brand standard. It's nothing but cheap stuff. You're just too high class. People like us can't possibly hope to reach your level. I'll definitely tell all my female friends to stay far away from your brand from now on. Upon hearing these words, Manager Ma felt a surge of anger rising from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He was furious beyond words. He almost wanted to strangle supervisor's son to death. This foolish woman. Was her brain completely filled with crap that she could say such things? This young lady in front of him had obviously soared into a phoenix. No matter how ordinary she used to be, she was now noble by status. Having her post photos on social media was a huge gain. After all, things gather in like kinds, and people group according to similarity. How could one know that her circle wasn't filled with powerful individuals? Furious, Manager Ma turned around and roared at supervisor's son. You damned idiot. What the hell are you still standing there for? Come over here immediately and apologize to Master Tai and Lady Yang. Startled and frightened, supervisor's son shuddered and rushed over in a panic. Chapter 86. You said it yourself. Son's supervisor, upon hearing their conversation, was already trembling with fear. Now, hearing Manager Ma's roar, her legs turned even weaker. She hurriedly rushed over, but due to her shaking legs, she fell to her knees directly in front of Wong JT, a stark contrast to her previous arrogance. It's all my fault. I didn't know the madam's status was so noble, so I spoke nonsense. The madam is definitely worthy of our McLaren. Wong JT shook his head and said, It seems you still don't understand where you went wrong. I'm truly disappointed by how McLaren trains its employees. Jin Wenpeng chimed in. Iron Jr. is absolutely right. Such a brand that looks down on others must be eliminated. Let me take care of it. Manager Ma felt a chill in his heart. He clearly knew that if he couldn't satisfy Wong JT today, he might as well shut the store down permanently. It's my fault for not properly training my employees. I apologize to Iron Jr. and the madam. She won't be working here anymore. As for the vacant supervisor position, Wen Jiqing's abilities and credentials are more than sufficient. I believe she will definitely manage the staff well. Wen Jiqing, who had been watching from the side, looked dazed. She never expected such a dramatic reversal in an instant, and she became the supervisor she had longed for. Supervisor's son, on the other hand, was terrified. Working at such a high-end 4S store meant minimal workload and generous benefits. Reaching the rank of supervisor meant additional perks. The worst part was that she wasn't resigning. She was getting fired for offending a wealthy young master. The news would spread throughout the industry, leaving her future prospects bleak. She hurriedly pleaded, I know it's all my fault. Please, Iron Jr., give me one chance. I'll correct my behavior in the future. I'll never look down on anyone again. Wong JT raised his eyebrows slightly. If apologies worked, what would be the point of rules? We're all adults. Making mistakes must have consequences. That's what you said yourself, right? Of course, we should do it your way. How could a person be so hypocritical, strict with others, lenient with themselves? That's absolutely unacceptable. I'm quite satisfied with Manager Ma's handling of this. Bring me 7 units of that car that Mingting photographed earlier, all in red. Everyone on the scene inwardly shouted, WTF. It was just unbelievable. Could things still be this crazy? Manager Ma quickly nodded in agreement and sensibly assigned Wen Jiqing to handle this transaction. As long as they clung to this rich young master, countless future benefits would follow. Wen Jiqing smiled and said, Iron Jr.'s generosity is truly impressive. We currently only have 2 vehicles, but we can arrange the remaining 5 within a month. Wong JT chuckled. 2 off the lot will do. Just deliver these 2 cars to Mengting's residence. I'll provide you with the address for the rest. I don't like paying deposits. Just settle the entire amount up front. After all, nobody would dare to rip me off. If anyone did, I'd probably have to thank them. Yang Mingting recalled the live stream she'd watched earlier and smiled with excitement. I really hope someone tries that, then I can see it again. Just thinking about it is exciting. Everyone once again fell into a gloomy mood, believing that the world of the rich was truly beyond their comprehension. Wen Jiqing composed herself and said, the 7 cars total 42 million yuan. Following our manager's suggestion, 40 million yuan from Iron Jr. would suffice. Wong JT coughed slightly. Out of respect for you being Mengting's elder sister, I won't dwell on this time. Let me enlighten you. This method works with people like little Jean, but certainly isn't suitable for someone like me. If I've already spent 40 million, why worry about an extra 2 million? You all, including little Jean, should think carefully. Consider what someone like me really needs. Understand this, and you're bound for a bright future. If you still don't get it, it's fine. You just won't enter the most elite circles. But honestly speaking, the current circle is more than enough. One shouldn't be too greedy. His last sentence was directed at Jin Wenpeng. The truth was, he just wanted to show off a bit. There wasn't really any profound meaning. However, although the speaker meant nothing by it, the listener took it seriously. Jin Wenpeng felt there was much deeper meaning behind it, and decided to study it carefully when he returned. Wong JT chose to use his multiplying refund card. This time, it triggered a 9x multiplier, returning a total of 37 million yuan. Nothing too spectacular, but better than nothing. Wong JT didn't stay long, and took Yang Mingting back to the villa. The girl played with Linger the entire afternoon, and then enjoyed the evening view with him, clearly overjoyed. When Jin Wenpeng got home, he kept thinking about those words without understanding their meaning. Seeing his father come back, he decided to seek his father's opinion. He entered his father's study, first recounting the day's events before repeating Wong JT's remarks. After listening carefully, Jin Guoshun remained deep in thought for more than an hour. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, giving Jin Wenpeng quite a start. Jin Guoshun spoke earnestly. Junior Iron truly lives up to being a pillar of a hidden clan. He's absolutely amazing. You handled this matter extremely poorly. You're completely off track from what Iron Jr. actually wants. The key point today wasn't Iron Jr. himself, but rather the girl by his side. Based on what you previously said, this girl is a modern-day Cinderella. Do you know what Cinderella's biggest flaw is? It's her background. Hidden clans place particular emphasis on such matters. This girl absolutely cannot marry into a hidden clan. Don't be misled. Should Iron Jr. dare to announce to the clan that he's willing to abandon everything to be with this girl, I guarantee that girl won't live to see another sunrise. There's a great deal involved here, primarily the clan's reputation. However, if she's willing to be Iron Jr.'s woman, the clan will ensure she lives in luxury and wealth. If she can even bear a son, there's still a chance she might integrate into the clan. After all, a mother's status rises with her child. Jin Wonpong appeared thoughtful as he replied, I understand father's meaning now. To become Iron Jr.'s wife, she must at least possess a status like Sitong Rian's. Judging by the situation earlier, Iron Jr. clearly dotes on this girl greatly. He must want to give her some standing, so their relationship wouldn't be meaningless. That McLaren dealership dared to offend him, so he intends to take over the entire store and place it under this girl's name, making it legitimate when she receives money. My involvement ruined that plan. Why didn't I realize that at the time? Father, do you think Iron Jr. might hold a grudge against me over this matter? Jin Guoshun looked at his worried son with a smile, shaking his finger as he said, it's exactly the opposite of what you're thinking. This time, Iron Jr. has actually acknowledged your character, or else he wouldn't have offered you guidance. Tomorrow, go find Sitong Rian and propose exchanging shares, with our Tianfeng group offering 10% in exchange for 1% of theirs. Remember, the shares must be formally transferred into Sitong Rian's name. Jin Wonpeng stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at his father, astonished and waiting eagerly for his father's explanation. Chapter 87. No pain, no gain. Seeing the puzzled look on his son's face, Jin Guoshun helplessly shook his head and decided it was time to give him a proper lesson. Do you even know who Sitong Rian really is? She's merely a bastard daughter of the Du family, good enough for an ordinary family by far. But in the eyes of hidden noble families, that status is still nothing to speak of. Forget about Sitong Rian. Even the legitimate daughters of the Du household are treated this way. However, looking at Wong JT's attitude towards Sitong Rian, he clearly intends to bring her into his family, which is why he keeps investing in her. Don't let Wong JT fool you into thinking he only gifted her the Bindo electronics. Actually, the help he's given her is far more substantial. I've been observing Sitong Rian closely recently, and I noticed her main focus lies in modifying equipment, which clearly indicates she isn't worried about product sales at all. It shows that Sitong Rian is confident that whatever they produce can definitely be sold, and at a good price too. That's why I told you to exchange 10% of our group's shares for 1% of Sitong Rian's. Right now, it may seem like she's getting the better deal, but in the future, it'll be a huge gain for us. Jin Wonpeng hesitated for a moment before carefully asking, but all of this is just your assumption, father. What if you guessed wrong? Or if circumstances change suddenly? Wouldn't we suffer a huge loss? Jin Guoshun narrowed his eyes and replied, do you know what the essence of doing big business is? It's a single word, gamble. For deals of a lifetime, success depends on luck, not your abilities. Do you really believe that man can conquer nature? Now, with all the signs already favorable, it's time to bet. There can't be the slightest hesitation at a moment like this. One must have sufficient boldness. There's an old saying from our Northeast, no pain, no gain. You won't catch a wolf unless you dare to part with your child. You must give to receive. Jin Wonpeng nodded thoughtfully, feeling his father's words were absolutely right. It was true. Old people indeed possess the sharpest wisdom. Jin Guoshun continued. Besides, what Iron Young Master said to you today already implied this meaning. It all depends on whether you're wise enough to grasp it. Exchanging 10% of our shares for you to gain a chance to rise to great heights is absolutely worth it. You must seize this opportunity with both hands. Understanding dawned on Jin Wonpeng. He assured his father he would definitely do the job well and never disappoint him. Wong JT was woken by the red envelope alert sound and lazily tapped to collect it. Congratulations. You received $8 million. Have a happy tapping experience. Congratulations. You received 2 bags of spicy strips. Have a happy tapping experience. Congratulations. You received a legendary driving skill card. Have a happy tapping experience. Congratulations. You received a military vehicle. Make sure. Have a happy tapping experience. Seeing that he had drawn a skill card, a legendary driving skill, Wong JT couldn't help but feel very curious and immediately chose to use it. He felt his vision darken, and then his consciousness entered a strange realm filled with various vehicles of every type. The range was incredibly comprehensive, from small skateboards to massive interstellar warships. Nothing was missing. Wong JT instinctively controlled one of the vehicles after another, handling each one perfectly. He truly was a god of driving. After operating every vehicle, his vision darkened again, then brightened. He returned to lying on his bed. He glanced at the digital clock, noticed the time hadn't changed, and realized he had just undergone mental training. How amazing! Yang Mingting stirred slightly in his arms, and a smile crept onto his face as he tightened his arm around her. After they got up, Wong JT originally intended to send Yang Mingting back, but surprisingly, she refused, saying she wanted to practice driving so she could smoothly bring the Rolls-Royce back. Wong JT mentally considered this and decided to look up Sitong Rian. When he arrived at the company, the secretary said Jin Wonpeng was in Sitong Rian's office. Curious about why this young master had come to see Sitong Rian, he strolled into the office leisurely. Seeing Jin Wonpeng with a beaming smile and Sitong Rian wearing a look of confusion, Wong JT's curiosity intensified. What play are you two performing here? What's going on? Sitong Rian immediately replied. Jin Young Master came earlier and wanted to exchange shares with me. He offered them 10% for 1% of our technology group's shares. I found this absolutely absurd, so I suggested Jin Young Master rethink his offer. This kind of trade is too unfair. Jin Wonpeng quickly said. I already discussed it thoroughly with my father. We have high hopes for the technology group's prospects and sincerely want to make this exchange to form a strong alliance with you. Wong JT smiled. It must be your father's idea. No wonder he's the chairman of the second largest group in Bin City. He truly has courage. Come to think of it, the Dewan Group has already become a national enterprise and shouldn't be considered as a local company in Bin City anymore. So actually, your Tianfeng Group is the real top local enterprise here. However, Bin City's position is indeed quite weak. Such an exchange wouldn't be fair at all. Increase your company's share to 15%, and then the value would be equivalent. Jin Wenpeng couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling that Wong JT's demands were quite big. But thinking of his father's earlier words, he immediately nodded in agreement. Sikong Rian had been in a confused state the whole time, until the contract was signed, and she received the mutual equity authorization documents. Only then did she slowly regain her composure. She looked at the equity authorization documents and said, Jing Guoshun is famously sly. How could he possibly agree to something like this? 15% of the Tianfeng Group's equity is already comparable in scale to our entire technology group. Wong JT held Sikong Rian's hand and said, if Jin Wenpeng hadn't performed well, I wouldn't have agreed to this exchange at all. You mustn't focus solely on the present. You must look toward the future as well. Our technology group will surely keep growing bigger and eventually become the leader of the entire industry, while the Tianfeng Group has already reached its peak. It would be great if they could even maintain their current status. By that time, our 1% share will be worth more than the entire Tianfeng Group combined. So tell me, who is really getting the better deal here? That's exactly why they say that old fox really knows how to plan ahead. His success didn't come out of nowhere. Sikong Rian, smart and perceptive, quickly grasped the core of the matter. She smiled and leaned into Wong JT's arms, feeling this was truly her safe harbor. The two were deep in their romantic moment when suddenly, the phone rang. Wong JT looked at the screen with annoyance. It was Wong Jingjie calling, and unhappily pressed the answer button. You better have a good reason for this, or I'll make sure you regret it. Startled by the remark, Wong Jingjie glanced outside at the bright sun, completely confused about what he had done wrong. Without hesitation, he immediately started apologizing, then stated the purpose of his phone call. Chapter 88, The Perfectly Modified Car. It's really a bother to disturb you, young iron, but I'm calling you this time because there's a street racing event tonight. Are you interested in joining? Wong Jingjie's words caught Wong Xiren's interest. He had just obtained supreme driving skills, and now a street racing event came along right at the perfect time. With his arm wrapped around Sikong Rian, Wong Xiren asked with a smile, the young should live boldly. Come with me tonight, and let's really go wild. How does that sound? Sikong Rian nodded in agreement, and said, I'll follow your wish, though I'm afraid I may not let go enough, and will end up boring you. Wong Xiren tightened his arm around her, and said, as long as you're by my side, I'm happy. How could I ever feel bored? While the two were talking, the phone was still connected. Wong Jingjie heard their entire conversation, and finally realized where he had gone wrong. Wong Jingjie glanced again at the sun outside, and gave a huge internal nod of respect. Wong Xiren was truly an expert, and he felt completely awed and impressed. After ending the call, Wong Xiren pondered slightly in his mind. He figured that for such a racing event, he would still need a modified car, otherwise, he'd end up losing even his underwear. He called Xue Xiaowei, briefly explained the situation, and then asked where he could get the best modified car. Without hesitation, Xue Xiaowei said, Boss, you've come to the right person. My good friend Luo Etienne is a nationally renowned master of car modification. Let me take the boss to his workshop. I'm sure we can find a car that satisfies you. I wonder when you're available, boss. Wong Xiren answered with a smile. Of course I'm always free. I'll come find you shortly. I hope you won't let me down. Sikong Rian said she still had to finish some work at the company and told Wong Xiren to pick her up in the evening. Wong Xiren and Xue Xiaowei arrived at an area on the edge of the city and found a huge courtyard with a sign by the entrance that read Dai Dao Auto Workshop. Luo Etienne, who had been informed in advance, was already waiting at the gate. Upon seeing their arrival, he immediately came to greet them. Welcome, young Master Tai. Your visit brings great honor to our humble place. Luo Etienne spoke with great politeness, for after all, this was Xue Xiaowei's boss, one man who absolutely could not be offended. Wong Xiren smiled and replied, Mr. Luo, no need to be so formal. I've come here looking for a suitable modified car to take part in tonight's race. Luo Etienne laughed heartily and said, if I had known young Master Tai wanted to race before, I would have sent you an invitation. In fact, I'm one of the event organizers. Most of the cars participating in tonight's race have all been modified here in my shop. As he spoke, pride filled his face, pride born from his own capabilities, completely justified and earned. Wong Xiren smiled faintly and said, that's even better then. My driving skills are quite good. Don't bother bringing out just ordinary modified cars. Seeing Wong Xiren remain so composed, Luo Etienne felt that he probably wasn't exaggerating. He then led him into a premium storage room to look at some higher-end modified cars. Wong Xiren, equipped with supreme driving skills, naturally possessed many additional abilities. A casual glance was enough for him to understand all about these cars. If this is the highest level you can show me, then it's truly quite disappointing. I could beat drivers of these cars even in a standard sports car. Do you think I'm bluffing? If you don't believe me, let's have a test drive. Let's see just how poor the quality of your modified cars really is. Wong Xiren spoke without holding back, and everyone at the car shop, including Luo Etienne, felt their anger rising. Luo Etienne cleared his throat and said, since young Master Tai insists, let's have someone race against you, so we can all see something new. Wong Xiren had driven a Porsche 911 GT here. Naturally, they were unwilling to compete with that, so he switched to a standard Ferrari instead. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Wong Xiren, using his supreme driving skills, won the race by half a car length. Luo Etienne swallowed hard and said, young Master Tai's driving is perfect. Without all the auxiliary equipment that these modified cars provide, he would be impossible to even catch a glimpse of from behind. Xue Xiaowei nodded continuously and said, looks like my boss was correct. Your modifications clearly don't amount to much. I've only ever heard you boast before, and now the truth comes out. Luo Etienne gritted his teeth and replied, don't you spout nonsense. Young Master Tai's skills could surpass even professional racers. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Meeting such a genius, anyone would be helpless. How can you say my modification technique is bad? Moreover, I do have some real hidden treasures. Just wait, and I'll show them to you. While the two men were talking, Wong Xiren walked over with a smile, casually raised an eyebrow. His meaning was obvious. Luo Etian started by showering Wong Xiren with flattery and said, "Young Master Tai's driving ability is truly a first-class sight. I have never seen anything like it in my life. It's truly impressive. I have a modified car here. It was the culmination of my master's entire life's effort. Unfortunately, after the modification was completed, no one was ever able to control it. Before my master passed away, he said that there must be one person in this world who could conquer this car, and when that time came, this car should be given to that person. I believe Tai Xiao is that person. This car was made especially for you and will definitely satisfy you." Wang Xiren's interest was completely sparked. He followed Luo Etian to the smallest warehouse at the back. Inside, a black sports car was parked. To others, this sports car looked very ordinary, but in Wang Xiren's eyes, it was like a huge beast waiting for him to conquer. Wang Xiren got extremely serious, sat inside the car, started the engine, drove outside, and entered the training track. Lightly stepping on the accelerator, the car's speed picked up instantly. The car shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, its speed increasing rapidly, even leaving behind black afterimages. It truly lived up to that saying. This car wasn't just moving too fast, it was flying too low. It was simply like lightning. As the driver of the car, Wang Xiren felt something completely different from anyone else. He felt like he was barely able to control it. He took a deep breath and concentrated his mind to the highest degree, gradually merging with the car, eventually achieving the state of unity between man and machine. Wang Xiren felt as though the car had become part of his body. He could make it move according to his own will with just a single thought. He drove stylishly with one hand, and instead of slowing down, his speed actually became even faster than before. Linger's voice came from the phone. "I sense a new system container has appeared near Gaga. Good, bring the container back, and I'll install a subsystem inside it." Upon hearing Linger's words, Wang Xiren's heart brimmed with joy. With her subsystem in control, this car would become the perfectly modified vehicle. It would definitely shine brilliantly, undoubtedly unprecedented, even if not unparalleled in the future. Chapter 89, Ultimate Lightning. Wong JT stepped out of the car, wearing a satisfied expression as he said, "This car is just amazing. Name your price." Luo Etian immediately replied, "Didn't I just say earlier that my master had two final wishes before he passed away? The first wish was to find a new owner for this car. According to his wish, whoever could master this car would be its rightful owner. Since you're the only one capable of handling this vehicle, I naturally present it to you. Please, Lord Tai, give it a name, so I may properly honor my late teacher's spirit." Wong JT patted the car while saying, "Since you've said that, I won't stand on ceremony with you. This car has already reached the limits of speed, as fast as lightning. I'll call it Ultimate Lightning." Shui Xiaowei chimed in with flattery. "What a brilliant name. Only Ultimate Lightning is worthy of the boss. It's absolutely perfect." Wang JT nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "I wonder what was the second wish of your late master?" Shui Xiaowei immediately interjected, "I know this part. It was the wish to establish a racing team composed entirely of people from Huagua and to win international awards. This will show those foreigners that we Huaguos are fully capable of producing excellent race drivers. Whatever we decide to do, we will surely do it best." Without hesitation, Wang JT said, "This is truly a great cause. Tell me, how much money would it take to establish such a team? I'll help fulfill your late master's wish." Luo Etian's face lit up with joy as he said, "Thank you, Lord Tai. I have already calculated that we need about 2 billion upfront to get the team started. Once the team is set up and participates in several races, besides winning prizes, our reputation will spread. Then we can get advertising sponsorships and eventually be self-sustaining." Wang JT frowned slightly. "Since it's the wish of your late master, this should be done purely, without distraction from advertisements. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer 10 billion to you first, set up the whole operation properly. Only the best drivers from Huagua will do. Only then can we truly showcase our brilliance." At this moment, he truly was rich and powerful. Not only did he have hundreds of billions in liquidity from Binsheng Bank, the dividends from various corporations were also flowing in, bringing dozens of billions in profit. Those were the big earnings. The rental incomes from the properties he owned, plus the profits from Murshanchang, My Little Market, and Ilsa, Friendship Plaza, were merely side dishes. Even those side dishes still yielded several billion in income. Add to that regular infusions of capital, there was no problem getting dozens of billions annually. It was precisely these vast resources that gave Wang JT confidence to do anything he wished. Luo Etian stood there in stunned silence. It was only after a subtle kick from Shui Xiaowei did he finally snap out of it. "Thank you, Lord Tai. No, boss, from now on, I will follow your every command, and I will spare no effort to carry them out completely, no matter what." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Luo Etian declared his loyalty, knowing this was his golden chance, one that might never come again if missed. Wang JT smiled and said, "All I need is for you to run the racing team well. I have only one requirement. You must showcase the brilliance of our Huagua people. If anything comes up in the future, just give me a direct call. Hardly anything would be beyond me to fix. As for the situations you may face, given your position, they won't be beyond handling." What gave weight to his words was naturally the Black Net. The Black Net's power was immense, truly capable of resolving nearly any problem. Luo Etian found nothing strange in Wang JT's words. He knew that in reality, people are naturally ranked in hierarchies. The idea of universal equality was merely a joke. Without wasting more words with them, Wang JT directly drove back to the villa. Linger conducted a secondary modification on the car, mainly an upgrade to its intelligence systems. Linger didn't make Ultimate Lightning a subsystem of her own, but instead elevated it to a fully independent subsystem, an additional complete artificial intelligence. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wang JT saw a spherical lightning appear on the small screen beside him, while a mechanical voice emitted from the speakers. "Ultimate Lightning greets you, Master. From now on, I shall be your personal vehicle, dedicated to your satisfaction without a moment of disappointment. Wong JT smiled in agreement, then proceeded to learn about Ultimate Lightning's full functionality, greatly satisfied with the upgrade. Except when I'm alone in the car, do not reveal yourself without my permission. Let's avoid unnecessary complications. Ultimate Lightning immediately acknowledged, setting this as its highest priority command. It then activated autonomous driving, carrying Wong JT to the tech company. Sikong Rian had already completed all necessary preparations. The two of them first went to Haishijio Club, where they enjoyed a warm dinner, then finally arrived at the event address. The drag racing competition was to be held on the southern slope of Daqing Mountain. There used to be a resort there, but it went bankrupt due to poor management. It had been bought by these rich young men, who then renovated the mountain road here, turning it into a gathering place for street racers. Wang Yingjia, Jin Wenpeng, and others saw a black sports car drive over and all exchanged confused looks, unsure whose car it was. It wasn't until Wang JT stepped out of the vehicle that they suddenly understood and immediately rushed over. Zhang Yunlong stared at the car and said, "I've never seen Brother Tai driving this car before. Could it be newly purchased? Why doesn't it have a license plate?" Wang JT smiled and replied, "This car was given to me this afternoon by Luo Etian. It's a one-of-a-kind customized vehicle. How could it possibly have a license plate?" Jin Wenpeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief as he shouted, "Could this really be that legendary car no one could ever handle?" Back then, people offered over 100 million just to buy it, but Luo Etian refused to sell. Who would have guessed he'd end up giving it to Brother Tai? Brother Tai really has status. My boss doesn't just have status, he has real ability. Only the boss can control this car, so of course it belongs to him. Luo Etian and Xue Xiaowei walked over happily, sharing the events of the afternoon as they approached. Each emphasized different details. Luo Etian kept praising Wang JT's unparalleled driving skills, calling him a true god behind the wheel. Xue Xiaowei, however, focused on the 10 billion, informing them all that the money had already been transferred and was ready to be used at any time. Everyone attending the racing event were sons of elite families, each at minimum possessing household assets of several billion. Only those with such backgrounds were allowed into this world. After hearing Xue Xiaowei's words, apart from a few individuals, the rest all gasped in shock. Though they all came from wealthy families, being able to freely produce 10 billion on the spot was absolutely impossible for them. Such a sum represented significant liquidity. If anyone foolishly tried to force it, it could very likely cause a cash flow crisis, potentially throwing their entire corporation into chaos. As these people were still stunned by Wang JT's financial power, several more cars pulled up, shining their headlights directly at the group. Chapter 90. Cheating without a second thought. Seeing the situation, everyone became furious. A few hotheads started cursing aloud. Wang JT narrowed his eyes, observing carefully. The other side had 7 or 8 supercars, all at the same level as the Lamborghini Aventador, showing that their strength was decent. Some young men stepped out of the cars. Leading them was an extremely arrogant guy, wearing a look of supreme conceit, as if he looked down on everyone else. The few people who had been cursing suddenly appeared as if their ducks' necks had been squeezed, swallowing back every word. Wang Yingjia whispered, "He's Zhang Kuan, the eldest son of the Zhang family of Fengcheng, a real tyrant. He enjoys making trouble for no reason." Jin Wenpeng took over the conversation. The Zhang family is the largest clan in Fengcheng, with far-reaching influence. The biggest corporate group in Fengcheng is under their control. Additionally, several influential underworld leaders are all subordinate to them. Their family head, Zhang Songkuan, is said to make the entire northeast tremble just by stomping his foot. Wang JT smirked. They really have big mouths. Hupar getting their tongues blown away by strong wind. Who do they think they are, causing earthquakes just for fun? Although Fengcheng is the capital city of our province, Bincheng is the most developed city in the northeast. This guy dares to come here and act so arrogantly, showing he really doesn't know better. Wang Yingjia and Jin Wenpeng hurriedly nodded in agreement. What Iron Master said is exactly right. This place belongs to Iron Master. How could we let them act so haughtily? Wang JT smiled without answering. Many things aren't effective when you boast about yourself. They need others to say them or else it looks like self-promotion. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yingjia continued. There's something I must inform Iron Master. The Zhang family in Fengcheng is a branch of the Zhang family in Modu, and their relationship is very close. Pull one hair, and the whole body moves. Wang JT had learned from Sikong Rian before that the Zhang family was one of the 3 major families in Modu, with unimaginable power. Of course, this only applied to certain people. Wang JT had He Wang as his backing, so not even one Zhang family, let alone the 3 major families in Modu, could intimidate him. Wang JT said casually, "What does this have to do with family? Are the adults supposed to interfere whenever kids get into a fight? If it really came to that, we'd just use their methods against them and see whose family is stronger, who ends up lying on the ground like a turtle." Hearing this, Wang Yingjia and Jin Wenpeng immediately felt reassured. Their courage instantly boosted, and fear disappeared completely. Zhang Kuan looked at them carelessly and said, "I heard you're holding a street racing event here. This young master just wants to come check it out. I hope I'm not unwelcome." Wang Yingjia replied indifferently, "You, a defeated loser, still dare to show your face. Of course, I have no objection." Zhang Kuan glared his eyes. It seems that our young master Wang has grown quite the temper lately, daring to talk like that. Wang Yingjia snorted through his nose. We're all here just for fun. Nobody needs to scare anyone. Street racing should rely on real skills, not always expecting others to give way. With a mocking half-smile, Zhang Kuan gestured with his fingers, and a man walked out from behind. "This is Okazaki Yamaryu, a driver I brought from Yatsufusa, and he will represent me to play with you. Who dares to come out?" Luo Etian frowned slightly and said, "As far as I know, Okazaki Yamaryu is a professional race car driver. Master Zhang, playing like this really isn't interesting." Okazaki bowed slightly. "I've already retired and am no longer a racer. I'm just the young master's driver now. That shouldn't be against any rules, should it? If you think that's unfair, I can let you go first and then chase after you. That would be fair enough, wouldn't it?" Wang JT coldly laughed. I was just playing around, but Mei Shangdao Master Zhang brought out such a dog. Since you're willing to play, I'll play with you. No need for your generosity. Let's start from the same line and make you lose heartily. Okazaki shook his head and said, I don't know which family's driver you're from, but what a big mouth you have. Don't you worry about embarrassing your master. Jin Wenpeng immediately jumped out, loudly rebuking. You really have a pair of dog eyes, talking such nonsense. This is Iron Master Wang JT, the real leader of the entire benching. Who would dare make him a driver? That would be like a longevity god eating arsenic, suicide. Before coming here, Zhang Kuan had already investigated and knew that a new Iron Master had emerged, someone with deep background. However, being arrogant all his life, he never considered others worthy of respect, and thought that even if Wang JT had a powerful background, could he possibly surpass the three great families of Modu? Zhang Kuan said carelessly. So you're the famous Wang JT. I've heard you're very strong. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Just running like this isn't interesting enough. How about we bet something? Let's gamble 10 million yuan. Wang JT shook his head and said, as the eldest son of the Zhang family in Fengcheng, you're really not impressive at all with such limited courage. I had nothing much to do recently, so I bought my mall. I'll use this mall as the stake. I heard your Zhang family owns the Tianhe Mall in the central street of Fengcheng, which should be about the same value as my mall. Are you bold enough to put it on the table? Zhang Kuan was caught off guard. Tianhe Mall was located in the prime area of Fengcheng, generating huge daily revenue, estimated to be around 100 million yuan. Although he usually acted wild and careless, this was a matter of tremendous importance. He truly didn't dare to agree right away. If he lost, his father would literally skin him alive. Wang JT saw the flicker in Zhang Kuan's eyes and guessed his thoughts, revealing a contemptuous smile. The value of Maiwe Mall is around 100 million, and Tianhe Mall is similar. But this is just some small change, yet you still can't make the call. If that's the case, why are you even out here? You might as well go home and wear diapers so as not to embarrass yourself outside and make people laugh their heads off. Upon hearing these words, an uncontrollable rage surged through Zhang Kuan, starting from his heels and erupting all the way to the crown of his head. He was practically furious. He roared angrily. How dare you speak to me like that? That's simply outrageous. Just a single mall, what's the big deal? I'll take your bet, damn it. Wang JT clapped his hands, smiling. It was originally just a trivial matter, nothing worth taking too seriously. But judging from your reaction, we should follow due process after all. Captain Luo, please get the contract ready. I'll sign one with Master Zhang here, putting everything in black and white to avoid any changes of mind or regrets later. Luo Etienne was a sharp guy, and he intentionally said in an urgent tone, Boss, please reconsider. Even if Okazaki Yamaryu has retired, he's still a professional racer. His words reminded Zhang Kuan. What was there to fear when he had brought in a professional race car driver? He had been acting foolishly just now. Realizing this, Zhang Kuan looked at Wang JT with arrogance, his nose high in the air, and ordered someone to bring the contract over. Chapter 91. Not even a tail light in sight. I didn't expect Iron Prince to be so generous, directly giving me a $10 billion shopping mall. If you ever come to my mall to shop, I'll give you a 20% discount. Zhang Kuan felt he had already won, and after signing the contract, he smirked sarcastically. Wang JT handed the contract to Sikong Rian casually, and replied with a smile, Don't be too confident, young Master Zhang. Many things can't be decided until the very end. We don't know yet who the real winner is. Sikong Rian nodded in agreement with a slight smile. JT is absolutely right. Many people think they have already won, only to realize at the end that they are the ones who lost. I hope young Master Zhang can truly laugh last. Otherwise, if you cry at the end, you'll be laughed out of town and completely shame the Zhang family. She was a very smart woman, knowing exactly when to express herself. Earlier during Wang JT's challenge, she chose to remain silent throughout. Zhang Kuan snorted through his nose, though he held his tongue. After all, Sikong Rian was the illegitimate daughter of the Du family. Don't bite a dog without considering its master. Wang JT pulled Sikong Rian into the limit lightning, while Okazaki Yamaryu climbed into another customized car, and they both drove toward the starting line. Okazaki rolled down his window and made a dismissive downward finger gesture at Wang JT, an unmistakable sign of contempt. Faced with Okazaki's provocation, Wang JT remained completely indifferent. He would soon stop smiling. With a hot girl waving the starting flag, both cars shot forward like arrows from a bow. Wang JT had no intention of giving Okazaki any opportunity to show off. He accelerated rapidly and left his opponent far behind right away. Seeing this, Okazaki became extremely anxious. He furiously pressed the accelerator pedal so hard his foot almost went into the gas tank. He had already activated all the auxiliary systems, while Wang JT only had 2 gas bottles running. The distance between them didn't narrow, instead, it widened further. After passing the second bend, Okazaki couldn't even see the tail light of Wang JT's car anymore, and was completely consumed by despair. Okazaki clearly understood that he was the reason Zhang Kuan had lost the shopping mall, and he knew the other party would definitely not let it go easily. He thought it was better to end his life himself now than to suffer later. Making up his mind, Okazaki steered directly into a deep ditch, plunging down at an incredible speed. The entire car instantly crumpled into scrap metal. His body was crushed to a pulp, undoubtedly dead beyond recovery, without even leaving the possibility of corpse mutilation for others. Limit Lightning, as a subsystem of Linger, naturally possessed extremely powerful functions. Connecting with satellites was just basic operation. Wang JT, observing Okazaki's suicide through satellite imagery, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yatsuka really was a crazy nation. Everyone there was incomprehensible. He had no intention of reducing his speed. Rather, he accelerated even further, clearly intending to use this track for practice. Sikong Rian tightly pressed her back against the seat, her small face deathly pale, though her eyes shone with excitement, finding it incredibly thrilling. Wang JT executed a stunning drift through the final and most dangerous turn before arriving at the finish line stylishly. As soon as he got out of the car, everyone burst into cheers. This victory was truly spectacular. Luo Etienne shouted excitedly. Boss, you were amazing. You finished a full 18 minutes faster than the previous best record on this track. Even the most professional race car drivers couldn't possibly reach this level. Boss, if you participated in professional races, you'd definitely be a world champion, leaving everyone else in the dust. Wong JT scratched his nose and said unhappily, this track was too simple, completely lacking challenge. I definitely need to find more thrilling tracks in the future. Everyone thought he was just showing off, but then again, as a winner, he had every right to speak however he liked. Wong JT gave a victory sign toward the livid-faced Zhang Kuan, provoking him even further. Sikong Rian poured oil on the fire by saying with a smile, didn't I just say that the real winner is the one who laughs last? There's that old saying, you know, being fat early doesn't count. Being fat at the end crushes the bed. Thank you kindly, young Master Zhang. Don't say we didn't consider your feelings. We'll give you 1 week to prepare, after which we expect the full delivery of the Galaxy Mall. We are all reputable people, so I'm sure you won't play any dirty tricks here. Otherwise, how can you still show your face in this circle in the future? As a true business elite, her negotiation skills were top-notch. She directly seized Zhang Kuan's weakness, while sealing all his options for underhanded tactics. Zhang Kuan gritted his teeth and said, I think this bet shouldn't count. My driver got into an accident halfway. Otherwise, who knows? Maybe we could have caught up later. Wang Yingjie jumped up and shouted, I've met many shameless people before, but someone as shameless as you. I've never seen anyone like that for the first time today. When you passed the second bend, your driver couldn't even see Iron Prince's taillights. And Iron Prince was accelerating more and more. How could you possibly catch up? The reason your driver committed suicide was because he had completely lost all hope. With absolutely no chance of winning, death was the only escape he could find. This mountain road has full video surveillance. If you refuse to admit defeat, I'll upload the footage online and let everyone know what kind of character the eldest son of the Zhang family really has. Zhang Kuan's face turned green with rage, yet he couldn't utter a single word in response. Any street racer who saw the video would immediately understand exactly what happened. Wong JT coughed slightly. Your tricks won't work on me. Go home and tell your father. I'll come to collect the mall in 7 days. The mall must remain exactly the same. If you try any underhanded moves, I'll play along with you until the end. Let's see who really has more courage. Looking into Wong JT's eyes, Zhang Kuan couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He unconsciously lowered his head and instinctively took a couple steps back. I'm not someone who can't accept defeat. I'll go home and make preparations now. Iron Prince, don't get too happy either. Remember, luck always changes from time to time. Wong JT snorted through his nose. No matter how fortune turns, it'll never turn your way. There's no need for you to worry about me. I won't be sending you off. The young lords of Bin City saw Zhang Kuan and his group fleeing like defeated dogs with their tails between their legs, and they all began cheering wildly. Somebody shouted first, and soon everyone joined in yelling, Iron Prince, over and over, the cheers growing like ocean waves. From that moment on, Wong JT officially became the #1 young master of Bin City, the ultimate big brother among all the Xiaoyi. As long as he spoke one word, everyone would go all out to fulfill his request. Wong JT laughed heartily. Since everyone's in such a good mood today, let's all go to Haishijio Club together for a drink and celebrate properly. The crowd burst into cheers again, followed by a night of wild celebration. Infected by the passionate atmosphere, Sikong Rian was especially unrestrained at the villa that evening. The next day after collecting their red envelopes, at noon a strange call came in. Chapter 92, You've got it all wrong. Wong JT held Sikong Rian in his arms and casually pressed the answer key. A deep voice came through the speaker. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Songkuan, head of the Zhang family in Fengcheng. It's bold of me to contact you, Master Tai. I apologize for the intrusion. Wong JT replied indifferently. So it's President Zhang. I wonder what business you have with me. I assume it's about the Sky Harmony Mall. You really are a clear-headed person. The bet between you and my son, in my opinion, is just child's play. It's not really something to take seriously. I won't let you suffer any loss, Master Tai. I've selected 10 luxury supercars worth well over 100 million as compensation. Zhang Songkuan spoke naturally, as if everything were reasonable and the proper way to handle it. Wong JT's voice turned icy cold. That little Sky Harmony Mall wasn't worth my attention to begin with. If your son had come begging me, I might have considered letting him go. But when a son loses and sends his father in, it's against all etiquette and it irritates me greatly. Therefore, I've made up my mind. I want that mall. Zhang Songkuan was taken aback by Wong JT's words. Clearly, in his previous conception, Prince Tai would obey him without question, not daring to oppose him even once. I advise you not to act on impulse, Master Tai. I know you come from a powerful background, but what this world lacks least is people with powerful backgrounds. We're all respectable figures. Creating a commotion serves no one well. I imagine your family wouldn't want to gain more enemies either. By saying these words, he had openly issued a threat. After all, the Zhang family had its own influence and could force others into compliance. Wong JT snorted from his nose. Congratulations, you've got it completely wrong. Enemies are what I fear least. It's only when there are more enemies that life becomes colorful. I did sign a contract with your son. I know what you're about to say. That contract can't be officially recognized. It's simply not something that can be made public. For me, that contract is just a sufficient reason to act. We're all civilized men. How can we act without justification? How about another gamble? On the day the debt is due, you will hand me Sky Harmony Mall willingly. If I lose, I'll give you the Mylure Mall outright. If you lose, you'll give me the AI Wuxiao wholesale market. Together, those two are worth just over 2 billion. For you, although it's not just a drop in the ocean, it wouldn't be debilitating either. How generous of me, isn't it? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Songkuan felt a surge of blazing fury rising from his heels straight to the crown of his head. He was practically bursting with rage. He laughed in anger, saying, It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. You really do have courage, Master Tai. Then I'll wait for you in Fengcheng and see how you take Sky Harmony Mall from my hands and make me lose AI Wuxiao wholesale market as well. Wong JT responded with a sharp snort and promptly hung up the phone, an ending devoid of pleasantness. Sikong Rian, nestled in Wong JT's arms, expressed her concern. They always say even a fierce dragon cannot overpower a local serpent. Going into their territory, won't we be at a disadvantage? Wong JT, running his hand across Sikong Rian's back, spoke confidently. Wherever I go, I will surely be a powerful dragon crossing the river. Those fish, turtles, and shrimp in the river who dare provoke me have only one path: ruin, with absolutely no chance. Sikong Rian said resolutely. I believe in your ability. I'm certain you can do this. I want to go with you. Otherwise, I can't feel at ease. Frowning slightly, Wong JT said. You said it yourself. It's their territory. What if something were to happen and you were hurt? I'd be heartbroken beyond endurance. Sikong Rian thought about it and pouted. Since you said that, I won't go to be a burden. I'll wait for you here in Bincheng. I'll wait for one day if you don't return after one day. I'll wait for a year if it takes a year. And I'll wait for my entire life if you never come back. I'm yours in life and death, my whole world. This life, I'll accept no one else but you. Wong JT gazed at Sikong Rian. Her expression full of deep affection, held her tightly in his arms, his convictions even stronger. After sending Sikong Rian back to the company, Wong JT called Zheng Weiding first, inquiring about the Zhang family in Fengcheng. Zheng Weiding immediately responded. On the surface, the biggest group corporation in our northeastern region is the Great Wong Group, already among national enterprises. Actually, regarding real heavyweights, Great Wong's chairman, Wang Xiaodong, doesn't rank in the top 10. He falls far behind. We of the Northeast Financial Group, being the biggest investment company, know the most about such things. The number of hidden heavyweights in the Northeast is quite substantial. The Zhang family definitely ranks near the top, possessing vast business interests in Fengcheng alone and maintaining extensive connections with many large enterprises. Unless young Master Tai manages to take control of all the major conglomerates, there's absolutely no way to strike at the Zhang family in that area. I think young Master Tai should consider other avenues. According to internal information I've obtained, the Zhang family's main focus lies in the underworld operations. He truly was an outstanding investor. From Wong JT's inquiry alone, he had guessed what he intended to do and directly pointed him in the right direction. Wong JT nodded thoughtfully and smiled, saying, Thank you, President Zheng, for the guidance. I now know exactly what to do. Zheng Weiding modestly replied with a few polite words. After hanging up the phone, he deliberated for over an hour before finally abandoning the idea of warning the Zhang family. He didn't know that from the very moment he hung up the phone, he had already been completely under Linger's surveillance. This decision of his would bring enormous benefits to himself. Wong JT arrived at Dreamland Bar. It was still early, so naturally it was not yet open, and he effortlessly entered from the back door. After Tang Yushan and Xue Xiaowei met, Xue was immediately enchanted, captivated by her beauty, and had been persistently pursuing Tang Yushan ever since, although progress was very slow. Tang Yushan was an extremely intelligent woman, knowing exactly how to maximize her advantages and how to make men fall deeply for her. Wang JT had no intention of interfering, letting them develop things naturally. As for how far their relationship would go in the future, that would be determined by fate. As he had just walked into the backyard, a sudden gust of wind caught his ear. Before his brain could even register, his body reacted instinctively, stepping sideways. Wang JT saw a young man standing there, wearing a fierce expression and glaring at him viciously, clearly preparing to strike again. He could sense that his opponent was also an expert at the peak of Mingjin level. From the opponent's hand form, it seemed he practiced some sort of eagle claw martial arts. For the first time, Wang JT truly felt that possessing martial arts skills was actually a very good thing. Otherwise, that last attack would certainly have been enough to land him in serious trouble. Just as he was about to test his skills against the opponent, a sharp female voice came from the room, and immediately the young man lowered his head and stepped aside obediently. Chapter 93. What should be done? He is my husband's younger brother, Hai Dongqing. He just came to find me these 2 days and has never met young Master Tai before. If he has offended you, I sincerely beg young Master Tai's forgiveness. Tang Yushan anxiously explained to Wang JT. The fact that her younger brother had attacked Wang JT was no small matter. It could lead to a catastrophe. Meanwhile, she felt extremely astonished. She knew exactly how skilled Hai Dongqing was. His earlier attack was a sneak one, nearly impossible to guard against. And yet, under such circumstances, Wang JT had still managed to evade it calmly, proving that his skill was definitely above Hai Dongqing's, making him at the very least an extremely capable opponent. When Wang JT arrived, Tang Yushan hadn't sensed any inner strength from him, and had assumed he was just an ordinary person. Now, faced with this situation, she realized there was far more to him than she had thought. The implications chilled her to the core. The more Tang Yushan thought, the more frightened she became. She scolded Hai Dongqing fiercely. Didn't I tell you before? Things are different now. You can't just attack people at will. Especially not someone as noble as young Master Tai. He is a being of the highest respect. If you even harm a single hair on his body, you would deserve to be torn apart piece by piece. Apologize to young Master Tai right now. If you fail to earn his forgiveness, don't bother staying here. Go find your own way in life. Seeing Tang Yushan's terrified expression, Hai Dongqing realized he had truly messed up this time, and that this was someone he absolutely could not provoke. He gritted his teeth and went down on his knees toward Wang JT to apologize. Wang JT stepped forward, using his foot to hook Hai Dongqing's knees. With a clever application of force, he brought Hai Dongqing back upright. A man's knees carry the value of gold. He kneels only to heaven above and earth below, and to his parents in between. How can you kneel so easily before others? What happened just now wasn't a big deal. It was my fault. I entered the backyard without announcing myself. A misunderstanding is natural enough. Hai Dongqing listened to Wang JT's words, deeply moved, and instantly felt that Wang was a truly noble person. When they entered the house, Tang Yushan smiled and asked, It's been a while since you visited me, young Master Tai. I wonder what brings you here today. Wong JT gave a rough summary of the events beforehand, emphasizing the wager he'd made with Zhang Sungquan. Do you think I want to win this bet? What method should I take? Anything is worth considering as long as it ensures victory. He looked at Tang Yushan with intense eyes, seeking her opinion. After all, this renowned big sister surely had valuable insight. Beside him, Hai Dongqing angrily shouted, "Back then, my big brother's death was related to that bastard Zhang. If young Master Tai wants to deal with that bastard, he must make him feel pain, make him understand what real fear is. Otherwise, that animal may end up doing something even worse." Tang Yushan first shot Hai Dongqing a glare, then continued. His words are rough, but they carry a point. To make that old bastard fear you, you really must take that route. Make him understand that you hold the power over his life. That old man has 4 henchmen, known in the underworld as the 4 pillars. If those pillars are removed, he will certainly be scared. Wong JT nodded and said, "That's a solid suggestion. We'll proceed exactly as you suggested. Just wait for the news." Having said that, he stood up and strolled unsteadily toward the door, suddenly halting at the back gate. "As for what happened between you and Xue Xiaowei, I won't interfere, regardless of whether you like him or not. He truly likes you. Forced marriage never works. This is not something to force. Even if business fails, righteousness should remain. Don't take lives over failed relationships." After speaking those words, Wang JT walked out the back door, giving Tang Yushan no chance to explain. Tang Yushan sighed inwardly and glanced at Hai Dongqing, but said nothing and returned to her own room. As soon as Wang JT sat into his car, a red envelope notification popped up on his screen, displaying 108 random red envelopes. He instantly chose to open them. "Congratulations, you've won a bottle of Pocari Sweat. Wishing you an enjoyable tap. Congratulations, you've won 32 million yuan. Wishing you an enjoyable tap. Congratulations, you've won a roll of dental floss. Wishing you an enjoyable tap. Congratulations, you've won 2 drops of Tiani Divine Water. Wishing you an enjoyable tap. Congratulations, you've won 18 yuan in cash. Wishing you an enjoyable tap." The funds and cash he had gained this time totaled 80 million yuan. Additionally, there were many other random small items. The most valuable among them seemed to be the Tiani Divine Water. Wang JT took a sip of the Pocari Sweat and began contemplating the uses of the Tiani Divine Water. He immediately contacted the lightning channeling dream fairy to see what thoughts she might have. The dream fairy spoke in her stunning voice. "2 days ago, I was chatting idly with someone and heard that Huang Quan, one of the 4 top executives, seems to require a special type of water for his martial cultivation practice. Back then, I was too busy showing off the 2 cars my brother gave me to listen carefully. If you want, I can go ask about it now, and I'll get the news very quickly." She was referring to the McLaren P4S and BMW Mini that Wang JT had equipped for her, which were standard issue just like the other girls. After Wang JT had discovered the existence of the dark web courier service, he naturally wouldn't treat the dream fairy poorly, making the girl especially happy. Wang JT smiled and said, "There's no need to go investigate specially. I've never met Huang Quan before. You can contact him for me. I just happen to have something for him to do." The dream fairy happily agreed, and a little over a minute later, Huang Quan officially came online. Huang Quan's appearance was quite androgynous, making it difficult to determine whether he was male or female. Perhaps this was the assassin's disguise. "It's an honor to meet the Supreme Deity. May I ask what business the Supreme Deity has with me?" Wang JT casually explained the matter and then said, "I don't want Zhang Sungquan's life. He's no fun dead. I've heard he has 4 henchmen, the 4 pillars. I don't want those 4 to see the sun tomorrow morning. Handle this matter well, and I'll reward you with a drop of Tiani Divine Water." At the mention of Tiani Divine Water, Huang Quan's eyes immediately lit up, filled with longing. He spoke quickly. "Supreme Deity, are you referring to the Tiani Divine Water from the Shuishing Palace back then?" Wang JT shrugged and replied, "It's definitely Tiani Divine Water, but I haven't heard of Shuishing Palace before. I don't know if it's theirs. If you don't believe me, I can also use black coins as payment. As long as you do a good job, the price will surely satisfy you." Huang Quan hurriedly said, "Supreme Lord, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely have no doubt about your words. I'm just too surprised. I never expected the Tiani Divine Water to still exist. You can rest assured, sir. It won't take until tomorrow morning. Before tonight's dinner, I will dismantle those 4 pillars. I guarantee they will die in a most tragic and terrifying way, scaring the hell out of that old bastard." Wang JT smiled slightly and said, "I truly admire your working style. I've decided to reward you with an additional drop. Work hard. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Upon hearing this, Huang Quan nearly felt like kneeling in gratitude and immediately began making arrangements. Chapter 94, Knock Down the Pillars First. Zhang Sungquan stood inside the morgue, staring at the corpses of the 4 pillars. His expression turned extremely grim, and his heart was filled with endless dread. His secretary and mistress, Hu Yanfang, lowered her gaze and said, "These 4 were assassinated within an hour, one after another. The last 2 were already on high alert, yet still failed to escape. This indicates the attackers were professional assassins. There must be a powerful organization behind it." Zhang Sungquan clenched his teeth and asked, "Who do you think did this, and what is their true purpose?" Before Hu Yanfang could respond, the telephone suddenly rang. She glanced at Zhang Sungquan, pressed the Jieting Jan with a serious expression. "Secretary Hu, something terrible has happened. All the computers in the groups we hold shares in have been taken over by hackers. All the screens are displaying 4 words. Yuan Du Fu Shu. Accept the consequences of your gamble. We've already hired the best programmers. They're working desperately to fix the issue. According to them, the hackers are among the most elite in the field. And they're definitely not just one person. It has to be a very powerful organization. The ability to assemble such top-level hackers is truly astonishing." Hu Yanfang stole another glance at Zhang Sungquan, then tried to sound casual. "It must be someone's prank. Let them know there's no need to panic. Notify the leaders of those groups to grant all employees time off tonight. With a whole night, surely everything can be resolved." After hanging up, Hu Yanfeng stood silently by, barely daring to breathe as she observed Zhang Songquan's face darken. Zhang clenched his jaw and snarled. That damn Xing Wang must be behind this. This despicable kid, he's gone too far. Thinking he can scare me like this. What a joke. Gather people immediately, head to Bin City tonight, and bring that bastard back. He'll serve as the sacrifice to honor the Four Pillars' spirits. Hu Yanfeng quickly stepped forward to reason with him. I know how deeply the deaths of the Four Pillars have hurt you, and how strongly you desire revenge. However, this case is different. You must think carefully before taking action. That Wong JT managed to have the Four Pillars eliminated in such a short time proves he has an immense force backing him. Even if we send people to Bin City, success is not guaranteed, and the situation would then have no room left for maneuver. Zhang had been overcome with rage a moment ago, but her words immediately brought him clarity. Thinking about it, she was right. If Wong JT dared do something like this, he must have already made thorough preparations. As soon as he took any action, he'd definitely be struck with overwhelming force. The more he thought, the more frightened he felt. His eyes drifted once more to the corpses of the Four Pillars, and he couldn't help shivering involuntarily. Hu Yanfeng noticed everything, guessing his thoughts clearly. She felt nothing but disdain, but she still needed to give him an out. I think we should handle this matter with caution. Didn't Wong JT say he's coming to function? Let's wait for him and make our decision when the time comes. If he comes with many people, his influence is just SOSO. We can compete to see who crushes whom. But if he dares come alone, it shows extreme confidence. Any hostile moves on our side would likely result in utter destruction before we even act. Zhang nodded and said, you speak wisely. Ultimately, all of this is that good-for-nothing son of mine's fault. If I had known he'd be such a wastrel, I should have gotten rid of him years ago. Hu Yanfeng replied carefully. I don't think now is the time to scold the young master. What's more important is whether you're ready to accept the gamble. We currently have 2 bets on the table. If we do admit defeat, both Tianhe Plaza and the AI Wuxiao wholesale market will fall into Wong JT's hands. Economic losses are secondary. More crucially, there's the matter of reputation. Particularly regarding AI Wuxiao, it's hard to even mention. Zhang narrowed his eyes, calculating internally. If Wong JT dares to come alone, that kind of courage alone deserves our respect. Hu Yanfeng understood him completely. There's always a way to phrase things. Something disgraceful could be turned into something respectable. The two believed their conversation remained unheard by others. But they didn't know that Linger had already taken control of all the electronic devices in the room, and eavesdropped on everything clearly. Linger replayed the entire conversation to Wong JT exactly as she had recorded it, her 3D projected little face brimming with the pride of someone seeking commendation. Wong JT smiled and said, you adorable girl, you're truly my treasure. You did great on this matter. Linger grinned and said happily, I'm so happy to hear the master's praise. That cursed bastard actually thought about sending people to mess with you. What an unforgivable crime. What if we arrange an unfortunate incident tonight and just electrocute this guy? I've already checked his house, and there are quite a few smart devices we can use. He won't even have a place to run. Wong JT rubbed his nose and said, he was only talking, not taking action. Why kill him? That would be too boring. Since this old bastard wants to play like this, I'll play along and pay him a solo visit. Let's see what kind of tricks he can pull out. Linger's ultimate instruction was obedience, so naturally, she raised no objection and followed Wong JT's orders completely. Dream Fairy, who learned about the situation, wore a worried expression and said, isn't it too risky for brother to go alone? If you ask me, why go through all this trouble? With just the 2 drops of Tianhe divine water you gave Huang Quan, he'd do anything for you. We've already knocked down the pillars. Why not destroy the house altogether? Then we'll see how this old bastard can keep roaring. Wong JT mock seriously snorted through his nose. Didn't I tell you earlier to act like a cute little girl, not a sly, bloodthirsty one? From now on, no more talk of violence and killing from your mouth. You shouldn't ruin the scenery with such blood-curdling words delivered through the angelic voice heaven blessed you with. Dream Fairy pouted. All right, I know I was wrong. I was just worried about brother's safety. I promise I won't do it again. Wong JT always believed in the strategy of balancing a slap with a sweet, so he rewarded Dream Fairy with 10,000 black coins as compensation for his harsh words earlier. Falling asleep to Dream Fairy's lullaby, he was awakened promptly by the red envelope alert tone, and lazily tapped to collect it. Obtained the identity of an honored member of the Dragon Unit. Wishing you a pleasant click. Obtained a box of popsicle assassins. Wishing you a pleasant click. Obtained the company Tian Shield Security. Wishing you a pleasant click. Obtained funds of 12 million yuan. Wishing you a pleasant click. When Wong JT heard the red envelope messages, information immediately popped up in his mind, and he became completely alert. Chapter 95, A Solo Meeting, Part 1. Wong JT abruptly sat up from his bed, swept his hand across the table, and a small red booklet appeared. Painted on its cover was a 5-clawed golden dragon. He opened the booklet. Its content was extremely simple. Just a large photo of himself, with his name written beside it, and below that a line indicating his status. Invited member of the Dragon Unit. There wasn't even an official stamp on the photo, and it looked fake at first glance, but with special equipment, one could detect its hidden details. Such anti-counterfeiting technology was absolutely top tier. Anyone trying to fake it would find it nearly impossible. From the information in his mind, Wong JT knew that the Dragon Unit was an organization exclusively responsible for matters of the inner world under the Imperial Court. It reported directly to the highest authority and held unimaginable power. Invited member of the Dragon Unit was a title created by the unit specifically to appease the super top-tier families. It came with extraordinary privileges, enabling the holder to override all rules and regulations. Since its founding, the number of people granted the status of invited member had been minimal, easily countable on one hand. Each one a figure of extreme influence. With this badge of membership, Wong JT could very well walk sideways like a crab and go wherever he pleased. No one would dare even whisper against him. Still, Wong JT pocketed the credential. It wasn't immediately necessary. Considering his current standing, the people he encountered weren't of a level that warranted the use of this pass. Another gain for him this time was the acquisition of Sky Shield Security Corporation, a global security firm with branches all over the world. It was the only security company controlled by someone of Chinese descent, and rivaled only by the well-known White River Security Group as the two most powerful security corporations on Earth. Sky Shield's headquarters were in the capital city. All provincial capitals and directly administered cities across China had branch offices, and Fengcheng was naturally no exception. Now as the owner of Sky Shield, Wong JT would possess a sort of home advantage no matter which province or directly administered city he visited, standing on equal footing with the local powerhouses. He was quite satisfied with these gains, gave a loud laugh, then dove back onto his soft pillow for another nap. As Wong JT was sleeping soundly, the Sky Shield Security Corporation headquarters in the capital city was already in chaos. Executive President Zhou Jianhua had dragged every branch manager out of bed and summoned them urgently for a video conference. The reason I've gathered you all is to deliver some extremely important news. We have a new boss. The branch managers, who had been yawning moments ago, were suddenly wide awake, their faces filled with disbelief. Bai Yujiao, the only female manager and head of the Shanghai branch, who had worked her way up from the very bottom, was truly a modern-day Hua Mulan. She asked in astonishment, "It's not April Fool's Day. What kind of joke are you playing on us? How could our company possibly have a new owner? No one, not even the known hidden families, would be capable of that." Zhou Jianhua sighed helplessly. "It's precisely because I know absolutely nothing about the new boss that unsettles me. I had to gather you all to discuss this. What we know so far is that our new boss is an invited member of the Dragon Unit. He is known on the Black Web as the Supreme God, having already taken control of its entire management structure. According to our sources inside the management network, the new boss treats money as if it's worthless, a man of unimaginable wealth. Plus, the new boss has something that will astonish all of you. He supposedly gave the Yellow Springs 2 drops of Tiani divine water to carry out a single favor." The room erupted in astonished exclamations. These managers were all seasoned and formidable individuals who fully understood the significance of Tiani divine water. Without hesitation, Bai Yujiao said, "With just these 2 identities, he qualifies to be our boss. When can we pay him a visit?" Zhou Jianhua replied with frustration. "That's precisely the issue. The previous owner instructed us specifically that unless the new boss contacts us first, we are forbidden from seeking him out. I'll send you all his contact information shortly. Whatever you do, don't mess up. Anyone who offends the new boss won't live to regret it." After everyone disconnected the video, Zhou Jianhua specially messaged by Yu Jiao and Shi Chanhua, the branch manager of the Fengcheng branch. "I'm contacting the 2 of you in particular because your locations are most likely to intersect with the new boss. Yu Jiao, pay special attention to Xikong Qianqi. This woman is fortunate enough to have born a remarkable daughter. She may well become the new boss's future mother-in-law. Chanhua, prepare for the new boss's arrival in Fengcheng to carry out a mission. He might require the use of your resources. Ensure everything goes smoothly. Don't let anything go wrong." Both Bai Yujiao and Shi Chanhua nodded quickly in agreement. Such a valuable opportunity must be seized and handled carefully. After ending the video call, Zhou Jianhua mentally calculated his next move and decided to assign Qi Changgang, the company's chief instructor, to organize an elite team to establish a security squad in Binqing. As the company's executive president, Zhou had access to more information than others, which placed him in a clear position of advantage. In this world, fairness had never existed. Wong JT slept until noon, and then got up with a relaxed and satisfied expression. He glanced at the electronic calendar and saw that after returning from Fengcheng, he was due to attend Madame Li's birthday celebration. These past 2 days he had immersed himself in the film crew, watching Shangwan Yinxue film during the day, and spending intimate nights in their romantic hideaway. He felt completely at ease. On the day of departure, Wong JT traveled alone by high-speed rail to Fengcheng, appearing completely carefree. After arriving in Fengcheng, Wong checked into a presidential suite at the city's most luxurious hotel. Before he had even settled into the chair, the phone rang. He casually pressed the answer button. The caller was Zhang Songquan. "Junior Iron, your courage truly impresses me. I've heard you've come alone. I admire your boldness. I am currently at the Huaqing Grand Hotel, where I've already arranged a banquet to welcome you. I wonder if you would do me the honor of attending." Wong JT replied casually. "Since Master Zhang has personally invited me, how can I refuse? I will definitely arrive on time and won't disappoint you." After hanging up, Wong pondered briefly and decided to give Shi Chanhua a call to arrange for backup. Better safe than sorry. He did not inform the Black Web about this because they specialized in assassination, an excellent offensive spear, but not a suitable shield. When Shi Chanhua received Wong JT's call, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He promised to handle everything personally and ensure Wong wouldn't suffer even a single hair's harm. Zhang Kuan learned that Wong JT had arrived in Fengcheng. Instantly, a surge of anger mixed with excitement welled up inside him. This was the perfect opportunity. He would make sure that Punk understood who the real powerhouse was. When the time arrived, Wong JT walked out confidently and unhurriedly. Chapter 96, Going Alone to the Meeting, Part 2. Wong JT arrived at the Huqing Grand Hotel. It was one of the top hotels in Fengcheng, owned by a man with a strong background, no one to be messed with. Zhang Songquan had arranged a welcome banquet here, showing he was indeed sincere, though it was wise not to let one's guard down completely. When the receptionist saw Wong JT, she didn't wait for him to speak. She simply gestured with her hand and led him to the top floor. The entire top floor had been reserved by Zhang Songquan, with 9 tables set up in total. The main table sat in the center, surrounded by the other 8. Wong JT scanned the room. The 8 surrounding tables were filled with people. Each of them looked like fierce and dangerous men, clearly not to be trifled with. The central table, on the other hand, was nearly empty. Only Zhang Songquan, his son, and Hu Yanfeng were seated, at the head and the 2 sides, while the rest of the seats remained vacant. Through her earpiece, Linger relayed the information. The layout Zhang Songquan had chosen held specific meaning in the underworld. Following Ling Er's instructions, Wong JT confidently strode forward and took a seat directly opposite Zhang Sungquan, an open challenge with no attempt to show respect or courtesy. The 8 tables around were occupied by well-known figures from Fengqing's underworld. Seeing how audacious Wong JT was, they all showed signs of anger. Wong JT glanced at them briefly, then spoke lightly. Today is the welcome banquet hosted by Master Zhang. It seems, though, that you're all rather unhappy about it. Zhang Sungquan laughed and said, Brother Tai, you must be mistaken. It's their honor to meet you. Who would possibly be dissatisfied? Wong tapped the table lightly and said, Whoever is unhappy knows it in their heart. I'm always straightforward, Master Zhang, so please don't take offense. The reason I came to Fengsheng this time is just to take a look at my prize. We Han people believe in accepting the outcome of a gamble, so surely your Zhang family and Fengsheng wouldn't go back on a loss. Zhang Sungquan hadn't expected Wong JT to be so direct, jumping straight to the point without leaving any room for maneuver. His expression darkened slightly. Of course we believe in accepting losses, it's only natural. I never said I wouldn't honor the bet. Brother Tai, why must you press so hard? I've already had the transfer contracts prepared for both Tianhe Mall and AI Wuxiao wholesale market. They're ready to be signed anytime. Hu Yanfeng pulled out 2 contracts from the briefcase beside her and smiled professionally as she stepped around to hand them to Wong JT. Wong casually flipped through them, signed without hesitation, and pocketed one of the copies. He then raised his eyebrows at Zhang Kuan. Master Zhang, you really are a prodigy of financial ruin. I've always thought of myself as a wastrel, but compared to you, I fall far short. I'll make sure my people run both places properly. Even if they end up losing money every year, I'll make sure they don't collapse. Otherwise, Master Zhang would have nothing to look back on, right? This was a killing blow to the soul. As long as Tianhe Mall and AI Wuxiao wholesale market remained standing, Zhang Kuan would always be reminded of this humiliation. For a young master like Zhang Kuan, this could easily lead to a lifelong psychological block and irreparable damage to his future. All he would be good for was siring offspring. Zhang Kuan shouted furiously, You damned bastard. This is going too far. Let me tell you. Don't be too arrogant, or you might not walk out of here alive. Hearing this, the men at the surrounding tables immediately stood up, glaring fiercely at Wong JT as if ready to tear him apart. Wong JT merely smiled casually and said, Master Zhang, you really are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good soul when you see one. My intent is to inspire you to learn from shame and grow stronger. I also hope it will teach you to be more cautious in the future. Every time you see Tianhe Mall or AI Wuxiao wholesale market, you should remember this bet we had. You should remember the heavy losses your recklessness caused your family, and be more careful in your future decisions. If it had been me who lost, I guarantee I would have helped you keep my Sankong, and even occasionally brought friends by to shop around. I'd tell all my friends about this, so they learn from it and avoid the same mistakes, preventing themselves from getting head injuries through stubbornness. His expression was relaxed, but his tone conveyed genuine sincerity, making it seem as if he truly believed in what he was saying, and indeed, these were his actual beliefs. Zhang Sungquan sighed inwardly. Comparing the composure of the two, his son had been completely overshadowed, nowhere near the level of being worthy to carry Wong JT's shoes, truly worthy of being born from the top elite class. He was incredibly powerful, clearly a dominant leader. Zhang Sungquan swept a glance across the others and snapped irritably. What do you think you're doing? Brother Tai is our honored guest from afar. How can you show no hospitality at all? Sit down, all of you. The men sat down grudgingly, never taking their eyes off Wong JT. Clearly unconvinced, they thought he was nothing more than a talker without substance. Clearing his throat, Zhang Sungquan said, Now that the bet has been settled, let's talk about something else. Regarding the deaths of the 4 pillars, Brother Tai, is there anything you'd like to say? Wong JT pinched his nose and replied, I don't know anything about pillars or poles. After speaking with your leader last time, I was in a really bad mood. I just happened to have something in my hands, something a good friend of mine needed, so I casually mentioned it, asking him to help me vent my anger. If your leader hadn't brought it up today, I would have completely forgotten about it. So sure, you can say it was me who did it. Zhang Kuan thought he'd seized another opportunity. He angrily slammed the table and roared, You damned bastard. You actually had those 4 uncles killed. Today, I must make you pay in blood and avenge their spirits in heaven. The gang bosses around them stood up again, rolling up their sleeves, clearly ready to attack directly. Wong JT showed no fear on his face. He poured himself a glass of water and said calmly, Why get so worked up? I think those who aren't part of the underworld should leave now. Head Zhang should understand what I mean. If you don't, you can go ask your main house, the Zhang family in Magic Capital, to see if they have any way of dealing with me. Zhang Sungquan's expression turned extremely grim. He coldly swept his eyes across the others. I'm not even dead yet. The Zhang family is still run by me. What the hell do you think you're doing? If you don't want to stay here, get out. The gang bosses changed expressions and sat back down. Compared to earlier, their morale had dropped completely. Hu Yanfeng sighed inwardly as she watched these men's change in attitude. Just like the old saying, the momentum rises with the first coup, weakens with the second, and fades completely on the third. Right now, their spirit was already drained. There was absolutely no way they would regain their edge tonight. Wong JT sighed and said, I became Iron Young Master less than 4 months ago. Before that, I was nothing but mud beneath everyone's feet, someone who willingly accepted being stepped on. I was happy to remain in that mud, carefully understanding the bitterness of being crushed underfoot. In that process, I learned a lot. Things your son will never be able to learn in his entire life. He paused here, then added another sentence, reigniting the atmosphere again. Chapter 97, No sweet dates this time. Wong JT's words caught everyone off guard. They exchanged confused glances, unsure what he was really up to. According to the logic of ordinary people, after slapping someone, you should give them a sweet date to balance things out and benefit everyone. I originally thought since I've taken so much from you, I should give you a little kickback. After all, if I'm full, I should at least let you have a sip of the soup. But your son really didn't show me any face. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, so I'm afraid there won't be any sweet dates for you this time. Sorry about that. Zhang Kun was so enraged by these words that he felt like he had been reborn in fury. He slammed the table again and shouted furiously. This time, however, all the senior figures pretended to be dead dogs sitting on their chairs, none of them standing up, leaving Zhang Kun completely embarrassed. Zhang Sungkun took a deep breath and said, I genuinely wanted to become friends with young Master Tai. It seems you don't have that intention. Since that's the case, then forget it. Our entanglements between us have now ended. We may meet again someday in different circumstances. I hope you always remain as successful and never experience the humiliation of a tiger in the plains. Wong JT blew on his fingernails and said, I've always believed the saying a tiger in the plains is bullied by even the lowest dogs is complete nonsense. Whoever made up that phrase has never been a dog themselves. A dog is always a dog. Not only should it not bully a fallen tiger, but it should also carefully consider the consequences even when encountering a limping wolf. During the time when I was just a dog, I had to bow and scrape to everyone. Even bankrupt bosses, I never dared to show even a bit of disrespect. Who knows when they might rise again? Even if they lost everything, they would still have connections. A dead camel is still bigger than a live horse. Besides, I am not a tiger now, but a dragon soaring in the sky. If you're hoping I'll come crashing down for some stray dogs to pick on, you'll just have to wait. His words were extremely arrogant. His expression particularly irritating, but everyone on the scene couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. None of them dared to look him directly in the eye. Wong JT smiled and stood up, saying, Tonight, the people most disappointed are not you, but another group. They were hoping you'd take action, giving them a chance to take credit with me. One meets his soulmate and would drink 1,000 cups, yet not waste half a word on those who don't see things the same way. Talking this much nonsense with you and wasting this much saliva must already be your honor. Excuse me now. After finishing his speech, the whole floor fell silent. Everyone just watched him walk away with an air of swagger. Zhang Sungkun glanced at Hu Yanfang. She immediately made a phone call, and shortly afterward received a response. Hu Yanfang's face turned very dark. She lowered her voice. The elite forces from Tiandun Security Company were all concentrated near the hotel just now. According to the scout's observation, these people were even carrying shotguns, meaning Wong JT is considered a top-tier figure in their eyes. If we had actually made a move just now, we probably wouldn't have left here alive. The power Wong JT has shown is simply beyond imagination. Although her voice was low, the place was so quiet that all the senior figures could clearly hear every word. In unison, they sucked in a cold breath. In the minds of these senior figures, Wong JT's status rapidly soared. Some who were more calculating were already thinking about how they could get on his good side. Zhang Sungkun, however, was thinking in a different direction. Someone of Wong JT's status and position certainly wouldn't bother telling lies. In other words, Wong really had considered giving them some benefits. Thinking carefully, they understood the situation. Wong JT had spent most of his time in Bin City, and thus couldn't easily exert influence over Fengcheng. In the case of certain incidents, he could only take revenge afterward, unable to resolve them on the spot. Under such circumstances, having a local partner on the ground was an ideal choice, someone who could at least hold the line when necessary. There's an old saying, no fight, no acquaintance. Although they'd had a conflict, they had now become acquainted, and the transformation of swords into plowshares was a common occurrence. But due to his son's stupidity, everything was completely ruined. Provoking repeatedly like that, anyone would have been furious. The more Zhang Sungkun thought, the more anger boiled in his heart. He felt he had missed a great opportunity. If that opportunity had been seized, he might have been able to break free from the control of the Zhang family in the city of Shanghai. He glared at his son with hatred and sternly scolded. Both are young men. Look at young Master Tai. He's already capable of handling things independently. When something happens, he dares to show up alone and talks with the confidence that makes everyone admire him. Look at you. You're just a good for nothing. You started this mess, and then messed it up further. If I had known you turn out to be this kind of person, I should have pinched you to death at birth. It would have saved me the trouble of always cleaning up after you and being left with a handful of filth. The senior figures looked at Zhang Kun, who was being scolded mercilessly, and thought back to the dignified Wong JT from just a moment ago. They all sighed inwardly, marveling at how different two young people could be. It truly was a case of one man's flesh versus another man's trash. Zhang Kun lowered his head, his heart filled with resentment. In his mind, his father was being completely unreasonable, even though he himself had only meant well. After Wong JT left the hotel, he called Shi Chunhua. Although they hadn't been needed tonight, he was quite satisfied with their performance. On the phone, he instructed Shi Chunhua that from now on, the security responsibilities for Tianhe Plaza and Aiwu Wholesale Market would be handed over to them. Don't fear any trouble, he said. There isn't a single person I can't afford to offend. Shi Chunhua nodded repeatedly over the phone. After hanging up and thinking carefully about it, he realized that what Wong JT had meant between the lines was to let him know how powerful Wong truly was. Otherwise, what's the big deal about a single shopping mall and a small wholesale market? Why would Tiandun Security Company be sent to take over their protection? The main point Wong JT was making was that they shouldn't fear anyone. There's nobody I can't afford to offend. This meant they could proceed with complete confidence in future actions. The more Shi Chunhua thought about it, the more it made sense. Immediately, he contacted Zhou Jianhua and relayed everything Wong JT had said, adding his own interpretation. Zhou Jianhua sighed and said, "Your interpretation is completely correct. Our company's overseas division really has been running into some problems recently. Looking back on it now, it's obvious that the original owner transferred control of the company to the new owner precisely for this reason. The new owner has sufficient connections and strength to resolve all issues. But the new boss couldn't directly say something like this to us, so he created this whole scenario to pass the message indirectly, letting us read between the lines. If we fail to understand, then we really don't deserve to sit where we are now. The new boss will certainly make a big move to bring in more capable people. If Wang JT knew what they were thinking, he'd probably be inwardly screaming in shock. What? So many hidden motives? No way. I just wanted to find security for my businesses, that's all." Chapter 98, Running into an Acquaintance. Wang JT first made a round through Tianhe Mall. Honestly speaking, it couldn't compare with Mail Mall, although it had gained popularity due to its location in the provincial capital city. Overall, the condition of Tianhe Mall was decent without any significant problems. He summoned the management team for a quick meeting, then left them to carry on as usual. Next, Wong JT arrived at Iwu Wholesale Market. Though it bore the name Wholesale City, it was actually an enormous wholesale marketplace. Small vendors from all over northeast China came here to buy goods. Although it didn't seem very upscale, it actually held more value than Tianhe Mall. Wong JT was standing at the entrance, scanning the area, when suddenly he heard someone shouting his name. Turning toward the voice, he saw a young man who appeared much older than himself. He hesitated for a few seconds before recognizing the man as Wong JT, his high school classmate. Thinking about it, they were about the same age, but the other man looked far older. I immediately knew it was you, Wong JT exclaimed enthusiastically. College students like you sure have it easy, sitting in air-conditioned offices making money without breaking a sweat. Look how youthful you are. Me? Out in the wind and sun every day, worrying endlessly about my tiny shop, aging faster than I should. If we stood together, people might even think I'm your uncle. Wong JT spoke warmly, and the two men, who had been close during high school, mostly because they often worked part-time jobs together to earn extra money for their families, resumed their friendship naturally. Actually, Wong JT's family had been in worse shape, so after the college entrance exam, he had given up the opportunity to attend university, an opportunity that felt like a great loss. When Dulé went home for the new year, his parents had mentioned that Wong JT's family had moved away, but he didn't know where they'd gone. He thought they'd never meet again. Wong JT reaching to bar Wang JT, Dai Jing Li Man, Yi Jin, Xiao Dan Man, He Bieta Ding Man Bi Qilat, Zhejian Dan Man Gui Mo, Xiao Le Shuduo. Wong JT's wife and child were both busy working in the store. His son appeared to be in middle school and would grab his books for a quick read whenever there was a lull in the work. Sighing, Wong JT said, seeing your son reminds me of our old days. We used to study like that, seizing every bit of spare time we could find. Truthfully, your academic performance was slightly better than mine back then. It's such a pity you gave up college. There must be some regret when you think about it occasionally. Looking proudly at his son, Wong JT replied, even though my son doesn't study as much as others, his efficiency is top-notch. He always ranks among the top 5 in his grade. Not going to college is definitely my greatest regret, so I won't allow the same to happen to my son. Even if it kills me, I will make sure my son goes to college. Toward the end of his sentence, his voice lowered slightly. Life had brought too many hardships, which he had to keep bottled inside. Changing the subject, Wong JT asked, I've noticed other shops here are bigger than yours. What's the reason? Wong JT's wife chimed in. In our wholesale market, shop size is allocated based on assigned tiers. Currently, we're a third-tier shop, so ours can only be this large. With our sales volume, we should have long been promoted to a second-tier shop, but the manager here, Manager Bao, holds a grudge and gave us the cold shoulder, so we've been stuck at this level. Wong JT slightly furrowed his brow and said, from what I remember, JT always believed that endurance brings blessings. He'd never go out of his way to provoke others. Back in high school, when we were working part-time and someone bullied us, we were ready to fight back, but he was the one who held us back tightly. How could such a decent person like him have enemies? There must be something fishy going on. Wong JT's son lowered his head and muttered, it's all my fault. The manager's son is the school bully, always picking on others. Since many families in our market do business here, nobody dares to offend him. One day he harassed a girl in my class, and I couldn't help but step in. After the incident was reported to the school, that girl, out of fear of the Bao family's power, turned around and blamed everything on me. When the school called the parents in, my father refused to let me bear an unjust accusation, so an argument broke out between him and Manager Bao, and things went downhill from there. Wong JT hurriedly interjected, this isn't your fault at all. Your mother and I have already lived such a humble life. We don't want you to suffer the same way too. Besides, your teachers have proven that this was not your fault, and the school has decided not to pursue it any further. It was just that Manager Bao insisted on recording a serious disciplinary note in your file, something completely unacceptable, so I stood up for you. Looking at their family's plight, Wong JT sighed inwardly. If it hadn't been for his system-equipped father, he surely would have ended up the same way. As he was lost in thought, two men entered from outside, the one in front carrying a large belly and looking outrageously arrogant. Upon seeing this person, Wong JT's eyes were filled with disgust, but he still forced a smile and hurried forward to greet them. Why would Manager Bao come to my store in person? If there's something, why not just give me a call? There's no need for you to take the trouble to come here yourself. Manager Bao snorted through his nose. Just looking at your face pisses me off. I came today to inform you that starting next month, your shop will be downgraded to a 4th-tier store. This shop will belong to him from now on. Hurry up and clear the place. If you're still here when the time comes, I'll have security throw all your stuff out. Wong JT's wife immediately said, on what grounds are you downgrading us? Our sales volume has long exceeded the standard for a 3rd-tier store. How can you lower our rank instead of raising it? The man beside him sneered. You ungrateful bitch. This place is run by Manager Bao. You upgrade when he says upgrade, and downgrade when he says downgrade. Where do you get all these complaints? Wong JT, his neck stretched out, said, there's no way you can bully people like this. You've given all the 1st and 2nd-tier shops to your relatives, and now you're coming to take ours? This is pure injustice. Manager Bao looked at Wong JT with contempt. I am the law here. Do you even know how much money I send up every year? You guys are just trash under my feet, and I can step on you however I want. You really have some nerve. You're not afraid of a big wind knocking your teeth out. Just who the hell do you think you are? Scared your feet might get sore from stepping too hard. Wong JT coolly jumped into the conversation, looking at Manager Bao with equal contempt. Manager Bao examined Wong JT from head to toe and asked with a sidelong glance, where did you crawl out from? You've got one hell of a nerve to interfere in my business. Wong JT replied icily, I'm Wong JT's high school classmate. I came here today to visit him and happened to run into your arrogance, so I thought I'd step in. You're just someone else's dog, and you dare bark here? You actually think you're someone important, but in reality, you're nothing but a fart. Upon hearing this, Manager Bao directly jumped up, shrieking and flailing his arms wildly. Chapter 99. A Superstore. I thought you were someone really important, but it turns out you're just a nobody. Dare to act big with me? Watch how I deal with you. Go call all my relatives right now. Manager Bao shouted furiously, his arms flailing. The man beside him immediately ran out yelling loudly, and soon dozens of people rushed out from those large stores. The commotion was so loud that others naturally heard. It must be said that Wong JT had pretty good connections. From those small shops nearby, quite a few people came out as well. Seeing this, Manager Bao angrily roared. You bastards want to quit, don't you? Then get the hell back to your shops. Those people from the small shops hesitated for a moment. Then most of them scattered away, leaving only 6 or 7. A woman among them shouted fiercely. Fong brother has always helped us out, but this Mr. Bao does nothing but bully us all day long. Today we're going to fight it out with them. Others remaining shouted along with her, their eyes bloodshot and fully ready to fight to the death, which even scared Manager Bao's men a little. Wong JT said to them, I really appreciate your support, but this is my issue and my classmates. I don't want to involve anyone else. Let us handle this ourselves. The people kept shouting back, Fong brother, what are you talking about? At most we'll just move outside and sell things on the street. We cannot let this bastard keep stomping on our heads and even defecating on us anymore. Seeing how passionate they were, Wong JT felt deeply moved and could only loudly thank them. Wong JT clapped his hands and said, thank you all for supporting us. I promise you here and now, none of you will have to go street vending, and everyone will get a first-grade shop. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the new owner of AI Wu Xiao Wholesale City. This is my place now, and no one has the right to cause trouble here. Before he could finish speaking, Manager Bao interrupted with a laugh. I knew the sky had looked gloomy these days. Turns out it was because you blew so much hot air. Doesn't everyone know that AI Wu Xiao Wholesale City is the Zhang family's property? When did it ever fall into your hands? Wong JT didn't bother with this man. In front of everyone, he dialed the general manager Chung Wenjin of the wholesale city. This is Wong JT. Zhang Songquan must have told you about me already. No matter what you're doing right now, come to lot number 5 immediately. If I don't see you within 10 minutes, you can imagine the consequences yourself. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely arrive within 10 minutes and won't disappoint you. Wong JT, unwilling to waste any more words, hung up the phone and smiled mockingly at Manager Bao across from him. Manager Bao always flattered Chung Wenjin, so he was extremely familiar with his voice and could easily distinguish whether it was genuine or fake. He was frightened so badly that his legs shook. I didn't expect you to be the boss. What just happened was completely a misunderstanding. Please don't take it seriously, boss. I'll never dare do anything like this again. Instantly, Manager Bao became a fawning lapdog, bowing and scraping before Wong JT, desperately begging for mercy, hoping Wong would let him off this time. He clearly knew that for Wong JT to take over AI Wu Xiao Wholesale City from the Zhang family meant he had immense influence. Crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Wong JT's mouth, who had no intention to respond at all. 7 or 8 minutes later, a middle-aged man rushed in with several followers. Sweat pouring from his forehead, Chung Wenjin bent over apologetically towards Wong JT, saying, I had no idea the boss would grace us with your presence. Please forgive my failure to greet you properly earlier. Wong JT let out a contemptuous snort from his nose. If I had told you I was coming, would I have seen such an amazing performance? You raised a good guard dog indeed, daring to control the whole place as if it's yours, even calling yourself the justice of this place. Are you implying I'm invisible? Chung Wenjin's back was soaked instantly by cold sweat. He understood better than others that this person in front of him was truly a tyrannical dragon. It was all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Wong JT waved to cut off Chung Wenjin mid-sentence, slapped Wong JT on the shoulder, and said, he's my older brother. Ask this Mr. Bao what he did to my big brother. Earlier, this Mr. Bao even claimed he sends huge sums of money to the higher-ups each year. So here he's the sky, doing whatever he pleases, and nobody dares to oppose him. I've recorded all of it. Want me to play it for you, so you can see whether I'm framing you? I wonder who these higher-ups might be. Chung Wenjin fell to his knees, trembling, while Manager Bao had already been paralyzed by fear, excreting himself and stinking the place up. Chung Wenjin pleaded desperately. It's all my fault. Please, boss, give me a chance. I will definitely reform from now on. A smile appeared on Wong JT's face. Why are you kneeling down? Those who don't know any better might think I'm bullying you. Before today, this place wasn't mine, so whatever happened here was none of my business, and I had no intention of settling accounts on Donga's behalf. But starting from today, this kind of thing isn't allowed to happen here anymore. If I find out something like this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't tell me you have no connections. Get rid of this Mr. Bao and all the people behind him. I don't want to see any of them again. Any problem with that? Chung Wenjin exhaled deeply and hurriedly promised there would be absolutely no problem, and he would handle everything properly. Wong JT touched his nose and said, see those few people behind me? Give each of them a first-grade shop. As long as they keep working here, their status must not be downgraded. Also, connect those several second-grade shops together to make one super shop. From now on, this shop belongs to my big brother. No problem with that, right? Chung Wenjin quickly confirmed there was no issue at all, and said he would immediately go prepare contracts and begin renovations, ensuring that the big brother would be completely satisfied. From now on, the big brother would be the supervisor here. Wong JT touched his nose again and said, I still need to catch up with my big brother, so I don't have time to deal with you. Remember my words, no matter what, don't be too greedy. That won't benefit anyone. Go to your job now. His last glance was especially fierce, exuding an extremely sharp butt cheek, clearly someone who looked down upon the entire world. Wong JT left an indelible impression on Chung Wenjin's heart. The latter had never again considered betraying him for the rest of his life. After getting rid of all those people, Wong JT gently touched the little boy's head with a sense of emotion. Don't help at the shop anymore, just concentrate on studying. When your father was in high school, his dream was to get into a good university. In fact, he was capable of doing so, but fate shut both the door and the window. Help your father fulfill this dream, don't let him down. The little boy nodded strongly, and Wong JT revealed a satisfied smile. Then he changed tone and said another sentence. Chapter 100. Let me teach you how to be a person. Now, Uncle will teach you how to be a person. Tomorrow, once you get to school, find that girl who you helped before but falsely accused you. Give her a hard slap across the face. Then tell her that you'll never forgive her for the rest of your life, and that from the moment she falsely accused you, she's no longer worthy of being called a person. When Wong JT's son heard this, he showed an expression of disbelief on his face, while the people around listened in stunned silence. Wong JT said coldly, "What I'm telling you, Uncle has figured out from personal experience. The biggest weakness of your father's entire life is that he thinks too much about others. Remember this. The reason we're called humans is because we each have our own hearts. That hearts shouldn't be restrained, especially not by those so-called moral teachings from your school. Those things are just meant to restrain poor people. People like Manager Bao, that kind of scum, won't be restrained at all by them. They just make him more arrogant. Why could I deal with him has nothing to do with my superior morality. It's because I have enough strength. Otherwise, even if I were a saint, he would have slapped me twice. In this world, if you want to live well, you don't need to think so much. Thinking about your own interests isn't wrong at all. It's perfectly justified. Just like when you helped that girl, but she, for her own benefit, falsely accused you. Don't you know that if a major reprimand was added to your file, it could negatively affect your whole life? So just giving her a slap is actually quite lenient. When 10 years pass and you have stronger abilities, you can even trample her again." Wong JT felt that what Wong JT was teaching his son wasn't right, but thinking about Wong JT's current success, what he said should be completely correct. He was momentarily lost in confusion. Wong JT placed a hand on the boy's shoulders and said, "Pay attention to these few people. These are the true good friends of your family. In the future, if they encounter difficulties, no matter what it takes, you must help them. Because when your family faced difficulties, they didn't fear power and stepped forward. At that time, they were willing to give for you. So you must remember this in your heart and find ways to repay them in the future. As for the others, it's your father's nature to want to help them, and his personality can't be changed. You don't need to take them seriously. If they run into trouble later, not taking advantage of their misfortune is already your kindness. Just think about how your father usually helped them, and what they just did." The 6 or 7 people from before originally wanted to argue a bit, but after hearing this speech, all fell silent, and the more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Perhaps they should tell this to their own children. Then Wong JT ruffled the boy's hair, smiling as he said, "I just taught you how to be a person. This will be the only time I teach you this lesson. How much you can understand depends on your destiny. Remember, your father is a good man, but also a pitiful one. You definitely shouldn't disappoint your father, but you don't need to listen to his nonsense." The boy nodded thoughtfully and firmly memorized what was said. After growing up, he became a successful person following this philosophy. Wong JT smiled at Wong JT and said, "You probably don't blame me for corrupting your nephew. If you need anything in the future, give me a call. We are good friends, forever and ever. I have to return to Bin City now." Wong JT nodded, saying, "I didn't expect that you've changed so much. I know that I'm not accomplished, and I don't want to change anything. But I hope my son can achieve something great. Thank you for teaching him how to succeed. We will always be friends." Wong JT chuckled and waved, striding away from the scene. At that moment, his inner world had undergone a huge transformation. Suddenly, a red envelope page popped up before his eyes, accompanied by a prompt sound in his ears. "Congratulations to the master for completing the hidden mission, the first cycle of heart transformation. Reward, 1 special red envelope." 1 special red envelope, and over 100 ordinary red envelopes appeared on the virtual interface, and Wong JT immediately chose to open them. "You have received a case of Huashua beer. Wish you a pleasant click. You have received an cultivation level up card. Please use it within 20 minutes. Wish you a pleasant click. You have received 80 million yuan in funds. Wish you a pleasant click. You have received cash of 56,400 yuan. Wish you a pleasant click. You have received the heart of the Overlord. Wish you a pleasant click." This time's greatest gain was the heart of the Overlord from the special red envelope. It was a very mysterious thing that defied words. After Wong JT merged with the heart of the Overlord, the path he chose was tyranny, which was also known as domination over the entire world. He felt this was completely nonsense. As a wealthy person who aspired to be an idle rich man, why would he seek to dominate the world? That would only make life unpleasant for himself. Another noteworthy item was the cultivation level up card. If used within the specified time limit, it automatically elevated the user's cultivation level by 1 stage, reaching the peak of the Dark Force realm. After entering this new level, Wong JT felt an even greater control over his body. The effects of the previous body strengthening pill were partially reactivated as well. As for the remaining items, they were not particularly significant, so he casually took out a can of beer and strolled off while drinking. Wong JT wandered around Fengsheng for 2 more days. As Li Lao's birthday banquet approached, he decided to return to Binqing. First, he went to visit his sister. The last time she had gone to watch an opera, she intentionally left him alone with Hu Qinxue, and naturally, the outcome was predictable. Wang Shuanghua smiled brightly and asked, "Brother, where have you been these past few days?" Not even a WeChat message. Someone was really worried. Hu Qinxue blushed and said, "You're always teasing me, as if you weren't concerned yourself. Anyway, where did JT go?" Wang JT replied with a smile, "I went to Fengsheng these past 2 days to close a business deal. I've secured the Tianhe Mall and the Aiwu small wholesale city. We now have a certain foothold over there. I'm planning to give the Myler Mall and the Tianhe Mall to you as a wedding gift when you get married. It'll be a nice double blessing." Wang Shuanghua's eyes widened as she counted on her fingers for a while before finally realizing how generous the dowry would be. She groaned in despair. "If my brother is preparing such a generous dowry for me, how much will the groom have to pay in bride price? I'm probably never getting married now." Hu Qinxue chuckled while teasing. "You shouldn't say it like that. Whoever is good enough for you, the princess of the Wong family, must certainly be a wealthy young nobleman. He definitely won't be short of dowry. Don't say I didn't warn you. Our new female manager, I heard, has been chasing after the young master. Knowing about your relationship with the young master, who knows what trouble she'll cause. Wang Shuanghua gave a dismissive snort. Do you actually think I'm afraid of that little spoiled girl? If she dares to stir up trouble, I'm not someone to back down easily. I'll make sure she won't be able to get away with it. Wong JT didn't take their words too seriously, failing to notice the potential trouble brewing ahead, which would later lead to unexpected consequences. Chapter 101, Mocked by Others. Seeing that his sister was determined to stick with the lightbulb act, Wang JT glanced at Hu Qingxue and returned to the villa alone, preparing for the upcoming birthday banquet. He had Linger bring over the ginseng sorghum wine from earlier. Touching the jar, he felt a cool, refreshing sensation, which he found quite interesting. Wang JT casually stuffed the jar into his sack, set it aside, and didn't give it a second thought. Whenever there were no guests at the villa, it had become routine for the dream fairy to sing Wang JT a lullaby to put him to sleep. The next morning, the red envelope he received contained only a little over 100 million cash and assets, which held absolutely no appeal for him. Wang JT cast a glance inside the garage and decided to take the military Hummer. He hadn't driven it yet and figured it needed some breaking in. The military Hummer had an especially fierce appearance, instantly exuding power and majesty. Most importantly, it was extremely durable, capable of being used as a bumper car. When Wang JT arrived at the designated hotel, Zhong Huarong was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the military Hummer, Zhong's eyes flickered with surprise. Our boss is at home, keeping the old master company. He'll arrive a bit later and asked me to extend his apologies in advance. Please, allow me to accompany Master Tai upstairs first. Zhong Huarong spoke very politely. After all, given Wang JT's status, the fact that he had come personally to celebrate the old master's birthday meant that Li Jiming should have been here in person to welcome him. Wang JT chuckled. Considering my friendship with Brother Li, there's absolutely no need for such formalities. Just tell me which private room it is. I can go up by myself. Zhong Huarong hurriedly offered a few polite words before leading Wang JT to the top floor, stopping in front of the largest room, Songa Hall. Wang JT looked at the plaque and smiled slightly. This name fits the occasion quite well. I'll go in myself. You can go take care of your things. Feeling he should update Li Jiming on this newly acquired information to prevent any unnecessary mistakes, Zhong Huarong smiled briefly and turned to descend the stairs, actually intending to find a quiet place to make a call. Wang JT walked casually into the dining room. Quite a few people were already there, representing a wide variety of backgrounds. Upon hearing the door open, everyone's attention turned to the entrance where Wang JT had just entered, all showing expressions of confusion. Judging from Wang JT's attire, he seemed to be someone of some wealth, but the bag in his hand seemed oddly out of place. Inwardly contemplating, they tried to recall prominent young figures in Bin City, many of whom they were somewhat familiar with, but couldn't place this face. Someone who came to honor the old master's birthday could not be insignificant. Could he be a fierce dragon from outside or a representative from another influential family? Wang JT ignored these people entirely, and noticing an empty, relatively quiet seat in the corner, he strolled over casually and sat down, placing the bag beside his feet. His nonchalant demeanor further stirred the crowd's curiosity. Whispers spread as they attempted to gather any information about this stranger. Wang JT had no interest in entertaining these people, so he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and simply adopted an expression of calm detachment. After about 10 minutes, the door opened again and a well-dressed young man entered, his face filled with apology. Terribly sorry for the delay, terrible traffic. Almost missed it, please everyone accept my apologies. Upon seeing this young man, Wang JT furrowed his brows slightly. Back at school, among the privileged only a few had interacted with him, and this young man was one of them. His name was Sun Qingchun, who had some minor background in the underworld. During school days, he used to be arrogant and domineering, always looking down on others. At that time, Wang JT had worked part-time as a library shelf organizer. One day while arranging books, he caught Sun Qingchun and a girl engaged in indecent exposure. Wang JT wasn't the least bit interested in witnessing such a scene, but those two had actually placed 2 books as padding, which of course got dirty. Naturally, they should compensate. Wang JT asked Sun Qingchun for compensation, but to his surprise, the guy refused and even demanded a viewing fee from him. The situation escalated into a conflict. Thankfully, the librarian back then was an old-timer in the school, who eventually buried the issue quietly. During his time in school, Sun Qingchun had targeted Wang JT twice. Each time Wang firmly resisted and finally put an end to it. After graduation, they ended up going their separate ways, Wang rising to the stars, while Sun sank into the dirt, so they naturally never saw each other again. Wang hadn't expected to encounter him here. Sun Qingchun eyed Wang JT from head to toe, a sneering smile spreading across his face. Didn't expect to see you here. Looks like you've made something of yourself now. I suppose renting a suit to mooch off others is the new trend. A heavily made-up woman curiously asked, Little Spring, you know this young master? Please introduce him to us. Sun Qingchun smiled coldly and said, Since you insist, Boss Flower, let me introduce this remarkable individual to all of you. This person here used to be known at Bin City University as the Prince of Part-Timers. His parents run a massive supermarket in a small mountain city, with a cost of several 10,000s of yuan to operate, generating an astonishing monthly revenue of several thousand yuan. Our Prince of Part-Timer showed exceptional talent in working since the day he entered school, taking on more than 10 part-time jobs each week and earning several hundred yuan per month. Looks like after graduation, he finally saw the world and realized that being a little prince wasn't enough. He must come to a grand occasion to sponge off others, and maybe even make some connections. His words were filled with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, others looked at Wang JT with contempt. No wonder the kid came straight to the corner seat the moment he arrived. He must be afraid of being recognized. Exactly. He even pretended to be some mysterious figure. I actually thought he might be a fierce dragon from elsewhere, but but he's nothing more than a local earthworm. Thank goodness Spring Young Master identified this punk, or else we'd have been fooled. How can someone be so shameless? Wong JT completely ignored the murmurs around him, looking at Sun Qingchun indifferently, as if watching a jester performing. Sun Qingchun couldn't stand the look in Wong JT's eyes, hopping with rage. You ungrateful bastard. Thinking you can come here to mooch off others. Let me tell you, you've come to the wrong place. Get out now, or I'll make sure you regret it. Sun Qingchun wasn't even acknowledged by Wong JT, who closed his eyes again, treating Sun as nothing more than a barking stray dog. Seeing this, Sun Qingchun felt an uncontrollable surge of rage rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, nearly bursting with fury. He roared furiously, "You damn bastard, you're simply too despicable. I'm calling security right now to throw you out." As soon as Sun Qingchun finished speaking, a loud roar erupted from the doorway. Chapter 102, Wipe Out the Sun Family. What are you doing, Sun Qingchun? Who gave you the audacity to yell and scream here? A furious roar came from the doorway as everyone turned toward the voice. Li Guangjuan and Li Jiming had entered, and it was Li Jiming who had shouted. Sun Qingchun, seeing Li Jiming's angry expression, thought the other man simply didn't understand what was happening. He quickly stepped forward to explain. Greetings, elderly and uncle Li. I especially came here today to wish elderly a happy birthday. I just noticed a freeloader here, and I was about to have security throw him out. Li Jiming roared furiously. You bastard, shut your mouth. It's you who should be thrown out. Daring to speak to Iron Young Master like that. You really have the guts of a bear. Sun Qingchun stared at Li Jiming in shock, clearly confused. Who was he? Where was he? What the hell was going on? Li Guangjuan pushed Sun Qingchun aside with one hand and strode quickly to Wong JT, performing a mock intimidation act toward the young man. Li Guangjuan clasped his hands in apology and said with a bow, "For Iron Young Master to attend my humble birthday banquet is truly an honor. I'm terribly sorry this incident has occurred." As soon as the old man spoke these words, the entire restaurant fell into stunned silence. Everyone wore expressions of shock and disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. Sun Qingchun's legs turned weak with fear, utterly confused as to why everything had turned out like this. The man he thought was just a nobody. Why would elderly personally apologize? He screamed hysterically. Grandfather Li, don't be deceived by him. We go to the same school. I know exactly what kind of guy he is. He's just a nobody scoundrel. Li Jiming was so angry he couldn't contain himself anymore. Without hesitation, he slapped Sun Qingchun across the face, knocking out half a mouthful of teeth. You damn bastard, still daring to spew nonsense here. Do you even know what you are? I will definitely make sure you can't get away with it. Wong JT coughed lightly and said, what he said isn't entirely wrong. Back at school, I truly was a nobody in his eyes. But as the saying goes, fortune's turn. Now the situation is completely different. He doesn't even qualify as a lowlife in my eyes anymore. I've always believed that a family that fails to educate its children deserves no place in this world. Don't you agree, elder? Li Guangjuan nodded. Indeed, Iron Young Master, your words are most insightful. Such a family is nothing but a potential disaster. It's better to prevent calamity before it arises. Rest assured, Iron Young Master won't be disappointed. More than half of the people present were gangsters by nature, and they immediately understood the implication. Sun Qingchun had brought annihilation upon the Sun family. Chills crept down their spines as they realized how unexpectedly significant that young man, just ridiculed and mocked, was in Elder Li's eyes. Everyone knew the Sun family had some influence. Yet all it took was one word from Wong JT for the elder to agree to destroy the Sun family, an act enough to make anyone shiver. Those who had previously spoken ill were already regretting it bitterly, cursing their loose tongues. Finally regaining his senses, Sun Qingchun immediately dropped to his knees before Wong JT, begging pitifully. All of this is my mistake. I judged you wrongly. I beg Iron Young Master, for the sake of our school relationship, forgive me this one time. Wong JT rubbed his nose indifferently, remarking lightly, today is a joyous occasion for Elder's birthday celebration. Who's causing this unnecessary drama? Li Jiming immediately understood his meaning. He shouted toward Zhong Huarong at the door. Are the two wooden posts still standing by the door? Drag this dying dog out now. Huarong, go carry out Iron Young Master's orders. Don't listen to anyone's plea. That's the fate of anyone who dares to offend Iron Young Master. Zhong Huarong strode in immediately, kicked Sun Qingchun straight in the face, grabbed his collar, and hauled him out with one arm. Two waiters rushed in and quickly cleaned up the bloodstains. People used this moment to regain their composure. Li Guangjuan, as the guest of honor today, naturally took the central seat at the main table. His son Li Jiming seated on his left, and Wong JT, the honored guest, sat to his right. Smiling widely, Li Guangjuan said, I'm truly honored that everyone could come to my humble birthday banquet. Especially the presence of Iron Young Master makes this occasion even more distinguished. Wong JT smiled faintly, saying, Elderly flatters me. I'm close friends with Uncle Li. Coming here today to wish an elder a happy birthday is merely my due. After a few more rounds of courteous small talk, it was finally the other's turn to speak. A thick-waisted man stepped forward, opening a box that contained an intricately carved Hetian jade statue of the god of longevity. It's truly my honor to celebrate Elder Li's birthday. This god of longevity is my birthday gift, wishing Elder Li eternal life and boundless blessings. Li Guangjuan smiled slightly, saying, You are too thoughtful indeed. The rest of the guests then stepped forward one by one to present their gifts, each item more extravagant and valuable than the last. The woman named Hua who had spoken earlier stepped forward, holding 2 bottles of Moutai liquor. They were stored in rare Zisha clay jars, clearly aged and vintage. The old man, who loved fine alcohol, eyes lit up when he saw the bottles, exclaiming, I didn't expect to see the 1950s Golden Wheel Moutai. It's now priceless. You've truly gone through great trouble. Hua hurriedly replied, Thank you for your praise, old master. It took me immense effort to acquire these 2 bottles. They're said to be out of print already. I thought only the old master would truly appreciate their value. As Hua spoke those words, a red envelope icon popped up on the screen. Only a single red envelope was displayed. Wong JT silently opened it, and to his surprise received a whole case of golden wheel Moutai, 30 bottles in total. He just happened to hear the old man sigh. This kind of Moutai liquor really is becoming increasingly scarce. These 2 bottles must be treasured. I'll only open them when the craving becomes unbearable. Wong JT smiled and said, I didn't expect the old master to be such a Moutai enthusiast. This 1957 golden wheel Moutai really is difficult to come by nowadays. I actually have a full case of 1953 golden wheel Moutai at home. I'm not much of a white liquor drinker myself. Next time I'll bring it to the gym club, and Uncle Lee can personally take it back for the old master. There's no need to hold back. Whenever you feel like drinking, just have some. I'll check around the house to see if there's any stock hidden in some corner. I'll have it all brought over for the old master. Upon hearing this, everyone inwardly shouted, oh my god. They felt that Wong JT was being extremely arrogant, as if they were not even playing the same game. Hua, in particular, felt her eyes twitch. She believed Wong was directly showing off to spite her. Originally, she had hoped to be the standout guest of the night, but instead she had become the laughingstock. In a surge of frustration, she blurted out without thinking, I suppose Iron Young Master wouldn't come empty-handed either. May I ask what extraordinary treasure you've prepared for us to see? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately regretted her words. Offending such a fierce individual was absolutely not worth it. Wong JT simply smirked indifferently, picked up the bag beside his feet, and in front of everyone's wide eyes, placed a large jar on the table. Chapter 103, added a 600-year-old ginseng root. When everyone saw Wong JT carrying out a large jar, puzzled expressions appeared on their faces, unsure of what he was up to. Wong JT smiled and said, since I was young, my father taught me that when giving gifts to elders, one must do it with sincerity. Only then can one show proper respect. So, I specially prepared a jar of ginseng wine for Old Master Lee. The wine itself isn't anything extraordinary, just a 100-year-old sorghum liquor. A man beside him exclaimed excitedly, carefully asking, Iron Young Master is talking about the 100-year red sorghum? It's said that this type of wine is the very first batch produced each year from red sorghum liquor. It's directly sealed inside specially crafted jars and buried in designated locations. The wine can only be retrieved after 100 years and is known as the king of all wines. Wong JT tapped the mouth of the jar, exactly the 100-year red sorghum. If you don't believe me, come have a look yourself. This jar won't disappoint you. The man hurried over, examined the seal carefully, and then looked at the bottom of the jar, his eyes shining brightly. Indeed, it's that special kind of jar, he confirmed. The mouth of the jar seems to have been tampered with, but the resealing technique is highly skilled. It must have been opened with just a small cut to add something inside. As for what's inside, regardless of that, this 100-year red sorghum alone would be priceless to any true connoisseur. It could make many people go bankrupt and must be worth several million at the very least. Throughout the dining hall, everyone could be heard swallowing hard. These people had certainly seen their share of the extraordinary, but a jar worth millions? This was beyond their wildest imagination. They all simultaneously thought of another issue. The wine was already so precious. What kind of ginseng had Wong JT added into it? Would such a valuable item not be wasted? Wong JT chuckled and said, I found a 600-year-old ginseng root at home. Since Old Master Lee is of advanced age, I thought it would be appropriate for him to take some medicinal wine as a health tonic. So, I threw that ginseng root into the jar. It's only been soaked for half a month. If Old Master feels it hasn't steeped long enough, he can take it back home and let it soak for another year or two before trying it. This time, there was no sound of anyone swallowing hard anymore. The entire restaurant was completely silent, to the point where a dropped pin could be clearly heard. Everyone was already in a stunned daze. A 600-year-old ginseng root. Just the mention of it made it seem like an incredible treasure, the kind that could be passed down as family heirlooms. And yet, this wastrel used it to soak in wine. Utterly outrageous, a crime against nature. People were secretly wishing for thunder and lightning to strike this reckless spendthrift down. Not a single person doubted that Wong JT was lying. Based on his earlier demonstrated status and the presence of wine worth millions, there was absolutely no need for him to lie. Besides, the wine was in Li Guangjuan's hands. Even if it took several years before being consumed, the effects would eventually be verifiable. Lies that could be exposed would never be uttered by people of such stature. Li Guangjuan was even more shocked in his heart. He knew very clearly that with such a 600-year-old ginseng root alone, Wong JT could already exert enormous influence in the hidden world. What's more, the ease with which he used ginseng of this caliber to brew wine indicated that in his eyes, even a 600-year-old ginseng root was of little value. He likely had even rarer and more extraordinary treasures at his disposal. Li Guangjuan made up his mind to maintain a good relationship with Wong JT. If he could latch onto such a powerful figure, numerous benefits were sure to follow. As for the other guests who had come today, it was equally important to make their acquaintances and become familiar faces. Perhaps they might catch the attention of a great figure and achieve great success overnight. Wong JT fully understood their intentions. He remained unperturbed and, unlike before, acted approachable and sociable, thus expanding his circle of contacts. Overall, Wong JT gained quite a lot from this birthday banquet, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors. As the banquet approached its end, most of the guests had already departed, leaving only a few close allies of the Li family still accompanying Wong JT. Wong JT laughed and said, earlier, what Sun Qinshan said was indeed true. I did live through a brief period of hardship before, so my knowledge and experience are still lacking. In the future, I hope all of you will kindly offer your guidance. When the others heard these words, they were even more astonished and further solidified their original belief that Wong JT was truly from a prestigious family background, and his earlier hardships had merely been part of a training period. Now that he hadn't fully matured yet, this was a perfect opportunity to get close to him. Once he soared to power, trying to attach oneself would be nothing more than a dream. The atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Wong JT handled everything effortlessly, displaying extraordinary competence. When Wong JT returned to the villa and recalled the events of the day, he couldn't help but smile. Such a feeling of universal admiration was truly delightful. He thought that he had been too busy lately and decided it was time to relax properly. In the past, he had struggled hard without money, but now that he had wealth, life should no longer remain like that. Thinking quietly in his heart, he considered that among the women he was currently involved with, 3 were workaholics and 1 was inconveniently occupied on a film set. The only 2 suitable for helping him relax were Hu Qinxue and Yang Mengting. Previously, he had spent more time with Yang Mengting, which left Hu Qinxue somewhat neglected. Such favoritism was unacceptable, and he must make it up to her properly. Wong JT had always been someone who acted immediately upon thinking of something. He quickly contacted Hu Qinxue and asked if she had time recently to get together and do something active. Hu Qinxue didn't know where her mind had wandered off to, but softly replied that these days were inconvenient for her and suggested they do something together in a few days. Hearing Hu Qinxue's shy voice, Wong JT immediately pictured her blushing face and couldn't help but let a slight smile appear on his lips. He gently comforted her for a while and then spoke a string of sweet nothings, making Hu Qinxue feel extremely happy. Just as the two were happily chatting, Hu Qinxue suddenly let out a couple of cries of ouch, surprising Wong JT, who immediately asked what had happened. Hu Qinxue hesitated, claiming she was fine. Naturally, Wong JT didn't believe her and immediately used his ultimate lightning speed ability to go find her, while also calling Wang Yingjie. Hu Qinxue was rubbing her stomach while sitting at her desk when Suihua came to her with an expression of concern. I can tell you're not feeling well, so I've decided to give you a paid week off to go home and recover properly. After all, only when your health is good can you work well. Hu Qinxue hurriedly replied, Section Chief, that's really not necessary. This is just an old problem of mine. It hurts for a few days every month, and I've long gotten used to it. I can manage if I just hold on. Suihua immediately responded, then every month you'll take a paid week off. Your health is the foundation of the revolution. We absolutely can't be careless about it. That's decided then. Get your things ready and leave work early. Wang Shuanghua will send this report to the general manager, and there's no need for her to come back. Helplessly, Hu Qinxue nodded. Wang Shuanghua playfully stuck her tongue out and said, This must be my brother calling Yingjie again. Just take the break. If it were a paid leave, or even if they deduct all your salary, so what? Hu Qinxue blushed shyly again. Just as she was about to say something, the telephone rang. It was naturally a call from Wong JT. Chapter 104. The great physician Wong is online. Congratulations, you've received funds of 24 million. Have a happy click. Congratulations, you've received Shinnong Tang Pharmaceutical Group. Have a happy click. Congratulations, you've received a set of acupuncture needles. Have a happy click. Congratulations, you've received a super physician skill card. Have a happy click. Congratulations, you've received cash amounting to 3,625,871 yen. Have a happy click. When Wong JT and others were waiting for Hu Qinxue to come out, the red envelope page suddenly popped up, giving out 330 random red envelopes with all sorts of prizes. The best of these prizes was naturally the super physician skill card, followed by the acquisition of the Shinnong Tang Pharmaceutical Group. Everything else was just small change. Wong JT decided to use the super physician skill card. His mind was suddenly filled with a loud noise as an endless stream of information rushed in like the surging Yangtze River. His nerves, already tested many times before, had become increasingly strong. This time he only felt slight discomfort but experienced no serious consequences. After absorbing and digesting this new knowledge, Wong JT had become a super physician, perhaps not the equal of legendary doctors BNK and Hua Tuo, but certainly far superior to the likes of Shilao. He was very satisfied with this reward. No matter what, it was always good to have a skill set. As the saying goes, knowledge and skills are never a burden. Seeing Hu Qinxue walk out of the building, Wong JT immediately noticed she had dysmenorrhea, explaining why she was groaning in pain over the phone. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hu Qinxue looked lovingly at Wong JT and said, I already said I'm fine. Why did you rush over in such a hurry? I've lived with it for years and got used to it. Wong JT placed his hand on Hu Qinxue's lower abdomen and began gently massaging it. She felt extremely comfortable and couldn't help moaning softly. When the pain didn't seem as bad anymore, she looked at Wong JT in disbelief, unable to understand how his hands possessed such magic. Reading her expression, Wong JT explained while continuing the massage. This is just a massage technique to relieve your pain temporarily. Once we get back to your place, I'll treat you with acupuncture, and then the pain will completely disappear. During your menstrual period, I'll perform acupuncture on you daily. By the time your period is over, you'll be almost fully recovered. Then I'll buy some high-quality herbs for medicinal baths, and you'll be completely cured without any future relapses. She looked at Wong JT in shock, unable to believe that he was also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Rubbing her nose gently, Wong asked, What kind of look is that? Are you doubting me? Wait until today's acupuncture is done, then you'll see what kind of punishment awaits. Hu Qinxue blushed and muttered something softly. Wong couldn't even hear clearly what she'd said. When they returned to the penthouse apartment, they went directly to Hu Qinxue's bedroom, where she removed her clothes and lay flat on the bed. Though Wong JT had already made love with her many times, she was still incredibly shy, her face as red as an apple, tempting enough to take a bite. She hesitated but finally took off all her clothes and lay on the bed, showing off her perfect curves. Wong JT felt a surge of desire and took a deep breath to calm himself before pulling out the acupuncture needles he had obtained. First, he gently pressed a few points on Hu Qinxue's lower abdomen and asked some detailed questions, then lightly tapped a needle into the spot and gradually rotated it in deeper. At first, Hu Qinxue felt a little pain, but soon warmth spread through her abdomen, like a hot water bottle providing incredible comfort. She moaned unconsciously, her voice highly seductive, causing Wong JT's heart to race as he barely managed to maintain self-control. Wong JT took another deep breath to calm himself fully before inserting several more needles and finally sat down beside her. After about 10 minutes, Wang JT quickly pulled out the needles and saw a few drops of black blood oozing from the puncture points. He used a tissue to gently wipe away the blood, carefully dressed Hu Qinxue in her nightgown, and pulled her into his arms. How do you feel now? You got chilled during your first menstrual period, which led to this recurring condition. I used acupuncture therapy at the right moment to draw the cold pathogen from your body. With a follow-up medicinal bath, you won't have any more problems in the future. He had explained things thoroughly this time, making his earlier performance even more convincing. Hu Qinxue, looking entranced, said softly, "You truly deserve to be my chosen lover. You surpass everyone else in every way. My heart is completely filled with you. Unless you don't want me anymore, I'll always be yours. No matter what position you give me, I'll never regret it." Wang JT tightened his arms around her and whispered soothingly into Hu Qinshue's ear, "What nonsense are you talking? You'll always be mine. If you dare leave me, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and bring you back, then punish you severely, just like last time. I'll keep tormenting you for the rest of your life." Thinking back to the previous incident, Hu Qinxue blushed furiously and buried her face in Wang JT's chest, coyly snuggling closer. The couple lingered together until nightfall. Wang JT noticed his younger sister hadn't returned yet, and couldn't help but slightly furrow his brows. Hu Qinxue had prepared 2 small dishes and shook her head with a smile. "Frostflower is already grown up. You can't control everything as her older brother. She's a very sensible girl who knows how to protect herself. Don't think she's as foolish as me, falling right into the hands of a big pervert like you." Wang JT chuckled and wrapped his arm around Hu Qinxue, pulling her onto his lap and teasingly taking advantage of her, causing her to laugh uncontrollably. Their meal together was very intimate and sensual. Wang JT originally wanted to stay the night, but Hu Qinxue refused insistently, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly return to the villa. Not long after Wang JT left, Wang Shuanghua returned joyfully with slightly disheveled hair, obviously having done something beyond the ordinary. Seeing Hu Qinshue's blissful expression, Wang Shuanghua curiously asked, "Why are you acting like this? It seems like your pain is gone already. Never expected my brother to be a miraculous medicine himself." Hu Qinxue recounted everything about Wang JT treating her illness. Wang Shuanghua listened in stunned silence, struggling to believe it was actually true. How could this happen? Not one single doctor in our family history for 18 generations. How could my brother suddenly develop such skill? Could it be a genetic mutation? Even a genetic mutation wouldn't make sense. Maybe that could turn someone into a superhero, but nobody's heard of anyone turning into a divine physician. What on earth is going on? Imagination running wild. Wang Shuanghua even brought up genetic mutations, but couldn't arrive at any explanation. Finally, she gave up entirely, reasoning that since it was her real brother, wasn't having special abilities even better? They wouldn't need to go to the hospital anymore anyway. Chapter 105. No need for that. In the following days, Wang JT appeared right on time after his little sister left. He would first give Hu Qinxue an acupuncture session, and then naturally took every opportunity to get close. Hu Qinxue, normally fiery and tomboyish, surprisingly showed extreme shyness in these intimate moments, needing Wang JT to guide her through everything. Every evening, when Wang Shuanghua returned home, she knew her brother had come to accompany Hu Qinxue. She'd tease them first, then complain her brother didn't have the decency to wait and see his own sister. Hu Qinxue rolled her eyes and said, "JT wanted to stay, you know. Ask why you've been coming home so late lately. I know you don't want to tell him, so that's why I chased him away. If you're willing to answer his questions, just tell him to stay tomorrow." Wang Shuanghua hurriedly made a begging gesture. "I was just kidding earlier, sister-in-law. Whatever you do, don't let my brother stay. He'll ask questions about everything, and I already dread the thought." Hu Qinxue intentionally huffed. "You're just a little troublemaker. But speaking seriously, whether I can become your proper sister-in-law is still uncertain. I'm sure my brother has other pretty female friends around him, and I'm already content just being close to him." At the end of her speech, she wore a look of melancholy, then turned resolute, vowing she would never back out. Wang Shuanghua opened her eyes wide. "I don't care about any of that. In my heart, only you are my sister-in-law. All the others are just extras. If my brother doesn't make you my proper sister-in-law, I'll ignore him forever and fight with him until he understands the consequences of his mistake." Hu Qinxue felt truly delighted getting support from her young sister-in-law, but then reconsidered and decided to give some advice. "Just say things like this to me, okay? Never speak like this in front of your brother, let alone let the prince know. Otherwise, your relationship will be in danger. For people like your brother and the prince, expecting lifelong fidelity, do you think it's possible? Even a plain duckling like me knows it's impossible. One must have self-awareness. Given my family background, becoming your proper sister-in-law may not necessarily be a good thing. At the very least, if your brother misbehaves, he might embarrass himself. People today are so practical, and status and background matter more often than not. You're not that poor girl from before anymore. You're a true high society daughter. You don't need to think so much. But I can't do the same." As a college student, Wang Shuanghua's thinking was naturally not so conservative. As long as she gave it a little thought, she could understand how things really were. She couldn't help thinking about Wang Yingjie and realized he also had to socialize, so some occasional pretense was inevitably needed, and apparently, she needed to learn tolerance. Wang Shuanghua nodded. "You make a very reasonable point. Anyway, in my heart, you're already my sister-in-law. If my brother dares to treat you badly, I'll make sure to deal with him." Her tone had changed, but the meaning remained the same. Feeling such support, Hu Qinxue was already satisfied. Wang JT knew nothing of all this. If he did know, he would certainly feel puzzled, since women are naturally possessive, and seeing things so calmly was truly rare. In fact, the transformation happening among the women around him was, aside from their personal insight and maturity, largely thanks to the system dad's influence. The several days of acupuncture were now over, which naturally meant it was time for the medicinal bath. Wang JT drove to Bin City's largest Shenong herbal pharmacy. Previously, Wang JT had already spoken on the phone with the pharmacy's executive president, Gong Lijun, casually encouraging him a little, telling him to just keep doing what he'd been doing. The Northeast Regional Headquarters of Shenong Herbal Pharmacy was in Fengcheng. Its regional manager, Shang Xinghui, wanted to come personally to pay respects, but was directly rejected by Wong. Seeing no parking space in front of the pharmacy, Wong parked a little farther away and walked back to the entrance. As soon as he walked in, an enthusiastic shop assistant greeted him. "Is there anything we can help you with, sir? All our health supplements are absolutely genuine and authentic." Wong shook his head with a smile. "I don't need any supplements. I just want to buy some Chinese medicinal herbs. Just follow the list I provided." He took out the prescription. The assistant glanced at it and found nothing but the most common herbs, none of which cost much. Wanting to push for a better sale, the assistant offered her most professional smile. "The herbs you're purchasing, sir, are really too basic. They won't produce any real effect. The patient truly needs more nourishment. Look at our ginseng. It's wild ginseng bought directly from the Changbai Mountains. And this, Arajiao, made exclusively from wild donkey hide. Cordyceps is even more miraculous," the shop assistant continued. "They're picked by virgin girls at the summit of snow mountains, and then kept close to their chests to preserve the potency of the herb." Before the assistant could finish, Wong JT directly cut her off. "Do you think picking cordyceps is like picking tea leaves, that it must be done by virgin girls on snow mountain peaks, and then stored against their chests? Do you even know that once cordyceps come into contact with a human body like that, they can't even be consumed anymore? Also, who told you that illness doesn't require medicine, and can just be fixed by tonics? Don't you know that kind of statement can easily cost lives? A sick person's body is already weak. At this time, the body can't properly absorb nourishment. If you further burden it with tonics, the body definitely can't handle it. A small illness would turn into a serious illness. Do you even understand traditional Chinese medicine? Thinking that just because you're selling medicine here makes you an expert in the field? It's absolutely ridiculous. If you don't know, just keep your mouth shut." Wong JT scolded the shop assistant angrily. After acquiring his super medical master skills, he had developed a certain emotional attachment to traditional Chinese medicine and naturally wouldn't allow others to spout nonsense. Why had traditional Chinese medicine declined over the years? Because there were too few true experts and too many frauds who gave loud false claims. Just thinking about it made him furious. After being reprimanded, the shop assistant was boiling with rage inside. If it had been anyone else, she might have just endured it, but as it was, this woman had a murky relationship with the store manager. The assistant glanced sideways, came up with a devious idea, and said with a sly look, "The ingredients you're asking for are all a bit difficult to get right now. If you want to buy them, you'll have to purchase them together with our health supplements. The amount you requested on the list is huge. You'll at least need 10 boxes of cordyceps and 10 boxes of Ajiao. Otherwise, you can just go somewhere else." Wong JT snorted through his nose. "This is absolutely nonsense. The herbs I want to buy are all the most basic kinds. How could they possibly be hard to find? Besides, who gave you permission to force bundle sales? I already told you, I don't need any tonics. Hurry up and prepare these herbs for me. If you keep yapping, don't blame me for making you regret it." Seeing Wong JT's firm stance, the shop assistant immediately shouted a few words toward the back. A particularly arrogant guy quickly came out. Chapter 106, Replace them all. The man shouted arrogantly. "Who dares cause trouble in our Shinong Hall? Do you even know we're a well-known, high-quality store?" Wong JT snorted through his nose. "I don't see your store being that high quality. All I see is forced bundling of products. I suppose you must be the manager of this shop. You owe me an explanation." The sales associate moved closer to the manager, hugging his arm while nestling against him, then exaggeratedly recounted the entire incident to him. The manager glared and shouted, "That's just how our store operates. If you want to buy medicine here, there's a minimum spending requirement. Can't afford it? Don't come in then. Do you think we're some little roadside shop? We're a nationally renowned pharmaceutical group, serving only high-class customers, not broke paupers like you." Wong JT stared coldly at the manager and said, "As far as I know, Shinong Pharmaceutical Group upholds the principle of customer-first service. How come it's turned out so twisted here?" The sales associate sneered arrogantly. "Only those who can afford our products are real customers. What are you? Just a poor nobody without money." Wong JT's expression darkened. "I know that the Shinong Hall has an inspection and supervision department. Aren't you afraid I'll file a complaint with them?" The manager smirked proudly. "The manager of the Northeast Inspection Department is my older brother. Go ahead and complain if you dare. Let's see if anyone even bothers to answer your call." Wong JT nodded and dialed the complaint hotline for the inspection department. Upon hearing that it was the largest store in Bin City, the other end immediately hung up the phone without a word. The manager held on to the sales associate, looked down contemptuously at Wong JT, and mocked. "Now you know. Don't think you can act high and mighty by just knowing a few rules. This world runs on power. With my brother's connections, I can do whatever I want. You actually want to complain about me? That's just laughable." Wong JT revealed a faint sneer and dialed Shang Xinghui's number. The call was answered after just 2 rings. "Sir Wong, how may I help you? Just give me your instructions. I guarantee the matter will be properly handled." Wong JT gave a cold snort. "Right now I'm at the largest Shinong Hall pharmacy in Bin City, and I've seen quite a show. When did I miss that the Shinong Hall started with forced bundling of products? Also, who authorized you to categorize customers into classes? Those who don't buy supplements aren't considered premium customers, and anyone purchasing basic medications are all poor nobodies. I entrusted you with the position of head of the Northeast region. This is how you take responsibility? If you can't handle the job, then we'll have to replace you with someone who can. Please don't get angry, Mr. Wong. I truly had no idea such things could happen. It's entirely my fault. I haven't kept a tight enough oversight on the pharmacies. I'll certainly carry out strict rectifications in the inspection department and make them write thorough self-criticisms." Wong JT cut him off. "So I really do need to replace the head of the Northeast region. Don't even try telling me you didn't know this store manager is the brother of your inspection manager. I just called the inspection department, and as soon as they heard it was this store, they hung up immediately. Now tell me, what else do you have to say? Before sunset today, replace every single person in the entire inspection department. Not even the receptionist can stay. Deduct your next 5 years of dividends and bonuses. If you want to keep your job, then do so. If not, just leave. Your current position is given to you by Shinong Pharmaceutical Group. Not that you've ever done anything to deserve it. Soon I'll inform the head office inspection department to conduct a full review of your inspection team. If I don't find enough evidence to lock up that manager, just imagine what consequences you'll face. After finishing his speech, he hung up the phone. Shang Shenghui immediately freaked out and rushed with the entire senior management team to the branch inspection department, where he immediately announced the order. The manager stared with his mouth agape, asking in disbelief. Our department has been working for the company for so many years. If not for achievements, then at least for our years of hard work. How come we can just be replaced so suddenly? What exactly is going on? Shang Shenghui growled. Everyone else is just being replaced. As for you, definitely prepare yourself for stitching uniforms behind bars. If you want to know what's going on, just ask your little brother. Who was the damn receptionist who took that call? Where did you get the nerve to hang up on a complaint call? Do you even realize who the complainant was? He's our new boss. I'm completely done with you lot. No more 5 years of dividends and bonuses. Do you even know how much money that is? Right now, I want to strangle each of you. Except for that damned receptionist. Everyone else get out of this company immediately. I will publicly denounce you all in the industry and thoroughly get rid of vermin like you. The inspection department staff, seeing Shang Shenghui practically going insane, were trembling with fear. The looks they gave the manager were filled with the deepest hatred imaginable. If glances could kill, the manager would already be riddled with wounds and undoubtedly dead a most miserable death. Inside the pharmacy, the store manager sneered disdainfully. Keep pretending. Go ahead and act tough. You're actually pulling it off. Almost got me scared there. It's absolutely laughable. Wong JT replied coldly. You can laugh all you want right now. You won't be laughing soon. Once your brother gets locked up, you won't escape either. The sales associate shot back with a sideways glance. You really get into character. Do you actually think you're some big shot? A real big shot wouldn't even care about such small change. Before the sales associate finished speaking, the store manager's phone rang. It was indeed a call from his older brother, the inspection manager. You damn bastard. You must have eaten the heart of a lion and the gall of a leopard to dare cause trouble with our boss. Looks like you're ready to die. How could I have such a cursed younger brother? I should have thrown you into a well and drowned you when you were little. Now I'm going to prison, and now you're happy about it, huh? Upon hearing his older brother's furious yelling, the store manager immediately fell into a daze. It took him a while to finally regain his senses, realizing that Wong JT hadn't been lying at all. His legs went weak and he dropped to his knees before Wong JT, raising his hand and delivering several hard slaps across his own face, striking himself ruthlessly until his lips split and blood ran. I'm a despicable bastard, unworthy even to walk the earth. I didn't recognize our boss earlier. Everything I said was nothing but trash. Please, boss, give me a chance. From now on I will never dare again. Please spare me just this once. Looking at the manager's pitiful pleas and seeing the trembling sales associate beside him, Wong JT suddenly grew interested. I'm not only willing to spare you, but I can also spare your older brother. But that depends entirely on what you're willing to do. Upon hearing those words, hope instantly lit up in the store manager's eyes. He quickly bowed repeatedly, pleading desperately. As long as boss will spare me and my brother, I'll do absolutely anything you command. Even strip naked and run outside right now if you want. Wong JT chuckled with a slight grin, indicating that he had absolutely no interest in the manager's frog-like physique, but he did have a different task in mind for him. Chapter 107. Let's see how ruthless you can be. I can choose not to turn you and your brother in, but you still need to show me some gesture. The root of all this trouble is this woman. You know what to do. Wong JT watched the store manager with a sardonic smile. He wanted to conduct a little test. Just how ruthless could a person be when fighting for themselves? The manager immediately expressed understanding. He raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap across the salesgirl's face, putting full force into it. One side of her face instantly swelled. Then, without pause, he kicked her hard, sending her sprawling onto the floor. He then proceeded to kick and punch her relentlessly while she screamed like a slaughtered pig. Wong JT sneered. Looks like you two brothers still want to end up in prison pushing a sewing machine. This level of performance definitely doesn't satisfy me. Disappointing. Upon hearing these words, the store manager clenched his teeth, grabbed the girl by the hair, and smashed her head repeatedly against the floor until the tiles echoed with the loud thuds. The salesgirl's head was now covered in blood. She had long stopped crying out. It seemed like if this continued for another 10 hits or so, her life would end right here. Wong JT noticed the manager didn't intend to stop, so he smirked coldly. Indeed, for the sake of oneself, people were capable of doing anything. He coughed heavily and said, That's enough now. I'll tell Shang Shenghui not to pursue your brother further. You can now take her and get the hell out. The store manager kowtowed repeatedly while dragging the near-death salesgirl and quickly fled the store. Passers-by outside naturally reported the incident to the authorities. With the girl critically injured, there was no question he'd be going inside to peddle a sewing machine. But in the end, he had managed to save his older brother. Maybe it could be called a good deed. But he ruined his brother's future. Only time would tell if his brother would ever forgive him. Wong JT instructed the other staff to prepare the herbs. He casually picked someone he found pleasing to temporarily act as the store manager. Whether the person could hold on to the position would depend on their ability. Hu Qingxue was lying lazily on the couch watching TV when she heard the door open. She immediately jumped up and rushed forward in a flitting movement. Naturally, Wong JT embraced her warm and soft figure. One hand playfully roamed around, causing the girl in his arms to breathe heavier and heavier. Noticing the bag in his other hand, she asked curiously, What's that you're holding? Is it a side dish or something? He kissed the tip of her nose playfully. Never realized you were such a foodie before. These are medicinal herbs for you. Didn't I tell you earlier? You still need to bathe in medicinal water for a few more days to finally get rid of the toxins. Now I'll teach you how to do it. Upon hearing that they would go into the bathroom together, Hu Qingxue blushed deeply. She obediently nodded with dreamy eyes. Wong JT half-dragged, half-carried Hu Qingxue into the bathroom, casually told her to sit on the toilet, and started drawing a bath for her. As Hu Qingxue watched him test the water temperature, add the herbal medicine carefully, and then stir it thoroughly, she found him incredibly charming. She felt that she must be the happiest woman in the world. To have a man who doted on her like this, what else could she possibly desire? Titles and positions didn't really matter anymore. As Wong JT stirred, the herbs mixed with hot water, releasing a peculiar medicinal aroma. After inhaling it, one felt a wonderful sense of internal relief. Wong JT smiled and said, "Everything's ready. Go ahead and get into the bath." He then turned around and stepped out of the bathroom, not bothering to close the door, and instead sat on the sofa just outside, glancing in from time to time. Hu Qinshua's beautiful face was flushed pink as she began to disrobe unselfconsciously. Her delicate, slender figure, illuminated by the steam rising from the water, was irresistibly attractive. She stepped into the tub, instantly experiencing a special kind of warmth, not merely from the hot water, but one that penetrated deep into her body, bringing a comforting sensation. Hu Qinshua felt so relaxed and content that she dozed off in the tub. An hour later, she was gently lifted out by a pair of strong arms. Immediately wrapped in a soft towel, she was gently patted dry, and soon felt herself warm and completely dry. Lazily opening her eyes, she looked at Wong JT's handsome face. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and, naturally, the following moments were filled with beauty. Looking at the soft beauty in his arms, satisfaction and happiness showed on Wong JT's face. Such a life should definitely be cherished. Pinching her nose playfully, he said, "There's still enough medicine left for you to take 3 more baths. I can prepare it for you daily." Hu Qinshua shifted her body closer and said, "I've already used up a week of paid leave. I can't keep staying at home like this. Tomorrow I'll return to work. I can take care of the baths myself in the evening. Since I'm already yours, there's no need to rush things, right?" Wang JT had always respected his woman's opinion, so he nodded with a smile. Naturally, what followed was a warm and loving time together. That evening, Wang JT returned to the villa and started chatting casually with Meng Huan Jingling. The girl had been busy with something or other these past 2 days. He had no idea what exactly. Meng Huan Jingling said with a grin, "I've been promoting for you, big brother. Now the entire dark web knows. The supreme god is omnipotent. And about that time you gave the Huangquan Tianyi divine water. Everyone in the management already knows." Those guys were envious beyond belief, nearly popping their eyes out. "Thanks to my big brother, I'm now the 5th most powerful person in the management, and my words carry just as much weight as anyone else's." Wang JT laughed and said, "I always knew our little elf was the best. Just keep following my instructions, and one day you'll be number 1. Meng Huan Jingling playfully rolled her eyes and coquettishly said, "Even if I become the top figure on the dark web, I still prefer being your little wife. Big brother, when can I come over and offer myself completely to you, letting you devour me entirely, instead of just chatting across this cold screen like now?" Wang JT smiled slightly and said, "Didn't I already send you my address? If you want to come, just come. To be honest, I'd love to see what my cute little elf really looks like in person. With such a celestial voice, how could your looks possibly be anything less than perfect?" Meng Huan Jingling cheerfully agreed, saying she would wrap up some outside matters before coming to Bin City to stay with him permanently. Wang JT naturally wouldn't refuse. From then on, everything proceeded smoothly. Each day, he enjoyed navigating among the many women in his life. He never grew tired of it. Earned 2.8 million yuan. Wishing you a pleasant click. Earned 1 a dumber flower. Wishing you a pleasant click. Wang JT looked at his latest rewards and slightly furrowed his brow. Counting this a dumber flower, he had now received rare treasures for 10 consecutive days. He wasn't quite sure what the system father was trying to say. Was it preparing to fully equip him with resources so he'd be ready anytime, anywhere? That seemed like the only possible explanation. Chapter 108. The General has a request. Wang JT accompanied Yuan Bingyue shopping all afternoon. Originally, he planned to stay the night at her place, but Dreamy Elf sent him a message, saying that she had something to discuss with him in the evening. He returned to the villa, answered Dreamy Elf's video call, and noticed that this time, she wore a butterfly elf hairpin, though her eyes were still partially covered. According to Dreamy Elf, when the two of them finally met in person, she would let Wang JT see her completely. She would give him all her firsts. Dreamy Elf smiled brightly and said, "I've nearly wrapped everything up here. Within 1 or 2 months, I'll come find you, big brother. Thinking about it already gets me excited." Wang JT replied with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to it too. You don't need to bring anything at all. I'll have everything ready for you here." Dreamy Elf gave a sweet smile and then sang a sweet song, leaving Wang JT completely enchanted. After clapping in delight, Wang JT curiously asked, "You said you had something important to talk to me about tonight. What is it exactly?" Dreamy Elf shook her head playfully and assumed an extremely adorable expression. "I knew you wouldn't be able to wait, big brother. I was even trying to figure out how long you could hold out, and you lasted way shorter than I imagined." Her words carried a hint of ambiguity. Wang JT raised his eyebrows and thought that once she arrived, he'd show her exactly how long he could hold out during their scenic viewing together. The two chatted and laughed for a while longer before Dreamy Elf suddenly grew serious. "I called Big Brother back tonight not because I had something important to discuss, but because the General needs your help. I was just joking around with Big Brother to buy some time. Now the General needs our assistance, so of course we should act with a bit of attitude. Let me send you the General's file first. Big Brother should read it carefully and get a basic understanding of him before deciding how to respond." As she was speaking, she had already sent over the documents. Linger projected the files onto the screen. At first appeared the General's photo. The General appeared to be about 50 years old, dressed in a uniform somewhat similar, though slightly modified, to those worn by that gang back then. His gaze was especially piercing. Even in a photograph, the look exuded pressure. According to the file, the General's family was among the pioneering clans of the Triangular region, and the title of General had become hereditary within the family. The General's family was the absolute ruler of the region. Even if the other major forces united, they wouldn't stand a chance against one hand of the General's family. Wang JT frowned slightly. "I've always been strongly against dealing with dragons, never expecting that the General himself would be involved in this business." Dreamy Elf interrupted Wang JT. "You shouldn't think that way, big brother. Even if the general refrained from doing these things, there will always be others ready to do them anyway. Besides, big brother, you're already an adult now, and the adult world isn't only about right or wrong, it also includes compromise. It doesn't mean you have to always do what's right, or never do what's wrong. Only in a child's world can you act entirely according to your own likes and dislikes without worrying about whether something is right or wrong. Given your current status and identity, you have the ability to change many things, turning what you dislike into what you do. Then, everything can be resolved, and all can live happily. Wong JT listened to Dreamy Elf speaking so eloquently and chuckled, shaking his head. You mischievous little girl, who knew you could talk so articulately? I was only expressing a feeling. In my heart, I already understand many things clearly. Things won't always go my way. The highest state of life is to attain the wisdom of noble simplicity. When I was in college, one old professor once said something to me that remains vivid to this day. I regard it as absolute truth. He said society is like a bus. If you refuse to go along with the crowd, you can always step aside and admire the scenery through the window, but never stand directly in front of the bus. That would only be like an ant trying to stop a cartwheel, ending with your body crushed and soul destroyed, while earning the contempt of everyone on board. He asked, what does mental abnormality mean? Anything different from mainstream social norms is considered mentally disturbed. If society is corrupt, and you're the only one insisting on being good, then your mindset itself must be flawed, bound to be cast aside. The professor also told us that anyone who cannot make themselves rich under present societal conditions is nothing but a useless nobody. Dreamy Elf blinked her eyes repeatedly before giving a thumbs up and saying, that professor really sees things clearly. If he offered lectures on the dark web, he'd definitely make a fortune. Wong JT shook his head and replied, the reason this old professor had such deep insights was because his son was a good man, a kind-hearted person who stood up for the common people, but who ended up in an especially tragic fate. I heard the old professor passed away 2 years ago. He died in great pain and with deep resentment. The lesson he taught us most deeply was that good people don't receive good wabah. He and Dreamy Elf sighed over this for a moment, then checked the time and found it was nearly ready. They then connected the general via video call. The general himself was even more imposing than in the photograph. Even through the screen, one could feel immense pressure. To dominate a region like that wasn't simple at all. The general maintained a stern expression and slightly bowed. Honored Supreme Godaroth, I haven't known how to smile since childhood. Please forgive me. Wong JT smiled in response. General, there's no need to be so polite. Everyone has their own personality. There's no need to change for others. Besides, even the way you are now already creates plenty of pressure. If you ever did smile, I'd probably be too scared to say a word. The general nodded slightly. I contacted you this time knowing it might be somewhat impolite, but there's a matter for which I hope you might assist me. Wong JT thought back to the rewards he'd recently gained from opening red envelopes, and already had a rough idea. He displayed a composed, unconcerned expression. Please tell me, General, what matter you might have. There aren't many things in this world I can't handle. If something truly is beyond me, though, well then, I think the general should reflect inwardly and ponder your own character. Why, your luck must be really poor. The general showed no reaction to Wong JT's jesting. As long as he could obtain what he wanted, teasing him like this was nothing. He could even endure being scolded. The general cleared his throat. Honored Supreme Godaron, you truly have a sense of humor. Lately, I've encountered some problems and require certain rare and precious ingredients. I heard from Kong Qingzong and Huang Quan that you possess these kinds of treasures, and I humbly request you grant me some. I will spare no effort in carrying out your orders from now on. Wong JT rubbed his nose and said, I thought you might have something serious going on. Turns out you just want rare and precious treasures. How much exactly did you have in mind? Upon hearing this, the general's eyes lit up. Carefully, he mentioned a specific number. Chapter 109, I do not allow failure. At the very least, 3 types of heavenly treasures and precious materials are needed to ensure the success of this matter. If the Darun feels that's too much, giving me 2 would also work. I can then figure out the rest. The general expressed his purpose with hope, only to see Wong JT yawn openly. From what the general just said, having 3 types of heavenly treasures doesn't guarantee success. Does that mean the more treasures we have, the higher the chance of success? The general hurriedly nodded and said, exactly. If we can have 6 kinds of heavenly treasures, the success rate could reach around 90%, but it's really difficult to obtain them. Wong JT stroked his chin and said, 90% still means there's a chance of failure. I absolutely hate failure. Therefore, any matter I participate in will never be allowed to fail. How can we guarantee success without fail? The general swallowed hard and said, if we can use the adumbra flower as the main ingredient, success is certain. However, the adumbra flower has already. Wong JT interrupted the general directly. From now on, when you speak to me, just state the main points. No need for all that useless preamble. I'll give you 1 adumbra flower, plus 6 more heavenly treasures. If it still fails, you must kill everyone involved. What's the use of keeping those useless wastes? Upon hearing Wong JT's words, the general was so shocked he couldn't care less about his tone. His mind was completely blank, as if he were asking, who am I? The dream spirit was also startled. Licking his lips, he said, this isn't something to joke about. Are you really able to produce 7 kinds of heavenly treasures all at once? One of which is the already extinct adumbra flower. Wong JT snorted from his nose and said, you actually dare doubt your elder brother's ability? You're being really naughty. When it's your turn, I'll punish you by spanking your bottom. But these so-called heavenly treasures are nothing big. They might be good things to you guys, but to me, they're just nothing special. He spoke as if it was nothing, and indeed it was. While the general and others desperately sought heavenly treasures without success, for Wong JT, it was just opening a red envelope. He didn't think much of it at all. Eventually, the general came to his senses, shedding tears of gratitude as he said, thank you so much, Supreme Godaron. From now on, whatever the Darun commands, our family will fulfill it even at the cost of our lives. Wong JT rubbed his nose and said, you put it that way, but I'm just a rich young man enjoying luxury cars and beautiful women every day. never wanting for anything. There's no need to talk about sacrificing lives so dramatically. Still, I should mention this. Personally, I don't like seeing others trafficking soil. I'm not ordering you, just giving you a suggestion. Sell less soil to Huagua. The general quickly nodded in agreement, promising he would try his best in the future to stop people from trafficking soil to Huagua. After all, the world market was vast enough to handle it. Then that's settled. Will you use black market delivery to send the items, or send someone to pick them up yourself? Wong JT asked casually. After all, the black market delivery was under Kong Qingzhong's control, who knew whether the general would feel comfortable with that. The general immediately expressed that using black market delivery was fine. If Kong Qingzhong dared to intercept his goods, he would fight the damned bastard no matter what. Wong JT didn't feel like wasting more words with the general and casually hung up the video call, continuing to chat idly with the dream spirit. Nothing remains secret forever. After the general received these items, news of this matter inevitably spread to everyone else. Everyone was deeply shocked. They had never even dreamed in their wildest imaginations that Wong JT would be so extravagantly generous. It completely overturned their previous understanding. Everyone now held a brand new perspective regarding Wong JT's extreme wealth and influence in the black market, which had now reached an unparalleled level. Additionally, people believed that Wong JT saying he does not allow failure was essentially setting a standard for all of them, a singular principle. This principle was understandable. After all, when someone has given you so many rare treasures, if you still fail in your task, even if Wong JT said nothing, you would probably want to dig a hole and bury yourself out of shame. It was just too humiliating to face anyone else again. In reality, Wong JT had merely wanted to put pressure on the general, wanting to show off a little and let the other side know that he also had capability, without thinking much beyond that. Many things go like that. You try hard to grow flowers, but they won't bloom. Yet with no intent, a willow grows from a casually inserted twig. Before he even realized it, he had unknowingly achieved something great. Wanting to make up for Yuan Bingyue, Wong JT stayed at Yuan Bingyue's place for the next few days, inseparable from her. He was playing games in Yuan Bingyue's office when suddenly a red envelope notification popped up, showing over 400 red envelopes at once. Congratulations. You received 8,320,000 funds. Wishing you a pleasant clicking experience. Congratulations. You received 7,960,000 funds. Wishing you a pleasant clicking experience. Congratulations. You received 12,830,000 funds. Wishing you a pleasant clicking experience. Wong JT was stunned by the content of these red envelopes. This was the first time he had ever opened red envelopes that contained only funds, each worth tens or even hundreds of millions. In total, they accumulated to over 9.9 billion. Combined with his existing cash flow and various other earnings, his total assets were quickly approaching 30 billion. Wong JT had no idea which act his system father was playing now, giving him so much money directly. He wondered what exactly he was supposed to do with it. Could it be that he was meant to start throwing money around? Just as he was puzzled and confused, the phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Shilin, his financial advisor from Binsheng Bank. Lin Shilin had officially become his financial advisor thanks to his previous act of reporting information. However, for the most part, he communicated with Yuan Bingyue. Wong JT always firmly believed that if you wanted a horse to run, you must first feed it enough grass. Therefore, he gave Lin Shilin 1% of the shares in the investment company, which deeply moved the young man, making him now an absolutely loyal follower. Really sorry to disturb you, young Master Tai, but I have something very important to report. You previously mentioned, young Master Tai, that you wanted to acquire a mansion but didn't want it to be too remote. Now, an opportunity has come up. At the border between our development zone and Zhoujin, a super luxurious villa complex was built years ago, originally intended to develop into a tourist area. It's said that villas of every style are available, and the entire villa complex is connected as one grand estate. However, shortly after the complex was completed, that widely known incident happened. Binsheng's reputation plummeted, and that area was completely ruined. The developer struggled for several years but could no longer hold on, and has now decided to sell the entire villa complex. Upon hearing this, Wong JT finally understood the purpose of his system father. It was obvious. The money was given to him to purchase the villa complex so he could properly sort out his harem. Of course, it could also be interpreted as his system father simply wanting to see some chaos, since managing the harem would definitely not be easy, and could easily turn into a battlefield. Wong JT took a deep breath and decided to check out the villa complex first before making any further decisions. Chapter 110. Simply wonderful. Wong JT arrived at the location shared by Lin Shilin, and as soon as he reached the spot, he spotted a red wall in front of him. Inside the wall was a villa complex. This red wall was designed in classical architectural style. Every few meters there stood a mythical beast figurine, making the entire structure look particularly magnificent. Wong JT approached the main entrance, which was a grand gatehouse. At the gate stood two large stone lions, absolutely majestic and powerful. The two wooden gate doors were made of solid wood, coated with vermilion paint, and studded with brass nails the size of fists. The brass nails glittered in the sunlight. Hung above the gate was a blank plaque, obviously newly installed. Naturally, the name of this villa complex would have to be bestowed by the owner himself. Wong JT nodded satisfactorily. From these small details, he could tell that the developer had truly put thought into it. He had to give them credit. He felt that just this gate alone already gave off the vibe of being high-end, grand, and refined, so he believed the villas inside would definitely exceed his expectations. Wong JT saw that the parking spaces on both sides of the entrance had already been occupied by many luxury cars. Clearly, this villa complex had attracted many people. He remembered what Zheng Weideng had said earlier, that there were many hidden wealthy people in the Northeast whose affluence wasn't easily noticeable in daily life, though they actually possessed enormous assets. It seemed that some of the attendees today must have been such hidden billionaires. Otherwise, where else would all these luxury cars have come from? Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some outsiders were also here. Wong JT's lips slightly curved upward as he thought of the idea of directly competing with such bigwigs. Just the thought was exciting, and it was absolutely interesting. He strolled toward the gate, but was stopped by a security guard who informed him that during the upcoming auction period, uninvited visitors weren't allowed to tour the premises. Wong JT unlocked his phone and showed the digital invitation card to the guard, declaring himself a buyer allowed access. The guard immediately stepped aside, respectfully gesturing him in. After all, anyone capable of purchasing one of these villas was someone he definitely could not afford to offend. Wong JT was quite satisfied with the guard's attitude. He casually pulled out several bills and pressed them into the guard's hand. I really appreciate your dedication. This is a little reward for you. Once I buy this place, I'll make sure you keep your job as security here. The guard thanked him repeatedly. Many visitors had come before, but very few had offered tips, and none as generous as Wong JT. As Wong JT walked through the entrance gate, he immediately sensed the high standard of the premises. The ground wasn't made of ordinary concrete, but instead featured traditional bluestone paving. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and found the stonework very sturdy and capable of withstanding substantial weight, certainly strong enough for vehicle traffic. Wong JT glanced around, noticing the entire villa complex was divided into several sections, each displaying its own unique architectural style. Almost every imaginable style was present here, including even a fairy tale style villa. Looking at the fairy tale style villa, his mind immediately thought of Menghuan Jingling, Dream Jing. This villa seemed to be custom designed for her. First, he went to the antique style section, where all the villas were connected by covered corridors. Absolutely ornate and elegant, it appeared extraordinarily noble and elegant. Wong JT entered the central villa and immediately felt like he had stepped into a palace. It was decorated in an opulent, gilded manner, with paintings and calligraphic scrolls hanging on the walls, aesthetically pleasing at a glance. However, the quality of these artworks was quite poor, probably priced at no more than 9.9 yuan with shipping included. Thinking further, he realized nobody would dare hang valuable originals in such a place anyway. Wong JT thought Lan Mengying and Yang Mengting would love this style. That settled the allocation for 3 of the 7 girls, so he decided to check out other sections and assign the remaining 4 accordingly. Next, he toured the standard-style villas, which felt very accessible and entirely suitable for everyday residents, apparently aimed at targeting middle-class white-collar buyers. Wang JT believed Yuan Bingyu and Hu Qinshui would be perfectly suited for this section. After all, both came from common backgrounds, so this style would suit them best. Then he visited the European-style villa area, thinking this section was particularly suitable for Xikong Rian and Shengwan Yanshui, who both had relatively refined tastes. As for the final section, the Yamada-style villa area, Wang JT had no interest whatsoever, believing such accommodations were fit only for servants. As he was thinking, his mind began to wander. He pondered whether he should hire a butler from the never-setting nation, referring to Britain, and perhaps also some Yamada-style female servants. Unconsciously, an image appeared in his mind. Yamada women dressed as maids, standing around him, giving him shoulder and leg massages. What a wonderful pleasure that would be. However, before this fantasy could fully form, 7 female figures appeared in his mind, like a violent storm that tore this image into shreds. Then, they started to kick and beat Wang JT senselessly. Wang JT shook his head. Thinking ahead, he realized there would soon be 7 fierce tigresses living here. Perhaps he should forget about the idea of provoking any of them, or else he would certainly find himself in serious trouble. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, he saw a group of people walking out from the Yamada-style villa area. The person leading them was a young woman. This woman wore a moon-patterned kimono, clearly a Yamada person, and her face was filled with arrogance, as if she were so superior. A man with greasy hair and a slicked back part, clearly a despicable Han trader, was bowing and scraping beside her like a Pekingese dog. Miss, please rest assured, I will arrange the best designer and make sure this place is decorated exactly like your hometown. You will definitely be satisfied. The woman snorted disdainfully. How could you people, such lowlifes, turn this shabby place into something as noble as my hometown? That's just ridiculous. The man immediately slapped himself twice on the face, wearing an expression of utmost subservience so repulsive it made people want to kick him in the face. You're absolutely right, Mississippi. How could this despicable place ever match the nobility of your hometown? I was talking nonsense just now. Wang JT, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but frown. It seemed this Yamada woman also wanted to purchase this villa complex. She was his potential competitor. That wouldn't have been a big deal by itself, but her constant belittlement of the place was infuriating. That dog-like man was clearly a Huaguan national, one of those groveling animals who had ruined the reputation of Wagwarren. Wang JT had originally had no particular interest in the Yamada-style villas anyway, so he simply decided not to watch them and walked toward the central garden. He had no intention of dealing with these people, but apparently, they approached him instead, especially that dog-like man, who started barking like a mad dog. Where did you come from? Who let you come here? Don't you know this is the exclusive area of the noble Miss Nagahara? How could someone as despicable as you possibly have the right to come here? Wang JT looked at this man coldly. His icy gaze made the man shiver inwardly, instinctively stepping back 2 steps. Seeing this, the woman snorted angrily. Chapter 111. Who says it's definitely yours? You rude Chinese people don't even understand basic etiquette. Invading someone else's territory like this is absolutely shameful. The woman looked down contemptuously at Wang JT, her eyes filled with complete disdain. Wang JT sneered coldly. I think you're just dreaming during the day. People like you hoping for pies from the sky are just good-for-nothings back in our country. This villa area hasn't even been auctioned yet. How do you know it's definitely yours? I could just as easily say this place is mine and tell you all to get lost right now. The dog-like man jumped up again, snarling aggressively. This is Miss Nagahara Rya from the Sakura Corporation. I'm Miss Rya's interpreter, Zhu Xinwei. The Sakura Corporation is a well-known large group in Yamatai, equivalent to a giant in our Chinese context. No one dares to compete with our miss for anything she wants. Looking at this despicable guy, Wong JT said in disgust. From your words, I take it you're no longer Chinese. Zhu Xinwei proudly raised his head. You're absolutely right. Starting next week, I will no longer be a despicable Chinese, but a noble Yamatan. Miss even specially granted me a family name, so I shall be known as Yu Xinwei from now on. Becoming a noble Yamatan means my family's ancestral graves must have emitted bluish smoke. Wong JT ridiculed him sarcastically. I guess your family's ancestral graves didn't emit bluish smoke, but were struck by lightning that even exposed your ancestors' coffins and set them ablaze immediately, producing thick smoke indeed. Your family actually produced something like you. Your ancestors must have done evil deeds. Actually, that's not quite right either. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower one can't be straight either. Your ancestors weren't good birds either. Scratching his head, Zhu Xinwei replied. How did you know that my family had been dogs for 8 generations? My grandfather worked as an interpreter for Yamatans back then, and my father was definitely a guide to the enemy. We can gain sufficient benefits by serving as dogs. In today's world, if there's benefit involved, I wouldn't even mind calling a dog my father. What can you do about it? Wong JT scoffed. It seems that the name this woman gave you is indeed appropriate. It really fits someone born to dogs. Removing trash like you benefits the Chinese people. Don't think things are still the same as before. Yamatans mean nothing more than farts to me. Let me tell you clearly, I've decided to take this villa area for myself. No one can snatch it away from my hands. Nagahara Ria arrogantly huffed. You Chinese people always insist on maintaining face with weak efforts. I'd like to see how you plan to get this villa complex. Wait until the auction happens. Then you'll realize how insignificant you are. Dare to compete with our great Yamatans? You really don't know your place. As Wong JT was about to speak, a system reminder suddenly rang in his ears. My dear uncle can tolerate it, but even my aunt cannot. You must make this despicable woman kneel and sing conquer to show submission. Task issued. Punish the despicable one. Accept or not. Wong JT chose to accept without hesitation. Even without the system daddy's task, he would definitely make this despicable woman understand the consequences of provoking Chinese people. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? If you manage to win this villa area, I'll streak naked in front of everyone. But if I take this villa area, you'll have to kneel before me at the auction venue, singing conquer 1,000 times out loud in front of everyone. Wong JT stared provocatively at Nagahara Ria, whose fury overflowed from her eyes directly upon receiving such a gaze. Nagahara Ria roared loudly. You ignorant fool. Daring to challenge the Sakura Corporation, you clearly don't even know how to write the word death. I'm betting with you today. Just see how this clueless kid will streak naked in front of everyone and how he'll face people afterward. Zhu Xinwei joined in mockingly from the side. I'll definitely record it and upload the video online, making this idiot suffer social death. Wong JT sneered coldly. Let's see who will die. You better listen well, woman. Don't think about reneging on the deal if you lose, for the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Without further ado, he turned and left decisively. His confident demeanor caused Nagahara Ria to feel some concern deep inside. After some reflection, Nagahara reasoned that with Sakura Corporation's financial resources, there was absolutely no way they could lose, so worrying about it was unnecessary. Returning to the villa, Wong JT found that Linger had already thoroughly investigated the details of the Sakura Corporation and directly projected the information onto the rear screen. The Sakura Corporation is composed of over a dozen families, one of which is the Nagahara clan. Officially, they serve as leaders of the corporation, but practically, they're only representatives pushed to the front. The Sakura Corporation is extremely wealthy, ranking as one of the 4 largest corporations in Yamatai. However, the actual amount of money they can deploy will absolutely not exceed 10 billion yuan. So it's absolutely no problem for my older brother to defeat them at the auction. The only concern is whether this woman will actually honor her promise. Wong JT tapped his nose lightly, then connected with Huaming Lingjing. The girl lazily yawned. Why did Big Brother contact me so early today? Haven't you gone to accompany those sisters? Don't tell me they actually turned you away. Wong JT smiled and shook his head. You cheeky girl. It's already afternoon. Don't tell me it's still morning to you. How much do you know about the Yamada underground world? Huaming Lingjing's eyes lit up. Why are you suddenly asking about the Yamada underground world? Give me a few minutes, and I'll immediately assign people to gather intelligence. Wong JT nodded, then explained everything that had happened at the villa area. Huaming Lingjing immediately erupted in fury. What? Just a despicable woman dares to challenge Big Brother? She really doesn't know her place. I'll contact Yu Yin immediately and have this woman dismembered. Wong JT shook his finger. Killing her is too boring. Making her kneel in front of everyone and sing conquer would be much more entertaining. My only worry is that she might renege on the bet. Do you have any way to prevent her from doing that? Huaming Lingjing's eyes twirled playfully. That's easy. Big Brother, give me the video you recorded earlier and I'll arrange for these channels to broadcast it. Then I'll open a gambling pool on the darknet, letting people bet on the outcome. If this woman dares to renege later, she'll be challenging the entire darknet. People on the darknet don't care about reasoning. It will definitely affect the entire Sakura Corporation. No matter how powerful their backing force is, they wouldn't dare to completely break relations with the darknet. The downside is that this action will definitely attract Sakura Corporation's attention. They'll mobilize more funds, forcing Big Brother to spend more money. Wong JT didn't care at all. What's money? Not even good enough to feed a donkey. Just follow through with your plan. I want this woman to pay dearly for her own stupidity. Huaming Lingjing nodded in agreement. At this time, the required information had already been collected. Chapter 112. No Way Back. Dream Fairy gave Wong JT a great idea, and then received messages from other streamers. It seemed the investigation was almost complete. According to the information I've gathered, the most active factions in the Yamada no Haido Demo world are the Black Snake Society, and their advanced version, the Black Python Society. The Black Snake Society is equivalent to the martial arts circles in China, and the Black Python Society is equivalent to the Wulin martial artists in China. Their targets are naturally counterparts to those in the martial world. Furthermore, above the Black Snake and the Black Python, there's an ultimate faction, the Black Dragon Society, which obviously targets cultivators in the Huaxiao world. It's said that the Black Dragon Society is made up entirely of female yin-yang masters and male sorcerers. Besides them, there's the legendary Riga Honin, Tengu monks who practice a form of sensual Chan Buddhism and are naturally extremely powerful fighters. The four major Jurikaisha represent the outward appearances of the three secret societies. The Sakura Jurikaisha that my big brother is facing ranks at the bottom among the four. Dream Fairy sorted through the intelligence she had collected and shared the key points with Wong JT. Her tone was clearly dismissive, showing that she didn't take the enemy seriously. Wong JT tapped his temple and asked, Yamada is a sovereign nation after all. What kind of forces do they have on the Darknet? Dream Fairy responded immediately. In the Darknet, Yamada's primary faction is the Inamoto Society, mainly dealing with the entertainment and adult film industry. Those kinds of movies and live streams everyone likes to watch. However, Yamada people are also present in many organizations, mostly as expendable samurai warriors and stealthy ninja used for reconnaissance and assassinations. There is a unique sense of servility deeply rooted in the Yamada people. Once they join an organization, everything becomes subordinate to the organization. There was once an organization that, for a huge bounty, directly attacked the main Yamada island. The incident resulted in tens of thousands of deaths and caused immense repercussions. Yet the people who carried out the attack were all Yamada members within the organization. Not a single one hesitated. It was as if they were not targeting their own people, but their greatest enemies. Because of this, over 90% of the female slaves in the Darknet slave markets are Yamada women, and they're particularly obedient. Big brother, are you interested in Yamada female slaves? I can buy a batch for you. Rest assured, they'll all be fully trained and absolutely loyal, never betraying you. Wong JT shook his head helplessly, seeing Dream Fairy's mischievous expression. That playful girl definitely deserved a good scolding once they met face to face. What nonsense are you talking? I already have all of you around me, which is more than enough. What do I need so many female slaves for? Dream Fairy interrupted him. How could my big brother have such a dirty mind? Buying female slaves is obviously for serving us. Could it possibly be for you to do evil deeds? Yamada female slaves have an excellent reputation in the Darknet. No matter what job, they're all exceptionally capable. Don't tell me you expect us to clean such a large villa complex ourselves. Wong JT thought for a moment and agreed. With such a huge villa area, if left entirely to the 7 girls, they wouldn't be able to do anything else. Didn't you know there's a profession called part-time hourly workers? We could hire them for cleaning. Well, that does seem a bit inferior, but is there really no alternative to female slaves? Wong JT first rebutted with logic, then smoothly changed course and asked more details about the topic. Dream Fairy smiled and said, knew it. All men are just big perverts at heart. So, my big brother finally revealed his true thoughts, huh? Among female slaves, the best ones in the market are naturally the Yamada female slaves. Besides them, there are the barbarian female slaves, more suited for heavy labor. We should definitely have some for that around the house. As for the rest of the female slaves, they're just too far below par. You can buy 1 or 2 to diversify things, but don't expect much from them. For example, buying some Bangsy female slaves, letting them form a song and dance troupe. They could perform to entertain my big brother during his leisure time. After hearing Dream Fairy's suggestion, Wong JT was indeed somewhat tempted, but he quickly changed the subject. Let's not think about this for now. Wait until we've taken over the villa complex before deciding on these things. Let's just follow your suggestions for now. By the way, notify Yuko. If this approach doesn't work, we'll resort to violence to force that woman to keep her promise. I dislike failure. No matter what, Wong JT needed to complete the task given by the system father. Besides, the target this time was a Yamada person, so committing some aggressive actions wouldn't bring him much psychological burden. Dream Fairy smiled, nodded in agreement, and went to handle the matter. Everything was going exactly as she had anticipated, and had indeed sparked interest. However, she did not tell everyone that Wong JT was the supreme sovereign himself. Otherwise, where was the need for a gamble when an overwhelming victory was just around the corner? After the information was exposed, people generally believed the Sakura Jurikaisha had a bigger chance of winning. So, more people placed bets on them. Likewise, there were also many people who thought otherwise, believing that since Wong JT had dared to make such a public challenge, he surely had some real strength behind him and was worth betting on. This matter, which heated up the Darknet, naturally caught the attention of Yamada, and the Sakura Jurikaisha was immediately pushed to the center of the storm. In response, Ashaya Ichiro hurried from Yamada Island to Bin City. Upon meeting, he immediately slapped Hasegawa Ryu and knocked the woman straight to the ground. You ungrateful wench, how dare you cause such a huge mess? You really want to die, don't you? Though Hasegawa Ryu had been arrogant when dealing with outsiders before, within the Yamada hierarchy, women occupied an extremely low status. They were essentially playthings for men. Hasegawa Ryu crawled forward weakly on the floor, grabbing onto Ashaya Ichiro's leg and rubbing her face against it, like a pitiful dog begging for mercy. Ashaya Ichiro maintained a stern expression and said coldly, this matter has caused a massive uproar and already damaged Yamada's reputation. It absolutely cannot fail. If we do end up defeated, you must fulfill the bet, kneeling and singing Zhengfu 1,000 times in front of everyone. Don't even think about cheating or escaping. The Darknet absolutely won't tolerate that kind of behavior, and the consequences would be unbearable for us. According to internal intelligence we've received, this incident has already caught the attention of the Supreme Sovereign himself. Before such an honored figure, we must not fail in the slightest. Therefore, if you win, everything is fine. But if you lose, you will immediately be demoted to a slave girl, handed over directly to the Darknet for handling. As for your Hasegawa clan, you will be reduced to a third-rate family, men becoming cannon fodder across generations, women reduced to lifelong slaves. After hearing these words, Hasegawa Ryu felt her insides twist with regret. Had she known things would turn out this way, she never would have acted so recklessly in the first place. Now, there was absolutely no way back. She could only grit her teeth and gamble everything, hoping to win. Chapter 113, Money Talks, Literally, Part 1. Hasegawa Rui never expected that simply pretending for a moment would lead to such a massive mess. She regretted it deeply, her insides turning with remorse. Isha Ilong said coldly, "You useless bitch, why don't you hurry up and serve me, and then deal with that arrogant Chinese guy?" Hasegawa Rui quickly nodded, transforming into a submissive female dog, ready to be thoroughly ravaged by Isha Ilong. As they were indulging in their depravity, Wong JT took a different approach, introducing Sitong Rian and Yuan Bingwa. Wong smiled while introducing them, emphasizing how both were valuable assets in their careers. Sitong Rian and Yuan Bingwa examined each other closely, their gazes full of scrutiny, each trying to see whether the other was worthy of her respect. Yuan Bingwa was the first to yield. She found Sitong Rian's demeanor graceful and her background impressive, definitely the kind of woman who could stand by Wong JT's side. Miss Sitong truly is a heroine in her own right. Standing next to JT, they make a perfect match. Out in public, they'll surely be the envy of everyone. Sitong Rian understood Yuan Bingwa's implications immediately. Since the other had already conceded and acknowledged her dominant position, she needed to respond appropriately. She was an intelligent woman. Based on Wong JT's previous behavior, she deduced that there must be more than one woman in his life. Sometimes, pretending to be unaware was the wisest approach. As long as things remained unspoken, and she maintained the top position, everything would fall into place. Miss Yuan is too kind. Since you can support JT so well in his career as his right hand, then from now on we'll be good friends. Just call me Rian. By showing kindness, Sitong Rian was also securing an ally for herself, someone who could join forces with her later and keep any other disobedient ones in check. Yuan Bingwa eagerly followed suit, smiling. Rian is truly considerate. Just call me Bingwa. I believe with our mutual support, we can help JT excel in every aspect. In just a few words, an offensive and defensive alliance was settled between the two. Naturally, harmony followed, and they quickly began to appear like the closest of best friends. Seeing the two women like this, Wong JT secretly exhaled in relief. This successful attempt was a particularly solid first step. The next move was to integrate Shangwan Yinxue and Hu Qinxue into the two pairs respectively, with Huanming Lingjing serving as the mediator. The reason for this arrangement was that he thought Shangwan Yinxue suited Sitong Rian's elite combination better, while Hu Qinxue was more appropriate for Lan Mingjing's ordinary girl group. Huanming Lingjing was a mischievous, adorable, and highly adaptable girl who was perfect for bridging the gap between the two groups. Originally, this role should have been played by his little sister, but she was too inadequate in this regard to be of any real help. Thinking about it still left him frustrated. Wong JT laughed and said, "Tomorrow is the auction for that villa complex. You two will come with me. We absolutely must win the auction, making that cursed Yamada woman kneel and sing in surrender." The two women already knew about this and reacted with outrage upon hearing it. They couldn't wait to kick that wretched Yamada woman down and slap her senseless. Both nodded simultaneously, assuring him there would absolutely be no issue. Failing to secure the villa complex was a humiliation they simply couldn't afford. That evening, Wong JT took Yuan Bingwa back to Villa Number 1, since she hadn't been there yet. He couldn't afford to play favorites, especially not if it might lead to problems later. Like the previous girls before her, Yuan Bingwa was immediately captivated by Ling Er and became immersed in chatting with the little girl, leaving Wong JT speechless. Holding Yuan Bingwa in his arms, Wong said, "Once we've bought the villa complex, each of you will have your own villa. Then we'll be able to meet often." Yuan Bingwa traced circles on his chest as she replied, "From your tone, it seems you don't have just one sweetheart. If the rest are like Rian, then you'll have trouble on your hands." Wong JT understood exactly what Yuan Bingwa meant, and chuckled in response. "Each of you is unique in your own way. There won't be any problems at all." Yuan Bingwa rolled her eyes at him, then snuggled her pretty face against his chest, and whispered the word demon, accepting everything. The next day, Wong received red packets again continuing the recent pattern, pure cash, in amounts of 6 or 700 million each. Over these few days, the accumulated funds totaled around 4 to 5 billion, and combined with what he had before, he was confident he could beat those bastards. If all else failed, there was always the system supporting him. The auction time arrived quickly. This time, it was held within the villa complex itself, allowing all buyers to experience once again the charm of the villas. Sitong Rian and Yuan Bingwa were visiting the place for the first time and were immediately awestruck by the magnificent villas. Sitong Rian licked her lips and said, "Never thought it would be so beautiful here. Even without that bet with that bitch, I must have this place. The main villa in the luxury-style district must be mine. It better highlights my style. The main villa in the modern district would be perfect for Bingwa." Wong JT secretly nodded in agreement in his mind. His earlier allocation had already assigned these two villas to them. How coincidentally in sync. The auction venue was set up in the central hall of the villa complex. Originally, in the earlier planning, they hadn't expected anyone would buy the entire complex, hence the reason for constructing such a hall. Everyone entered the hall using numbered paddles, and all the influential figures from Bin City had already arrived. Even when gathered together, they only made up a small portion of the crowd. Wong JT spotted Wang Yingjie standing beside a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was familiar from video meetings before, none other than Wang Xiaodong, the head of Dewan Group. When Wang Yingjie saw Wang JT, he hurriedly greeted him. They cheerfully walked over to meet Wang Xiaodong for the first time. Wang Xiaodong smiled and said, "Didn't expect to see young Master Tai here. Had I known you were coming, I would have just sent Yingjie alone. After all, we're just here as decorations anyway." Wang JT said indifferently, "Uncle is being too courteous. But this villa complex is indeed already mine. Heisei number 1 villa is quite nice, but ultimately just a single villa. It falls short in many aspects and doesn't meet my standards. This entire complex, however, is just right. I'll ask Yingjie and my little sister to discuss and decide which area would suit them best. Whenever they have time, they can come back to stay." He spoke so casually, as though the entire villa complex had already been secured by him. The surrounding dignitaries heard this, and all had rather unpleasant expressions. Wong JT smiled lightly and said, I know some people will surely think I'm bluffing, but I'm going to make this boast clear anyway. This place will surely belong to me. I welcome all of you to bid higher and try scaring me off. His display of such financial arrogance pleased the system dad immensely, who promptly issued a second task. Chapter 114, Money Talks, Big Time Part 2. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Money Talks mission. Crush everyone with your wealth and let them fear your financial power. Go or lean them. Wong JT hadn't expected to trigger a system mission. He felt extremely satisfied and couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth. To others, this expression clearly appeared mocking, as if he looked down on everyone, which infuriated those powerful figures. Wong Xiaodong hesitated slightly before saying, Iron Young Master, your financial strength truly impresses us all. However, there are many influential figures here. Isn't this approach somewhat inappropriate? Wong JT shrugged carelessly. I don't see anything wrong with it. After all, this entire villa complex will ultimately go to whoever has the money. I naturally believe I possess the financial capability to secure this villa complex, so I have every right to say that. If anyone feels dissatisfied, just make me eat my words. If I fail to deliver on my words, I'll definitely feel utterly ashamed, which would be the most satisfying outcome for them. Why wouldn't they want that? His words completely made sense. If these powerful figures truly defeated him financially, they could indeed make him lose face completely, possibly even rendering him unable to show his face in public. Wang Yingjie hesitated slightly before saying, while that's true in theory, not everyone might think that way. Many of these Dalok have backgrounds. Wang JT casually interrupted him. In my eyes, no one has background. What they have are merely backs walking away. Everything is determined by ability. The system was his backing, naturally giving him great confidence. Even if these people had strong backgrounds, could they possibly produce an even more powerful system? Seeing Wang JT's confident appearance, Wang Xiaodong secretly sighed inwardly. Youth is truly wonderful, doing whatever without any reservations. Others who heard these words filled their hearts with suspicion, quietly sending people to investigate and learn more about Wang JT's origins. Every one of these Dalok who had reached their current positions definitely weren't fools, and certainly wouldn't act impulsively. They all carefully planned before taking action. However, not everyone present were Dalok. There were also some young masters, whose youthful passion made them less cautious in their actions. The auction started soon. The host stood on the stage, wearing the most professional smile. I'm delighted to host this auction. First of all, on behalf of the Villa Complex developer, I'd like to thank all of you for attending. This auction will have two formats. One is a complete auction of the entire property, and the other is a regional auction. We will first conduct the complete auction with a starting price of 1.8 billion. Bidders must increase the price by at least 100 million each time. If no one bids, we'll proceed to the regional auction. Before the host could finish speaking, Yuan Bingwei interrupted. There's no need to mention the second option. We are offering 2 billion to take the entire Villa Complex. Before that, I'd like to ask everyone to watch a short video first, then reconsider whether you'd like to participate in the bidding. She said and took out a USB flash drive, handing it to a receptionist to play on site. The video showed exactly the confrontation between Wang JT and Nagahara Ryuai, along with their bet. Sikong Rian stepped forward and said, we are determined to settle the matter between us and Sakura Corporation. If anyone feels their financial strength isn't sufficient to suppress us, there's no point wasting time. Our previous bid was just to open the bidding. The following bids will be between the rest of you and Sakura Corporation. Hope everyone will think carefully before taking action. As soon as she finished speaking, Nagahara Ryuai walked out of her private room, glaring at Wang JT with an anger so intense that she seemed ready to bite a piece of flesh from him. You don't need to use underhanded tactics. If I lose, I will naturally keep my promise. You want to defeat our Sakura Corporation? We'll see if you have the ability. We offer 3 billion. Yuan Bingwei said without hesitation. We bid 6 billion, and regardless of the final amount, we will settle the payment tonight immediately. This statement carried quite some impact. In high-value auctions like this, usually, the buyer would need some time to arrange the necessary funds. By proposing immediate payment, she implied their possession of an extremely large amount of liquid cash. No family would keep all its assets in cash. The cash on hand would only represent a small portion of their total assets, indicating their family's wealth was frighteningly immense. Aisha Ikaru was also slightly startled. According to auction rules, when the funds of 2 bidders were equal, whoever could pay immediately had the priority. He had Nagahara Ryuai bid gradually, trying to buy time, and he himself started seeking instructions from higher-ups to determine the next course of action. Nagahara Ryuai, mustering his courage, said, we offer 6.1 billion. With Sakura Corporation's reputation, there will be absolutely no issues with our funds. Sikong Rian smirked. Just like squeezing toothpaste. That shows how little ability you actually have. We bid 8.8 billion. We just want to have a lucky number for good fortune. Hasegawa Ryuai swallowed hard and said, we offer 8.9 billion. We don't care at all about your silly customs from Hua country. Yuan Bingwei sneered. In our place, you follow our rules. Where do you outsiders get the audacity to talk back? We offer 10.8 billion. It's absolutely perfect and complete. As this number was announced, the entire venue fell into complete silence. All the young masters who had earlier planned to teach them a lesson now quieted down. After all, such extravagant spending power was far beyond anything they could possibly challenge. With just this financial strength alone, they could easily ruin those young masters completely. Aisha Ikaru and Hasegawa Ryuai fell into immediate despair. Sakura Corporation simply couldn't come up with that kind of money. What's worse, the other side clearly still had reserves left. The developer was already overjoyed beyond belief. Originally, they thought selling it for 1.8 billion would already be a massive profit. Now, it had gone well beyond 10 billion, giving them that exhilarating sensation of a peasant suddenly rising to riches. Wang JT stood up and looked at the auctioneer, saying, I think you should hammer it down now. It seems no one can beat this price, right? The auctioneer quickly nodded, loudly proclaiming, 10.8 billion for the first time. 10.8 billion for the second time. 10.8 billion for the third time. Sold. Wong JT laughed heartily, saying, "You remember what I said before, right? Whatever I set my sights on will definitely end up in my hands. Nobody can take anything away from me. There's a saying called, may the bet bring obedience. You despicable bitch, should fulfill your promise now. Kneel at the auctioneer's spot and sing Conquest, using his microphone. Let us all appreciate your singing voice." Hasegawa Ruai wore a face full of humiliation, but recalling Aisha Ikaru's words, he could only reluctantly surrender, slowly dragging himself forward. Wong JT had already instructed Linger beforehand to transmit the entire process to MLF and directly stream it live on the dark web, where the audience watched in total shock. Among those spectators, many were themselves extremely wealthy individuals, but in this moment, they all felt that their imaginations had been severely limited by their own poverty. Just as everyone was getting ready to enjoy Hasegawa Ruai's singing, a sudden voice rang out. Chapter 115, the price of a bet must be paid. Let bygones be bygones. As a man, how can you push a woman like this? I'll make the decision. This matter ends here. An extremely arrogant voice sounded. The speaker appeared self-important, making decisions casually, as if he were someone special. Wong JT gave a sidelong glance and said, "Who didn't tighten their belt properly, allowing such a creature to come out and speak nonsense? Who does he think he is?" He responded without the slightest politeness, clearly showing he had no regard for the other party, further enhancing his intimidating aura with his previous display of wealth. A young man walked down from upstairs, clapping as he descended, as if applauding Wong JT's boldness. "I am Aixinjuyu Ojinwa from the Imperial Air Clan. If this were our era, you would have already been dragged out and beheaded." Wong JT had no idea what the Imperial Air Clan was, but he knew that with his system dad as backup, he had no need to take anyone seriously. He snorted from his nose. "Don't know where you came from, big-tailed wolf, acting like a tough guard dog here. In my eyes, you're nothing but a puppy. What Imperial Air Clan? Never even heard of it. All I know is my family told me there's no need to respect other clans. Back in your clan's days of power, beheading me? If my family had wished, your clan wouldn't have had a chance to rule. You really think ruling something is impressive? It's just nobody cared to challenge you. Do you really think it's difficult for many clans to turn the tables?" Wong JT spoke purely because the other party was putting on too much arrogance. He started bluffing wildly, going all out, as if exaggeration was tax-free and blowing big could never hurt. His unrestrained talk surprisingly frightened some real big shots who, with their extensive experiences, knew many secret affairs. Aixinjuyu Ojinwa was, after all, still young and hadn't reached his father's level, lacking much of that knowledge. Enraged, he shouted loudly, "What a huge mouth you have! Today, this matter will be handled as I see fit. What can you do about it?" Wong JT ignored Aixinjuyu Ojinwa and looked indifferently at Hasegawa Lee. "Now that someone is standing up for you, I'll give you a choice. Quietly honor the bet, and we're even. Or, take advantage of this opportunity to violate the bet outright. With someone else stepping in, you might find an excuse, but you'd better consider the consequences carefully." Insha Ilong said, "However, Ly. We Yamato people value integrity most. One must honor the bet. Hasegawa shall fulfill the bet's condition. Among our Yamato, women are the most degraded. She previously offended Iron Young Master, but I believe he won't mind too much. Perhaps we could become good friends." This statement instantly made Aixinjuyu Ojinwa feel like Zhu Beiji looking into a mirror, utterly out of place and caught in an awkward position. Wong JT replied indifferently, "As a Northeasterner, I would never befriend Yamato people. You can forget about this idea. I remember you had a translator named Zhu Sinwei. Soon, he'll be called Iniyoshi Sinwei. How audacious this woman is. It's all thanks to that loyal dog." Immediately, Insha Ilong replied, "Since it's a thankless dog, naturally we'll deal with it properly, ensuring Iron Young Master won't be disappointed." He was a very smart man. He only responded to the latter part and ignored the earlier sentence, leaving some room for maneuvering. While the two of them conversed smoothly, Aixinjuyu Ojinwa was extremely embarrassed, his toes practically digging a 3-bedroom, 1-living apartment underground. Aixinjuyu Ojinwa roared angrily, "You damned little brat. You're showing me too much disrespect. Do you know the consequences of angering me?" Wong JT shrugged. "Truth doesn't rely on loud voices. Why are you shouting so loudly? Don't scare the kids, or even the flowers and grasses. Since you're so eager to make noise, I'll give the Imperial Air Clan some face and let you take her place in bidding. Let's see if your clan can financially outmatch mine. I believe in accepting defeat in a bet. If I lose to you, I'll run naked in front of everyone, without hesitation." This direct challenge caught Aixinjuyu Ojinwa completely off guard. Though the Imperial Air Clan was rich, it didn't mean he could recklessly squander so much money. Aixinjuyu Ojinwa might manage 10 or 8 billion at most. Demanding over 100 billion immediately was like asking for his life. Right now, he was filled with regret, wishing he had stayed quiet earlier instead of showing off. Now he truly dug himself into a hole. Aixinjuyu Ojinwa, as the eldest son of the Imperial Air Clan, was always given respect wherever he went, which was precisely why he had become so arrogant and domineering. He never expected to run into a reckless guy like Wong JT, someone who gave him absolutely no face and openly challenged him like that. Who could possibly stand it? Just as Aixinjuyu Ojinwa was at a complete loss, a man in his early 50s stood up. "I am Bai Hengwen from the Baishan Group," he said. "I do have some authority here, so allow me to mediate. Truthfully, the young master Aixinjuyu is in the wrong here. It's not right to recklessly interfere just out of pity for a beautiful woman. My advice to you is to go back home and report this matter to your father. He will naturally know how to handle it. There's no need for you to stay here and make a spectacle of yourself." Wong JT looked at Bai Hengwen with surprise. He had no idea where this person came from, but to speak so disrespectfully to Aixinjuyu Ojinwa, this Bai must have an incredibly powerful background. Wong JT took advantage of the moment and said, "Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your straightforward words of justice. I asked this woman to honor the bet because she insulted our nation, and that is absolutely unforgivable. The young master Aixinjuo pities every kind of beautiful woman. He's nothing but an animal who thinks with his lower mind. I imagine it will be a serious issue when he eventually takes over the family. No matter how powerful a family may be, if its leader is flawed, collapse is only a matter of time. Thinking about it really is Ningren Shishubu-i. The bigwigs below who heard these words found them quite reasonable, and many of them began to rethink their strategies. It seemed they needed to re-evaluate their relationship with the Aixinjuo family. Aixinjuo Jingwo was furious beyond words, but utterly helpless. He could only bow stiffly to Bai Hengwen, and then stormed away in rage. As Wong JT watched him leave, he saw an extremely vicious glare in the other man's eyes. He knew this was far from over. He secretly contacted Linger and instructed her to inform Qi Changgang to bring the special operation team over, mainly to ensure the safety of the two women. Qi Changgang was absolutely swift in his response. Soon, he arrived with 12 men, and the aura they exuded was chilling to behold. Chapter 116, Steel Bones and Iron Skin. These are my best brothers, boss. We're known as the 13 Grand Marshals at the security company, elites among elites, tasked with completing the most important missions. Qi Changgang introduced them to Wong JT, emphasizing their strength particularly, considering he was standing before their benefactor. Nodding approvingly, Wong JT said, "It seems you all are masters of hidden strength. Overall, I'm quite impressed. Your task this time is to ensure their personal safety. As for me, there's no need to concern yourselves with my protection. It's been a long time since I've stretched my limbs and bones. It'd be a good chance to get some practice in. Hope they don't disappoint me. I really hope they come." Xiang Chuanyu hesitated before saying, "Protecting the boss is our top priority. How can we allow the boss to risk himself alone? Let us do it instead." Wong JT laughed and said, "The reason you're here for my protection is entirely at Zhou Jianhua's request. Truthfully, I don't actually need your protection. To put it bluntly, if someone were strong enough to defeat me, none of you could stand against them. And those you can handle would be no challenge whatsoever to me. I don't even need to take them seriously in direct confrontation. The only area where I fall short compared to you is experience. So in the end, I decided to accept your protection and perhaps learn something from you. Of course, that's not the main reason. The main point is that you can protect my family, so I have no worries from behind. Besides my parents and younger sister, my beloved confidants are equally my family, especially these two women who are to be your primary protection targets. As your boss, I'm now revising your mission orders. At all times, protecting my family should be your utmost priority." While speaking, he released an aura at the peak of hidden strength, comparable only to Qi Changgang's. The 13 marshals were startled. They had conducted thorough investigations previously and knew about Wong JT's past. Back then, Wong JT was absolutely not someone who could train in martial arts, which meant that he had, in just a few months, surpassed the efforts of their entire lifetimes. The most crucial point was that this was just the beginning. Wong JT would grow stronger still, and eventually, even Qi Changgang, who now stood equal to him, could only hope to look up in admiration. At first, after hearing Wong JT's words, the 13 marshals felt cheap, resentful. But now, they were completely convinced, thinking the only thing left for them to boast about was experience. After giving them instructions, Wong JT excused himself to go to the bathroom, mainly to accomplish two tasks. The system dad had provided more than 2,000 red packets, which he needed to carefully open one by one. Following his usual routine, Wong JT left the two special red packets for last, then proceeded to open the others. "You have obtained funds of 1.8 million yuan. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained 3 boxes of Hexiang instant noodles. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained 10 cases of Shui Shifu mineral water. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained 1 semi-automatic pistol with wooden holster. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained 10,000 rounds of standard pistol ammunition. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained 730,000 yuan in cash. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained 1 King Commando skill card. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained a special reward, biological membrane. Wish you a pleasant click. You have obtained a special reward, skill card for Tri-View Vision. Wish you a pleasant click." Upon viewing these rewards, Wong JT was naturally extremely delighted. But before the effects had even settled in, sudden, unbearable pain coursed through his body. He felt as if his muscles were being separated from his bones, as if someone were slicing along his bones with a thin blade, slowly peeling the flesh away before stuffing something inside. These foreign substances adhered not only to the bones, but also onto the muscles, penetrating deeper inside to wrap around blood vessels and nerves. This pain was comparable to being executed by slicing, piece by piece. Although the whole process lasted merely over 10 seconds, to Wong JT, it felt as long as an entire century, his mind nearly collapsing from agony. In that moment, realization dawned in his mind. It was the biological membrane forming just now. It had now formed a tough, flexible membrane between his muscles and bones. Moreover, the membrane had wrapped around blood vessels, nerves, and tendons, turning him into someone with truly steel bones and iron skin, utterly impervious to blade or bullet. Even in his abdomen, where there were no bones for protection, the membrane had adhered onto the muscles, doubling in layers and offering formidable protection. As for those sensitive areas no man can bear pain upon, a 3-layered protection was formed, iron crotch guaranteed to survive even an explosion from a hand grenade. Plus, there were other benefits too. Wong JT was immensely satisfied with this transformation. Immediately, he used the 2 skill cards. After enduring that excruciating pain earlier, this bit of discomfort was nothing to him. As the name suggested, the Tri-View Vision granted the eyes 3 abilities: penetration view, panoramic vision, and night vision, with other minor perks like resistance to bright light being included as well. All 3 abilities were active skills that could be activated or deactivated at will. As for the minor abilities, they were all permanently activated by default. The King Commando skill card granted all the skills of the ultimate commando, most importantly, combat experience, an invaluable treasure. Wong JT was extremely satisfied with these two skill cards, especially the combat experience, which perfectly compensated for his shortcomings. He himself was already an expert at the peak of hidden strength. In a real fight, even if over 100 elite commandos formed a team against him, he could wipe them all out without even breaking a sweat. With this combat experience, Wong JT had a significant advantage against other hidden strength experts. As long as the terrain was suitable, killing more than a dozen experts of the same level would be as easy as playing a game. He asked Linger to check the time. It had only been a few minutes, an enormous difference compared to the previous time when he used the strength-enhancing pill. The strength-enhancing pill had completely transformed Wong JT, laying an excellent foundation for his future skill enhancements. It was truly indispensable. As the 13 marshals looked at the Wong JT who now walked out, they felt he had changed significantly compared to just moments ago, yet they couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly had changed. This feeling was especially unsettling. Wong JT said to Chi Changgang, "You're to escort them home safely. Everything else is no longer your concern." Sikong Rian and Yuan Bingyue were both highly intelligent women. They understood that the best way to support Wong JT at this moment was not to become a burden to him. They obediently nodded, then got into the Hummer of the 13 marshals and sped away in a trail of dust. Ixinjuo Jingwa stood by the window, watching the convoy depart, then looking at Wong JT strolling among the villas, gnashing his teeth in hatred. The head steward, Fu Da, narrowed his eyes and said, "The convoy that just left belongs to the 13 Grand Marshals from Tiandun Security Company. For someone to have the power to mobilize the 13 marshals for an escort mission, their influence must be enormous. We must proceed with caution." Ixinjuo Jingwa snorted through his nose and muttered through clenched teeth a single sentence. Chapter 117, Wild Bumper Cars. No matter what background he has, anyone who dares provoke our imperial descendant family must pay the price. You go and make the arrangements. Ixinjuo Jingwa didn't even listen to the butler's advice. He was determined to confront Wong JT and regain all the face he had lost previously. Although Fu Yuda was the head butler and had significant authority, he didn't think it was worth angering the master's son over such a minor matter. He hadn't been at the auction site and hadn't heard the reckless words Wong JT had spoken. He felt that with the power of their imperial descendant family, they didn't need to fear any other family. Fu Yuda immediately started arranging things. Soon everything was set, and then he accompanied the young master to rest at the hotel. They thought they had acted secretly, but they didn't know that Linger had seen everything through hidden surveillance equipment. Wong JT received Linger's message and, upon confirming that the threat was only directed at him and that the two women would be fine, arrogantly boarded the military-style Tanaka vehicle. He didn't drive fast, swaying leisurely on the road. From here to the city center, there was a very secluded stretch of highway. Wong JT instructed Linger, "Once we settle in, we definitely need to renovate this stretch of road. Add more streetlights, and install electronic eyes on each lamppost. In addition, we should install some traps in the road surface. When necessary, they can be deployed to injure intruders. We cannot allow this area to become a hidden danger." Linger replied with a smile, "Brother, rest assured. Linger will handle everything properly. Whoever tries to cause trouble on this road will have no chance to escape a deadly fate." As they were chatting happily, Linger paused and said, "Just now through the monitoring, I discovered more than 100 motorcycles heading our way. All these motorcycles are ridden by 2 people, and the ones at the back are carrying steel pipes and chains. Obviously, they are planning to commit violence. We have conducted facial recognition comparisons and confirmed that they are from the biker gang. These people are formed by motorcycle robbers and highway bandits. Extremely vicious individuals." Wong JT laughed heartily, saying, "Since the enemy consists of such scum, there's no need to be polite with them. Disable them all. It will be like upholding justice on behalf of heaven." The military-style Tanaka vehicle he was driving was absolutely top-grade. Underneath its surface paint were armored vehicle plates. Ordinary bullets couldn't even scratch it. Its windows were the highest grade of bulletproof glass, capable of directly resisting sniper gunfire. Even though those gangsters might be strong, their destructive power couldn't match a sniper rifle. In addition, the vehicle was equipped with mechanical features, capable of extending sharp spikes from its sides to increase crash resistance, and it could also deploy chains and saw blades to strike and cut enemies approaching nearby. Moreover, its headlights had been modified to emit an extremely intense light. This light could blind people's eyes instantly. Originally designed for use by armed forces, the battlefield didn't believe in mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was cruel to oneself. Naturally, the harshest methods were employed. The only shortcoming of this vehicle compared to the military's identical model was the lack of installed weaponry. If it had a couple of machine guns mounted on it, it would have been perfect. Wong JT turned on the vehicle's radar and soon spotted those motorcycles. These thugs had divided themselves into 2 groups, encircling him from 2 directions. Without hesitation, he turned on the high-intensity headlights. 2 beams of intense light shone out, instantly blinding all the motorcycle riders ahead. One by one, the motorcycles fell over, and their powerful forward momentum threw the riders toward the wheels of the Tanaka vehicle. Wong JT didn't hesitate at all, and simply ran right over them. The vehicle's wheels were specially designed, with treads that further enhanced their crushing power. Thus, as the vehicle ran over the motorcycles, they were flattened into sheets of scrap metal, with many of the riders and thugs crushed into mangled bodies. Seeing this scene, the gang behind were scared stiff, realizing they had truly encountered a ferocious opponent. While these thugs were still debating whether to retreat, Wong JT executed a perfect drift turn, now facing the remaining attackers head-on. This time, Wong JT didn't turn on the bright lights. Instead, he drove straight at the motorcycles, planning to play a little game of bumper cars with them. The roar of the military-style Tanaka drowned out the noise of the motorcycles, roaring like a monstrous beast that could not be stopped. The biker gang immediately turned to flee, but the motorcycles couldn't match the speed of the military vehicle. Any that were caught from behind were sent flying. Being thrown out at such high speed meant certain death or severe injury upon impact. Within merely a dozen minutes, the entire biker gang was completely wiped out. Wong JT turned the car around and continued forward. Linger soon reported that several modified jeeps were approaching from ahead, obviously, another plan to stage a collision. He revealed a faint cold smile at the corner of his mouth and immediately accelerated toward them, making his move preemptively. The drivers of those jeeps, seeing the sharp iron spikes protruding from the military Tanaka, were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They desperately reversed their vehicles. Wong JT gave them no such opportunity at all. He crazily chased and rammed into them until every single one was completely crushed beyond repair. The drivers inside screamed like ghosts. For years, they had been the ones bullying others, never expecting such a fate to fall upon themselves today. All the jeeps were flattened, and the people inside died in horrifying ways. Many of them didn't even leave intact corpses. As Wong JT stopped the vehicle to admire his masterpiece, he suddenly noticed a group of people appearing out of nowhere. These people possessed extraordinary strength. They grabbed the crushed jeeps and lifted them single-handedly, tossing them into a large container behind. Wong JT saw it all clearly. As the jeeps were thrown into the container, they shrank to the size of toys. It was simply unbelievable. He watched as one of them gestured to him with a get-lost motion. He didn't even dare to let out a fart, and immediately drove away. Still shaken, Wong JT asked Linger, "Did you see those people earlier? They were truly incredible." Linger replied with a puzzled expression, "I only saw those vehicles disappearing by themselves. I did not see anyone at all. I used infrared scanning to obtain the images, which is different from what you saw with your own eyes, brother. However, I can be certain they were not ghosts, because I added a special ultraviolet filter to the infrared imaging. Even ghosts would be visible. The fact that those people managed to evade my scans proves they are formidable beings. Brother, please don't provoke them to avoid bringing trouble onto yourself." Wong JT nodded immediately, without hesitation. A gentleman should stay away from dangerous walls. Let alone the eerie appearance of those individuals, it was better not to mess with them. Linger had already recorded everything and directly sent the footage to Huanming Jingling, instructing her to live stream it on the dark web for the enjoyment of all. Wong JT had never been the kind of person to let things slide. If the other side dared to make the first move, he would certainly make sure to retaliate just as hard. Chapter 118, the 1st and the 15th. As soon as Wong JT returned to the villa, Minghuan Jingling contacted him. The little girl looked furious. "Those bastards are truly despicable, daring to attack my brother on the highway. We must never let them go. They have to pay an unbearable price." Wong JT lightly coughed and said, "You speak like a hero. I think the same way too. The mastermind behind this is someone named Aixinjueluo Jinghua." Minghuan Jingling immediately replied, "Linger already told me what happened. I specifically asked other streamers about it, and it's confirmed. The Aixinjueluo family is indeed part of the imperial descendant families. The imperial descendant families are literally families formed by the descendants of every dynasty's imperial line. They've been protected by scattered dragon chi, so their families are quite prosperous and powerful. They're top tier in the inner world. Still, it's nothing special. After all, it's only scattered dragon chi, nothing compared to true national fortune dragon chi. We can definitely take them down. As for their forces, brother, you have the entire black web as your backing. Who can rival your power? You'll definitely crush them." Wong JT smiled and nodded. He instructed Minghuan Jingling to contact Huang Quan and also reported the matter to the entire management team. After Huang Quan logged in, before Wong JT could speak, he started first. "The imperial descendant family's audacity is truly unforgivable. I've already prepared numerous assassins. Just say the word, Supreme God, and they will pay an unbearable price." Wong JT nodded satisfiedly and said, "I appreciate your response. You may proceed with your people. Let me see whether these imperial descendant family members are unkillable. I got a drop of heavy water a couple of days ago, not knowing what to use it for. Take it and play around with it." Upon hearing he would get heavy water, Huang Quan was extremely happy, believing he had backed the right horse this time. For these killers, as long as the benefits are sufficient, they don't care who needs to be killed. They'd even stab the emperor himself. Just after ending the video call with Huang Quan, Kong Qingzhong sent a video request. Wang didn't know what purpose this would serve. After connecting the call, Kong Qingzhong wore an apologetic expression and said, "I'm really sorry to bother Supreme God. The purpose of contacting you this time is to try to mediate the conflict between you and the imperial descendant families. I think this is a misunderstanding. Perhaps everyone can sit down, have a proper conversation, and once everything is clarified, it will be better than anything." "What nonsense are you talking? The other party wants Supreme God's life, and you call it a misunderstanding. If I arrange for someone to assassinate you every day and then tell you it's a misunderstanding, how would that be?" Minghuan Jingling sounded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice instantly shooting up an octave as she ranted furiously. Kong Qingzhong was left speechless. Before offering mediation, he had hesitated a lot, as a mediator might easily become a loser caught between two sides if things went wrong. He licked his lips and continued, "Supreme God, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant at all. I merely think that the imperial descendant families have formed a coalition. This alliance is very powerful as a whole. For Supreme God to confront them would cause more losses than gains. Isn't it better to turn hostility into peace?" Wong JT coldly interrupted him. "What you're implying is that the Black Web is nothing and too scared to provoke the imperial descendant family's alliance. Therefore, when they want my life, I should offer it with both hands. Since you said that, the Black Web is meaningless to me. Minghuan Jingling, inform the management team for me. I'm officially withdrawing from the Black Web, and after this, I won't have any connection with them anymore. As for the imperial descendant family's alliance, they don't amount to much in my eyes. I refuse to believe I can't handle them. Don't think they're so impressive." Upon hearing these words, Kong Qingzhong's face immediately changed color. Deep down, he knew clearly that if Wang JT truly left the Black Web because of him, the remaining managers would resort to every possible means to tear him apart. The Supreme God not only possessed incomparable wealth, but most importantly, had an abundant supply of rare treasures, extremely valuable items that were hard to come by, which everyone craved. If a major figure like him left the Black Web, it would be equivalent to cutting off everyone's source of wealth. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their parents, a deadly sin unforgivable. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Kong Qingzhong quickly said, Supreme God, please don't misunderstand. That wasn't my intention at all. I was only trying to mediate. I swear on heaven that if Supreme God fights the Imperial Descendant Family's alliance, I will definitely stand on your side. The black tusk will be the sharpest blade in your hand. Wong JT snorted through his nose. This is your first mistake. I'll give you a warning, like a yellow card on the football field. You should know what the consequences will be next time. No matter who sent you to plead, you can directly tell him this. Since the Aixinjueluo family dared to make the first move, I will certainly make the 15th. Whoever wants my life must pay an unbearable price. The 10,000 black coins Minghuan Jingling transferred to him are my reward for the black tusk. I certainly have no shortage of knives. Whether they can become good knives depends entirely on their performance. His arrogant display was perfectly timed. It completely stunned Kong Qingzhong, making sure he would never have any other ideas in the future. After receiving the intelligence, Aixinjueluo Yuanlong, the head of the Aixinjueluo family, was completely stunned, not knowing what exactly had happened. Aixinjueluo Yuanlong roared furiously. Can someone tell me what in the world is going on? Why is the black web targeting us? The old steward He Huiyan lowered his head and replied, according to the intelligence we received from the Xiang family, our family has apparently attempted to take the Supreme God's life. Now the Supreme God is counterattacking. The Warkong of their family has already made it clear that when the war truly begins, all black web mercenaries will definitely charge to the front line. If the Xiang family dares to interfere, they will strike both them and their entire clan together. Aixinjueluo Yuanlong's eyes widened, exclaiming in disbelief, when did we ever want the Supreme God's life? What kind of nonsense is this? He Huiyan calmly replied, after I received the intelligence, I immediately began an investigation. It turns out that the eldest young master previously mobilized the motorbike gang to attack a young man. The video of this incident is viewable on the black web. The young man was driving the highest-grade military Humvee, fully equipped except for weapons. The motorbike gang was completely wiped out. The young man was incredibly ruthless, repeatedly running over them. Such brutality alone indicates quite a lot. In addition, I contacted Elder Bai Hengguan of the Baishan Sword sect and learned how the incident unfolded. When the eldest young master revealed our Imperial Descendant family status, the opponent said some words so chilling that I felt chills down my spine. He then repeated those exact words, and Aixinjueluo Yuanlong's face immediately turned extremely grim. Chapter 119, 15th and 1st. When Aixinjueluo Yuanlong heard what Huiyan said and recalled the records in the family's secret scriptures, his face immediately turned pale and his heart filled with fear. How credible do you think his words are? Aixinjueluo Yuanlong asked the old butler. Huiyan hesitated slightly before replying. A young master from a prominent family usually wouldn't speak recklessly, especially in a situation like that. Therefore, I believe his account holds a high degree of credibility. And even if it were false, we still cannot afford to treat it lightly. He's capable of mobilizing the strength of the black web, which clearly demonstrates the strength of his background. If we were to engage in direct conflict, the outcome would be uncertain. Also, we are clearly in the wrong here. No matter how you look at it, it was our young master who deliberately picked a fight. Among all the Imperial Descendants families, both the Aixinjueluo and the Zhao families are at the bottom of the hierarchy. It's difficult enough already to keep the more powerful families under control. Having served as the family's butler for so many years, Huiyan dared to speak freely and directly address the core issues, with precise accuracy. Aixinjueluo Yuanlong was furious. He immediately dialed a video call to his son. Aixinjuo Jinghua had just finished forcing a hotel waitress to see the view, and had ordered someone to throw the tearful woman out. Now he was lying on his back in the shape of a big character, Da, on the bed. When he saw Feud rushing in with a face full of panic, a sudden unease arose in his heart, and he quickly asked what was going on. Feud didn't speak. He simply cast the phone screen onto the TV. The image of Aixinjueluo Yuanlong appeared, his face furious and distorted. You damned beast, how dare you? You actually dared to do such a thing. You really want to die? Aixinjueluo Jinghua looked at his father in confusion and asked, Father, why is he so upset? I only messed with a waitress, and at most, it's just a matter of paying some compensation. What's the big deal? Shut up, you beast. Did you previously send a gang of motorcyclists to attack a young man who's also the young master of another family? In his extreme rage, Aixinjueluo Yuanlong had turned eerily calm, staring coldly at his son as he asked. Aixinjueluo Jinghua replied immediately, Yes, there was something like that, father. You don't know how arrogant that kid was. He dared to disregard the noble lineage families completely. If I didn't teach him a lesson, how would he know his place? Aixinjueluo Yuanlong interrupted his son. He doesn't know his place? It seems it's you who doesn't understand. What do you think you are? Daring to harm another family's young master. Do you know how much trouble this will cause? And didn't you hear everything he said before? Without verifying the facts, you recklessly launched an attack. You are truly brazen beyond belief. Do you even realize how powerful his background is? This situation is already a huge mess. If it isn't resolved properly, don't even think about coming home. If you're lucky, you might get to keep your life, but the family will strip you of everything permanently. You'll be cast aside, stepped on by everyone. Aixinjueluo Jinghua looked at his father's stern expression and knew this wasn't a threat. He finally became utterly terrified. I didn't know things would end up like this. It's all my fault. I'll never do anything like this again. Father, please save me. Aixinjueluo Yuanlong ignored his pleading son and turned his icy gaze toward Feud, who immediately felt his legs weaken and dropped to his knees. I entrusted you with being the chief steward and placed you beside the young master to watch over him. Just look at what you've allowed this beast to do. If you can't stop him, what good are you to me? Aixinjueluo Yuanlong spoke in an extremely cold tone, his voice laced with killing intent. Resolving this incident required a scapegoat, and the man before him was the perfect choice. Feud naturally understood this point. His face turned pale as he spoke. All of this is my fault. I have disappointed the family head. I am willing to take responsibility for all consequences. Ixinjuo Yuanlong sighed, saying, if it truly takes your life to quell this storm, I promise I will take good care of your family. Prepare all available manpower immediately. Tonight, you must ensure this beast survives. Tomorrow morning, I will head to Bin City and personally go to apologize. I haven't informed anyone else about this, and you are forbidden to let this leak. Who lives or dies tonight will depend entirely on fate. If someone seeks another's life, they must be ready to pay with their own. Hearing these words, Ixinjuo Jingwa felt his heart sink to the depths. He knew that even if this incident could eventually be smoothed over, he would definitely never be the family head. His only remaining role in the future would be to sire offspring and expand the family line. Any hope of wielding even a trace of power again would be pure fantasy. He had, without question, completely ruined his entire life. Ixinjuo Yuanlong gazed at his only son with bitterness welling up inside, believing it was entirely his own fault for failing to raise and educate his son properly. He spoke with deep emotion. If you manage to survive this time, come back and get married, have children. If you can produce a healthy boy within 2 or 3 years, there's still a chance for him to become the family head. I will personally educate my grandson and make sure he won't turn out as idiotic as you. This whole mess could have been avoided. What did that woman from the Yatsukaheim clan have to do with you? And have you even thought about it? Her identity is the daughter of the Cherry Blossom Corporation. To do such a thing to her is an utter disgrace to the entire Yatsukaheim underworld. And why didn't this woman just act defiantly? That steward beside her forced her to honor the bet. Even after you ruined everything, they still insisted on going through with it, which clearly shows that young man is someone they absolutely cannot offend. So many high-level figures were present, and yet they all silently watched that young man act arrogantly without a single one of them speaking up. Doesn't that tell you something? Not even someone with the slightest bit of sense would do something this idiotic. I even suspect your mother cheated on me before giving birth to you. Otherwise, how could you turn out such a fool? How could my son be so stupid? The more Ixinjuo Yuanlong spoke, the angrier he became, wishing he could crawl out of the TV screen like Sadako and personally strangle this bastard. Why hadn't he just smashed him against the wall back then? These words were like thunder striking Ixinjuo Jingwa, making the idiot suddenly realize just how incredibly wrong he had been. Their entire conversation and the whole scene was live-streamed by Linger, and Wong JT and Dream Elf were watching with great interest. Wong JT smiled and said, truly a historic family, quite intriguing indeed. Notify Yamano Kami to launch full-scale assassinations against their mid-level members tonight, and pause until sunrise tomorrow. I'd like to see what this old man has to say when he shows up tomorrow. If he can convince me, that's great. Otherwise, we'll just keep playing the game. Dream Elf nodded with a smile, then lulled Wong JT to sleep with a lullaby. When he opened his red envelope the next morning, what was inside was extremely interesting. Chapter 120. What is this? 1 New Year B tray. Wish you a pleasant click. 1 Xinsheng black bronze small sensor. Wish you a pleasant click. 1 Panlong blue and white porcelain tea set. Wish you a pleasant click. 1 set of robot series combination. Wish you a pleasant click. Wong JT looked at the red envelope content in surprise. This was the first time he ever received physical items. Moreover, by their names, they didn't sound like famous stuff. He asked Linger to look them up online, but nothing about these items showed up. It seemed everything, aside from the robot series combination, was some obscure, unremarkable stuff. Wong JT first checked the robot series combination. He didn't know until he looked, and then he was astonished. This series was composed of over a dozen robots. The top 2 models looked exactly like the robots in From Vegas to Macau. Except their AI capabilities were even higher. Linger named the 2 of them Guo and Hongpao. Wong JT felt speechless inside, but could only accept it helplessly. The other robots came in various shapes and forms. They included 4 combat-type robots, almost identical to number 5 in Short Circuit, carrying laser ion guns on their shoulders. Truly top-tier equipment. Wong JT sealed away the combat robots in the basement of the villa. He would only use them in desperate situations to avoid causing massive trouble. Additionally, there was a robotic dog and a robotic cat. They resembled real animals, built with excellent imitation, indistinguishable without tearing off their skins. Then came the housekeeper robot, a true all-rounder, capable of fighting in emergencies. After all, it was made of metal, and its fists were as effective as hammers. Yawning at the sun, Wong JT went to the balcony and did a set of radio calisthenics, feeling extremely refreshed. In stark contrast to his good mood, Ixinjuo Yuanlong, who arrived by the earliest bullet train, was feeling absolutely terrible. Huiyin said with his head lowered, last night, a total of 36 middle-level members were killed. Their positions were extremely important, resulting in a gap in our middle management. Judging from last night's events, the enemy shouted tough, but held back. They still left room for negotiation instead of completely severing ties. Otherwise, they wouldn't only have targeted the mid-levels. Considering the strength the assassins displayed, their chances of successfully killing high-ranking personnel would have also been extremely high. From the latest news I received, there was originally a mid-level manager supposed to be killed, but when the enemy was about to act, dawn broke. Immediately, they withdrew. This means the enemy had a strict order to stop acting after sunrise, an indication of sincerity and an opportunity for us. Based on this behavior of theirs, I think everything he said at the auction was true. If we don't negotiate properly today, we might end up as sacrificial pawns. Ixinjuo Yuanlong understood the implication of those words. For many years, this old steward had always been the family strategist, so he was highly trustworthy. He sighed and said, it's all my fault. Failed to properly discipline that rebellious son. Once he's brought back, send him into exile to Ninguda. Wong JT gave a thumbs up to the housekeeping robot. Its cooking skills were absolutely unbeatable, far surpassing any 5-star chef. He couldn't help but think of Yuan Binghua. That girl's cooking was top-notch too. He wondered when they could have a cooking match to see whose was better. While Wong JT was pondering this, the doorbell rang. Guo went over and opened the door, startling the people at the doorstep. Guo politely asked, I'm Guo, senior intelligent robot butler. May I know whom you're here for? Exinjuo Yuanlong calmed his nerves and said, "Please inform your master. Exinjuo Yuanlong from the royal descendant family is here with this rebellious son to apologize to Master Tai." Hongpao walked out from the inside and said, "The master said to bring you in. Don't randomly touch or move anything inside. You won't afford it if anything breaks." Each of them silently snorted inwardly, thinking that Wong JT was being way too arrogant. However, upon entering the living room, Exinjuo Yuanlong immediately dismissed this thought. When Exinjuo Yuanlong saw the tray and tea set on the table, his eyes bulged wide. After a careful look, he involuntarily gulped. "Old steward, carefully check. Is that the JRB tray and the Punlung blue and white porcelain tea set? Aren't those the treasures presented by the Li and Zhao family's ancestors long ago?" Huiyan licked his lips and replied, "That must be the two items. That small black bronze censer used for incense over there is the Xiangjia family Xinshang black bronze censer. That golden dragon painting on the wall seems to belong to our family. Seems our previous guess was correct. Looks like we are in really big trouble this time." Exinjuo Yuanlong nodded numbly with lifeless eyes, then fixed his gaze on his son, once again overwhelmed by the urge to strangle the beast. Exinjuo Jinghua saw his father and the old steward examine a few items, their faces turning pale. A wave of curiosity welled up inside him. What exactly are these things? How could they scare my father and the old steward like this? He whispered quietly to Feud, who was equally baffled and could only look helplessly toward the steward and Huiyan. Huiyan sighed deeply and said, "Master Jinghua, I raised you myself, so I'll explain a few things to let you understand clearly before you die. Every